CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Do you believe in ghosts? Or do you consider it a healthy attitude to scoff at visitors from another world and people who believe in them? Well, whatever you're feeling, believe me, they are nothing to mess around with. They can start out as fantasy and end up being very real. And I think you'll agree after listening to this story.
Corey, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is, Doctor. I kept seeing my brother Robert's ghost after he died. Oh, but he didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
Our mystery drama, The Impossible is True, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Ann Williams. I'll be back shortly with Act One. For all the delights of being wealthy, there are drawbacks. One of them is the kind of isolation it thrusts on those who exist in it. A second is the frequent haunting theme of tragedy that seems to run through the lives of the super wealthy. The Fulton Sterretts would qualify on both counts. Certainly the great old mansion built by the first Fulton Sterrett generations ago is isolated enough. And we're about to hear another of the many tragedies in the long line of their history. Listen.
Jareth! What was that?
I don't know, Miss Sterrett. It sounded like a gunshot from your father's study.
Oh, no. Please, God, not him. Where's my brother, Philip?
Philip was taking a nap before dinner. I was on my way in to wake him.
Well, get him quickly. Hurry, Jareth.
Yes, Miss Sterrett.
Linda, are you there?
Yes, Miss Corey. I was in the pantry and I thought I heard...
Oh, never mind what you thought. Get to the study.
Yes, miss.
Oh, hurry.
I can't open the door. It's locked.
Oh, knock on it, knock.
Yes, miss. Mr. Sterrett, are you all right?
Daddy!
What is it, sis? What happened?
Oh, didn't you hear it? It sounded like a shot.
A shot? Oh, good Lord, let's get the door open.
Oh, it's locked from the inside.
Are you sure Dad's in there?
He must be, if it's locked, Master Sterrett.
Of course. Let me see if I can... I can't budge.
Oh, what are we going to do, Daddy?
Easy, sis. We don't know anything's happened yet.
I know it has something dreadful. Just like everything else. Oh, there's a curse on us.
Stop it. Miss Spanner, help her.
Yes, sir.
Where's Jareth? I thought he was right behind me.
I saw him come downstairs, but I don't know where he went.
I need him to help me with this door. Father? Father, can you hear me?
No, he can't hear you. He's dead. Just as we're all going to be dead. All the Sterretts.
Knock it off, Corey.
Miss Corey, you keep on like this. You'll put yourself back in the hospital.
Well, I don't care where I am. I just want to be dead. I can't stand
Jareth,
it.
where have you been?
I saw the door was locked. I thought perhaps you might need this, sir.
What is it?
It's a crowbar. Now, with your permission, I could force the lock.
Oh, yes, open it.
If you would all just stand aside, please. I'm afraid there will be some damage.
I'll help.
Here now, sir. Pull with me as hard as you can.
It's coming.
Pull! Oh, no.
He couldn't have.
Daddy!
Sir, are the police still here?
Oh, thank heavens they're gone. All those questions.
They questioned everyone.
When? I I didn't see them.
Well, while you were busy with Dr. Gentry and your sister upstairs.
Gentry? Has he left yet?
No, sir. He's still upstairs with Miss Sterrett.
What did they ask you, Jareth?
Oh, just about what you'd expect, sir. Did I hear the shot? Where was I at that moment? Was the door securely locked? And how long it was before we broke it down and discovered that Mr. Sterrett had taken his life?
You believe he committed suicide?
What else? What else, Master Sterrett? A locked room. A man we all knew was in the profoundest of depressions since the madam met her terrible death. What else would one think?
I don't know. The way the police questioned me, you'd think there was some kind of foul play.
Or you're imagining things. How could there be? The windows were locked from the inside. No one could have come from outside. And no one on the inside would have harmed a hair in the master's head. What reason could we have? We all so depended upon him.
Yes, of course. Where's Linda? Miss Benner.
She was making arrangements with cook to reheat your dinner.
Oh, I couldn't eat anything. Oh, yes, come in.
Mr. Sterrett, may I see you for a few minutes?
Well, of course, Doctor. How's Corey?
I've sedated her. She's sound asleep.
Oh.
Will you need me for anything more, sir?
Oh, no, Jareth. You and Cook and the rest of the staff. Go ahead with dinner.
As well, we have all eaten, sir. It's quite late, you know. It's past midnight.
So it is. Well, then, tell everybody to go to bed.
Any special orders for tomorrow?
Oh, no, you can wake me as usual. We'll take it from there.
Yes, sir. Good night, sir.
Jareth. Really too good to be true. The perfect butler. Right out of P.G. Wodehouse, except he was born in Brooklyn. My father once told me that. Well, he won't be telling me anything else.
Maybe you could use something to settle you down.
Oh, no thanks. I'll leave the pill popping to my sister. I shouldn't have said that.
I would have been asking you about it anyway.
Why ask me? Anything about the Sterrett family medical history ought to be in your father's files. I want to know about Corey.
Well, I'm concerned. She's shattered at the moment.
After seeing Dad the way he was, no wonder.
Of course. Still, may I ask you a few questions, Mr. Sterrett?
Let's make it Phil. We're not so far apart in age, Dr. Gentry.
Oh, okay, Phil. And my name is Mark, if you prefer. I knew your sister once, you know, when I was in medical school. She was just starting college. It was just before your older brother crashed his plane. I'd known him our senior year in college. That summer, our paths crossed again, and, well, he introduced me to Corey.
Oh, I didn't know you'd ever met any of the family.
Yes, I remember her as being one of the most radiantly healthy young women I'd ever met. Physically and mentally.
Little difficult to remember Corey that way. If she ever really was.
I know her brother's death was a terrible shock to her, but...
Let's get it all on the table, Mark. It's going to be there anyway. Robert's death was a shocker for all of us, but we weathered it, Dad, me. But Corey can't take any emotional traumas. I'm afraid she's the one who took after Mother. I know Robert didn't. And I hope I was spared.
I don't know what you mean.
As long as I've been old enough to remember, my mother was certifiably mad as a hatter. That's why she was such a recluse. You know, she was always hearing voices, seeing things. She's the one who started the whole business about Robert's ghosts prowling the upstairs hall after he died. If you ask me, I think that's what really killed her.
A ghost?
She thought she saw something. Tripped and fell all the way downstairs. It broke her neck.
Yes, but I thought... I understood from my father...
That she'd been drinking, oh. Sure, that too. But that was always around it. It wasn't a cause, it was a cover-up. Mom just couldn't cope. She was a real schizophrenic.
Well, even if that were true, it's not hereditary.
But the tendency is Look, Mark, do you think I like talking about my twin sister like this? I guess that's what Dad's trouble was.
And you think that's why he took his life?
No question about it, that. And seeing that Corey was going down the same road as Mother, even he had to admit it after she came home again this time.
She'd been away?
Yeah, ever since, well, right after Robert. Corey has been chasing into some far country or another. And, I don't mean only traveling.
Oh, drugs?
Well, no, just pills. But she's sick, Mark. Sick. I just hope that this is a quiet night. Did you really knock her out?
No, just light sedation. But enough to hold her till morning if no one disturbs her.
None of us will. But I can't answer for her private demons or the ghosts that haunt her poor, twisted mind.
Corey! Dear heaven. My poor darling, what is it?
It's Mother standing there, moving towards me. Her finger crooked, beckoning to me. Beckoning.
Linda. What is it? What happened?
I fell asleep, and Miss Corey somehow got out of the room, and I don't know. She says she saw something.
Corey, what did you see? Tell me. Corey, it's Phil.
Mother, standing there, middle of the hall.
Oh, Corey, baby, there was no one there. It couldn't have been Mother. You know, Mother. Mom is...
I know. She's dead. And it's all my fault.
Oh.
That's why she's beckoning to me. She wants me to be dead. And I want to be dead, too. Dead. Dead.
What have we got here? A young woman who, within a very few years, has lost a revered older brother and both of her parents. All of their deaths shockingly unexpected and violent. Small wonder she's on the verge of a nervous breakdown. But to the point of actually seeing ghosts. Are they only fantasies of the mind? Or could they possibly be real? I'll return shortly with Act 2. An apparent sensory experience of something that does not exist outside the mind. Sense perception not caused by external stimuli. That's the dictionary definition of an hallucination. An apparition, on the other hand, is a specter or phantom, a ghostly appearance, a wraith. Now, the question here is, which? Hallucination or apparition? In other words, is the specter of Corey's mother a product of her unbalanced mind, or could it just possibly be an external and actual spiritual emanation? Let's go back to our story and find out.
Good morning, Mark. I saw your car coming up the driveway.
Morning. How's Corey? Your sister.
Oh, she's upstairs. Linda Venner, the housekeeper's with her. We finally got her to sleep.
Well, I'd like to get upstairs and check the patient.
Fine.
Are these the steps your mother...
Mm-hmm. Pure marble. Guaranteed to break anyone's neck falling down.
Yes, sir. Sorry, it's a silly thing for me to have brought up. I apologize.
Corey's room is to the right.
Ah, yes, I remember. Before we go in, may I ask a few more questions?
You're the doctor.
Where did Corey think she saw this ghost?
Right here. The head of the stairs.
Uh-huh. And where was your sister?
Coming from her room.
How did she wake up?
Oh, Mark, I don't know. She was so incoherent until we got her back to sleep. I couldn't get anything out of her except this idiocy about Mother's ghost.
Well, how did you get her back to sleep? Huh?
Oh, I gave her one of the pills you left.
You look pretty beat. Did you get any sleep?
Some. Oh, listen, I'll manage. But it's going to be quite a day. Funeral arrangements, fighting off the press and all the rest.
How about the police?
Oh, no, they're all through, thank the Lord. She's still asleep, Linda?
Yes, Mr. Sterrett. Oh, Dr. Gentry. Shall I wake her?
No, let her be.
You'd better get some sleep yourself, Linda.
I'll be all right.
You are taking the rest of the morning off. That's an order. Oh, who is that?
What is it, sir?
Old Wakeston. Dad's lawyer. Just driving up. I'd better go downstairs and see him.
Then I'll stay with Miss Corey.
No need, Miss Fenner. I'll be here for a while.
Yeah, it won't take me long to get rid of Wakeston. Come on, Linda. I'll be right back, Mark.
I'm in no hurry. Miss Sterrett? Corey? Corey, can you hear me? Miss Sterrett, I want you just to try to wake up. This is the doctor.
Who?
Dr. Gentry.
No. Dr. Gentry is an old man.
Yes, I'm his son, Mark.
Mark? I knew a boy once named Mark.
Yes, one summer. Not so long ago.
100 years ago. 100 million years before. Doesn't matter. Dead.
Corey, I am Mark. And I'm not dead.
Well, not you, Mark. Me. Corey's dead.
Oh, no. No, she's not.
Oh, the one you knew. He died that summer. 1 million years ago. The one that's left will soon be dead, too.
Not if I can help it. Corey, what happened last night?
I saw my mother's ghost.
No, Corey. Now, you know there's no such thing as a ghost.
Oh, yes, there is. I kept seeing my brother's ghost after he died, but Robert didn't want to hurt me. Mother is different.
What do you mean, different?
She wants me dead.
Now, why would she want you dead?
Because I deserve to be. I killed her.
You what?
I killed my mother.
But why? Tell me about it, Corey.
Well, I'd like to. I want to. I want to tell someone, to ask to be forgiven. But who would forgive me? Who would forgive me?
Maybe I would, Corey. And why don't you try? Why don't you tell me all about it? Do you have any idea why your mother should have been an alcoholic?
She once told me it was because she couldn't have any more children after me and Phil. So what? Isn't 3 enough?
Are you sure about the alcohol? You don't think your mother could have been...
What, insane? Oh, no. Well, that's Phil's idea. He'd have believed anything to make excuses for the fact he never could get her to love him as much as he wanted her to.
She didn't love any of you?
Oh, I think she loved Robert and me in her own kind of way. Robert especially. She really freaked out when he died. So did I. That's what caused the whole trouble. When she couldn't stop drinking, even at the funeral, that's when I decided I didn't care about anything anymore. I was going to get out and sow a few wild oats of my own.
So you took off?
No, like a rocket. It blew my mind for 2 years before I came to my senses. And came back to do what I should have done those 2 years. And a lot of years before that.
What's that?
Help her. Help Mother find her way to some happiness. Be kind of a seeing eye dog for her. Oh, I was too late to help save her.
And that's why you say you killed her.
Well, if I'd been here...
But your brother was there, Phil. Your father was here. Don't they have to shoulder some of the blame?
I can't use my father's guilt to duck my own.
And what was your father guilty of?
I'll leave it alone, Mark. It's family business. I'm not opening any more closets to drag out skeletons. I'm afraid I'd find still worse ones there.
And what about Phil? Isn't he to blame, too?
Phil is Phil. I don't know what he thinks or where he lives in his mind. He has his laboratory and his photograph studio and whatever else he dabbles in. I don't know. We went our separate ways too long ago for me to bother.
He loves you very much, Corey.
Does he? I suppose I love him, too. Some way. I have to, don't I? We're twins, after all.
Well, I don't know that there's any law that says you have to, but...
Oh, come on, Mark. Leave it alone and get out of here.
I'm a doctor, and you are my patient. I have to know how to treat you.
There is no treatment. The patient is already moribund or mad or doomed. No one can save me.
I can, and I intend to.
How is Miss Sterrett, Doctor?
Oh, Jareth. She's asleep again for the moment. Where is Mr. Sterrett?
He's still with the lawyer.
She shouldn't be left alone.
It's away from this house she should be.
Oh?
Too many dark shadows here, Dr. Gentry, for any girl as sensitive and as bruised as poor little Miss Corey.
Jareth, come away from the door a moment. I'd like to ask you some questions.
Well, I'm not sure I can answer them.
Can't? Or won't?
It might be a little bit of both, sir, but try me.
All right. Now, you've observed Corey all her life. Do you think she is mad?
Oh, no, sir. Upset, shaken, torn apart, but no, not mad.
And then why do you think that she sees ghosts?
Dr. Gentry, after Master Robert lost his life, we were all seeing ghosts of him. He was a remarkable young man. Everybody admired him exceedingly.
And last night, the ghost of Mrs. Sterrett?
I don't know about that. I don't know what to think.
Tell me something. Was Mrs. Sterrett an alcoholic?
No, sir.
Yes, my father didn't think so either. He thought she drank to ease some burden, to dull her mind. What do you think, Jareth?
Well, it is not my place to...
Well, I think maybe it is. You love Mrs. Corey, don't you?
Take her away from here, please.
No, I can't. She wouldn't go. No, I have to prove something to her first.
What is that, Doctor?
That she's only lost her way and not her reason. First thing to do is get rid of the ghosts. If I could only be here when she thinks she sees one, but...
I'm sure Philip Sterrett would be glad to have you as a guest.
Yes, I'm sure he would, but somehow I'd rather no one knew I was here. I need every weapon I can to fight the supernatural or such vivid hallucinations. Surprise could be my most valuable one.
Well, what would you hope to accomplish, Doctor?
I think if I could be here at the very moment Corey thought she saw this specter, I could convince her that it was nothing worse than a bad dream.
You could heal her, and make her well again.
I could make her find her way back to the girl I fell in love with. The girl I'm still in love with after all these years.
I can help you.
How?
This is my afternoon off, sir. I usually drive to the village for dinner, sometimes to the city. Now, I can arrange to meet you wherever you say, and if you'll excuse the expression, smuggle you back into the house.
But where can I hide?
Trust a butler, sir. I know every nook and cranny of this house.
All right, Jareth. All right. We'll do it. And let's both pray that tonight the ghost will walk again.
Don't keep me waiting. It's time.
It's Mother?
Come, Corey. You know I don't like to be kept waiting. Hurry.
Mother, I'm coming.
It's Corey.
Yes, sir. She's going towards the staircase.
Quickly, Jareth. After her.
I'm here, Mother. I'm here. What do you want of me? What do I have to do?
She's seeing the ghost.
She may be sleepwalking. Don't wait. I see it, too. Whatever it is, Jareth.
Clear as day. Standing right by the top of the stairs.
Is that Mrs. Starrett?
Oh, merciful Lord, Dr. Gentry. It's the madam. It's Mrs. Starrett to the life.
Now, how can you argue with that? When three people see the same ghost, it must be real. Or, at the very least, a visible presence. Unless, naturally, all three are under the influence of hallucinatory drugs. Or demented. Which seems quite as unlikely as the presence of the ghost. I'm sorry to leave you in suspense, but it'll only be a short while till I return with the solution to this. Sherlock Holmes once said, "Watson, if logic rules out all the possibilities and only the impossible remains, then the impossible must be true." Or words to that effect. Do you subscribe to that dictum? If you do, then of course you believe in ghosts. But if you are of a more skeptical turn of mind, how do you explain away the apparition of a woman long and certainly dead, seen by no less than 3 pairs of eyes? You may doubt the evidence of Corey Starrett's, but surely not that of Jareth, the butler, and a young and healthy man like Mark Gentry. Is there an answer? Let's find out.
She's going to fall. Corey, look out!
All right, Mother. If you want me dead, I will.
I've got her. What happened to the ghost?
You walked right through her, Dr. Gentry.
Through her? Where is it now?
It has disappeared, sir. Just like that. One moment she was floating on the air, and then, puff, she went out, just like a candle.
Never mind that now. Help me get Corey back to her room.
It's impossible, Linda. How could Mark Gentry be in his house?
I don't know, Phil, but he was there with Jareth. Just in time to catch her before she toppled down the stairs.
Thank heaven for that.
It would have solved everything for us if she'd broken her neck just like the old woman.
No. There's been enough killing. I told you that after our father, there wouldn't be any more. It would have been enough to have Corey declared incompetent and committed. Then we would have had all the money.
We? You'd have controlled it.
No more than you control me, my dear illegitimate sister.
No more illegitimate than you, brother.
That's a secret we better keep to ourselves. We sink or swim together. This is no time to quarrel. How do we get out of this?
You're the brain. You started all this. You tell me.
Linda, are you sure that they both saw the hologram as well as Corey?
The doctor even walked right through it.
I didn't kill the light on time.
No.
Lousy bright. Nothing went right. Where are they now?
They carried Corey into the bedroom.
She's not...
No such luck. Just passed out.
The panel. I've got to slide it back in place over the hologram. I'll get rid of this hologram. At least that'll give us some time. I wonder how much Mark Gentry suspects. Or knows.
He can't know anything yet, but give him time to start asking questions, and it won't take long.
How can we stop him?
There's only one way, little brother. Kill him.
What? Mark? Oh, we'd never get away with it.
We'd better if we want all those lovely millions. You've killed enough for them already. What's one more?
I didn't kill Robert for the money.
I know. You blew him and his plane to smithereens because you were jealous that he was your father's favorite. I used to laugh to myself to think how much extra relish you would have taken in planting that bomb in his plane if you'd known the real truth.
Why didn't you tell me then?
Mother was still alive. She would have ripped me to the bone if I'd opened my mouth. You didn't know her.
I never knew my own mother till after she was dead.
You wouldn't have wanted to know. You were too spoiled playing the little prince and dreaming of the empire that was soon going to fall into your hands.
All this could have been avoided if Dad hadn't decided to change his will.
It could have been avoided if you hadn't lost your head and clubbed him to death.
I didn't club him to death. I only hit him once. Didn't kill him. Huh? That's why I had to use A shotgun.
Well, I will say it made a convincing suicide with the secret passage to escape by. The loyal husband grieving for his poor departed wife. That's a laugh. When the only bed he'd shared since Corey was conceived was his housekeeper's.
How could Mother have settled for that all these years?
She was a very proud and stubborn woman. When she made a bargain, she stuck to it. When she found out my mother was carrying me, Mrs. Sterrett was desperate. After I was born, our father took my mother in as housekeeper and guaranteed her and me a pension for life.
To shut her up. To have her here as his mistress. Mother should have made him get a divorce and marry her.
Come off it, Phil. He's a Sterrett. They don't allow that kind of scandal. Why do you think the old lady kept her mouth shut? She knew what was going on.
That's why I killed her. For all those years of trying to find love from someone I realize now must have hated me.
Yes, they really made good use of you, all right. You were a great bargain. A ready-made son and heir for a man whose wife, the old Dr. Gentry, had warned was having her last child. Presto changeo, and Corey had a twin brother, with no one the wiser except me, Mother, the Sterretts, and 2 faithful retainers, old Dr. Gentry and Jareth. A pity. It looks now as if the circle might be widened.
Oh, there's no way we can get rid of Mark, Linda.
Oh, I think there might be.
How?
Corey?
What are you talking about?
What is Dr. Gentry doing here in the middle of the night?
Well, that's what I'd like to know.
Here's how we explain it to the police.
The police?
Listen, tonight, Corey got completely out of hand. We sent Jareth for Dr. Gentry. When he came, he recommended that she be institutionalized. And Corey went stark, raving mad. Somehow she'd gotten the gun your father used to keep by his bed, and before any of us could stop her, she fired at her imaginary persecutor, Dr. Gentry, killing him instantly.
How do we get Corey to go along with this little drama?
We don't. You're the one that shoots Gentry.
And what does Corey say to the police, or is she supposed to be so paranoid they don't believe her?
They won't hear anything from her. You see, after she shot the doctor, she ran from the bedroom. We tried to follow, but at the top of the stairs, she turned to fire back at us. The bullets will be found in the wainscoting. And she turned, she lost her footing to plunge headlong down the curving length of stairs, just as her mother did. She was found, poor broken bird, crumpled in a pitiful heap at the foot of them, the gun still clutched in her dead hand.
Might work. Might just work, only...
Only what?
What do we do about Jareth? You don't think he'd sit still for all this?
Oh, I think he might.
You can buy him off?
Not just with money.
What? Family loyalty?
A little of that, too. But most of all, something else.
What?
Me.
You don't mean that dried-up mock English robot.
Never underestimate the power of the sex drive, little brother.
Jareth has a yen for you.
For a long while. But it didn't come to full flower till Mother was out of the way. He was afraid of her.
Oh, Pete Tams.
You leave Jareth to me. Now stop gaping like a fish. Come on. We have things to do.
Let me go. Can't you understand? She's calling for me.
Corey, wake up. It's Mark. Your mother is dead.
Oh, she came back for me. I know you don't believe in ghosts, but you must listen to me.
Miss Corey, you must listen. I know she's there because I saw her myself.
Who are you? Who is it?
Don't you recognize me? Jareth.
Oh, of course I do, but you saw Mother's ghost?
As plain as day, floating in the air, and so did Dr. Gentry.
He did?
Yes, ask him, Miss Corey.
Did you?
I did.
But that doesn't change anything. It just means Mother's ghost is realer than ever. And she can't rest until
Now, wait a minute.
What is it, Dr. Gentry?
Jareth, you said floating in air. Yes, that's just the way she was. But that was the only feeling of movement. For the rest, she was frozen. Not a gesture or expression, or even the blink of an eyelid. Just like a...
Like a what, sir?
A picture. A photograph. Some kind of illusion. A trick. Corey, how did you know the apparition was there. What made you go out into the hall?
I heard her voice calling me.
No, you thought you heard it in your sleep.
No, I was awake.
And still you heard it.
Yes.
But where?
In my head. Far away, but somehow near, like it was under the pillow, but filling the room.
Sit up, Corey. Jareth, help her.
Yes, sir.
What is it?
I want to look under the mattress for a moment. At the head of the bed.
I wish you'd just leave me alone.
No, miss. You just listen to Dr. Gentry.
Yes, I thought so. Look at this.
What? That's a radio speaker.
Yes, there's your ghostly voice, all part of the trick to make you think you were seeing your mother's ghost.
It sounded like Mother. I mean, it was a woman. Who?
Yes, I'll tell you who, Miss Corey. That Linda Venner. You don't know it, but she is an evil woman. And your brother Philip, he's even worse. Now that I've remembered the secret passage.
What secret passage, Terry?
It runs from your father's study to his bedroom. It was discovered years ago, long before you were born. But Mr. Stead had told me it had been closed up. I'd forgotten all about it. Yes, but it must be open again. That's how Mr. Philip must have...
Must have what, Jareth?
For your own sake, Jareth, you'd better not say any more.
What's the gun for, Philip?
The better to kill you with, Mark.
Are you out of your mind?
The pot calls the kettle black. Shoot him, Philip.
What for?
Well, we could say trespassing, but we have a better idea.
Oh, Mr. Philip, think isn't one murder...
Shut up, Sheriff, dear. Stay out of this. I promise you I'll make it worth your while.
I see it all now. You killed Daddy.
I hadn't much choice. He was changing his will, leaving all that lovely money to you. I couldn't have that.
If he left it to me, you can have all of it. You didn't have to try to frighten me to death.
I would have enjoyed it better that way. How did you like my hologram?
Hologram?
Photographer's dream. I've been messing with him for years, even had Mother. Well, the woman I thought was my mother down to my studio just before her death and made a hologram of her. Blown up, it made a very effective ghost, don't you think?
Stop talking, Phil, and let's get it over with.
Now, let me finish. That hologram is pure magic. From a distance, the image is invisible, but approach close enough and it looms up through the shadows till at last you have an eerie, fantastic, three-dimensional figure that seems to float in air.
Shut up, Phil. If you don't do it, I will.
You couldn't, Linda.
You're the one who's sick, Phil. I suspected so from the first moment I set foot in the house. But you can be helped. Now just give me the gun.
I'm not sick. I'll give you the gun, all right. Here's your prescription, meddler. This will be one disease you can't cure.
Get back, Sheriff.
Oh, it's all right, Doctor. I have the gun.
And I didn't mean to. Give away from me.
Don't let him get away.
Give me the gun. Now hold it, Phil.
He'll never take me. No, never will. Alive. It can't be you.
What is it, Mark? It's Mother. It wasn't an illusion.
No, get away from me. I made you.
But I never made you. You were made to haunt me all my life. Now, for my daughter's sake, I unmake you. I shall destroy you just as you and your father destroyed me.
No!
Try to run if you can. I'll hunt you down for what you tried to do to my baby.
My way!
No! Die as I did.
Philip, can you hear me?
Way down the staircase, just as I did to her. Poetic justice. Corey?
I'm here, Phil.
It's all yours. The way it would have been. Where's Linda?
She's dead, Phil. Your bullet killed her.
Bullet meant for you. Just as well. I killed enough for nothing.
You killed Father?
Yeah. And used the secret passage that my real mother used to sneak to his bed by night. That's why I set up that hologram.
But why did you panic and fall downstairs at your own illusion?
There was no illusion when Linda and I came from the hidden passage. I destroyed the hologram.
You mean that was really Mother's ghost?
You don't know how real it was. She's calling me now.
Mark?
Yes, he's dead. God help him, wherever he is. For no one else ever will.
Remember I suggested in the beginning that ghosts were nothing to mess around with? You know, for a long while there, I thought perhaps that the impeccable Sherlock Holmes was wrong for once. But I owe him apologies. It seems that the impossible was the only answer, after all. This was one ghost that may have started out as fantasy, but ended up being very, very real. I'll be back shortly. The hologram is the very newest thing in photography, and to view one is an eerie experience not to be forgotten. The subject projects itself right off the print, actually floats in air. Stranger yet, as you move right or left, the ghostly floating image changes perspective, just as faithfully as a real person would. To see one is not to believe it. The impossible has at last come true. Our cast included Ann Williams, Michael Wager, Paul Hecht, Catherine Byers, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Justice is blind, said the celebrated Mr. Dooley. And not only is she blind, but into the bargain, she's also deaf and dumb, and has a wooden leg. Ah, poor Justice. She certainly can't keep everybody happy all the time. In every case, someone must lose, and someone must win. Therefore, someone is always fated to feel the sharp edge of that sword.
You have exactly 60 seconds to live, my friend.
Oh, please don't shoot him.
Don't be frightened. And don't lower yourself by begging this hoodlum for mercy.
But he's going to kill you.
You've got 50 seconds now, friend.
He can't kill anybody.
But he can't.
This is a dream.
A dream?
Furthermore, since it's my dream, I'm going to kill him.
Our mystery drama, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. name is Peter Perkins, but everyone calls him Peter Pumpkin. You remember the old nursery rhyme, Peter, Peter, Pumpkin Eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her? Or don't they have nursery rhymes today? Well, no matter. The whole thing falls apart anyhow, because while our hero's name may be Peter, he doesn't eat pumpkins. And while he has a wife, he does manage to keep her. Although why, I couldn't tell you.
The Stacys are going to Europe. Martha and Frank just bought a car. And Emma got a new washing machine. Felice is having her face lifted.
That's Hilda. Non-stop Hilda Perkins. She opens her mouth the split second she opens her eyes in the morning, and she doesn't shut it again until she closes her eyes at night. Or so we may safely assume. But Peter doesn't listen to her. He isn't even there. Oh, he's there. He's eating his breakfast, but he's also somewhere else. How can one person be in two places at the same time? Listen.
Take cover! Take cover, Perkins! Take cover!
Yes, that's where Peter Perkins is right now. In one of his other worlds. Right now it's D-Day in Normandy.
Get down, Perkins! Enemy machine gun up ahead!
I'll work my way forward and knock him off with a grenade.
Perkins, come back! You're crazy! Come back, Perkins!
I got him. I got him.
Jennifer's getting a divorce. Do you realize Charlotte Hammond has worn the same dress to church 4 Sundays in a row?
Hilda, listen, I'll be home late for dinner tonight.
Bob Howard is saying he'll run for town council.
You see, they'll need my report. They want me to do the figures for the budget.
I'm having lunch with Virginia.
This is something very important.
I hope it doesn't rain.
Me too. All that mud. Crawling around in all that mud.
I need a volunteer. I'll go. You wait the last time, Perkins.
I'll go again.
Perkins, there are other guys in this outfit.
I'm going.
But you have to make your way through that minefield.
So what? Nobody lives forever.
Perkins, come back! Come back!
The Parkers haven't paid their grocery bill in 3 months.
I have to catch my bus.
Are you still here?
Yeah, come on in.
Mr. Benson? It's me.
It's you. Yeah. You're, Pumpkin. Peter Pumpkin.
Peter Perkins.
Well, that's what I said. You want to see me?
Oh, well,
You what?
First, I want to say that I'm sorry.
Sorry? About what?
I'm sorry I came in late this morning.
Oh? Did you come in late this morning?
Yes, Mr. Benson. I was standing on the corner waiting for the bus, but he just drove past. I guess he didn't see me. It happens sometimes. A lot of times.
But you're here now.
Yes, sir. And I've got the figures.
What figures are these?
The figures that you said you needed yesterday.
Oh, those figures.
Yes, sir. And here they are.
Well, we don't need them anymore.
We don't?
No. We decided not to go after that job.
Oh.
So you just go back to your desk and pick up your regular work.
My regular work.
You must have plenty to do, don't you?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, plenty.
Well, then, hop to it, Pumpkins.
Mr. Benson, my name is Perkins.
That is what I said.
Yes, sir.
Miss Himmelfarb, we have somebody working here named Pumpkins, Peter Pumpkins, something like that. Yeah, well, can you tell me just exactly what he does?
Private Peter Pumpkin, front and center.
Sir?
Private Peter Pumpkin.
My name is Perkins, sir.
Private Peter Pumpkins, for heroism above and beyond the call of duty, you are hereby awarded the Good Conduct Medal.
The what?
By By special order of the commanding general, it is my pleasure and privilege to hereby bestow upon you the Good Conduct Medal.
The Good Conduct Medal? Oh, what kind of a decoration is that? The Good Conduct Medal? Why, guys get that just for keeping their noses clean. I mean a Good Conduct Medal. For what I did, I should get the Congressional Medal of Honor.
Not on your life.
Oh, okay, then the Distinguished Service Cross.
Nothing doing.
Well, then give me the Silver Star.
No dice.
At least the Bronze Star.
Forget it.
I won't take less. You're not going to push me around. I got enough of that at home and in the office. But when it comes to this show, I run it.
Do you?
I decide what happens here. I decide.
And what makes you think so?
Because this is mine.
Yours?
Mine. This is my daydream. My reverie. It belongs to me. Who are you, anyhow?
Who am I?
I'll tell you who you are. You're a figment of my imagination.
Well, is that a fact?
I made you up.
Oh, did you?
You do as I say. I'm getting the Congressional Medal of Honor.
You are getting the Good Conduct Medal.
Never.
Take it or leave it, Private Pumpkins.
The name is Perkins. Perkins.
That's what I said. And I don't want to have any trouble with you.
What do you mean? You don't want to have any trouble with me?
Take off.
Take off? I'm the one who tells you when to come and go. This is my fantasy. I'm the only one who can control...
What do you mean you're the only one? Are you saying that I don't have any rights?
It isn't a question of... Look. I want the Congressional Medal of Honor.
No.
Why not?
Because you don't deserve it.
Deserve? Do you know what I had to do to get it? I knocked out an enemy machine gun position. I found a path through a minefield.
Those were imaginary exploits.
Well, all I'm asking for is an imaginary medal.
You know, on serious consideration, the Chief of Staff said all you were worth is the Good Conduct Medal.
There is no Chief of Staff. There's nobody, nothing, unless I picture it in my mind. And you, Mr. Wise Guy, you're out of the picture. You know where I am now?
Where?
I'm in the ballpark. I'm at the plate. The count is 3-2. The score is tied. It's the bottom of the ninth. Listen to the crowd. Mr. Ward, hit it, baby! Rock and hold! You hear them? You hear them? They're all rooting for Big Pete Perkins, the home run king, to win the World Series with one mighty swing of the bat.
Are they?
The pitcher goes into his windup. And now, as a hush of anticipation falls upon the crowd, here comes the ball towards the plate. And home run Pete's bat uncoils into a mighty swing and strike three. What did you do? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. You struck out.
You disgraced me. In front of 80,000 people, you disgraced me.
Well, why is it my fault?
Because you...
Well, I what? You yourself said this was your dream, your fantasy. Didn't you say that you decide what happens? You and you alone?
Yes, but...
Well, is it my fault that you see yourself striking out in front of 80,000 people? Is it?
It's my fault. Yes. Because till now, I've occupied myself with sham heroics and meaningless trivia. Now I shall devote my energy to what is important to mankind. I'm in the operating room, and my patient is a great man of science who must live. He's on the threshold of a discovery that will absolutely save the human race. And yet he lies helpless on the table, victim of a mysterious malady. Needed here are the steel nerves, the delicate fingers, the icy precision of the greatest surgeon in the world. And here he is, the only man who can save him and humanity, Dr. Peter Perkins. Scalpel. Sponge.
Doctor.
Hold those retractors. Steady.
Dr. Pumpkins.
Perkins.
Yes, that's what I said.
Must you bother me at a time like this? Saline solution?
But, Doctor...
Yes, well, what do you want?
The patient is dead.
He's what?
Well, look for yourself, Dr. Pumpkins. He's dead.
That's Perkins. Perkins.
What will it be?
I'll have the usual.
The usual what?
What I usually have every day when I come in here, just about this time.
You come in here every day?
Yeah, just after 5 o'clock for the last 10 years.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I recognize you. Your name, it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's,
Perkins. Peter Perkins.
That's right, Pumpkins.
Perkins.
That's what I said. And you always order ain't that funny? I know what you have.
An extra sweet Rob Roy.
Right, on the rocks.
No, straight up.
Well, that just goes to prove what I always say. Be right with you, Mr. Pumpkins.
Perkins.
Hi there. Hi.
Are you talking to me?
Would you like to buy a thirsty girl a drink?
Well,
Thanks, Peter.
How did you know my name?
Oh, I have my spies.
Really?
Oh, truly. My name is Charity.
Charity?
Yeah, because my folks hoped I would grow up to become a very generous person.
Oh.
I do hope I haven't failed them.
No kidding. How did you know my name?
Oh, I come in here every day. I noticed you.
You noticed me?
For months I would come in here every day at 5 o'clock, just hoping for a look at you. Just praying that somehow we could meet, you know?
Yes?
And then one evening, you just broke my heart.
I did?
Yeah, I happened to get a look at your left hand, and I noticed for the first time the wedding band.
Oh.
But I don't care. Do you?
Well,
I think you're the most wonderful guy I ever met in my life.
Hey, Mr. Pumpkins.
That's Perkins.
Yeah, you ought to come on over here. You got a phone call.
A phone call? Who would call me?
Well, why don't you come over here and find out?
Excuse me.
Of course.
Okay, thanks. I'll take it. Hello? Hello?
Save your breath. There ain't no phone call.
Well, then why did you call me over?
Believe you're talking on the phone, huh?
Well, why?
Because I'm trying to save your life, that's why.
What do you mean?
That dame Charity, walk away from her.
Walk away from her?
You ever hear of Fats Ferganzi?
No. Should I?
He's a number 2 guy in the mob.
The mob?
Yeah, you know what the mob is, don't you?
Only by, hearsay.
Well, Charity, she's his dame. He sees you even so much as talking to her, he's going to take you for a ride.
Ride?
Now, look, I'm the bartender in this joint, and he don't even like it when I ask what she wants to drink. Now, Pumpkins, you take my advice and beat it.
The name is Perkins.
Yeah, well, you just hang around here with that broad for 5 more minutes, and your name is going to be Mud.
Rabbity little Peter Perkins. You would think that information of this nature would make him faint away with fear, at the very least. You take our word for it. Mr. Fats Ferganzi is one of the toughest gentlemen in the underworld, and according to the papers, kills for just the sheer joy of it. So you would think that Act 2 would have to open with Mr. Peter Perkins' precipitous retreat from the bar. You'll find out when I return shortly. Is not life 100 times too short for us to bore ourselves? Asked Mr. Nietzsche. Well, One person who is never bored is our Peter Perkins. He has a system. When things get too dull in one life, he retreats into another. As we have seen, it's a rather simple trick, and anyone can do it. However, this time it looks as if there's going to be some action in his real life. Although, by what right does anyone define reality?
Don't you understand what I'm telling you?
You say she's the girlfriend of Fats Ferganzi himself.
Oh, finally, at last it's gotten through to you.
The notorious gangster.
Yeah, pal, you're catching on.
And he's insanely jealous.
Oh, keep it coming, buddy. You're doing great.
And he'd shoot me if he even so much as saw me sitting next to her.
Oh, you got it.
Marvelous.
Huh? Well, what?
It's marvelous.
What are you talking about?
I've never done better than this before.
Listen, for your own good.
No. It'll be all right.
It'll be all right.
Look at you. You seem to be frightened out of your wits.
Because I can't afford to have anybody killed in this joint.
Nobody's going to be killed.
Close me up for good.
Nobody's going to be killed. Let me handle Fats Ferganzi.
You handle Fats Ferganzi?
Yes. It's no problem.
I got a nut here. A nut. Unless you really want to die.
The minute Fats Ferganzi walks in here...
He's going to shoot you.
No. I'll just punch him in the jaw.
But you can't just...
I can do anything. Anything. This is my dream.
Dream?
Peter?
Be right with you, baby.
Okay, but you can't say I didn't warn you.
Fats Ferganzi, number 2 in the mob. This is going to be a new one for me, too. Thanks for the tip. Hi.
That must have been quite a phone call.
It was the president.
Oh, your company?
Oh, and of your company, too. It was the president of the United States.
And he called you?
Well, he has to call somebody.
Oh, I knew it. I knew you were a man of great importance. All my life I've been looking for a man like you.
You have?
A man of quiet strength, of deep convictions.
Well,
the moment I saw you, I knew.
What did you know?
I knew my fate.
Your fate?
I knew it was sealed. Hold my hand.
Here, in public?
Then let's go to someplace private. When it's right, you know it. You know it at once. The electricity, the magnetism, they can't be denied. I love you, Peter. I love you.
And I love you.
Oh, then nothing else in the whole wide world matters.
Charity, this dream...
Dream?
This dream must never end.
This isn't a dream.
I'll make it last forever.
I beg your pardon.
Fats!
Who is this alleged gentleman?
Mr. Fats Ferganzi, I presume.
Yes, my good fellow. You do presume. Charity?
Oh, you see, Fats, Mr. Perkins here, Mr. Perkins is an actor.
Oh, indeed.
Yeah, and he just asked me to rehearse some lines with him.
He did?
Yeah, you see, he's in a show. It's about to open, and he really needs...
Well, I think you have dislocated the timing, my dear. His show is about to close.
No, Fats, don't. Put the gun away.
I see you're pointing that gun at me.
Well, there's certainly nothing amiss with your vision, my friend.
Mm-hmm. May I ask why?
I told her. I keep telling her. I cannot tolerate the sight of another man's arms around her.
You cannot?
No. I become infuriated.
Well, I'm afraid you're going to have to become accustomed to it.
Oh? Tell me more.
You see, my friend, you're just a punk.
A punk?
Yes.
I'll have you know I was graduated from Princeton with honors.
And this was the best you could do with your education? Become a crook?
I am neither a jot nor a little worse than many of my classmates who practice their thievery as lawyers, brokers, and bankers. Indeed, I enjoy their services.
I shall tell you why you're a punk. There are those men who can create a false front. They put on things like good clothes, good manners, good speech. But that spirit, that spark that emanates from within is missing. There's nothing inside you. You're dead.
No. You see, you labor under a misapprehension. You're dead.
No, please, don't.
This punk? He won't do anything. What? See? Now, shouldn't that take care of Brother Fats Faganzi for a while?
Hey, buddy, you better get out of here before he comes too.
And now, my dearest Charity, where were we before we were so rudely interrupted?
Now, listen, you'd better go.
Go? Go where? I have no intention of allowing this dream to end.
Dream?
Yes, it's wonderful. Why have I been wasting my time till now with all that other nonsense? Charity, you're what I've always wanted. Come with me.
Peter, it was a lucky punch. He's going to kill you.
Come with me.
Hey, look, Charity, get him out of here. Get him out of here.
All right, all right.
Oh, you have such a lovely apartment.
And look, you have to let me tell you something.
Just tell me one thing. Tell me that you love me.
I let you come up here because you promised you'd listen.
Just tell me that you love me.
But I don't love you.
Well, you will. In time.
Peter, please listen. You have to get out of here. Don't you understand? He'll kill you.
Oh, he's already tried.
Next time, he won't give you a chance to take him by surprise. He'll open the door and start shooting.
All right. No problem. I'll see to it that he misses me.
You'll see to it.
Darling, how many times do I have to tell you that this is a dream?
Oh, no, not again. This is real. It's the real world. It's not the wonderful, beautiful world of your imagination. It's the real, awful, terrible world, filled with the awful, terrible people you want to get away from. And I'm one of them.
Now, Charity, that just isn't true. How could anyone as beautiful as you be terrible?
Oh, you know how. You've said it. I've said it. There are those people who put on a false front. Good clothes, good manners. And me, I have good looks. But there isn't anything else to me, Peter. There isn't.
I don't believe that.
Oh, please, believe it. I don't have the things that I know are important to you, like a heart, a soul.
But everyone has a heart, a soul.
Yeah. Well, as Fats would say, my heart is shriveled and my soul is withered. But he doesn't mind because his are too.
No, I can't believe what you tell me about yourself.
It gets worse. I wanted to kill you.
You wanted to kill me?
Maybe wanted is the wrong word.
What's the right word?
Well, I don't know if one word would describe it. Maybe I didn't care if I killed you. Maybe I should say it didn't matter to me if you lived or died, just as long as...
just as long as... what?
Just as long as I would make Fats jealous.
Oh.
That's all it was. You see, Peter, Fats has been... let's say he's been taking me for granted lately, and so... I guess you must hate me.
No, I love you.
But
I love you. But because you're making up a story.
Why would I make it up?
Because you're afraid for my life, and you want me to hide from Fats. But you see, darling, Fats doesn't exist.
Oh, you poor guy.
Believe me, I'm in control here. I say there is no such person as Fats.
Oh, I don't know what you've been drinking or smoking.
I never have had more than one cocktail a day in my life, and I never smoke.
All right, sure, whatever. Okay, I did something wrong.
I don't care.
For a stupid, selfish reason. I must have been out of my mind. I put you in a position where you can get killed.
But, darling...
You're interrupting. Don't. Now, somehow, for some reason, you seem to have an idea that this is a dream.
It is.
No, this is real. Now, you see that vase of roses on the table? What color are they?
Red and yellow.
Did you ever see colors in a dream before? Did you get out of here? Get out before it's too late.
No, it's a dream.
Look, what do I have to do to convince you?
Charity, darling, let me tell you why this can't be the world of reality.
But look, I know.
Look, in the first place, if this were the real world, you would have never noticed me.
Oh, but I would. I did.
No, Charity. You see, this is the moment of truth. Nobody ever notices me. I suppose there are those people who are seemingly made of glass. Somehow the world doesn't see them, simply looks through them. Oh, well, I'm one of those people. That's why I had to create fantasies in which I'm someone important. Important enough to be noticed. Do you understand?
But, Peter, please.
And you are one of my fantasies. A beautiful woman. And also a dangerous woman. You see, romance, sex, those things are always enhanced by peril. So I created Fats. Fats Ferganzi as your insanely jealous lover. Would I have dared raise a hand to Fats Ferganzi if he were really here?
Oh, Peter, you've got it all wrong. Fats is real. Real?
An immaculately dressed, faultlessly groomed, ultra-sophisticated gangster who has graduated from an Ivy League university. And you say he's real?
Oh, leave before it's too late.
Fats is a figment of my imagination.
Fats Ferganzi is also a bad penny.
Oh.
He always turns up.
It's too late.
As our old friend Shakespeare might have said, send him not unshriven to his grave. You have 1 minute, 60 seconds to say your prayer.
Oh, Fats, please.
Don't, darling. It isn't necessary to beg this hoodlum for mercy. At the end of 60 seconds, he, not I, will no longer exist.
As you can see, a great deal is going to transpire in the next 60 seconds or so. But since all of it will be kind of a waiting game, why don't we profitably employ this little interlude to deliver some helpful suggestions from the good people who pay the freight? And then we shall return for Act 3, where a great awakening may be in store for all of us. What is the scientific method? Well, it's based on the observation of events, of cause and effect. For example, we see the sun rise and we hear the rooster crow. Therefore, in our human wisdom, we say, aha, it's the rising sun that causes the crowing rooster. Well, now, suppose there are rooster scientists who also notice the same event at dawning. Wouldn't it be logical for them to assume that it's the crowing rooster that causes the rising sun? Just because we're able to settle the question by putting the rooster in a pot and having him for dinner doesn't mean we're smarter than he is, just stronger. Somehow, this little essay is related to our story.
Please, Fats, don't shoot him. Don't, please.
I believe we discussed the sequels that would attend any of your attempts at flirtation, my dear.
Fats, it was all my fault.
My friend, you have 28 seconds to live.
So do you.
I think your soul would be better served by prayers than by foolish bravado.
In just a few more seconds, you will be no more. I shall will you out of my reverie. Like so. You're gone.
Am I?
I said you're gone.
Well, I have the oddest feeling that I'm still here.
Fats, please. I'll never do it again.
Be gone. Get out of here.
My poor fellow. I'm sorry. Your time is up.
Is it real? It can't be.
I can assure you this will be completely painless.
No, don't, please.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Can this be real?
Please, keep completely silent. Answer it, Charity. I am not among those present.
Hello? Oh. Yes. No, he isn't here. No. I don't. No, I wouldn't know about that. Sure. Okay. Yes, I'll tell him. Bye. It was Clovis.
Clovis?
Yeah, you know, the number one, your boss.
He is no boss of mine. What did he want?
Nothing.
Come on, what did he want?
Well, he had heard that
Well, I'm quoting him.
Yes,
That some punk had slapped you around.
indeed.
He said it was all over town.
I see.
And he had called to see if you had, and these are his words, knocked off the punk yet.
And you replied?
I said no.
You said no.
Of course I said no. Look, if you killed Peter, you'll be playing right into Clovis's hands. You'll be arrested and tried and convicted for murder. That's how Clovis would like to get you out of the way.
You're temporizing, my dear. You're trying to preserve this little pipsqueak.
Am I wrong? Everybody knows you're out to become number one. Everybody knows there has to be a showdown between you and Clovis. 15 witnesses saw you try to kill Peter back in the bar. You go to jail for life. And Clovis, even a college man should be smart enough to see the picture.
All right, Pumpkins.
His name is Perkins.
Wait. Say, where is he?
Huh? He's gone. He must have sneaked out while we were talking. Oh, Fats, you got to find him.
Find him? For what reason would I need him?
Oh, you can't let him run around loose.
Why not?
You mean you haven't been listening? Why do you think Clovis called to find out if you'd killed Peter? Why? Because if you don't do it, he'll do it.
Clovis would kill him?
He'd have it done.
But why?
Because you'll be blamed for it, don't you see?
Oh.
That's right. Oh. Look, we've got to find him. We have to protect him. Your life depends on it.
And so you have come to me.
Yes, Dr. Critchick. What does that mean?
Oh, that means,
You see, Doctor, I don't know anymore. I don't know what's real and what's a dream. What does that mean, Doctor?
Well, that means,
I'll tell you what happened. I lost control of my life. I think I know what that means. Anyway, I lost control of my life in the world, the so-called real world.
Oh.
And I just felt myself sinking into nothing and nowhere. So I started having these fantasies, in which people really noticed me. I mean, I was a war hero, a fantastic miracle worker surgeon, an athlete, the idol of the crowd. And then I lost control there, too. I even became nobody and nothing in my daydreams. What do you think?
I think you're crazy.
What?
I think you're crazy.
Dr. Critchick, what a thing for a psychiatrist to say.
Oh, my boy, you must not take offense. We are all crazy. I am as crazy as you are.
But you're a psychiatrist.
Well, certainly, that's why I'm crazy. What's your excuse?
Look, I came here because I thought you could help me.
Oh, that's why you came here.
Oh, why, sure.
I thought you'd come here because you wanted to help me.
But you're the doctor.
So, must we be slaves to convention?
Yeah, well, okay, I see.
What do you see?
Nothing.
Tell me, what do you see? What do you see?
I see where I better be leaving.
Oh, no. Please stay here.
But I don't know where here is, or what here is. You see, Doctor, I don't know if this is the real world or only a world that exists in my imagination. Do you know?
Oh, you fool. Nobody knows.
Nobody?
Now, see, now it comes out. Nobody knows. Oh, yes, most people pretend to know. They are the so-called well-adjusted people. But it's all a fraud.
A fraud?
Oh, yes. It's all part of the Katzenstein phenomenon.
The Katzenstein phenomenon?
Yeah, yes, because it was discovered by Professor Carl Philipp Emanuel Katzenstein.
Oh.
It's the theory of intertranscendental duality.
It is.
And it explains everything.
Everything?
Everything. It explains what is real and what is fantasy.
Then explain where I am.
Alas, I cannot.
But you just said whatever it is,
The Katzenstein phenomenon?
Explains it.
Oh, yes, it does. But you see, unfortunately, I don't understand the Katzenstein phenomenon.
You don't?
No, you see, only one person in the entire universe understands the Katzenstein phenomenon.
Who?
Well, naturally, Professor Katzenstein himself.
Well, then I must go see him.
Oh, but you cannot see him.
Why not?
Because he is in a lunatic asylum.
Why is he in a lunatic asylum?
Because he's crazy.
Crazy?
Of course. I put him there myself.
You what?
I testified at his trial.
His trial?
Yes, I was the alienist, and I said, this man is as crazy as a Cimex lectularius.
What?
A bedbug. I said this as a sop to the layman. I don't know who has spread this slander about bedbugs. True, they are unpleasant.
But Dr. Critchick.
But crazy? The irony is they are perhaps the sanest insects in the entire animal kingdom.
You mean you sent Professor Katzenstein to an asylum?
And why not? Wouldn't he have done the same for me?
Well, what am I going to do?
Do the only thing a sane person can do. Pretend.
Pretend?
Pretend who you are and where you are at all times.
Here he is.
Pumpkins. By it's Charity Fenris and Leander Fergonzi.
Good evening, Dr. Critchick.
Do either of you have appointments for today?
Peter, we have to get out of here.
Yeah, but you just arrived.
Tompkins, your existence is being threatened.
By Clovis.
Clovis?
The number one guy in the mob.
Well, surely you cannot be referring to Clovis Sakamaroghi.
The same.
He's also one of my patients.
The lady followers here.
Clovis is here, too. Oh, that's good. Let's have some group therapy.
Down. Everybody on the floor. We are surrounded. Give me one of your guns.
What do you think you can do?
I'll go out there and knock them off.
You're crazy.
What? Say that again.
You're crazy.
Listen to Fats, Peter. Listen to him.
But he isn't Fats.
I'm not?
No. You're the voice.
What voice?
The voice I always hear in my reveries. I know where I am now. It's just a daydream. Give me a gun.
No.
I said give me a gun.
No.
Hand it over.
You're crazy. You'll get killed the second you show your face.
So what? Nobody lives forever.
But, Peter...
Clovis Sakamaroghi. You two-bit hoodlum. I'm coming after you.
Doreen Bibilacqua has the gout.
Is that this morning's paper?
Pearl Parker hit her mother-in-law.
Yeah. Hey, look, see the headline. Unknown man destroys the mob.
Percy Bilderbeck is taking ballet lessons.
For some reason, the mob was surrounding the office of Dr. Maynard Ballantyne Critchick when suddenly a man raced out from the building and...
Summer Spiegelglass is trying to climb Mount Everest.
And captured all 15 members of the mob. He turned them over to the police and disappeared. Who is the mysterious hero?
Esperanza Smith found a shark in her swimming pool.
Wait a minute. This isn't a dream.
Her husband put it there.
Do you know why? Do you? Because I never dream about you. Never. If you're here, this is the real world. This paper is real. This news is real. I did do it.
Lester Langabard stopped smoking.
I don't have to be afraid of anybody.
Summer Fortescue stopped drinking.
Yeah. And Hilda Perkins stopped talking. Did you hear what I said? I said Hilda Perkins stopped talking. I don't want to hear one more single solitary word out of you. Now, do you understand?
Sure.
Yeah, because if I do, I'm going to...
No.
please. You don't have to do that. All you really have to do, just now and once in a while, is just notice me.
That's what it's all about. Who was it that said that a woman's mouth is usually filled with words because her heart is empty? And it can also be said that a man's mind is filled with silly dreams because his wife doesn't help him fulfill his most important one. Yes, a great many things can be said, and you can rely on me to say some of them when I return shortly. Once again, as we do so often, we were involved with dream and reality. And why not? Isn't that the basic stuff of our existence? As the philosopher said, life is a shadow play where light and darkness blend. And we are only permitted brief, blurred glimpses. And the curtain descends just as we think we have grasped the argument of the drama. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Arnold Moss, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The philosopher tells us justice without strength is helpless. Strength without justice is tyrannical. And so many times, unable to make what is just strong, we have made what is strong just. Ah, justice, justice. How much smoke and how little flame. How much shadow and how little substance. But not all the time.
I think we'll have to take care of him.
I don't like the sound of that, Ben.
We don't have a choice.
Yes, we do. We can pay him the money.
And keep paying him for the rest of our lives?
But it isn't an awful lot of money.
Because this is only the beginning.
What if we're caught?
We won't be. I guarantee it.
How can you guarantee it?
Because I just figured out the perfect crime.
Our mystery drama, In Another Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. They say the perfect crime does not exist. This should teach us to be skeptical concerning all statements that begin with, they say. In the first place, who says it? Certainly not the police. Indeed, they'll tell you that their files are filled to overflowing with perfect crimes. Because the fact is that any unsolved case is a perfect crime. And any uncaught criminal has committed one. That legendary little detail that the criminal is supposed to have overlooked exists purely for the benefit of the mystery story writer and not for the convenience of the police. However, since you insist, you're going to get a perfect crime with a tiny, insignificant, minute, loose end.
Who's that?
You know who it is?
But Tamar.
Sit still. Now keep away from the window.
Well, suppose it has to be Sheriff Morrison.
Of course it's Sheriff Morrison.
What do you think he suspects?
Of course he suspects. He was born suspicious. That's why he's the sheriff.
But Tamar...
Ben, there's nothing Morrison can do. You have the alibi.
The alibi?
Oh, stop looking guilty. Stop thinking guilty. Stop feeling guilty.
But
What's gotten into you? You're Ben Blankenship. You're one of the Chicago Blankenships. Who is Morrison but a hick sheriff? Oh, come on, Ben. Get some of that beautiful contempt back into your manner.
I've never been on a spot like this before.
Ben, you are the lord of the castle. He's a peasant. Now open the door.
Yes?
Afternoon, Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, you must be Sheriff...
Morrison.
Oh, of course. Yeah, Morrison. Won't you come in, Sheriff?
Thank you. Afternoon, Mrs. Hartfield.
Sheriff?
How should we begin?
Oh, we might start with a cup of tea, Sheriff.
We can't do that, Miss Hartfield.
Why not?
Because that would make it a social call.
And you're here on business.
That's correct, ma'am.
Well, then, Sheriff, how shall we begin?
I would like to be able to say you're both under arrest.
Well, whatever for?
You don't know, Mrs. Hartfield.
See here, Sheriff. What are you trying to...
I'm trying to uphold justice.
And what does that mean?
It means that you and Mr. Blankenship here murdered your husband, Alvin Hartfield.
You can't prove that, Sheriff.
Now, notice what has just been said. I accuse you, Mr. Blankenship, of murder. And what is your immediate reaction? You're not angry. You don't even deny it. You simply tell me I can't prove it.
The fact is, Sheriff, you can't.
I know that. If I could, I'd have both of you in jail by this time.
Well, then how dare you make such a damnable accusation?
There you go again, Mr. Blankenship. You don't call the accusation false, just damnable.
What is the point to this?
We've had a murder. Alvin Hartfield was found shot to death here in his summer home. It's my job to find the killer, or killers. Well, I did find them, but I have no proof.
Well, what makes you think you found them?
The two of you did it.
Why do you say that?
Because you've been, in some places it's called having an affair. In others, it's known as committing adultery.
I didn't know that word was still being used.
Why not? It's still being done.
Score a point for your side, Sheriff.
He was your old doddering husband. You were the youthful, vigorous wife.
You make it seem so physical.
And that's what it's all about, Mrs. Hartfield, wouldn't you say?
Sheriff, why do you insist that Mr. Blankenship and I murdered Alvin?
Because people who violate one commandment would scarcely hesitate to break another.
And on such evidence, you...
It's pretty good evidence. The two of you have been making a fool out of poor old Alvin.
Why does everyone insist that we were making a fool of him? Wasn't he making a fool of himself? Pretending that a man of 80 could be a satisfactory husband for a woman of 35?
Then why didn't you divorce him?
Divorce $10 million?
Aha. You do admit you married him for his money.
Of course. And why did he marry me? For my good looks, for my youth. That was the bargain.
Sheriff, I object to this entire line of conversation. May I ask what you're doing in this house?
First, I have to ask, what are you doing in this house?
Oh, Mrs. Hartfield is a friend of mine. Her husband was killed here a week ago. I've come here to pay my respects.
You sure have.
Sheriff, how could either of us have killed poor Alvin?
Oh, I know. You have alibis.
On the night poor Alvin was shot, I was at the opera.
Mm-hmm. And you can produce witnesses who saw you there. I know. And you, Mr. Blankenship?
Well, as you know, I was in California.
That's your story.
I had driven out there to visit a friend. We had some business to discuss.
I know. We have his signed affidavit.
Oh, Sheriff, there's no doubt that both of us were away at the time. We can prove it. Why do you insist we're guilty?
Because I know it. You won't get away with it.
We won't get away with what?
Because as long as one person knows, then your guilt has to come out eventually.
Sheriff, I am not sure that we're required to put up with...
it will. One day. I liked old man Hartsfield. He was good to me. He was good to the people who live around here. You had no right to kill him. And I'm going to prove you did it if it takes me the rest of my life.
That's a fine melodramatic statement, Sheriff. And I believe it can't be topped as an exit line.
Just make sure you remember I said it. Good day, Miss Hartfield. Mr. Blankenship.
Well, wait. Don't tell me he's lurking at the door.
No, he's getting into his car.
Oh. That wasn't nearly as difficult as I thought.
Oh, he's suspicious. But we knew he would be.
The alibis, they have to hold up.
Oh, there's no question about mine. I was at the opera.
Jordan, I can depend on Jordan.
Oh, there isn't any doubt about Jordan. We've got him locked in.
That's right. I guess we have.
Don't let even the shadow of a doubt cross your mind. I've got the documents. I can prove he was stealing from the firm. He can go to jail for 10, 15 years. He has to stay with the story. You were with him in California that night.
Oh, I know. I'm not worried. It's Morrison, our beady-eyed sheriff. He can give you a few bad moments until you realize that he's nothing but a dumb farmer with a badge. Still
what, darling?
Oh, we can't have him going around shooting off his mouth like that.
Oh, what's the harm? Everybody knows he's a fool.
Even so. I'd like to clip his wings and make him pull in his horns.
Morning, Sheriff.
How are they treating you, Percy?
Nobody never treated me to nothing. Always paid my own way. Fill her up?
Well, yeah. Yeah, now that we got all that straightened out, fill her up.
So, you sick of being sheriff?
Sometimes.
You spoiling to lose out next election?
Who'd vote against me?
What's it take to be sheriff around these parts anyhow?
Suppose you tell me that, Percy.
All we need is a fella who looks good in a campaign hat, a badge, a gun, and riding breeches.
And, I don't look good?
You look fine.
So?
Ever ask yourself why we need a sheriff?
To enforce the law.
Oh, come on, Joe. We got state troopers over to Pickettsville to enforce whatever law's been busted.
All right, so, you tell me, Percy.
For the summer people.
Summer people?
Yeah. It makes a place feel more rural. What does lady call it? What word did she use?
Bucolic.
That's the word, bucolic. What's it mean, Joe?
Rural.
The whole idea of a sheriff now. It's kind of romantic to them rich city folk that summers up here.
Where's all this leading, Percy?
We can't alienate them summer people. And that's what you happen to be doing, Joe.
Is that a fact?
You're accusing Ben Blankenship and Tamar Hartsfield of killing old Alvin.
How do you know, Percy?
The word's out.
They're guilty.
But the state police couldn't find anything.
I know they're guilty.
She was in New York attending the Metropolitan Opera. He was 3,000 miles away in California.
So they say.
Oh, you don't have any evidence?
Not yet.
That's 15 gallons.
Will you write it up?
Yeah. There ain't much harm done yet. But you keep it up, and this can become one of them media sensations. Old husband, young wife, handsome boyfriend. Folks around here ain't going to like it. It's going to scare off the summer people.
Yeah, well, thanks for the tip first. See you around.
I hope so.
Oh, and I wanted to talk to Sheriff Morrison.
It's all right, Rosetta. I done it.
I don't understand what has got into him. I have known Tamar Hartsfield since she got married to Al and started coming here in the summer. It is 10 years. Now, why would she want to kill him? Why take a chance on losing all that money that was sure to come her way anyhow? And Ben Blankenship. Huh. I remember him in knee pants. What has got into Joe Morrison? We may need a new sheriff.
Yeah.
Hey, Percy, you got that faraway look in your eye.
What? I'm thinking about what Joe Morrison's been saying. You know something? He may be right.
Tamar Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship killed Alvin?
Between you and me, he's right.
But Alvin was shot while she was in New York, and Ben was in Los Angeles, and they can prove it.
Yeah, I know.
Well, then how can Joe Morrison possibly be right?
I believe Joe Morrison. Don't ask me why or how. I just believe him. That's all.
Let's face it. If you're a woman of 35 with a heavenly face and a ravishing figure, and if you're married to a rather faded gentleman a half-century your senior, and if you have been rather friendly with a handsome fellow close to your own age, and if one day friend husband is mysteriously shot to death, alibi or no alibi, shouldn't there be at least a few raised eyebrows? Well, hopefully we can raise a few more when I return here with Act 2 shortly. Alibi. The word, as you may know, is compounded from the Latin alius ibi, or another place, elsewhere, which is exactly what an alibi is supposed to do for you. To wit, prove that you were in another place while a crime was being committed. This supposedly proves your innocence, since it has been scientifically demonstrated that it is impossible for one person to be in two locations at the same time. Now that we have reestablished our premise, onward and upward.
Percy, do you realize what you just said?
Yes, Rosetta. I said, if Sheriff Joe Morrison thinks Tamar Hartsfield and Ben Blankenship are guilty, then they did it. And that's all.
But why does he think so?
It might be he knows something we don't know.
Oh, he knows nothing. If he has got proof, if he's got evidence and facts or information, why don't he come out with it?
Yeah, guess he just knows, that's all.
Sheriff Joe Morrison. What brings you here, Joe?
Eustace, you're county prosecutor. Are you satisfied with the progress of the Hartsfield murder investigation?
Joe, you know it's in the hands of the state police.
It's in my hands, Eustace, since I'm town marshal of the place where it happened.
Of course.
Well, I asked if you were satisfied with the progress of the investigation.
I can only answer that yes and no. Satisfied that you and they are doing the best possible job, and, of course, not satisfied because we have not yet arrived at a solution.
So far, all we have is that Alvin Hartsfield was shot to death by a person, or persons, unknown.
That's probably just what happened. He was killed by an intruder, a burglar.
You're satisfied that's what happened?
Yes and no. I'm not satisfied that it happened, but I'm satisfied with it as an explanation.
Why?
Why? His money was missing from his wallet. His expensive shotguns, plus his fishing tackle and other valuables about the house are gone. What else could it be?
Eustace, when the shoe factory closed up, this town was ruined. And then old Alvin Hartsfield bought some property.
You don't have to tell me about the history of the town.
No, but I think I'd better remind you. All the rich summer folk followed old Alvin here, and the whole region was born again.
Joe, I must tell you, I felt like I lost my father.
Tamar and Ben, they did it. Nothing else makes sense.
She was at the opera, seen there by at least 30 people who know her. They'll testify. We have to accept that.
What about him? How do we really know he was in California?
He drove out in his car, he says. He visited this Jordan fellow. Now, we have Jordan's sworn statement. Jordan was old Alvin's personal secretary. With him 20 years. The old man made him rich. Why would Jordan lie?
That's what I want to find out.
Both Tamar and Ben have alibis.
That's what's bothering me.
Well, why should it bother you?
It's been my experience that most innocent people don't have alibis. Certainly not ironclad alibis. Tamar and Ben made sure in advance.
I'll go this far. Maybe Tamar and Ben could have hired a killer and made it look like a robbery, but how could we prove it, ever?
I'm sure Ben did it.
Why?
He couldn't trust anyone else.
He's trusting this fellow Jordan out in California to give him an alibi.
Yeah, well, let me see if I can break that down, huh? Let me go out there.
All the way out to California? Do you know how much that costs?
I'll fly coach. I'll go tourist. I'll ride in the baggage compartment. Come on, Eustace. Authorize the trip.
Yes?
Mr. Jordan, Edward Everett Jordan.
Yes?
I'm Sheriff Joseph A. Morrison of Iroquois County, New York.
Oh, and you wish to see me?
I do.
Well, do you have jurisdiction here?
No. I didn't think it was necessary for me to enlist the cooperation of the local police. I was sure that you, as a law-abiding citizen, would be eager and anxious to do everything possible to aid in bringing criminals to justice.
Oh, I am. I certainly am. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Now, you say that Mr. Ben Blankenship was here last week.
Yes. He'd driven out in his car.
Driven out in his car. It's quite a trip. Did he tell you why he didn't fly?
He gets airsick. And the trains, well, we don't have the train service we used to have. I think that's a pity. But I already told all this. I said all this in a statement. Why are you asking me again?
Mr. Blankenship had arrived here on a Wednesday.
Oh yes, on Wednesday.
And he spent Wednesday night here.
Wednesday night, yes, of course.
And you talked business?
Yes, we talked business relative to Mr. Hartsfield's affairs. I was his secretary.
Thursday night, there was a phone call. Mr. Hartsfield had been found shot to death back home in Iroquois County.
That's right. There was a phone call, yes. That reminds me, it's 7 o'clock. I did have an important phone call to make. Will you please excuse me? Make yourself at home, Sheriff Morris.
Morrison.
Oh, yes, of course. I'll return in a moment.
Hello?
Tamar.
Jordan.
He's here.
Who's there?
The sheriff. That Morrison or whatever.
Be calm.
How can I be calm? He knows I'm lying.
How does he know?
Oh, he knows.
Well, now, you just stick to your story.
But I'm committing perjury.
Wouldn't you rather commit perjury and get away with it? Or go to jail for forgery, embezzlement?
Don't say those words, not on the phone.
You made free with Alvin's checkbook.
But this sheriff, he knows I'm lying.
He knows Ben and I are lying, too.
Tamar.
Just stick to your story. He has absolutely no way of proving it's wrong.
Morning, Eustace.
Well, what have you got to show for that expenditure of the taxpayers' money, Joe?
Everything and nothing.
Mostly nothing.
Jordan is lying.
But you can't prove it.
They got something on him.
Maybe.
He's a very weak and a very nervous little fella. Maybe it has to do with the fact that he might have been stealing from old Alvin.
Maybe, but how can we prove it?
Well, couldn't we have an audit made of the books of the corporation?
On whose behalf?
The stockholders.
It's not a public corporation. It's a private company. The only surviving stockholder is Tamar Hartsfield. You want to ask her to authorize one?
Whatever you turn on this thing, you're late.
I'm sorry, Joe.
You and I know Ben Blankenship didn't go to California.
Where did he go?
He disappeared somewhere in New York or anywhere. He came up here that Thursday night and shot old Alvin. Come on, Eustace. You know he did it.
Well, you know it and I know it, but I keep asking and asking, how can we prove it?
There's an answer. There has to be.
Let me know when you find it. Meanwhile, just don't alienate people unnecessarily.
Lunch ready?
In 1 minute. You want to check Ben Blankenship's left rear tire?
What's wrong with it?
He says it has got a slow leak.
Yeah, I guess.
He dropped the car off a little while ago and then drove away with Tamar.
The two of them shouldn't make it so obvious.
Oh, why don't we mind our own business?
The law is everybody's business.
You want to look at that tire?
Can I eat first?
I promise you have it fixed by 1 o'clock.
All right, all right.
Was my car ready, Rosetta?
Oh, afternoon, Mr. Blankenship. Yes, it should be. I ain't heard a sound in the shop for the past 20 minutes, so Percy ought to be finished. Why don't you just sit down there in the shade? And I will go back in the shop and tell Percy you are here. Percy? Percy, where are you? Percy? What are you just standing there like that for? Is something wrong? Percy?
Something wrong, Rosetta? Yeah. I guess you could say something's wrong.
You're not feeling well.
No. Matter of fact, I'm even feeling pretty good.
But you are just standing there like someone in a trance.
I guess. Maybe that's the way it's affecting me.
Mr. Blankenship is here. He wants his car.
Does he? Well, we gotta give Ben his car. Let me back it out the shop. Mr. Blankenship.
Oh, tire looks okay. Anything serious?
Just a nail hole. I plugged her up.
Did she need anything else?
No, sir. She didn't need nothing else.
Well, then, see you around, Percy.
See you around, Mr. Blankenship. See you around.
Percy? Percy?
Huh?
You're doing it again.
Doing what again?
Standing there like a statue. Something's wrong. Tell me.
I'm wondering, what should I tell you? How much should I tell you?
I am your wife. You have to tell me everything.
I'll tell you this much. More than a week ago, old Alvin Hartsfield was murdered.
Now, Percy, what does this have to do?
5 people know who killed him. First off, old Alvin knows who killed him, so that's 1.
Now, Percy...
His wife, Tamar, she knows. That's 2.
Are you crazy?
Ben Blankenship knows. That's 3. This fella on the West Coast who gave Ben the alibi by saying Ben was out there with him, he knows. That makes 4. And, do you know who the 5th fella is?
I want you to stop scaring me like this.
Guess who's that 5th person? Me.
Does he know? Let us assume that Sheriff Joe Morrison has been right all along, and that Tamar and Ben are guilty of murder. On that basis, you should also be able to figure out why. You're already in possession of every clue, and you know the rationale for every assumption. If you were doing your homework, you should already have the answer. Check with us in Act 3, which I shall unveil here shortly. On the one side, we have morals, ethics, duty, not to mention responsibility and obligation. And what about conscience? These are all things that are supposed to regulate our thinking and our action, and we like to believe they do. However, on the other side, we have something called self-interest, and therefore, life is always a matter of deciding which side we're on, more or less.
Percy, are you saying you know who killed old Alvin Hartsfield?
That's what I'm saying, Rosetta.
Who?
I can't tell you.
What do you mean you can't tell me?
I can't, that's all.
Well, how do you know?
Can't tell you that neither.
Percy, I am your wife. You've got to tell me. If you know who killed Alvin, it is your duty.
My duty?
Your duty to tell Sheriff Joe Morrison.
Yeah, I know.
Then what are we talking about?
I don't know.
Oh, Percy, what am I supposed to think? You say you know who killed old Alvin.
And I do.
Then you should tell Sheriff Joe Morrison. It is simple enough. What is the problem?
The problem is life itself. Life ain't that simple.
Call the sheriff.
What do I gain by telling Joe Morrison?
I don't know what to say.
I've been a hick all my life. I never had $100 that I didn't need to pay a bill with.
We are not starving.
No, we don't starve. We get along, sure. But where did we ever go in all our life?
We went to New York twice, Chicago once.
You see them women in the magazines, the pictures, the TV, the furs, the jewels. They have servants. They eat off silver dishes. Didn't you ever want to be like one of them?
Fur don't keep you any warmer and good wool padding. A diamond is just a piece of coal with big ideas. I couldn't stand having a servant snooping around. And victuals are victuals, whether you eat them off a silver platter or a dish from the 5 and dime.
I am 59 years old, and all I ever had was grease on my clothes, grime on my face, and dirt under my nails. Are all the good things only for the rich people?
Well, I suppose so.
You suppose so, huh?
Well, only the rich can afford them.
Well, then there's your answer. We have to become rich. And I may just as well start working on it right now. Morning, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, morning, Percy.
I was wondering if Mr. Blankenship might be here.
Oh, you're in luck. He just dropped over. Won't you come in?
Oh, thank you, Miss Hartsfield.
Ben, Percy would like to speak with you.
Well, hello there, Percy.
And I'd like to speak with you, too, Miss Hartsfield.
Oh, well, what can we do for you?
You can make me rich.
All right. How can we do that?
You can give me... I could ask for more, but I always been a moderate kind of fella. You could give me $500,000.
$500,000?
With what you just come into, Miss Hartsfield, you'd never even notice $500,000.
Why should Mrs. Hartsfield give you $500,000?
To protect her investment.
What investment?
Her investment in you.
Well, assuming I have such an investment, how does giving you $500,000 protect it?
It gets me to keep my mouth shut.
About what?
About who killed old Alvin.
Well, who did kill him?
You did.
Oh, you must have been listening to Sheriff Morrison.
That man must be infectious.
There's one difference between me and Joe Morrison.
Yes? What's that?
All Joe's got are hunches. I've got facts.
And what are your facts?
You told the cops you were in Los Angeles, California, more than 3,000 miles away from here.
I've got an alibi.
I can prove You don't have an alibi.
How?
Interesting, ain't it? You should be laughing in my face. You should kick me right out the front door. Instead, you're talking about it.
Percy, suppose you tell us what your facts are.
That's what you have to pay the $500,000 for.
You realize, Percy, this is blackmail.
Yeah, I guess. But I decided I'm going to see the world before I die. How's tomorrow, just about this time?
Tomorrow's fine.
Well, Ben, Tamar, till tomorrow.
So it's Ben and Tamar now, is it? Ben, Tamar, and Percy.
Why not? He's just become one of us.
What are you saying?
I intend to give him that $500,000.
What?
What does it amount to? And besides, Ben, he knows.
What does he know?
He knows you weren't in Los Angeles.
How?
That information is worth the money.
And do you suppose that'll be the end of it?
Why not? He's an honest man.
An honest man?
Of course. This will be his one fall from grace.
No. I think we
what?
We have to somehow...
No. We just barely got away with Alvin.
If something happens to Percy, who would suspect us? Why would anyone suspect us?
When we decided about Alvin, the idea was that we could be together all the time. I say pay him the money. We can afford it.
We can afford the money, yes. But can we afford to trust him? Look, Tamar, listen. Let me do it my way. I promise you we'll be out of it. Completely out of it.
Percy's garage. Yeah? Oh, where is that again? Oh, wait a minute. Percy, some fella stuck on 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Can you get the tow truck up there?
Tell him it'll be about an hour.
Yeah, he'll be there. About an hour or so. Well, it is the best we can do. Why don't you read a book or pick some apples? Bye.
Yeah. Who was that?
Sounds like some city fella.
Why would anyone want to take Route 88? It's the most deserted and God-forsaken stretch of road in the country.
It's the same gun that killed Alvin Hartsfield. I just got the lab report from the state police.
Some holdup guy did it.
Is that what you think, Eustace?
What am I supposed to think? Why else would anyone want to murder poor old Percy?
He gets a call to go up to Route 88, a couple of miles north of the freeway. Next thing we know, he's found sitting in his truck with a bullet in his head.
His wallet's gone, his watch is gone, his ring is gone. According to Rosetta, all of it didn't add up to more than maybe $100.
And you want me to think it was just a holdup?
Oh, be reasonable. Some small-time hoodlum's short on cash. He figures he can lure someone up here and get some money. Want to call it tow truck.
Yeah.
And since it's the same gun, you have to give up on Ben and Tamar for Alvin's murder. Why would they want to kill Percy?
Yeah, but...
I know. You get a good theory and it dies hard, but this should prove it. We have a dangerous prowler around the loose. You might want to swear in a couple of deputies and run him down.
Are you all right, Rosetta?
Yes, I am all right, Joe. They killed him, you know.
Who?
Ben, Tamar.
Why would Ben and Tamar want to kill Percy?
I know they killed him.
But how do you know?
Remember, you say you knew they killed Alvin. You couldn't say why, but you knew. You just knew.
As it turned out, that was all wrong.
No, it was right. Percy found out why.
He did? Well, why didn't you say so before?
Can I trust you?
Well, of course you can.
Percy said to me, I know who killed old Alvin.
Well, why didn't he tell me?
Because... Oh, Joe, this is the awful part. He wanted to blackmail. I can't find a prettier word. Tamar and Ben. But he worked so hard all his life. He was so sick of this play.
Rosetta, I won't say a word. Not a word. But we have work to do. He found out. Okay. Do you know when? Do you know how?
Yesterday, Ben Blankenship brought the car in. He had a slow leak in the left rear tire. Percy fixed it, and then he got the queerest look on his face. He started saying all them crazy things.
Percy discovered something.
Yes, I am sure.
But what?
I don't know. He wouldn't tell me.
But he found out something here. In here. In the shop.
The shop. Or Ben Blankenship's car.
Yeah. Or both. The answer is here. It has to be here. And if Percy found it, I can find it.
Well, Sheriff, what can we do for you today?
Mr. Blankenship, I have a warrant for your arrest.
My arrest? What for?
Suspicion of murder.
What? That's ridiculous.
See here, Sheriff.
And I must ask you to come along, too, Mrs. Hartsfield.
Me?
Material witness. To think you could get away with murder.
You can't prove we murdered Percy.
Oh, we. Were you in on that one, too, Mrs. Hartsfield?
I don't know what anyone is talking about.
I'm talking about old Alvin. You want to confess? Well, you only have one life, and all you can do is spend it in prison, no matter how many murders you committed.
We didn't commit any.
I didn't commit any.
I guess not. You were definitely at the opera. But Mr. Blankenship here has no alibi at all.
Oh, yes, I have. I have a witness.
And I have a better witness. Your car.
My car?
10 days ago, you let it be known that you were driving out the West Coast. You brought the car into Percy's for a complete check. Do you deny it?
Well, I don't...
We have the records. You signed a work slip authorizing Percy to mount new tires, change your oil and filter, and check your brakes. Do you deny that?
Why should I?
If only you could. On the slip you signed, and on the sticker Percy placed inside your car door, was the mileage to date. 20,000 odd. Do you see what I'm driving at, Mr. Blankenship? If you did drive to California and back, your speedometer should read very close to 27,000. But it doesn't.
Ben, you lied to me.
No, see here, Tamara.
You didn't go to California.
No, ma'am. He has not driven more than 100 miles in the past 2 weeks, according to his speedometer.
Then you killed him. You killed Alvin.
What do you mean I killed Alvin?
Sheriff, he lied to me.
Don't you think you're going to pin it all on me?
Folks. Plenty of time for arguing and squabbling at the trial. There's guilt enough and despair for both of you.
The fabric of eternal love. How swiftly it may unravel. How short a time forever can be. You heard what happens when thieves fall out. But this is nothing to the havoc which ensues when lovers become haters. And both of them try to get into a lifeboat, which only has room for one. I shall return shortly. What you have heard on our show this time has been a story of amateurs. It concerned two people who committed murder, but didn't really know how to go about it. A man who tried blackmail without understanding the basics of that reprehensible profession. The predictable result? All three failed. The predictable moral? Well, to all of you good people out there who may feel tempted by a fit of temporary madness, Don't do it. Leave crime to the professionals. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Evie Juster, Court Benson, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Did you happen to come across an item in the paper recently that read... Underground nuclear test held, Yucca Flat, Nevada. United States scientists detonated an underground nuclear device today that was barely felt away from this Nevada test site. Spokesman for the Energy Research and Development Administration said that the test was a success and that no radiation had leaked into the atmosphere. I tell you this because that's not the whole story. That blast set off a series of reactions, incredible reactions, about which you'll be hearing more in a moment.
Richard, don't tell me you've actually found what you and I were looking for years ago.
I have, Mac, in the flesh. I've actually seen it.
Good Lord.
It's a real breakthrough, Mac. You know, if it hadn't been for you got me started in the anthropology game in the first place.
Well, it's unbelievable. You know, this is going to turn man's history upside down.
Our mystery drama, Yesterday's Giant, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. According to the papers, the underground nuclear experiment was a success. Of course, they had to say that. If the truth were known, the hue and cry from every American might have been such that... But I get ahead of myself. What really happened will be told us by James McLean, who knows the story better than anyone on Earth alive today.
I'm James McLean, explorer, naturalist, sometime geologist and anthropologist, and author. Also an advisor on seismology to Nevada University. I suppose I wouldn't have gotten into this if it hadn't been for the unfortunate scandal of the Utah Man, about which I may go into later. But I want this part of my life known because it proved to me when it comes to choosing between being a true scientist, hungry for knowledge, or someone else hungry for money, I did make the choice. It all began with that telephone call. Hello, McLean here.
Mac, this is Richard. Richard Gidding.
Hey, Richard. Sure is nice to hear your voice after all these years.
Mac, how you doing down there in Yucca Flats?
Oh, so. Not too exciting.
Well, congratulations on the book. It's tremendous. The title's just great. Life and Times of Early Man. It's got a great cover illustration.
Did you get past the cover?
You kidding? I read it straight through. It's tremendous.
Well, I'm pleased, Richard. 6 years went into it. Listen, how did you know I was here?
Oh, I I keep all my old address books, even the ones 10 years old. So I just chanced it and called. Say, Mac, you still buddy-buddy with those energy research boys at the flats?
Yeah, I do some seismological research for them from time to time.
Good. Are you, very busy these days?
Well, I don't have to tell you what it's like being a freelance. An awful lot of time can go by with no money coming in.
So you're not working steady, huh?
Yeah. You remember that Utah man business? It didn't help me.
Well, of course I remember, but that wasn't your fault. Anyway, it's got nothing to do with you being the best in your field. That book of yours sure proves it. How's it selling?
That's the old Richard, all right. Always an interest in the financial return, huh?
Oh, I'm not ashamed of that. Anthropologists eat like everyone else.
Richard, what's on your mind? You didn't call me just to congratulate me.
No, I didn't.
Have you got a university full-time job to offer me?
Better than that, Mac. I'm going to offer you a partnership in something worth millions.
What?
It's tremendous. No. Don't say no. Don't say yes. Don't say maybe. Hear me out. I've located what I believe is the greatest anthropological discovery of the age. What you and I suspected 10 years ago.
Now, wait a minute. I can't believe it.
You got a car?
Yeah, I have.
Good. Listen, you leave tomorrow morning. How long does it take you from where you are up to, say, Carson City?
Oh, about 18 hours. Is that where you are?
From Carson City, head over to Fernley, then north on 34, past Pyramid Lake, take a right on 49.
Richard, don't tell me you're back in our old town of Sulphur.
I sure am. Same old boarding house, Mrs. West. Will you start in the morning? Mac, this is what we were looking for 10 years ago. Tremendous. I've seen it with my own eyes. It's alive, Mac.
What?
You heard me right. Alive.
Good Lord.
I had to let you in on it. If it hadn't been for you, Mac, well, you got me into the anthropology game.
Richard, I did understand you right.
Yep. A living specimen of prehistoric man. So you just get up here as fast as your wheels will take you.
I couldn't leave till a day later at sunup. Since that phone call, my mind was filled with what Richard had said. The dream of science for 1,000 years. I remembered the two of us, years ago, smitten by the great Huxley, searching for any evidence of prehistoric man in northern Nevada. Well, I went to Utah and did find a skull they called the Utah Man, and that was something that I'd like to forget.
Hey, Mac, you're looking tremendous, buddy. Welcome to old Mrs. West. What kept you? You're not married or anything, are you?
No. Took a little time to get my gear together.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. That means you plan on staying.
Richard, tell me about it.
Just that I found a live, prehistoric Neanderthal specimen. And not only the male, but its mate. And 2 offspring.
Good Lord.
I'd say he was of a mixed type. Part Neanderthal, part modern.
Well, you saw him walking?
He walked right into my tent with his mate. It was later I saw the offspring. He walks erect, and I don't have to tell you, if he's a Neanderthal, he's every bit as intelligent as you or I.
A good deal more, I'd say, to have survived.
This family, I think, must have lived in the caves on the far side of the Jackson Mountains. There's 100,000 acres up there that's never been explored.
Any idea why they came to you?
Oh, very good idea. And that's why I need you. Last month, your ERDA people down on the flats set off a nuclear underground test. My guess is the shock waves ran along for 300 miles in the substrata and jolted those caves. And these guys probably came out to see what was going on.
Yeah. Well, where are they now?
Last Monday, they disappeared. Not a sign, not a trace of them anywhere. I searched as much as I could above Massacre Lake. Vanished.
All right. Now, what do you want me to do?
Find out when the next nuclear test is going to be held. When we know, we go up to where I was last time, make camp, and wait.
You know, I might be able to get that information. You remember Arthur Fairchild?
Yeah?
He gave up geology, joined the Army. Now he's an important wheel at Yucca Flats.
Oh, sure, I remember Arthur, but... Now, look, don't say a word about what I told you.
Don't worry, I'm not talking. I've gone out on an anthropological limb before. I'm not making that mistake again. I left what I'd brought up with Richard and shot down to Yucca Flats as fast as I could. Since I've done some observations for the ERDA, it was no problem to get to see my friend, Captain Arthur Fairchild.
Mac, I appreciate the seismic report you're handing me, but on someone else's say-so, no instrument readings? I don't know.
Richard Gidding is as reliable as they come. If he tells me he observed shock waves that far north, why should I disbelieve him?
As far north as the Jackson Mountains? Mac, this is our second year with these tests. We've never had a report on effect to surrounding terrain.
Well, maybe the seams are giving way. We know there's a fault that runs north diagonally from here.
Anyway, Mac, what difference does it make? I mean, if you like, we'll give you the instruments and you can go up and record.
What do you mean, if I like?
I put it badly. Of course, anything to add up to our store of information, we naturally appreciate.
Okay, agreed. Now, when is your next explosion planned?
Mac, you know I can't give out that information.
Oh, come on now, Arthur. What am I going to do, sell it to the Russians?
That's high-priority, top-secret stuff.
Yeah. So you want me to go up there with all the measuring gear, and I'm just going to sit around with geophones on my head week in, week out, waiting, huh?
I'll have to clear giving out that information. Besides, I don't think you could get set up there in time anyway.
Well, you'll grant me it's damned important.
Certainly. If there are weaknesses that run along, say, a fault for hundreds of miles, sure we ought to know about it. I wish I had verification before next Tuesday.
What? Oh, next Tuesday. That's the date, then, huh?
I never said that.
No, I know you didn't, Arthur, and I appreciate it. But if I just happen to be 300 miles north of here on Tuesday, and energy research lets loose another test blast, and I just happen to record the seismic reactions, well, it'd be criminal if I didn't let you have the results.
I wouldn't say you are devious, James McLean, but you sure know how to get what you go after.
Arthur, you make me ashamed. And after all, the way you went to bat for me on that Utah man business, I don't know why I was hesitant in trusting you. There are P and S waves, and I'll record them. But there's more to it. Gidding thinks that he's discovered some very primitive ape man, or perhaps even primitive type Homo sapiens.
Oh. How complete are the remains?
Arthur, listen to me. Not fossils. Alive. Now, it seems that your last test caused quite a tremor up there, and these creatures came out. So that's the truth. Why, I had to know when your next blast was due. I felt better about taking Arthur into my confidence, and I was sure that Richard would understand. Arthur was one of the few people who was all for me, and he realized if I made any verified anthropological discovery now, it would help me get back some of my professional status. I pushed the car to the floorboards, made it back to Sulphur in record time.
Next Tuesday, huh? Well, that's better than I could have hoped for.
Where do we make camp?
I'll show you. There's one thing I haven't told you, Mac, and I've been sort of hesitant until I was sure that you were all the way gung-ho on this.
Of course I am. I don't have any reservations. I'm not quite sure when you say that this discovery would be worth millions.
What I haven't told you, Mac, is that this Neanderthal head sits on top of a 9-foot giant.
Oh, your Neanderthal is 9 feet high? A living Gigantopithecus?
On the hoof. He squatted on the floor of my number 12 space tent right under the awning. All 700 pounds of him. His wife, alongside. She probably weighed close to 500.
That's incredible. Then Weidenreich and von Königswald were right. But to find them here, living, not just some enormous molars and skull fragments as they did in China and Java.
My idea, Mac, is when that Tuesday test explosion goes off, we carry on like ordinary campers, keep our eyes peeled and cameras ready. I'm setting up 2 cameras with Tri-X film, one in a tree and the other in the tent. Once triggered, they'll automatically shoot an entire magazine load of pictures.
I brought a camera, too. Listen, have you been communicating with your Neanderthal giant?
That's going to be your department. You wrote the book.
Well, I can have a go at it. But trying to become acquainted with any untamed, uncivilized specimen is risky.
He was very quiet and peaceful when he dropped in. So was his wife. I gave them food. They let me follow them back to where their offspring were. 2 7-foot offsprings.
You know, there's no guarantee. They may take it into their heads that I'm an enemy.
That's what this is for.
A revolver?
With special bullets. What they use to tame elephant bulls. Knock them out. Shoots a tranquilizing drug.
There's no need to tranquilize them out. Just run. Can't have them doped up. We want to make careful notes, observe them, study them.
That isn't exactly my idea, Mac.
What?
I'm going to capture this prehistoric man and his family alive and exhibit them.
James McLean is shocked beyond measure at what he considers a betrayal of everything science stands for. What can he do now? If he leaves now, he may miss the discovery of a lifetime. If he goes along with exploiting a rare living relic of prehistoric days, he'll be through as a scientist. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Sometimes man will move in one scientific direction and quite unexpectedly, something quite unforeseen will result. Call it a fluke of fate, but certainly the nuclear energy test in southern Nevada, triggering the discovery of an extinct species of man, is proof the unpredictable can happen. To say nothing of the pairing off of two men of totally different values.
I thought Richard's idea of capturing the Gigantopithecus was such a far-fetched and flamboyant gesture, I dismissed it. By Tuesday, we had made camp. I'd set up my recording gear, and we waited all day for the blast to go off 300 miles south. Beyond where our tent was pitched, loomed the jagged mountain cliffs. Far up, out of sight, were rock shelters, caves of limestone and bear caves. In one of these, we hoped, lived our Neanderthal family of giants.
What time is it?
7:10.
Oh, boy. It's like waiting for the end of the world, isn't it, Mac?
Yeah, more like the beginning of the world, Richard, if we see them.
Mac, it's one thing to write a book on the social behavior of primitive man like you did, but it's quite another to see it in action. You're going to have material for a real on-the-spot prize winner this time. Who knows, maybe a Nobel Prize.
Well, I don't expect to get more than one visit or two with this creature. Books are written out of a lifetime of study.
Mac, you heard what I said before. You'll have a lifetime of study right in the cage with him if you want.
I hope you're joking.
I am not. Here's a chance to have my cake and eat it. It's tremendous. I wouldn't stand for being mocked like you were over that Utah man business. Somebody planted that skull in your dig. You know it.
Well, it's all past and done with now. I'm talking about the purpose of this expedition. Richard, why did you want me?
Because, old friend, I may flush him out of his hole. But you're going to tame him.
Wow.
There she goes, the nuclear test. They've done it. We're going to be rich.
I sat there, holding my flashlight on the seismograph, recording the primary and secondary waves. I figured the P waves were traveling from the flats at 7 miles a second, and the S waves at about half that. We were also getting some Rayleigh waves, which have the capability of traveling around the world half a dozen times before dying out. It was as though an earthquake had hit, about 4 on the Richter scale. The ground lurched. Rocks came spinning off the cliffs. The seismic waves were causing a great deal of slumping and compaction where we'd pitched camp. In 5 minutes, it was over.
That was twice as bad a reaction as the last one. It sure should have done it.
Done what?
Stirred up our Neanderthal friends. They ought to be coming down here. You glad you came back?
Well, we all have our reasons and responsibilities.
What do you mean by that?
The Earth shock gave me a record, and that's one of the reasons I came. Perhaps it's also given you what you want. That's fine. More power to you.
To both of us, no? As soon as the giant Neanderthal shows up...
I will not be here, Richard.
You won't be here? What do you mean?
Just what I say. As soon as it's light, I'm packing up and going.
Tomorrow morning? You can't go now.
Oh, yes, I can. I don't belong here.
What are you talking about, Mac? I need you.
Richard, you're planning to take this creature, whatever he may be, and put him on exhibit. You don't care if it's a primitive man or a giant gorilla so long as it's marketable.
Now, what are you talking about? Of course I care.
And the pity of it is, if indeed you've made this unheard-of discovery, and it is a Gigantopithecus, Richard, it's a prize of the world. The possibilities
what did I tell you?
But it needs to be observed carefully, examined by scientists in its native habitat, cared for, and above all, respected.
Well, who says he won't be? I know what the possibilities are. They're tremendous. I'm not going to exhibit this guy in a carnival circus atmosphere. What do you think I am? I've got big plans, buddy. I'm going to have an entire building constructed for it and its family. Once it's captured, I'll be in touch with every state in the Union. See who'll make the best offer. This can be a one-of-a-kind attraction. It's tremendous. A 200,000-year-old fellow for the year 2000. I'll have engineers come up here, the best there are. Get pictures from every angle. I want to duplicate the exact habitat, the actual caves this giant's family lives in. Get experts on feeding, run in a sound system so that to his ears, it'll be like he never left home. I've given a lot of thought to this, Mac. Now, of course, I respect the animal. What do you think?
But for money, not for science.
For both, you square egghead. Why are they mutually exclusive, huh? Now, all I'm saying is, for the trouble I'm taking to preserve this thing and make him and his wife and kids happy, charge a little admission. What's so terrible about that?
Perhaps to you it isn't. But to me, Richard, that is not how a scientist goes about his work. It's not first to make a buck, and second, to add to the world's knowledge.
Mac, I can't do this without you. You're the expert on communicating with primates.
Well, I'll get you another man.
When? I need him now.
As soon as I get back home, Richard.
Are you serious about this? Checking out in the morning?
I was never more serious about anything in my life.
Wake up, Mac. Time to get up.
Oh, wow. I slept later than I thought. What time is it?
It's almost 6. If you're going, get going.
I don't understand why you're so sore about this. I mean, Richard, we're just two different people with two different ideals, that's all.
You got your stuff back?
Yeah, most of it.
While you're getting your duds, I'll stow your equipment in the car.
Hey, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What's your rush? Last night you were begging me to stay.
I don't want to get in the way of your ideals, Mac. Besides, I want to get started, hike you up to where I think the Gigantopithecus holds up. So before I leave, I'd just like to give you a hand before you go.
Now, wait a minute. How about a cup of coffee for the road?
There's a diner in Sulphur that'll be happy to serve you.
Did you say that you were on your way to the Neanderthal's cave?
I'm not going to hang around here waiting for him to visit. If that explosion worked, he may be out there having a look around.
Yeah. You know, Richard, I'm not in that much of a rush. Why don't I go up there with you? I can start back later.
You sure won't inconvenience you? I don't want you to change your plans on account of me.
Richard, you sure are in a funny mood this morning.
Well, not half as amusing as you are, old boy. Last night, I was the sinful Neanderthal flesh peddler, the untouchable, the unscientific Mr. Big Bucks. This morning, please, can I come along and see?
I'm curious. I don't deny that. Good Lord, any scientist worth his salt would have his tongue hanging out if what you say is up there. Is up there.
You see that straight wall of granite?
Yeah.
Well, I figure somewhere up in there must be their cave. Around the side is a big shelf, like a ledge covered with bushes and trees. That may be their way in and out. I never got up that far last time.
Where did you see them the last time?
Right here, where we are standing. This is where Mr. Big led me, and his mate behind him. And over there were the two younger ones, sunning themselves.
Wait a minute. You were hoping the explosion had an effect. I can see fissures in that cliff from here.
I'll have a go at the climb, then. But I'll need both hands to hold on, so would you take my gun and wait here? Where's that knapsack of fruit?
Here, take it. Now, listen, are you sure that you want to climb up there alone?
Well, I think it's smarter that you wait here.
I mean, in case of trouble.
In case of anything. To come up here is my decision and my party. And I've got enough bananas and apples and dates in this bag for quite a wingding. All right, here goes.
Richard! It's clouding over, Richard! Looks like a storm coming up. Did you see anything yet? I'm almost at the top now! Richard! What in heaven's name is that? I think it's him! Tremendous! My old friend! The Jolly Green Giant! I'm coming up after you, Richard! Richard, can you hear me?
Richard! Richard! Say something! 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 Something!
Richard! Mac, be quiet.
Are you all right? Why didn't you answer me?
Get down.
Is that with the Gigantopithecus? I heard him all right.
Oh, yeah. He's got some voice. You think we're safe here?
Well, it depends where he is. If this is a prehistoric creature, his sense of smell is highly developed. Hey, wait a minute, I have a thought. If you want to make friends, do what you did last time. Take all the fruit out of your knapsack and line it up on the ground here. If he gets a sniff, it's possible he'll come forward to take it.
The way I'm going to work it is, when he reaches for the fruit, I come out friendly-like. He knows me, you know. And then, pow, I give him a shot of the tranquilizer, and he's out.
Yeah, but what do you do about the rest of the family?
If they come looking for Daddy? I haven't thought that through. I could put them to sleep, too.
Richard, you have got a couple of 1,000 pounds of gargantuan flesh up on this plateau. How do you aim to get them to civilization? You haven't thought that through either. Look, don't do it. Let's observe. Merely observe, okay?
I got a few more things to work out, yeah. My problem has been I didn't want anyone else to know about this, but, yeah, I'll need trucks, I'll need cranes, who knows what.
Don't think about capture. It's unrealistic, and you might get hurt in the bargain. Now, look, I brought my camera. Let's you and me just sit here and wait.
No, you can wait if you want. Now that I know he's here, I'm going back down to get organized. I got to work something out with some road builders. First we build a road, and then we can get a big moving van up to the plateau.
Richard, you're absolutely crazy. Don't think of it. Don't start something you'll regret.
Mac, the only regret I have is that I didn't think of all this sooner. All right, I'll see you.
Richard, come back. Richard!
Help, Mac! He's got his arm around me. He's crushing me. Mac, use the gun.
I can't find it.
Mac, he's dragging me with him. He's
For that fleeting instant before the creature disappeared, I realized it was true. It was one of the giant species of Neanderthal, well over 9 feet tall. I watched as it took Richard inside its cave and rolled a huge slab of stone across the entrance. Now was the time to put to practical use my theoretical knowledge of how to communicate with the primitive brain. One thing was certain. If I wanted to get Richard out of that cave, I'd have to go in after him and get him.
So James McLean is faced with the problem of spanning hundreds of thousands of years, dealing with a member of the human race who has been able to remain on Earth centuries after he was supposed to have disappeared. And were there more giant Neanderthals up in those Nevada mountains? If so, how many? I shall be back shortly with Act 3. In the northern part of Nevada, the largely unexplored mountains are rocked by seismic shock. A giant humanoid, resembling a Neanderthal man, had taken a modern man captive. Anthropologist James McLean is faced with the problem of rescue.
The irony of it all was, Richard, who thought he would capture the giant alive, was himself captured. I needed help. The only person I could entrust with the secret, and who would get us maximum help in minimum time, was Arthur Fairchild. I put in a long-distance call from the nearest town.
Incredible what you tell me, Mac.
Arthur, we've got to get Richard out of that cave if he's still alive.
Heard anything? Seen anything?
No, not since yesterday. This morning I climbed up there before phoning you. The cave is still blocked off.
I better come up with some Army sharpshooters. No other way. Or blast them out with dynamite.
Sharpshooters? Dynamite? Arthur! Listen, there's got to be a way to do this without killing anybody. Look, can you come up yourself? alone, and say, will you bring a couple of bushels of apples and as many bunches of bananas as you can lay your hands on?
Let me get this straight. You want me, apples and bananas, but no guns, is that it?
Please, Arthur, use your head. There's got to be a solution that keeps everyone alive, and we've got to find it. I had a frightful nightmare last night. I lived it again. The entire episode of finding that skull in Utah, staking my reputation that it was a Cro-Magnon fossil, only to find out I'd been hoodwinked by someone. Thank heaven I woke up before the dream got to that awful meeting of the National Academy, being accused of trying to get rich and famous at the expense of science. The disgrace of it. Oh, I woke up in a cold sweat. Arthur!
They had no trouble finding you at all.
You must have driven all night.
And why not?
You want some coffee, some breakfast?
No, I've been nibbling on bananas all the way up. Well, let's get started. Where to, Mac?
Well, did you figure out what we could do?
The answer's here in the back of my car.
You came alone, I hope.
Do you see a troop of cavalry coming up the pass? Of course I came alone. What about Gidding? He's still in there?
As far as I know.
The poop is this. I talked to our engineer boys, and they advised, drill a hole and smoke them out. So I brought up all the equipment.
Smoke? Look, I don't want them choked to death.
It's a new kind of smoke bomb. It has just the reverse effect. It impels those who breathe it to violent action.
Oh, I get you, sure.
My feeling was, if this giant man or animal is strong enough to move a boulder to close the cave, with a little encouragement, maybe we can get him to open it. I know you said don't, but I also brought along 2 rifles, just in case.
Arthur and I lugged the equipment up to the plateau. Generator, 5-gallon cans of gas, lights, a drill the size of a jackhammer. We had to make 3 trips. It was getting dark by the time we had everything connected and the generator ready to go.
Give the starting rope a long, hard pull, Mac. The way you start an outboard motor, lawnmower, so we can get some juice. I plugged in the searchlight facing the rock so we can see what we're doing.
Okay, here goes.
Great. Lights, camera, action. I'm going to try for a hole near the bottom.
You get tired, I'll take over. Hold it!
Lord, what a racket it makes. Is that what it sounds like? Well, we can't wait for applause.
Hold on, Arthur. I'm trying to figure this. This primitive fella may react violently if he thinks he's being attacked. Otherwise, he's really a peace-loving jet.
In 2 minutes, I ought to be able to drill through this boulder and shove in the smoke bomb. 2 minutes.
I'm worried about what he may do to Richard.
Richard Gidding? Richard Gidding! Can you hear me?
Hello? I can hear you.
Thank God he's alive.
Richard! We're coming in for you. It's going through like butter. It won't be long.
Hey!
Arthur, stop the drill.
Richard? Richard, are you okay?
I'm all right. The Johnny Giant hasn't touched me, but it just took off with the whole family.
What do you mean, took off?
I'm gone. There are passages back of the cave here, right through to the mountains.
Oh, that's bad luck. He's gone. And we were counting on getting the Gigantopithecus so riled up with your smoke bomb, he'd push the boulder away. Now, how do we get Richard out? Very neat, Arthur. Very neat indeed. You've made a very good circle of holes. Okay, my turn.
Don't you want the drill? What do you think you're doing with those rocks?
I thought I'd try to crack the boulder between the holes you made. Now, stand aside.
Mac, no way. It's getting daylight. I'm rested now. Going to start up the drill.
How's it going?
We're going to do some more drilling.
Hey, Mac, listen. Listen, don't start out yet. I think I hear the old man coming back.
Richard, now listen, don't panic. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to shove some bananas through some of the holes that Arthur drilled.
I'm not hungry.
No, I'm hoping to appeal to the big man. Richard, duck into some corner and make yourself scarce.
Okay, Mac. He's coming. I can hear him very plainly now.
8 holes. That makes 8 bananas. I hope this works. Now we'll take the apples you brought, Arthur, and the rest of the bananas and spread them in a circle in front of the cave. That's right. That's nice.
You think that Neanderthal giant is going to open the cave and sit down with us for a meal?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I'd have a bigger appetite if I climbed up this tree. Do you mind?
Arthur, trust me. Eating is second nature to every living creature. It's rare indeed that any living thing is attacked while eating. Now, let's give it a try. We'll never get a chance like this again.
Okay, you're the expert. Pass me an apple, will you?
I knew I had to communicate with the giant creature. Reassured we meant no harm. Zaborowski and Houghton both agreed that Neanderthal was capable of articulate speech. Now, all the speculations, inferences, and theories would have to give way to the real thing, actual practice. I would have to reason with the Gigantopithecus, using my language to reach his understanding.
The big boulder in front is moving. He's pushing.
There, what did I tell you? He's coming out to get some more food.
Great God in heaven. Will you look at the size of it? Look at that head. Those hands. Oh, my God.
Hello, old man. Brought you some bananas and apples. Help yourself. Sure, take 2. Take as many as you want.
I can't believe my eyes. It's sitting down with us.
I'll tell you something, old man. All my life, I dreamed of going back in time to meet you. Yes. And I didn't have to do it. You came out of time to meet me.
You know, I think he's really enjoying himself.
Arthur, get up slowly, very slowly, and go to where we put the duffels. Now, in the one with the green stripe is my loaded camera. Will you bring it to me?
Sure. What's he doing?
He's getting up and taking a handful of fruit back to his family in the cave. Richard! When the old man's with his family, all the way inside, you come out.
Okay, I get you.
Here's your camera, Mac.
Now, I'm glad to get out of that cave.
Hey, Richard, are you all right? Nothing broken, huh?
I was more scared than bruised, believe me.
Yeah, listen, you remember Arthur Fairchild as Richard Gidding.
Oh, yeah.
Arthur was the man behind the drill.
Well, I saw the big man go for those bananas. That's tremendous.
Yeah, now, in a minute or two, I expect the whole Neanderthal family will be out. Now, look, there may be other families. Who knows how far the caves go? You know, the more I think about it, the more I believe Washington ought to set up some kind of special preserve here.
Wait a minute. Why cut Washington in on this?
Like a wildlife preserve, is that what you mean?
Well, isn't that what this would be, really?
Here they come. Is that the mother?
Yeah, that must be her 2 sons. It's a nice family group. Now, watch the birdie. Excellent. One more shot.
Now, if Mac can get them all to say cheese, we'll have a family of Neanderthals, all smiling.
When we ran out of film and fruit, it was time to go. The giant Neanderthals returned to their cave. The sun was high now. We were pretty tired. We'd been up most of the night. We carted the gear down, hand over hand, down the side of the cliff. And then one last climb up to the plateau to make sure that nothing was forgotten. Arthur, where's Richard?
I was going to ask you. He's not down below.
Richard! Hey, Richard!
Huh, that's strange. Where could he have gotten to?
Isn't that him? Coming out of the cave?
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. What's he got in his arms?
Hi, folks. Meets baby Neanderthal.
Richard, are you crazy? You can't steal their baby. They'll kill you.
They'll have to catch me first. I'm going to put it in my knapsack and carry it over my shoulder all the way back.
You put that baby back where you got it. Do you hear me?
They're not going to miss him, Arthur. Here, hold the kid while I strap on my knapsack.
You're mad. Absolutely mad. Now, look, you put it back, Richard, or I will not be responsible.
The whole family's out foraging or something, so I went into the cave and helped myself. This kid is worth a fortune. No, I said, give it to me. I'm ready for it.
I'll give it to you. Oh. Phew. What a wallop. He went down like a stone. He sure wasn't ready for that.
We put the Neanderthal baby into the cave and went back to camp. Most of the rest of the day, we tossed around the idea of a national preserve. Would Washington guard the area with access only to bona fide scientists and researchers? Richard was very quiet and hardly said a word to us all day, all evening. The next morning, he was gone.
We've walked clean back to the cliff and not a sign of him. He's some character.
Well, he could have gotten lost.
Good Lord. Look up there.
Pass the boulder. Let's go. He fell over there.
Which way now?
Keep going. Just around these trees.
There he is.
Richard! Oh, wow. He's dead.
That's a broken neck, all right. Falling all that distance.
He was up on the plateau.
What was he doing up there?
Was Richard trying once more to kidnap a Neanderthal infant that had gotten caught? Did he try to make a run for it? Escape back down the cliff, lose his grip, and fall? Or was he pushed? We never found out.
More than anything else, Richard's stubbornness and tragic end convinced Mac and Arthur of the hopelessness of their cause. Even if Washington agreed to a guarded national preserve, there would always be a Richard, someone who didn't really care and who'd do anything to exploit these ancient giants. So, our two friends decided to keep what they had seen a secret, and that they would never divulge to anyone the road to yesterday's giants. I'll be back shortly. If, as some historians and anthropologists believe, the Neanderthals, that intelligent species who inhabited the earth thousands of years before we did not all disappear, then this story could be true. And as for Arthur and Mac, every time an experimental blast was touched off, Arthur would wonder how the old man and his family were taking it up there on that hidden plateau. James Mac McLean, he's writing another book, actually revising his old one, The Life and Times of Early Man. Only this edition will contain some extraordinary photographs. Our cast included Norman Rose, Ralph Bell, and Howard Ross. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
There is some kind of nuclear activity going on up here, and it isn't on our side. I'm going to find out who's responsible for Wynn's death. What did Ottawa say? Well, they had a little surprise for me. Before I was able to finish telling them my suspicions, they brought me up to date on the latest international developments. It seems that Russia has already charged the United States with the same thing, nuclear occupation of the Arctic.
Oh, that's crazy. It's obviously a preemptive move on their part to divert suspicion from them.
Oh, I don't know. They've lost a couple of ships and a plane in the same mysterious way that Wynn vanished. Joe, some strange force is causing the polar ice cap to melt. And if we can't stop it, the results will be catastrophic.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Has it ever happened to you to read a story and one fine day, what you thought was fiction has become a fantastic fact? Such a happening I'm about to relate to you. The original was a tale by that great French writer, Guy de Maupassant. It was about a man who lost his reputation over a piece of string. But embroidering upon this piece of fantasy came life itself, with unpredictable and horrifying reality.
Peter, neither Mrs. Mantell or I think you'd do a dumb thing like that.
Are you saying I'm too smart to steal? Too clever to be a criminal?
Yes.
I wish you'd said it differently.
Differently? How?
I wish you'd said you thought I was too honest to be a criminal.
Mystery drama, Revenge is Sweet, inspired by the classic tale of Guy de Maupassant, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Mandel Kramer. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Imagine yourself one chilly November midnight on the San Francisco Embarcadero at the end of deserted Pier 24 jutting into the bay. Overhead, the gray steel of the San Francisco-Oakland Bridge. In the shadows stands an elderly man called Peter. On a piling sits a man fishing, a man called Harry. Harry has no home. He lives where he can find a place to sleep. He spends most of his days and nights fishing here and watching the boats as they pass by him under the Golden Gate Bridge. All he has to his name are the clothes on his back and the clothesline he fishes with.
You there. Hey, you.
Hey, you calling me?
Yeah, what are you doing?
Waiting for a fish to bite. What's it to you?
What's your name?
What's yours?
Peter.
Mine's Harry.
Harry what?
What's it to you?
Harry what? You heard me?
Hey, take your fingers off my throat. What are you, crazy?
All I ask is your last name.
Take it. Ooh, you're strong for an old guy.
What's your last name?
My last name? You know something? I don't have a last name. There is Harry, the fisherman.
You've got to.
Maybe I did once have a last name, but that was so long ago I just plumb forgotten.
You've forgotten? You too? Forgotten?
Yeah. Well, don't you believe me? Now you get away from me or I'll call the cops.
I'm not gonna hurt you. Forgot his last name. Forgot the name. How could I tell old Harry how well I understood he could forget a name? It's driving me crazy, this whole thing, the name. Everything is in a name. Life, death, the present, the future. Especially the future. It's nothing without that one word. Oh, my heart was giving me that awful twinge again. So I sat myself down next to old Harry, waiting for the pain to go away. Like the boats of all the sizes sailing by, the waste of the last 5 years of my life paraded in front of me. I started confiding in this bum of a fisherman. Talking. Something I hadn't done in years.
Peter Rabbit!
Or is that stupid? Peter!
Coming, Mr. Claiborne. Coming in a minute.
That's not soon enough. Get yourself over here.
I'm just bringing some towels for Mr. Taylor.
When I call you, I expect you to jump, see? Jump like a rabbit.
Yes, Mr. Claiborne.
Go to my locker and bring me my little black address book. It's on the shelf.
Look, can I do it in 1 minute? One of the sun lamps went dead and I have to change it.
No, you cannot do it in a minute. I have an important phone call to make. Do it now.
That was my life, Harry. That was my job. General assistant and gopher and cleanup boy at Leo Mantell's health club. A 55-year-old bat boy, chief cook and bottle washer, errand boy, what have you. A job I was glad to get, but it was sure getting harder every day to keep. So I went to Charlie Claiborne's locker. I opened it with my pass key, and next to his keys and his ring and his wallet, I found his black book.
What in heaven's name took you so long? Here, give me that. Wait a minute. Where are you going?
To the sunroom, Mr. Claiborne, like I told you.
Oh, all right. Tell Leo I told a friend of mine about the club, and he'll be showing up today.
Yes, sir, I will.
Well, don't you want to know his name?
Oh, yes, sir.
Bill Roberts. You got that straight? Roberts. Bill Roberts. He's a friend of mine. You tell Leo that, get it?
Yes, sir.
And when you've changed the sun lamp, come right back here. I want you to put this back in my locker.
This Claiborne character never had a tough minute in his life. Married money. Married into the presidency of a corporation, acted like he owned the world, me as well. Couldn't stand guys like that. When you're in the spot I'm in, you got no choice. On the plus side, it was my boss, Leo Mantell. Gruff, but a real sweet man.
Peter. Hey, Peter, on the double.
Yeah, here I am, Mr. Mantell.
Mr. Roberts' towel and sneakers, and show him to his locker. Mr. Roberts is a new member, and I want you to take good care of him.
Yes, Mr. Mantell.
Well, the health club busy today?
Oh, yes, Mr. Roberts. I'm busy every day. Folks come here mornings, and a crowd during the lunch hour, afternoons, even in the evenings. Number 24. That's going to be your locker.
Oh, fine.
Hangers in here for your pants and jacket, and that shelf for your wallet and keys or whatever.
Thank you, Peter. Here. This is for you.
Oh, thank you.
Well, I'm not too familiar with the club.
Well, when you've changed, then I come and lock up.
Well, I mean, where is everything? From here to get to the pool?
Well, you go down past this row of lockers, and on your left is the sun lamp room. On the other side of that is the pool.
Yeah, well, it's the exercise place I want to know.
Oh, sure. Well, instead of left to the sun lamp room, you make a right past the pool, and then you'll find a workout room. They got everything you need in there.
Fine. And I need. Ooh, look at the shape I'm in.
Oh, you're okay? I've seen a lot worse.
Yeah. How old are you, Peter? About 40?
55. 50.
You are, huh?
Oh.
Oh, and look at you. I mean, I'm 53. You look young, fit as a fiddle. Full shock of hair. I mean, I'm younger than you. I've led an indoor life behind a desk, having a hair on my head, and a lot of corporate fat to get rid of.
Well, you came to the right place, Mr. Roberts.
Peter.
Coming, Mr. Mantell. Oh, I almost forgot. Your sneakers. Size 8.
Bill, hey, boy, welcome to the club.
I wasn't about to tell Mr. Roberts where I'd developed my muscles. I wasn't about to tell anybody how and where I'd been keeping in shape. 20 years of it. So, Harry, that's about what my life was like at Leo Mantell's health club. And when the lunchtime big-bellied big shots went back to their offices, I mopped the floors, checked the lockers, took towels to the basement washing machines. 40 lockers, 40 towels, 4 times a day. 160 towels. Changed the light bulbs, and taking messages, sometimes insults.
Peter, come into my office. Sit down.
Anything the matter, Miss Mantell?
Don't you know?
Yeah, something I did wrong, I guess.
You guess, but you don't know.
Well, did I forget to do something? I know I've been a little slow with the towels. Oh, I know. I didn't get that new customer, Mr. Roberts. I didn't get his towel when he wanted it. I know I did that.
Anything else about Mr. Roberts you'd like to tell me? What about Mr. Roberts' locker?
Oh, yeah, the lock won't work. It got stuck. I told him I'd clear one of the old lockers so he could have that.
You know, Peter, when I took you on, it was really as a favor to my wife. She said to me, You're not going to let a man who served time and paid his debt to society waste away, are you?
No, I know. Look, Mrs. Mantell is really nice. I mean, whatever she wants me to do in the yard or around the house, believe me, it's a pleasure.
She had faith in you, Peter. So I said to myself, man's done 20 years. He still says he was innocent, that he was framed. Well, anyhow, he's been penalized enough. So I'm going to take him on in my health club.
You said that, sir?
Is that all you have to say?
I don't know what you want me to say.
That you took it, and you'll give it back.
Took what?
Mr. Roberts' wallet.
But I didn't.
Mr. Claiborne saw you taking it.
He couldn't have. I didn't.
He saw you fiddling with the lock on Mr. Roberts' locker, open it, and take out his wallet and put it in your pocket.
That's impossible. Wait a minute. When did he say that?
Middle of the day. He says he saw you about 1:30. Mr. Roberts was in the workout room, and Mr. Claiborne happened to come back. He saw you, Peter, put the wallet into your pocket.
It was a comb. A black pocket comb.
Oh, come on, Peter. I'll understand. At least I'll try to.
It was a comb. Honest. Here, I'll show it to you. See?
Why would you take Mr. Roberts' comb?
It's not his comb. I mean, how could it be? The man's bald. Look, I told him I'd get him another locker. And I was trying to figure out what made his lock jam like that. And then up on the shelf, over the clothes, I saw this comb. And I thought, hey, that's Mr. Salig's comb. You know Mr. Salig who had the locker before? I mean, what'll Mr. Roberts think if he finds somebody else's comb in his locker? We don't do things right here at the club, right? That's what I took, Mr. Mantell. Here, look at it.
Come in. Oh, come in, Mr. Roberts. Hey, you too, Mr. Claiborne. Peter and I were just talking.
Well, did you locate my wallet yet?
No, I'm just asking Peter if he knew anything about it.
I haven't seen it, Mr. Roberts. Honest.
Well, now... Mr. Claiborne, please let me handle this. You can go now, Peter. I'll talk to you later.
Yes, Miss Mansell.
And close the door behind you, please.
Well, what did your man say?
He told me he took a comb from the locker. Have you looked everywhere, Mr. Roberts?
Turned the place inside out. It's not just the money. It's the credit cards. Everything.
So Peter says he took a comb. Is that what you said, Leo?
That's what he told me. He showed it to me.
What does he think? I can't see? I know the difference between a black comb and a black wallet.
Well, actually, it's a brown wallet,
Well,
Charlie.
whatever. I tell you, Leo, I don't like it. Has this man been with you very long?
Almost a year.
Good references?
Well, he worked for us as a sort of handyman. My wife...
Look, I can't take any more time for this. If it turns up, Mr. Mantell, call my office. And will you? I've got meetings scheduled all afternoon, but I'll tell my girl to put you through right away.
I might as well go along with you, Bill. What are you going to do about this, Leo?
Have a good look myself. That's the first thing.
We've looked. Bill and I spent an hour of our valuable time looking. I think you ought to report this to the police. One thing they can do is check your man's record, see if he's ever done time for anything. That's what I do.
Who is guilty? Who is innocent? It has been said that money dishonestly acquired is never worth its cost, while a good conscience never costs as much as it's worth. So it's a battle between someone's inner voice and the outer truth. Who wins? Who loses? Perhaps we shall discover when we return with Act 2. The great poet has written that a good name in a man is a jewel, that he who steals my purse steals trash, but he who robs me of my good name robs me of that which enriches him not. Our ex-convict is accused of stealing a wallet. He says it was a pocket comb.
who indeed is robbing whom?
I don't know if I told you, Harry, but Mr. and Mrs. Mantell had me staying with them on the top floor of their place. The business of the missing wallet happened on a Friday. Saturday was generally slow. Business offices around are closed. Most of our clients were home for the weekend. Mr. Mantell didn't say much to me Saturday, and Sunday I came down for breakfast like I usually did.
Good morning, Peter.
Morning, Mr. Mantell.
There's coffee. You can fry yourself a couple of eggs if you like. I've already had mine.
Mr. Mantell, you want me to leave? I'm going to go someplace else, find another job?
And we'll talk about that later. Make yourself some breakfast. Mrs. Mantell's not feeling well, so I told her to stay in bed.
Well, I'm not hungry. You told her about the missing wallet?
I told her.
What'd she say?
She's very upset. But, like me, Peter, she just can't bring herself to believe you'd do a dumb thing like that.
You think I'm too smart to steal?
I guess so.
Mr. Mantell, I wish you'd said it different.
How do you mean?
I wish you'd said you thought I was too honest to steal. Don't ever get caught holding the short end of the stick, Harry. If people suspect something, they never let you forget it. And no matter what I did or who I spoke to, they just look at me with a fisheye. In a few days, no one even asked me to do an errand, even asked for a towel. They'd ask Mr. Mansell. And that Charlie Claiborne, he was the worst. He wouldn't let go.
Leo, I'd like a few words. Mind if I close the door?
No, sure. Come on in.
Here it is, Friday again. I hope you'll realize 1 week has gone by, nothing's been done about the theft.
Well, I'm still hoping the wallet will turn up.
I know you haven't reported it to the police. I wondered why.
Mr. Roberts told me he's reported it to his insurance company and that they were dealing with it.
Well, I'm not the kind of person who enjoys being taken advantage of. Or see it happen to a friend of mine. I spoke to the lieutenant of our precinct the day before yesterday. I happen to know him personally. He did a little investigation for me. Your man, Peter, did you know he's done time? Been in prison 20 years, only got out a year ago?
Yes, I knew that.
And you didn't report him? Why?
It was very hard for me to believe that he'd steal a wallet.
Oh, I see. Well, you made it quite plain you prefer his word to mine. So far as Peter is concerned, you'll be hearing from the police. But so far as I'm concerned, myself, Bill Roberts, and a good dozen guys who are here on my say-so, we're checking out. I don't think the kind of health club you run here, Mantell, is particularly good for the health.
Mr. Mantell stood by me. He refused to believe I could be a thief. The police never showed up, and neither did Mr. Claiborne. Then Mr. Roberts left. And one by one, we lost about 10 customers in all. And one day, we were having the locker room retiled. And the workman found the wallet wedged behind a radiator.
I knew you hadn't stolen it, Peter. Hey, wait a minute. I just hope he's in his office. I'm calling Mr. Roberts.
You don't know how relieved I feel.
Me too.
Barbara, will you get me an open line, please?
Mr. Roberts.
Who is this?
Leo Mantell of the Health Club. They found your wallet.
No kidding. Where?
Behind a radiator. We've been putting down new tile in the locker room, and the men found it.
Well, I'll be darned. Hey, listen, I wonder if I had to say something to Peter. You know, your man...
Yeah, sure. As a matter of fact, he's right here.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll be in tomorrow and see him myself. Okay?
Peter, I'm calling Mr. Claiborne. He's the one who's really conducted a vendetta against you.
But why? What did I do to him?
He has the instinct of the wolf. See a weakness and go for the jugular.
He'll Claiborne here.
Mr. Claiborne, this is Leo Mantell of the Health Club.
Yes, Leo.
I've just been talking to Mr. Roberts. They found his wallet.
I'll be darned. Where'd it turn up?
Behind the radiator in the locker room.
So that's the way he played it, huh?
What do you mean?
That's not too hard to figure out. Your guy, Peter, got too hot for him, so he made sure it'd be found.
Mr. Claiborne, are you saying he just put it there?
Leo, old boy, what do you think?
Well, anyway, now that it's back, turned up, I hope you'll be coming back to the health club.
What you're actually saying is, please may I have all my customers back? Huh? Well, my answer to that is, why, certainly. You got a great plant there, Leo. The only thing I ask is, do yourself a favor. Get rid of the jail burden.
I'll give you 2 guesses, Harry. 3 guesses. What do you suppose happened? Right. Mr. Mantell let me go. He had to. Word was whispered around that I'd gotten scared and hidden the wallet behind the radiator. You know, once a criminal, always a criminal. You can't win.
You do understand, don't you, Peter?
Yeah.
I'll keep in touch to try to get you another job, okay?
I can still come to your home, though, can I? I mean, keep on doing the chores around like I was?
Well, I meant to talk to you about that. Mrs. Mantell was saying last night we're having her younger brother come stay with us, and it'd be good training for him to make himself useful around the house.
Oh. Well, will I still be living up in that attic room?
As a matter of fact, that's the room we'll be giving her brother. He'll be arriving tonight.
I see.
But don't forget, Peter. Keep in touch.
Sure. Yeah, Charlie Claiborne. How I hated him. He'd ruined my only chance of going straight. Sure, I could get other jobs. Part-time, odd jobs, dishwashing. But nothing permanent. Nothing you could ever build a life on. Oh, why bother? Why go on living? I remember I came here to the foot of Pier 24 and...
Hey, now, wait a minute. Listen, friend, you wasn't thinking of doing anything foolish.
Yes, I was. One jump and it's all over.
Well, don't do it, pal. You can get another job or be like me. You can have an awfully good life with no job.
Wait a minute. I'm not talking... I was talking about the first time I came here after Mr. Mantell fired me 5 years ago. I stood right here. Boats going by. And I'm thinking, why should I let Charlie Claiborne get away with ruining my future, my life? I'll give him an anxious moment or two. I still had my old locker room passkey.
Hey, good Lord. Leo Mantell.
Well, what's the trouble, Mr. Claiborne?
Look at that. The locker's empty. I've been cleaned out. Where's my stuff?
Well, I don't know. Are you sure?
What do you mean you don't know?
Were you sure this is your locker?
Of course I'm sure, you dumbhead.
Well, nobody has access to the keys. You know, since Peter left, everybody's been hanging their own keys in the office.
Listen, chum, all I know is I locked up some pretty valuable stuff in here, and I'm not talking about my clothes. Very valuable stuff.
I sure don't know what to make of it, Mr. Claiborne.
Well, I do. I'm going to call the police.
I've been out all day scrounging for work. My age, it's hopeless. Nobody wants you. Over 30, there's only room for you on the ash heap. I got back to the Fleabag Hotel I was staying in. There was a cop at the desk. He asked for my name and said, would I come along to the station house? Before you know it, I was locked up.
Well, what did he say when they accused him?
Not a thing. Refused to say a word. They got him a legal aid lawyer, that's all I know.
It's hard to believe he'd come back. How can he get into the locker room without being seen?
I don't care what they do to him, but
There was a heavy envelope in there I've got to get back. $20,000 I was going to put in a safe deposit box.
Charlie, you left all that money in a locker?
Well, who was to know?
Wow, $20,000. Well, maybe they can trace the bills by number.
Oh, who writes down numbers of bills? And the damnable part of it is I can't tell the police or the insurance company about the cash because it was slipped to me under the counter to sweeten the deal.
A telephone for you, Mr. Claiborne. You can take it on the wall extension.
Claiborne here.
I'm insured, Mr. Roberts. They'll make good anything of his that was taken.
Yeah. Well, put the lieutenant on.
Sure. If they've got the man, it's only a matter of time, isn't it?
No kidding. That's good news. You bet, Lieutenant. Keep me posted. Wow. What do you know? They found the guy's fingerprints all over my locker.
Peter's?
Everywhere. The handle, the door, the shelf.
Of course, that could have been done when he worked here.
It could not. I never had that guy open my locker for anything. I never trusted him from the word go.
I'm sorry to hear that.
That's one thing I know. Character. Once somebody does something underhanded or dishonest, it's a dead giveaway.
Will you gentlemen excuse me? I have to go back to the office.
Of course, it's all Leo's fault. He knew Peter had done a 20-year stretch.
Charlie, you did ask Peter to get your black book out of your locker. I was with you.
Oh, you're crazy. I never did. Now, believe me, Bill, I'm not going to rest until I get that guy back into the salt mines where he belongs.
Well, that's not going to get back what you lost.
Yeah, so far he won't say anything. Even to the lawyer they got him.
Strange, isn't it? As though he'd given up hope. It looks like he wants to go back to jail.
I did want to go back to jail. Freedom to me was worthless, Harry. One thing I found out, in the world as it is, nobody cares. Nobody helps. Your life is your baby. I figured if I refused to say anything one way or the other, they'd send me up. In 2 days, the trial was over, and the jury went out. I hoped and prayed they'd come back with the verdict I wanted.
The evidence against Peter was overwhelming. His refusal to talk or testify did not sit well with judge or jury. Others have tried silence on the witness stand and were packed off to prison. You remember such a case, don't you? Disobedience in court can send you to the same cell had you spoken up and been found guilty. To hear the verdict and the extraordinary conclusion to this mystery, join me when I return in a few minutes with Act 3. Anger and bitterness make an ugly brew. And inside the ex-convict, Peter, raged a hatred for all those who had caused his downfall. How much he had learned in the past month. The villainy you teach me, I will execute. And it will go hard, but I will better the instruction. The words of the great poet, but it could have been the vow of the man in the dock.
I gather they're bringing in the verdict today, Charlie.
Well, no matter which way it goes, I'm out $20,000. I can't tell anyone I had all that money.
Oh, would it make you feel better to tell me what it was for?
A payoff for my influence in advance.
A bribe?
I said influence. These guys that paid me don't monkey around. Now I've got to deliver. That means putting out at least $10,000 of my own, and I haven't got it. And I don't know where I'm going to get it.
Well, Charlie, why don't you tell those jokers what happened to the money?
So you'd read about me in the paper? Found stabbed or shot in an alley? Anyway, thanks for coming to court and testifying. I think I'll make a phone call while we're waiting for the jury. Just hold my seat for me, will you?
Sure, don't be long.
Mind if I join you, Mr. Roberts?
Oh, Leo, not at all.
You know, I've never really understood Mr. Claiborne. I mean, I've given him the name of my insurance company, and they'll replace everything, I'm sure.
I wonder when the jury will come out.
You know what I think, Mr. Roberts? It wasn't just a random burglary. Taking everything out of that locker smacks of some kind of revenge, I'd say. I know that Mr. Claiborne is a good friend of yours, but I wouldn't be surprised if this wasn't some kind of, retaliation, that's the word, by someone Claiborne had stepped on somewhere along the line.
Well, it could be, Leo. Charlie Claiborne has stepped on an awful lot of toes in his day.
Oh, here comes the jury. I don't think Peter's got a chance.
Of course they found me guilty, Harry. Only Leo Mantell had testified for me, saying he and his wife always found me to be honorable and trustworthy. The jury didn't think so, because none of the contents of Mr. Claiborne's locker had turned up. The judge gave me what he called a light sentence. 6 years. Eligible for parole in 5.
When did you get out, Peter?
A couple of days ago. 5 years.
1 year off for good behavior?
No. My heart was acting funny, and I was up for parole anyway. I guess they didn't want me to die in prison.
That's lousy. That sure is.
You ever been in prison?
You kidding? I wanted a lot of things in my life, but never that badly.
Funny how life goes. Somehow it's in cycles. When I got back to jail, all those guys, they welcomed me like a king. My old pal Oscar, I was in the same cell again with him. He had about 11 months to go, and then he'd be out.
Well, I don't know where I'm going, but I'm going, and that's enough for me.
Well, don't think it's going to be a better life out there, Oscar, because it ain't. Nobody wants you. Nobody helps.
Oh, what kind of mouthpiece did you get? They didn't have any evidence. I read about it. Just that guy's word against yours.
Yeah, his clothes were gone, too. He must have worn something when he went into the health club. That must have been some sight, him in his shorts and a towel. I can just see him trying to borrow pants to get back to his office.
Yeah, well, how could they lay it all on you?
Well, I'll tell you how, Oscar. I wanted him to.
Nah, Pete, you just take it nice and easy.
For me, this stretch is a real vacation.
I'm sure you had a reason.
I did, Harry. Now, look, I trust you. I'll tell you the truth. Sure, it was me. I took everything out of Claiborne's locker. I was just going to open it and mess up his clothes. I was so mad at him. But there was this fat envelope on the shelf. And I look inside. There was money. $100 bills. Lots of it. So I grabbed everything and I took the bus right out here. And I dumped all the clothes and the wallet, the rings, and everything into the bay, but I kept the envelope.
Well, what did you do with it?
What do you want? I'm closed.
Well, I saw your sign. Are you Milton, the pawnbroker?
I am.
Look, I'd like to leave an envelope here.
Has it got some value?
Well, yeah, sort of. To me, it has. I'm going away, you see, and I want to leave it in a safe place.
Go get a safe deposit box in the bank someplace.
Well, the banks are closed now. Look, will you do it for $100?
Will I? Come in. Come right in.
Okay, now look, here's your 100. Now, the thing is, I may be gone 5, maybe 6 years. Is that okay?
Don't worry. I'll keep it in my safe, and whenever you come back, you just give me the receipt. That way, no one else can get it.
Oh, a receipt, huh?
Yeah, in 5 or 6 years, I might forget your face, so I advise you to hang on to that receipt.
Well, suppose I lose it. You know, when you go away for a long time, new places, things could get lost.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Well, you could write your name on the envelope right here on the outside.
Well, I don't know.
Well, then don't use your real name.
Yeah, I could do that.
It doesn't even have to be a person's name. It could be anything. So write something there, whatever you want, and when you come back from your trip, you come in here, tell me what you wrote on the envelope, and it's yours.
You see, Milton, what I gotta do is leave this envelope with you. And you take care of the envelope for me, okay, Milton? I'm gonna take a trip, but I'll be back for it. I'm gonna write a code word on the outside of the envelope. So when I tell you what it is, then you'll hand it over to me. Okay?
Pete, what did you write? What'd you write on the envelope, Pete? What was it, Pete?
Well, I must have been dreaming. What time is it?
Oh, early. They haven't called showers and breakfast yet.
What are you doing over here by my bunk?
Oh, you were groaning and moaning. I thought you were sick.
What do you mean, sick? I'm fine.
You were talking. I thought you were talking to me.
What did I say?
Well, who knows? What do people say when they're asleep? Nothing that makes much sense.
I'd been talking in my sleep. Dreaming I was in Milton's pawn shop and he was putting away my envelope. My insurance policy for a decent life when I got out. Money so I wouldn't have to take guff and insults from anybody for my last years. I didn't know what I might have let slip or what Oscar could have heard, so I just forced myself to forget. Forget what I'd written on that envelope. Then the day came when he was sprung.
Well, how'd I look, pal?
At the clothes they give you, Oscar? Not bad.
Yeah, and a couple of bucks plus all I made in the shop. Even a newspaper. Well, it's been nice knowing you, buddy.
Hold it a minute. Let me see that paper a second. I just thought I saw some... what do you know?
What'd you do? Inherit $1 million, Pete?
Yeah, in a way. You remember that guy Claiborne I told you about? That vicious guy?
Oh, yeah, kind of.
Look at this here. Yeah. Found him in an alley. Shot to death.
Nice friends you got on the outside, I must say.
Time passed. The months ran into each other, into years. And I'd smile and think of all that money and what I'd do with it. Maybe build a cabin in the woods somewhere. Maybe have my own houseboat down in Florida. Then last week, parole. First thing I did when I hit San Francisco was to head for Milton's pawn shop.
Yes? May I help you?
Who are you?
Oh, what do you mean? I run this place.
Where's Milton?
Oh, you mean my Uncle Milton?
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, he died 2 years ago. I'm his nephew.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
You knew him, huh? Oh, I guess you did.
Well, I've been away for a couple of years. Gee, that's too bad. You know, your uncle was a swell guy.
Yeah, he had a bad heart.
Oh, I didn't know that. Anyway, I left a package with him, an envelope. I said I'd be by when I got back, so here I am.
Well, it's okay with me. Let me have the receipt and I'll look for it.
The receipt?
Sure, the slip of paper with a number on it. That's how we file things, by number.
I didn't take a receipt. Afraid I'd lose it. Oh. Your uncle said for me to write something down on the envelope to identify it.
Oh.
Then when I came by, just to tell him what I'd written, and it'd be okay.
Well, how big an envelope?
Oh, maybe so long, about 10 inches.
Yeah?
With heavy brown paper and about that wide. It was pretty thick, at least an inch.
Oh.
Oh, and it was tied up with a piece of string. I'm not sure if it was red string or black string.
Valuable?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, then it's probably in the safe. That's where we keep small items.
Good. Fine, okay.
Well, what's written on the envelope?
Written? I wrote, you know, just for a second it slipped my mind. Look, while I'm thinking, why don't you go to the safe and see if there is that long envelope like I described? Oh, another thing.
It had a big ink blot on one side.
Okay, I'll have a look.
What did I write? What did I write? Was it one word, 2 words? I better take it easy. Anyway, I described the envelope, so that's all right.
Well, you're in luck. It was right on top. This is it, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it.
There's a note in my uncle's handwriting here, tucked under the string. Well, you just tell me what you wrote on here, and it's yours.
I don't know what's happened to my mind.
Are you sure this is your envelope?
Of course it's mine. You know, when you're my age, your memory sometimes plays tricks on you.
Yeah, well, come on, I don't have all day.
But look, I described it to you, didn't I? It's the same size, the brown, everything. I told you about the string around it.
Yeah, well, you said red or black string, and this is green.
Well, but it was string, wasn't it? I told you about the ink blot, you see?
Yeah, well, maybe you can tell me what's in the envelope.
Inside?
Sure. If it's your property, you ought to know what's in there.
Oh, well, look, listen, I'll be back. I'm just going to take a walk around the block, and it'll come to me. I'll be back. But hold on to that. I'll be back,
Well,
Florence.
you can have it if you just tell me what's in here.
Harry, that was 3 days ago. I've been walking around like a crazy man. I look at the stores for names. I read the papers for names, the names of horses at the track. I was all of today standing in a phone booth looking through the phone book. My whole life, Harry, has turned into a joke. And the joke's on me.
Oh, I see. That's why you asked me my name, huh?
Why is everything turning against me? All my life I've been passed by. First I was framed and spent my whole adult life in that prison. I get out for a year, I'm free, I have a job, responsibilities, I'm respected, I'm somebody. And along comes this Charlie Claiborne character. I haven't mentioned his name in years.
Charlie. Is that what you wrote on the envelope, maybe?
No, I did not. I hated that guy. I wouldn't use his dirty name as a key to my new life. He got his, finally. Oh, brother, the way I got back at him. Revenge is so sweet. I took his pants and his dough. Boy, revenge. That's it. That's it. Revenge is sweet. That's what I wrote on the envelope. Revenge is sweet. Oh, my head. My head is spinning. My chest. I don't feel so good, Harry. Harry, will you? Harry, will you?
It's too bad. I really got to like Peter and to sympathize with him. His was a hard life. And to die at the very moment he might have begun to live. Did he have anybody to mourn his passing? Anybody? Who? I'll be back shortly with the ironic ending to this extraordinary tale.
Hello, I'm Rick Barry of the Golden State Warriors. As a professional basketball player, I know that good defense makes a winner. Cancer chemotherapy is one of the most important kinds of defense I can think of. It helps arrest and control cancer, the ravaging disease that afflicts 1/3 of our adult population. Chemotherapy treatment, which means the medicinal use of chemical agents, can control some of the most common forms of cancer. Proper and timely use of this treatment can result in patients leading extended and productive lives. But scientists have only begun to tap the pool of therapeutic drugs at their disposal. To continue this costly process, your support is needed. Send a check today to Chemotherapy, Box 8, New York 10028. Remember, the best offense against cancer is a good defense, like chemotherapy.
Rick Barry is right. Chemotherapy can relieve suffering from cancer while it checks the growth of the runaway cancer cells. Your donation will continue this relief. Think about it. Then send a check to Chemotherapy, Box 8, New York 10028.
remember Harry, the fisherman, the man who had nothing and all his life wanted to explore new places, to travel. Somehow, he came into money, got himself first-class passage on a big ocean liner, and started cruising around the world. Harry was in no hurry to get back. No hurry at all. So you see, for someone, revenge was indeed sweet. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Lloyd Battista, Robert Dryden, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
What a waste.
Happened at Fifth and Ballard. She was waiting for a bus. She saw a man approach. There was a phone booth at the corner, and she was able to dial the police.
Could she tell them anything?
Oh, poor woman. She was paralyzed with fear.
I can imagine.
And she managed to say he was big, black raincoat, black mustache.
That's all?
Yeah, except for the usual little note placed on the victim's chest with just the words, "Thou shalt kill."
Let me look at that newspaper for a moment, if you please.
Oh, sir, your coffee's getting cold.
Where do they describe the killer? Oh, yes, yeah. Big, black raincoat, black mustache. Why, bless my soul. The woman could be describing me.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever sublet your house or your apartment? More specifically, I should say, your home. If you have, I hope it's been a pleasant and satisfactory experience. Because you know as well as I do, all the horror tales you hear of people who are not so lucky, of damage, breakage, vandalism, and non-payment, or what is even worse, and to use the word advisedly, unspeakable, which is what happened to David and Jane Francis. But that, of course, is the burden of our tale.
Look at my floor. It's ruined.
Well, what the devil is it, Dr. Wharton?
I wouldn't invoke his name too carelessly, Mr. Francis. That is the Goetic circle of black evocations.
Goetic?
It means, Mrs. Francis, pertaining to witches.
Our mystery drama, The Church of Hell, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Roberta Maxwell and Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick has some good news for procrastinators. Even though you waited, you can still enjoy the comfort and luxury of a full-size Buick. Even better, your Buick dealer just might give you an irresistible deal on a 78 LeSabre right now. But do hurry, because a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for this kind of news, too. Buick LeSabre. Yes, you can at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Children grow up, college is paid for, they're about their own lives, and a whole new vista opens out. You travel, you shuck off responsibility. But habit is hard to shake, and your freedom has limits on it. For example, to afford that European jaunt, you rent your house. And after the excitement and devil-may-care of the holiday, some doubts may swirl in. Doubts that in this case are much more Jane Frances's than her husband's, David. Doubts that normally would be minor, but not in this case. Jane and David Francis were not so lucky with their country house tenant. Not that they knew that as they were returning to their little apartment in New York.
Home sweet home.
Part way.
What does that mean?
Our pied à terre, New York. Not home.
Not home.
Like I said, part way. Not for real.
In the country?
What else? Your house, the house that David built.
Yeah, but that's rented.
I know. It paid for our trip to Spain.
And wasn't it worth it?
I hope so. Just the same, I wonder how everything goes up in the country.
Well, that figures. You want to call now before we have drinks.
Don't you think we should?
Well, suppose something is wrong, the pipes burst or something. Why spoil tonight? I mean, couldn't we just let all the problems wait for tomorrow?
Why should there be any problem? Let me just make a call so it's off my mind.
What's your poison, martini or Manhattan?
I'm still Andalusian-oriented. Don't we have a nice sherry?
Your wish is my command.
Hello, Francis residence.
Who is this?
May I ask who's calling?
Yes, this is Mrs. Francis.
What is it?
Forgive me, Mrs. Francis. This is Detective Lieutenant Harris Price.
Detective? David, you'd better get on the bedroom phone. What is it, Lieutenant? Robbery? A fire?
No, it's a little more complicated. Mrs. Joanna Adams was renting your house.
That's right. David, are you on?
Yes, Jane.
My husband is on now, Lieutenant. Go ahead.
We've been trying to reach you for a couple of days.
We were in Europe. We just got back. What's happened?
Well, nothing really for you to be too alarmed about. Your neighbors had been calling us because there was some trouble about a cat.
Oh, Tommy. Oh, nothing's happened to Tommy. Oh, please. He's all right.
Well, the cat is all right now. He was a raging tiger when we let him out, but he was just hungry. Pretty near starved.
Poor baby.
Well, had he been fed? Has Mrs. Adams skipped or something? Or something is more like it. I'm afraid I have to tell you that she's dead.
Dead?
How? We don't know that for sure till after the autopsy. Well, did someone break in, or... Well, there's no evidence of that. It could have been a heart attack, perhaps. After all, she wasn't young. But
what, Lieutenant?
I don't think that's something we can discuss on the phone. Would you have any plans to come up here?
Of course. We have to get Tommy.
Yes, we better drive straight up tonight. Well, fine. I'll be waiting for you. And don't worry about Tommy. Ever since I fed him, we're buddies.
Thank you, Lieutenant. See you as soon as we can. What do you suppose happened to Mrs. Adams?
Well, search me. Heart attack, I guess, like the lieutenant said.
He sort of hedged. Why didn't the lieutenant say it right out if that's all it was?
Oh, what am I, honey, a mind reader? Well, let's get on up to the country and find out. Well, here we are. Home sweet home.
With more than one light burning in the window.
Yeah, at least our detective friend is still here.
Everything looks pretty good. The leaves have been raked.
Yeah, glad I painted the front last summer. Holding up pretty good.
I see she kept mulching the vegetable garden with the clean garbage.
Yeah, she was such a sturdy old lady. Hard to think of her gone.
Oh, that must be the lieutenant and Tommy.
Yeah.
Oh, some welcome
Hey, a
home.
smart cat. Hey, he's glad to see you.
Well, obviously, you're Mr. and Mrs. Francis.
Ah, you're Lieutenant Price.
That's right. Well, that cat sure is glad to see you, ma'am.
Yes, he's not usually so demonstrative. Something must have scared him.
Well, you go without food and water long enough. It's enough to scare anyone.
How long?
Well, about 3 days, we figure. Your fellow there was howling up a storm. Shall we go inside?
Yeah, I'll get the bags later.
Is Mrs. Adams still here?
Oh, no, ma'am. She's been taken to the hospital. Hope you'll find everything in order. The boys tried to get everything back in place and clean after they dusted for prints.
In order? Why? I mean, had she changed things around or something?
Well, it wasn't that, Mrs. Francis. This room looked like a cyclone had hit it. Books dumped all over the floor, chair turned over, and drapes and curtains all ripped down.
Is this where she died?
No, we found her in the upstairs bedroom.
You said it was a heart attack.
Well, no evidence of anything else so far.
Yes, but if this room was turned topsy-turvy, You're not suggesting she did it.
I don't think she'd have had the strength to do some of the things.
So then someone broke in.
Could be.
You said there was no evidence of that.
Oh, there wasn't. Well, I should say there isn't. Not that we've turned up so far. The windows were all shut, doors closed and locked. If anyone got in, he'd have had to have had a key.
We didn't leave any extra keys.
Well, Mrs. Adams had a set of keys in her handbag. Unless, of course, she had some made.
Well, why would she do that? Her husband's dead, and we understood she was all alone, no relatives.
Still, there must have been someone else here. Someone in the house. You've no idea who it might have been.
Not the slightest. You don't mean someone might have killed her?
Well, as far as we know now, not in the strict sense of the word.
What does that mean?
Well, I'm not trying to be mysterious, Mrs. Francis. I'm really as much in the dark as you and your husband are. Except that I saw the old lady. I saw her face. And while I'm quite ready to accept the medical examiner's provisional diagnosis that she died of a heart attack, what I want to know is who or what caused it. Because I hate to tell you this, but in my opinion, that little old lady was literally frightened to death.
Jane?
Yes, David?
For heaven's sake, what are you doing? I mean, can't you just dump the dinner dishes in the dishwasher?
I did.
Well, then what are you stacking them away for? Can't that wait for tomorrow? I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm knocked out.
I'm not doing the dishes.
Well, why are you messing about in the kitchen cabinet?
I'm, checking up on things.
Our first night home from Europe. Can't it wait?
I have a funny feeling it can't. All sorts of things are not, they're just not right, David.
Oh, come on, Jane.
Now, remember what the lieutenant said.
I think he's been reading the wrong kind of mystery stories.
I wouldn't sell Lieutenant Price short. Come here.
What?
The dishes.
Yeah?
The everyday dishes.
Yeah, the blue stuff?
It isn't the same.
Well, what do you mean it isn't the same?
Just what I said. Every bit of it has been replaced. Same pattern, but it's all new.
That's crazy. How do you know?
Well, look. The vegetable dish was cracked.
Yeah?
3 cups had chips. You know, you glued the meat platter back together yourself the night after the bet's party.
Well, so okay. A couple of pieces are replaced.
No, it just isn't a couple. It's a whole new set. Why?
Well, you tell me.
Because all or most of the other must have gotten broken. How?
Well, things do break.
A whole service for 8?
Well, I don't know.
Look at the cabinets.
Mm-hmm. Well, they look pretty good. Someone's been polishing them. Hey, they're all scarred.
And burned.
I thought she didn't smoke.
Those aren't cigarette burns. There's something else.
What?
I don't know. Like something hot. Red hot, just brushed by. The curtains and the drapes in the living room are sort of singed. And you want to know something else? Every mirror in this house has been replaced, except the one in the study.
And that's cracked.
More than that. Something so hot was against it that it melted the mercury backing. It's all sort of fuzz, like it had been in a fire.
Darling, what are you trying to suggest?
I don't quite know. Look, come here. Let me show you something else.
Yeah. Oh, where?
In my spice closet.
Uh-huh.
Look at these.
Those are not your regular spice jars, are they?
No, thanks. I never saw jars like these, or what they have in them.
Hey, it looks like some kind of bugs.
It is. They're beetles. And they're alive. This looks like a lizard skin, and I hate to think what these two could be.
We'd better call the lieutenant.
I don't think this is up his alley. Anyway, we all deserve some sleep first. I'm just about gone. I can't take any more tonight.
Are you going to be able to sleep all right?
Once I get to sleep tonight, it would take all hell breaking loose to wake me up again.
sounds like what you said.
What?
All hell breaking loose. It's some gale out of nowhere. Get this window closed. There. I'd better see what's going on downstairs.
No, David, no.
No what?
I don't want you going downstairs. Please, darling, it's not worth the risk.
What risk? It's just some crazy kind of storm.
With no rain, no thunder or lightning. This isn't a storm.
With all that wind, what else could it be?
I'm scared to think. Something terrible is loose in this house. Something incomprehensible beyond our imagination. The same thing that frightened poor old Mrs. Adam to death. Please, darling. Oh, just hold me close. And don't question whatever it is that's happening. For heaven's touch us. Whatever it is that's invaded our house means us no harm. But maybe if we just shut our eyes and ears, please, God, it will go away.
Not the most pleasant of homecomings, nor the easiest of circumstances for landlords to find themselves in. Unfortunate enough to find that the lease has been broken by an untimely death, but how much more so to find that apparently an unwanted tenant has taken possession. A tenant that may be difficult, if not impossible, to evict. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Thank heaven for mornings. To wake up, no matter how sleepless or dream-ridden the night. To watch the sun rise again. Life renew itself. To know that this new day, whatever else it offers, is a promise. A promise that there is hope always for better things. Not that either David or Jane Francis are that bright and bushy-tailed. It is only that in the bright light of day, their explanations of the night before sound as fanciful and overdramatic as they are afraid they will seem to Lieutenant Price.
David?
Yeah,
You awake?
I'm awake.
Was there really a storm last night? Or was that something I dreamed?
Well, there wasn't a storm as far as I can see. There was no rain or wind damage outside.
Then it wasn't a dream. Some terrible thing was raging in this house last night?
I don't know how terrible it was, but somebody really messed up the study, and good again. I'd sure like to get my hands on him.
Somebody broke in?
No, I don't think anyone broke in. I mean, I think somebody has a key. Now, don't worry. I called Lieutenant Price while I was downstairs. Just waiting for him to call back.
You think something else is in this house?
I think somebody could be hiding out. Some crazy guy.
And you went downstairs all alone with no protection.
I picked up the shotgun from the study. Now, Jane, we are staying locked in this bedroom until the police arrive.
I don't think ordinary locks are going to help us against whatever's loose in this house, David.
What are you trying to say?
You know, I don't think this is a real person. I think it's something from the other side of the grave.
You mean a ghost? I mean, that's ridiculous. What would any self-respecting ghost have against it? The voice of reason. That'll be the lieutenant.
Whatever you do, get the police here fast. Oh, and ask him about Mrs. Adam, what the autopsy showed.
All right, will do. Just take it easy, Jane. Hello. Yes, Lieutenant. Yeah, just what I reported. Same kind of mess as before. No, we didn't hear a thing until it all started. First thing was the wind. I said the wind. Well, it was blowing up a storm here, enough to rattle every window in the house. Now, don't worry. We have ourselves locked in the bedroom, and we'll stay there until you get here. Oh, by the way, did you get any results from the autopsy on Mrs. Adam? Yeah? Yeah. The inside of her mouth and her throat. What could have caused that? I see. But that wasn't the cause of death, huh? Uh-huh. Yeah, don't worry. We'll be waiting. Well, the police are on their way.
What was all that about Mrs. Adam and her mouth and her throat?
She apparently suffered some first-degree burns there, also on her hands and on one side of her face.
From what?
They don't know. Backfire from the gas stove, maybe? Maybe she used too much fluid on the charcoal boiler. I don't know. Something flared up and singed her, but good.
Enough to kill her?
Oh, no. The medical examiner's first diagnosis was right there. She died of congestive heart failure.
But what caused it?
Well, that's something we don't know.
Maybe it's something we don't ever want to know.
Well, the boys and I have been over the house with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. and Mrs. Francis. And I can promise you that no forcible entry has been made into this house.
Well, that's crazy. I mean, look at the shambles this place is. Someone had to get in.
Doors and windows wouldn't keep it out.
Someone else has a key. That's what it is.
But why would someone want to vandalize our house?
Well, not because of us, because of Mrs. Adam.
Well, what do you know about this Mrs. Adam?
Not much. The agency brought her over, but...
She had very good references. I mean, a couple of banks, a minister from some church, a letter from another sublet she had in New York.
Mm-hmm. None from any place she'd worked?
Oh, I don't think this woman had ever worked. I mean...
what Jane means is that she was loaded. Her jewelry was worth a fortune.
And her clothes were very fashionable.
Hey, maybe that's what someone was after. Her jewels.
No, I doubt it. According to the insurance policy we found, none of it seems to be missing. What does seem to be missing with the lady is her background.
What do you mean?
Well, although the accounts are very substantial, the banks have only carried them for a little over a year. Before that, she seems to have come from Germany.
Well, that would be right. She had an accent.
But very cultivated.
Would you say that she was, very religious?
Well, I don't know. It's not the sort of thing you ask someone who's going to rent.
I noticed there were a lot of books in the bedroom she was using on religious things. Quite a few on theosophy, I remember. Oh, that's right. The letter from the minister. That's what he said he was.
Was his name Theodore Saxman?
The minister? Yes, something like that.
Mm-hmm. Theodore Saxman was German-born, and he was connected with the Theosophist movement, but no longer.
You mean he's not a minister?
Well, he got kicked out of the church.
Why?
We don't know that yet. The church doesn't want to talk about it, and we can't seem to find the ex-Reverend Saxman. But he'll be found. If the police don't turn him up, the insurance company will.
Why the insurance company?
Because he's named as benefactor in all her insurance. Something like $1.5 million in all. He was also named as sole heir in her will.
Well, if there's that much money floating around, I don't think anyone will have to look for him. He'll turn up to collect.
Unless her family want to fight the will.
Well, apparently she has no family. And her husband died about 5 years ago.
Well, then Saxman will turn up.
Well, I'm not so sure.
Why?
Policeman's hunch. I got a funny feeling he may be the ex-reverend in more ways than one. But if anyone has a key to this house, he's the logical one. I've got a lot of questions I'd like to ask him about the night Mrs. Adam died.
You mean you think he might have murdered her?
But she died of natural causes.
Congestive heart failure is a result, Mrs. Francis. A lot of things can cause it. I'd like to know what frightened that poor woman before she died.
You think it might have been something supernatural, too?
No, I didn't say that. I'm going to have a man on this house around the clock covering the front door. Do you and your husband plan to stay here?
For a few days till all this is settled, we hope.
Now, why do you ask?
Well, I'm just a cop, Mr. Francis. But I'm smart enough to know there's a lot I don't know. Not that I buy, something outside of natural things. Still, well, for example, do these tools belong to you?
No, I never saw the box before. You, Jane?
No. What's in it?
I'll see for yourself.
Well, a bunch of knives. What is it, a butcher's kit?
I don't know.
What's that funny-looking one with the little curved point?
No, careful, Mrs. Francis. They're all razor sharp.
But what are they?
That's what I want to ask a friend of mine, Dr. Henry Warden. He lives just a couple of blocks from here. Say, would you mind if he came here and had a look at these and this room?
No, I suppose not, but...
Well, what kind of a doctor is he?
You see, I had a strange case involving a medium here a couple of years ago, and I met this guy then. Yeah, he's a real brain, I tell you. Even if he's... Yeah, well, you'll see for yourselves. He's what you call a doctor of parapsychology.
What's that?
It means someone who's an expert on ghosts.
Well, I have examined the library of the deceased. Small, but quite a comprehensive compendium of reference on the mystical arts. Mr. Francis?
I wouldn't know, Dr. Wharton. It's not exactly my field.
Of course not. No, to be sure. Not everyone's cup of tea, of course. Still, ceremonial magic, the Book of the Dead, the Kabbalah, Cagliostro, fascinating reading for the inquiring mind.
Why would anyone be interested in books like that? What would Mrs. Adam want with them? Was it something to do with her religion?
In a sense, perhaps. In a sense.
Why did you want to look at the books first?
I had my reasons, Mr. Francis. It is surprising what knowledge of a person you can glean from his reading habits. And how books are treated can be a gold mine of information. May I see the room now where the psychic disturbances took place?
Of course. This way.
We don't know they were psychic disturbances, do they? I mean, it looks like pretty ordinary vandalism to me, but you can see for yourself.
Ah, yes. Quite typical. Mindless destruction, it might seem. Drapes torn and... Let me see. Yes, singed a little. Books destroyed, ripped, but rather carefully selected books. The Bible, the Book of Common Prayer, and teleportation. Classic.
Teleportation?
Oh, yes, Mr. Francis. The desk, for example. That is oak, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Enormously heavy. Normally it would take 2 strong men at least to move it.
Well, it could have been dragged or pushed.
Hardly. The rug has not been disturbed. It was lifted.
Then there was more than one person?
I doubt it.
Well, he would have had to have had superhuman strength.
Or abilities. Have you ever had a fire in the house? I mean, has the house ever been on fire?
No. Why?
The floor. You notice how the varnish is cracked and mottled?
There are the same marks on the rug. I thought it was from dirty footsteps.
That isn't dirt. They are scorched, Mrs. Francis. When you first came in the room, this strange particular odor must have been more evident, wasn't it?
There was a sort of burning smell.
Not quite like a scorched smell. More like ozone or sulfur, maybe.
Or brimstone, perhaps. There were some tools the lieutenant mentioned.
Oh, yes. They are right here.
Yes. A remarkable collection. Quite magnificent in its way.
Collection of what, Dr. Wharton?
The instruments required for the ceremonies of black magic.
Black magic?
Yes. Quite obviously, your Mrs. Johanna Adam was a practitioner of that dread and ancient art.
What?
If you don't believe me, help me pull aside the rug, and I think you will have incontrovertible proof.
Dear me, as Dr. Wharton might say, this is enough to start the goosebumps rising and the hackles on the neck. What evil, ancient, unspeakable discovery awaits poor innocent David and Jane Francis as the rug is thrown back beneath their eyes? What secret obscenity does it conceal? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
Over the years, you've learned that sometimes procrastination pays. So you shop for snow shovels in July, lawnmowers in December, and your Buick Regal now. Because you know that this is the time of year when Buick dealers may be even more open than usual to conversations involving deals. An elegant, luxurious Regal? Yes, you can. Right now at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
Three people stand looking down at what the rolled back rug has revealed. What they are looking at is a strange and cabalistic circle burned into the floor. Placed on it at 90-degree intervals are crude sketches of a skull, a goat's horns, a bat, and a black cat. Inside the circle, intertwining with each other, are 4 smaller circles enclosed in a triangle. Tacked to the floor, on the inside of the large circle, are strips of cloth or some animal hide. And everywhere within the circle, painted in black and blood red, symbols, strange gibberish words, and long, complex alien names.
Look at my floor. It's ruined.
What the devil is it?
I wouldn't invoke his name too carelessly, Mr. Francis. That is the Goetic Circle of Black Evocation.
Goetic?
It means pertaining to witchcraft.
So that's what Mrs. Adam was. A witch.
Not quite, Mrs. Francis, or at the very most, a very amateurish one, who conjured up, or at least saw conjured up, more than she bargained for.
Well, what does all that circle thing mean?
In the Middle Ages, that material all around the inside of the large circle would have been the skin of the victim, fastened to the ground by 4 nails from the coffin of an executed criminal.
Oh, how disgusting.
Don't be too alarmed. I think you will find that this is only a simulation. As with the crude representations of what ought to be the skull of a patricide.
Patricide?
Someone who killed his father. The other 3 are the horns of a goat, a male bat drowned in blood, and a black cat who has been fed on human flesh.
Are you serious, Dr. Wharton?
About what I am reporting, absolutely. About whether I personally subscribe to this profane anti-religion, no. Most emphatically, no.
Then you believe, as I do, that it's all nonsense.
No, I'm afraid I don't.
You believe that there has been black magic practiced here, and that some kind of evil spirit has been set loose in this house?
Let me put it this way. I know that anyone involved in the hidden church of hell knows there has. Let me show you something. I found these sheets in the back of a volume entitled Science and Physical Phenomena and Apparitions. They were written by Mrs. Adam, apparently. The handwriting can be checked. And they are a sort of confession and last testament.
May we read them?
How's your knowledge of German, medieval Latin, and the litany of the grimoire?
Well, I don't speak German or Latin.
What's the grimoire?
The Grand Grimoire is the last word on profane worship. The encyclopedia of black magic. The definitive handbook of sorcery.
Okay, so we can't read the mumbo-jumbo Mrs. Adam left, but would you read it to us?
Well, I won't read it. I'll tell you what it contains with one stipulation.
What's that?
Lieutenant Price must be present and hear it at the same time.
You mean you're telling me that Mrs. Adams confesses in that transcript to murdering her husband?
In Stuttgart, February 14th, 1975.
Did she stand trial?
No. The medical certificate was issued as death due to natural causes.
Well, what did she kill him for?
She wanted to give a large amount to the religious group, a church, if you will, that she intended to join. He didn't believe in it. She felt she had divine grace to do as she wished.
How awful. Did the church get the money?
Not yet. Nor would it ever have. She changed her allegiance along the way. You see, she hadn't counted on her conscience. And at least for her, her husband refused to rest easy in the grave.
He haunted her.
Exactly. So successfully and persistently that he drove her to flee to this country, hoping to find freedom from his curse. And here she met a man named Theodore Saxman.
The ex-reverend. The boy we've been looking for. Does she give any clue where we might find him?
Oh, yes, indeed.
Well, then I want it right now. I want to haul that joker in.
Oh, I very much doubt that you can, Lieutenant, now.
What are you getting at, Dr. Wharton?
I don't think you're going to find Theodore Saxman in this world.
Well, I sure don't expect to find him in the next one.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
What?
Let me explain, please. You see, I'm in a rather, shall we say, delicate position. We are dealing with two worlds, one of which all of us accept, the other which I'm afraid only I do.
Doctor, you've got something up your sleeve. What is it?
Whatever it is, I assure you it is in your best interests, Mr. Francis.
It is?
I would assume you wish to go on living in this house of yours, that you'd like to be rid of this poltergeist that is invading it.
No, just hold on. What's a poltergeist?
Forgive me. A moment of levity. A poltergeist is a noisy and usually destructive ghost. I'm afraid what we have here is a much more malevolent one.
You mean it's the spirit of the excommunicated priest, whatever his name is?
I'm not sure that is the term of choice of his sect. Certainly, however, unfrocked and cast out of the church.
What is it that you want us to do, Dr. Wharton?
Let me sum all this up first. A haunted and tortured Mrs. Adam fled to this country, only to find out she could not leave the ghost of her husband behind her. In desperation, she returned to the church she had known, confiding in Theodore Saxman. He saw almost instant riches on the one hand, and a sponsor to give him the opportunity to continue his experiments in black magic. They could not be conducted in a New York apartment. They needed seclusion and secrecy. This house was perfect for their plans.
For what plans?
Saxman's assurance to Mrs. Adam that he could conjure up the soul of her husband and persuade it under threat of being dragged to the deepest pit in hell to leave her alone.
You're trying to say that's what happened right here in our study.
I'm not trying to say. I'm saying it happened according to Mrs. Adams' last testament. Only something went very much astray.
Well, what?
She was not certain. She surmised, as I do, that he stepped out of the protection of his inner circle, and that the soul he was trying to threaten, Mr. Adam, was released by the damned in exchange for the Reverend Saxman.
Released? Oh, where did he go?
Back to the peace of the grave, I should say.
So you're trying to tell us that this Saxman, even though he is dead, is still raging around looking for...
Well, what is he looking for, Dr. Wharton?
At the moment, he is the most condemned of the condemned. A creature neither of hell nor heaven. An outcast spirit, doomed to wander eternity with neither hope of salvation or damnation, unless...
Unless what?
Unless he can find a human body to die in. He tried to invade Mrs. Adams, but he frightened her to death before he had the chance to possess her. It is you, or perhaps even more, your husband, that are in danger now.
Oh, no.
You actually believe all this junk, Dr. Wharton?
What I believe is beside the point. What people who have invested this house passionately and totally believed has poisoned it. I think those beliefs must be exorcised before either of you will be safe again.
What did you have in mind, Dr. Wharton?
For the four of us, tonight, to occupy this magic circle. And after I have instructed all of you to raise this fiend from the darkness and consign him to eternal fires. I command and abjure thee, Theodore Saxman, to quit thine abode wherever it may be, swearing that I will give thee 1/4 of an hour alone. And if thou dost not come straightway hither and communicate with me in an audible and intelligible voice, dispatch me, Emperor Lucifer, or his messenger Astaroth, in a human form, without either noise or evil smell, failing which I shall smite thee all
and thy whole race with the terrible blasting rod into the depths of the bottomless pit.
I'm scared, David.
It's crazy, but so am I.
Anyone is crazy, it's me. If my boys outside knew what I was doing...
Silence. Don't move. Stay in your circles.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doctor. I should never have allowed this.
I warned you. If you leave the circle, you're risking your life. I adjure thee, O Spirit. Come hither and speak to me. Else I will compel thee by the power of living God and by the Holy Spirit.
What is it?
Obey promptly or be eternally tormented by the power of the potent words in the grand clavicle of Solomon. Again, and no rest unless you hearken unto me. One chance you have to redeem thyself. Abjure thy false master Lucifer and surrender thyself to the mercy of the true divine Spirit. Repent, and thy soul will be free to pass through the grave that is the gateway to heaven. Hold fast, everyone. Hold fast.
I can't let him escape. Let me go, Doctor.
For God's sake, stay in the circle.
It's going to the door. Done. Bill, he's trying to escape. Don't let him get away. Mr. and Mrs. Francis all right?
They'll do. Shaken, of course.
Who isn't?
How is he?
He's dead. Officer Dunn's bullet took him right in the heart.
Just as well.
I suppose this is Theodore Saxman.
I think you'll find out it is.
Oh, how am I going to explain this at headquarters?
Is there any need? The real explanation is right to hand. The man was armed with a knife. He attacked a police officer.
And I'm convinced he was responsible for the old woman's death.
So am I. But I doubt you'd ever be able to prove it.
Dr. Warden, in the name of God, what really happened in there tonight?
Whatever did, I think it was in the name of God. And I think it is best forgotten.
Well, there it is. Which do you want to believe? That there was some hallucinatory drug in the heavy incense burning in that study? That Theodore Saxman did return to steal the jewels and lost his head and attacked the policeman? After all, he did have a key. Or, well, perhaps we'd better forget the other. If we find ourselves believing in goetic incantations, exorcism, the clavicles of the Grand Grimoire, and the power of black magic, who would sleep fast tonight? I'll be back shortly.
to me that perhaps necromancy should not be dismissed so easily. It has a long history, and it does have its believers. After all, in 1 Samuel 28:7 and following, at King Saul's request, the witch of Endor did call up Samuel from the dead. Or shouldn't I mention it? Because you might be listening to this in the late of night. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Paul Hecht, Lloyd Batista, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The eye sees much more than the heart sometimes cares to feel. Haven't we all gone into situations which involved some degree of ethical compromise? We harden our minds and disengage our consciences, and such can be our facility for deception that we succeed in fooling everyone. But the eyes are like a camera. They know what they have seen.
I'll be coming for you in a few hours, Larry.
To take me to the gas chamber. I'm innocent.
I believe you. And as your lawyer, I did my best.
If only I could get my hands on the man who framed me.
There's nothing more you can do.
I think there is.
Larry, in 4 hours, you're going to be dead. What can you do then?
What if not all of me dies?
Our radio mystery drama, Second Sight, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Court Benson. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
We designed the new Buick Electra to be trim and intelligent.
A little science.
But we also endowed it with all the luxury and elegance that make an Electra an Electra.
A little magic.
So while you're feeling wise and prudent about buying one,
A little science.
you can also feel rich and successful driving one.
A little magic.
The new Electra, intelligence and elegance.
A little science. A little magic. A little science.
Crime does not pay is a statement many of us have come to wonder about. It sometimes seems the criminal, especially the so-called white-collar criminal, goes free on a technicality. Our legal system has grown so complex that lawyers have become like the high priests of the Middle Ages, mystical men with a knowledge and a language we laymen cannot understand. But extraordinary situations sometimes breed extraordinary solutions. We're at a farmhouse on the edge of a valley near a major city.
I know this is difficult, Mrs. Hadley, but you're the only one who can make positive identification of the man who killed your husband.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Rambo. It happened so quickly. I was numb. I didn't feel a thing. Jason was on the porch, lying at my feet. I didn't even have to look down. I could feel his death rise into my face like a cold wind. And I just stood there. And now
I know. It sometimes takes a while for the shock to wear off. That's when the grief hits the hardest.
Oh, now, you said, Lieutenant, you said you had some questions to ask me.
Well, we've picked up a suspect. The evidence is virtually conclusive.
Oh, this is his picture.
Yes. Do you recognize him?
It all happened so fast, and it was dark. We'd just finished dinner. There was a knock at the door. I was doing the dishes, so Jason said he'd answer it. A few moments later, I heard what sounded like an argument. Jason was raising his voice, which he almost never does. I went to see what the trouble was, and that's when I heard the shot. When I reached the door, Jason was lying there, and a man was running off into the dark.
So you saw only his back?
No, he looked over his shoulder for a brief instant.
And this picture, is this the man?
I don't know. I'd hate to be responsible for sending an innocent man to jail for the rest of his life.
If he's convicted, he won't get life, Mrs. Hadley.
You mean he'd be executed?
That's right.
I'm sorry, Lieutenant. It could be the man.
Could be?
Yes, but I can't be certain. Who is this man you picked up?
Well, his name is Larry Millard. He's a drifter, has a police record.
And you think he's the man?
Well, he's a weird kid, Mrs. Hadley. He's got a mystical streak. Imagine he has certain powers, you know.
But how can you be sure it was he?
Well, because he was in the valley at the time, and because he was carrying the murder weapon when he was arrested. If something should jar your memory, Mrs. Hadley, please call me. I'm Lieutenant Rambo, and here's my card.
Yes, I will, Lieutenant.
In any case, though, I think we've got the man who killed your husband.
Glenn? Hadn't the call come through from the courthouse?
Not yet, Tip.
Well, the jury convicted him, didn't they? And give him the death penalty? So what's the point of dragging it out like this?
Relax.
Now, how can I relax? Now, Larry Millard is the one guy who can identify you as the real murderer.
Tip, we've got nothing to worry about.
Oh, boy, I thought you'd really blown everything when you shot that farmer.
Well, I was having one of those headaches. By the way, have you closed the deal with his widow yet?
Yeah. It couldn't have worked out better. Now, she just wants to sell and move away.
Bad memories, eh?
Mm-hmm. We own it all now, buddy. Every piece of property surrounding the valley. And when the federal government announced publicly its plan to build a reservoir, the value of that land is going to skyrocket.
Yeah. What used to be second-rate farmland will suddenly become premium shoreline on the largest man-made lake in the state.
Mm-hmm. We paid an awful lot of bribe money to get that advance information.
Like I always say, Tip, if you want the water to flow, you've got to prime the pump.
Oh, hey, there it is.
Yeah. Hello? Yeah, this is Glenn Claxton. What's the word? Good. Terrific. Thanks. Millard's appeal was denied. He goes to the gas chamber next week.
It's a good thing you had the presence of mind to pick him up that night and slip him the murder weapon. Let's have that drink.
Yeah.
Hey, what's the matter?
It's just my eyes. They're blurring again. And that headache's coming back.
Will you do your wife and me a favor and go to a doctor, huh?
Yeah, sure.
No, I mean it now. Judith and I are very worried about you.
Yeah, all right. I'll make an appointment this afternoon. The last hurdle's been cleared.
Nothing stands between us and the biggest real estate profit in the state's history.
Who's that?
Don't worry, Larry. They aren't coming for you yet. It's only me, Mr. Jarvis.
Oh, yes, my faithful attorney. What time is it?
Well, it's almost midnight.
6 more hours. Why'd you disturb me, huh?
Well, I thought there might be some last thing I could do for you.
Well, you can't get me out of here so I can find the guy who framed me.
Well, you know that's not possible, Larry. All appeals are exhausted.
Every time I close my eyes, I see that face.
Oh, yes, I brought your newspaper. I thought it might distract you. Well, there's one other thing. The warden wanted me to ask you, it's customary for condemned prisoners to be asked if they'll permit any of their vital organs to be donated to science.
Why? What does science ever do for me? Thanks for the paper.
I understand. Well, Larry.
Hey, that's him.
What?
This guy. Here on the front page of the paper. This is the guy who framed me. Look.
Oh, you must be mistaken. This is Glenn Plaxton. He's one of the leading businessmen in the community.
Do you think I could ever forget the face of the man who's sending me to my death? That's the guy who picked me up the night I was hitchhiking through the valley.
Well, it doesn't make sense. What reason would he have for killing that farmer?
I tell you, that's him. Oh, boy, we discovered this in the nick of time, didn't we?
Well, I wish that was so.
Well, now we can reopen the case.
Larry, there's no time.
No time? There's still 6 hours, isn't there?
You have no more rights.
What? But there's new evidence.
What evidence?
That he's the murderer.
It's your word against his, Larry, a respected businessman versus a condemned criminal.
But that's not fair. There's got to be some way I can get to him. Well, what's his picture doing in the paper anyway?
Oh, it's an appeal to the good folk of the community.
What for?
Harry's going into the hospital for an eye operation or a transplant.
And they need a donor?
Uh-huh.
Well, it'd be a shame if Mr. Plaxton went blind, wouldn't it?
Well, at least it would be some satisfaction.
Jarvis, tell the warden that he has got a volunteer.
You'd give your sight to the man who's sending you to the gas chamber? Why?
I'm not sure yet. Maybe it's my sentence on him. Condemned to see with eyes that know the truth.
Oh, Larry, that's nonsense.
You offered to do me a last favor, didn't you?
Okay. I'll tell the warden you're volunteering.
Oh, and Jarvis, one more thing. If they use my eyes, no matter what happens, I want the donation to remain anonymous.
Glenn, are you still conscious?
Who's that? Oh, Judith. Hi, honey.
Oh, I just came by to wish you good luck.
Why didn't you come earlier? Before they doped me up.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was busy shopping. I got here as quickly as I could.
Is Tip with you?
Oh, he's around somewhere, I guess. I think he stopped to talk to the surgeon. Oh, here they are now.
Hello, Mrs. Plaxton.
Doctor?
Mr. Plaxton, the orderlies here are taking you down to surgery now.
Good luck, old buddy.
Thanks, Tip. Judith, will you wait here for me, please?
Of course, dear. Dr. Soames, is he going to be all right?
As I was telling Mr. Foster here, the extent of the decay in your husband's sight makes this a difficult operation, but you will be happy to know that we have found an excellent donor.
Oh, who?
He's asked to remain anonymous, but he was examined carefully, and I can assure you his eyesight was 20/20.
Well?
I don't relish the thought of hanging around this hospital all night.
Well, you know my place is just around the corner.
I know. I think Glenn is sufficiently preoccupied, don't you? I'm sure he won't miss us.
Are you sure that Glenn doesn't suspect anything about us?
Relax, darling. I know Glenn's priorities. He's not going to do or say anything that might jeopardize your partnership.
You mean he knows and he doesn't care?
Financial success is far more important to him than domestic integrity.
Hello. Yeah, this is Tip Foster.
Who is it?
The hospital. Yes, doctor. Good. Terrific. Oh. Well, how long will that take? I see. You Mrs. Plaxton? Well, no, I can tell her, doctor. I think I know where she can be reached. Yeah. Yes. Thanks. So long. Mm-hmm.
Well, what's happened?
It was Dr. Soames. He thinks the operation was a success.
Thinks?
Well, there's no way of knowing for certain what the final result is going to be until the bandages come off.
Well, how long will that take?
Oh, doctor said no more than 3 weeks.
Hello, Mr. Foster. Good morning, Mrs. Plaxton.
Good morning, Dr. Soames.
Sorry I was delayed. Well, today is the big day, Mr. Plaxton. Your bandages are coming off.
It's about time.
How are you feeling this morning?
I don't know, Doctor. I've been in total darkness for so long, it feels like I've been living in another world.
I think we can bring you back to your old, familiar world very easily, Mr. Plaxton. Just as soon as I unwrap these bandages.
What will be the effect of Larry Millard's ironic gift to the man who sent him to his death? The eyes, after all, are the windows of the soul. And through them, not only do we see out upon the world may also see in. I'll return in a moment with Act 2. A young man is unjustly accused of murder and condemned to die. Then, on the eve of his execution, he sees a most extraordinary chance for revenge and seizes upon it. But will it prove to be revenge or charity?
There now. That's the last of the bandages.
Doctor, will he look any different?
No, I shouldn't think so. There.
Everything's blurred.
That's to be expected at first.
Judith? Is that you?
Yes.
Oh, things are coming into focus now. Oh, this is amazing.
Oh, what?
I can see you.
Hey, old buddy, come on, let's have a look at you.
What's the matter?
You.
Tip, what is it?
Well, I don't know. But for a moment there, he looked like someone else.
Someone better looking than me, I hope.
No, it was a face I recognized.
Who?
I can't say.
Must be this dim light. Well, now, Mr. Plaxton, if you'll put on these dark glasses, I want you to wear them until you get used to using your eyes again.
Okay, Doc. Am I free to go now?
Yes, but I should caution you, it may be some time before you are fully recovered. I want you to call me at the least sign of any irregularity. I must be on my rounds now. Good day.
Well, I'll get your clothes from the closet.
Thanks, honey.
You're getting out just in time, pal.
Why? What's happening?
Our source contacted me. You know, the government's making its public announcement tomorrow about the reservoir. Tomorrow? Mm-hmm. Yep. And that's when the fun begins. Oh, I'll see you at the office first thing in the morning.
Good morning, Glenn. Did you sleep well?
A lot better than at the hospital. Do you know how good it feels to get back to the old routine after 3 weeks flat on my back in that hospital?
Your eggs will be ready in a minute.
How do I look, Judith? Do I look okay?
You look fine.
How do you know?
What?
I said, how do you know? You didn't even look at me. You just answered automatically.
Well, you look like you always do, I suppose. What do you want me to say?
I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I didn't mean to yell at you.
Here's your breakfast.
Oh, these eggs are terrific. Just the way I like them. What time is it?
Nearly 9.
What's your schedule for today?
Oh, this and that. Nothing much. The usual errands. I might not be home until late.
Oh?
Well, I'm meeting Melissa for tea, and she may want me to drive over to the far side of town to see the new house she and Tony are building, so I may be out most of the evening.
You're having an affair with Tip Foster, aren't you?
What?
I don't know why I said that.
An affair with Tip? How dare you?
Well, it's the truth, isn't it? There's no point in denying it. I've known about it for years.
Well, then why are you bringing it up now?
Because I don't know. I don't know what came over me.
Well, maybe it's just as well. At least now it's out in the open.
I want you to stop seeing Tip Foster behind my back. I don't care what it means to our partnership. I want it to stop now because it isn't right.
What's the matter with you? When have you ever cared about what's right?
Well, I care about it now. You stop seeing him or...
Or what?
I don't know.
Just what would you have the courage to do?
I didn't mean to... Please forget what I said anything. I got to get down to the office. I don't want to keep Tip waiting.
Well, good morning, Glenn.
Morning, Tip.
You, seen the papers today, old buddy?
No, I didn't.
Well, then you feast your eyes on this. Here it is in black and white. Federal government announces multi-billion-dollar reservoir recreation project.
Tip, do I look different to you?
What?
I feel very strange.
Well, you look okay to me. Yeah, it is probably those 3 weeks in the hospital.
I'm getting these flashes, and my eyes burn.
Ah, you've just been laid up. Now, you're just getting your equilibrium back.
Yeah, I guess. Forget it. We've got a long day ahead of us.
Well, the first thing we got to do is complete the paperwork on the dummy corporations we set up. And if anyone decides to check and is able to trace all those land purchases back to us, well, it could raise some very uncomfortable questions.
Yeah. Like, why did we bribe that government official?
Yeah. So I thought...
Or aren't I guilty of Jason Hadley's death and Larry Millard's death, too?
Yeah. Glenn, are you all right?
The dummy corporations. If you file the papers, I'll open the various accounts we'll need from which to make the necessary interest payments on our loans. And we'll have to negotiate a quick sale or two right away to get some operating capital. But, of course, the right thing to do would be to sell the land back to the people we conned, and at the same price we paid.
Whoa, what was that last statement?
What we did was wrong.
Oh, so what? Hey, who did they have you sharing a room with in that hospital? A priest?
We bought the land at rock-bottom prices from poor farmers because we had illegally obtained advance information. Don't you see? That's not fair. Don't you see?
What is happening to you, Glenn? Get away from me.
What's the matter?
The look in your eyes. It's the same look I saw yesterday in the hospital.
What look?
I don't know. I only know I've seen it somewhere before.
Good morning, Mr. Blackston. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Doctor.
My nurse said you were most anxious to see me.
Doctor, I want to know what you did in that operation.
Why? Is anything the matter?
I'll say there is. What did you do?
It was a normal transplant operation.
There's something happening to me. I don't know what's causing it, but I'm beginning to act very weirdly.
Well, try to describe the symptoms to me.
Well, I can't put my finger on it, but I feel as if I'm losing control.
Are you getting headaches?
No.
Is your vision blurring?
My sight's never been better. I can see things more clearly than...
Well, then what, Mr. Claxton?
Than ever before.
Well, then just what is the trouble?
It's as if my eyes are... Well, as if they're seeing things, people, situations, in a new light for what they really are.
That's not so unfortunate, is it?
But then I blurt things out before I can stop myself.
People do sometimes go through personality changes as a result of surgery.
The donor. Could it be something that was transferred from the person who gave me his eyes?
You mean, could the donor have given you more than just his sight?
Yes.
Well, I can assure you that is a medical impossibility.
But I feel like a different person. Who was it, Doctor? Who was the donor?
I'm afraid I cannot tell you.
Did I know him? Did he know me?
I would say it is highly unlikely you two would have ever met.
But I've got to find some way of stopping what's happening to me.
Tip.
Judith, what are you doing here at the office?
Look, I have to speak to you. Is Glenn around?
No.
Well, it doesn't matter. Tip, he knows about us.
You know, he was acting very strange when he came to the office this morning, too.
What happened? Did he say something about us?
No, but he wanted to sell back some land we'd bought at no profit. Now, I don't like this, Judith. Now, we're on the verge of making a good deal of money, and the way he's acting could ruin it all.
What you're involved in, is it illegal?
No, of course not, honey. Now, there's no time to explain now. We have got to find Glenn before he ruins everything.
Judith? Judith? She's not home. What's this? Glenn, since you've finally confronted me with what you've known to be true all along between Tip and me, it is no longer possible for us to continue living under the same roof. Judith, what is this? What's that?
Well, hi, Glenn.
Where's Judith?
I'd like to talk to you.
Where's Judith?
Now, she's outside my car. We drove here together from the office. Glenn, we're both very concerned about you.
I'm sure you are.
You know, I think that operation took more out of you than you realized.
Maybe.
You know, pal, I think the best thing you could do right now is take a good, long vacation.
Vacation?
Mm-hmm.
I don't need a vacation. I just had 3 weeks in the hospital.
Maybe go to Hawaii.
No.
Look, I have an even better idea. Now, you and Judith could go together. You know, patch things up between you.
I don't see how that's possible.
Well, I had a long talk with her. Everything between us is finished.
Really?
Yeah, now she's out there now waiting to come in. And while you're away, you won't have to worry about a thing. I'll carry on the business.
How? Everything we do has to be co-signed.
Oh, that's simple. You just give me a temporary power to act unilaterally.
Give you what?
No, it's just a formality. Now, I got the paper right here.
What's to stop you from making this temporary power permanent?
I wouldn't do that.
Why not? We've baked a pretty big pie. You could have it all to yourself.
Are you saying that you don't trust me?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, pal. I'm going to lay it on the line. This whole scheme was your idea in the first place. Now, you're the one who paid those political bribes, and you are the one who killed that farmer. So you better think twice before you speak.
But that's just it, Tip. I can't.
We tend not to like people who won't go along with the little and sometimes not so little deceptions with which we surround our lives. But what if the moralist himself has feet of clay? What if he is guilty of nothing less than murder? And what if his compulsion for truth is actually a bizarre form of revenge? How far will it go? Will the punishment fit the crime? Will it be an eye for an eye? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
The 1978 Century, a Buick like you've never seen before.
A little science.
The fastback design is pure function. But the execution is pure Buick.
A little magic.
It's trimmer than last year's, easy to park, fun to drive.
A little science.
Yet incredibly, there's more head and leg room inside.
A little magic.
The new Buick Century. Will wonders never cease?
A little science. A little magic. A little science.
Truth tellers have traditionally been jeered at, ignored, or worse. One of the most famous was Cassandra, the daughter of Priam, the king of Troy. She spurned the attentions of Apollo, and in retaliation, he put truth on her tongue and disbelief in the ears of those around her. Her predictions of ruin and defeat met with scorn until it was too late. The central character in our present story has also been condemned to speak the truth. But there is one difference. The truth that Cassandra spoke could have saved her city. The truth Glenn Plaxton knows could very well destroy him.
Did you have any luck with him, Tip?
Oh, none. Judith, I thought I was getting somewhere, and suddenly he went off again.
Hey, you're perspiring.
Yeah, I know.
Where are we going?
Anywhere, so long as we get away from this house. He got that same look in his eyes as before. His whole appearance changes. Now his gaze becomes so penetrating it seems to take on a life of its own. It's like another force was animating his body.
If you ask me, I think he's just gone crazy.
Oh, he is putting me in a very dangerous position.
What do you mean? Tip, you wouldn't do...
I don't know. Now, all men are the same when their backs are to the wall. Look, we stand to make millions, but I can't move an inch without his cooperation. Hey, I just got an idea. You gave it to me.
I did?
When you said you thought he was going crazy.
Oh, well, that was just a figure of speech.
Judith, I want you to have Glenn committed.
What?
Don't you see that's the only way to nullify our partnership and give me the power to act on my own? Now, a wife can have a husband committed on her word alone. It's simple.
You ask me to have my husband committed to a sanitarium, and you won't tell me what's going on? There's a look in your eye I don't like. Or maybe I should say there's a look that's left your eye. Our relationship was never especially dignified, but I thought at least there was a semblance of love. Stop the car.
Now, Judith. Judith, wait.
Stop it.
All right, then. All right, go on, get out. I don't need you or Glenn, but you tell him I'm keeping my eye on him, and any flaky move he makes, I am going to be right there.
Judith? What are you doing here?
I live here.
Do you? Do either of us, for that matter?
Oh, Glenn. Then I'm sorry. I've left Tip. It's over between us.
Oh? Why?
Well, he tried to persuade me to have you committed.
To get me out of the way?
What's happening to you?
I don't know. I can't tell. I lose control of myself.
You and Tip are involved in something illegal, aren't you?
Oh, please don't ask me, Judith. I can't tell you.
You can't lie anymore? What is it you've done?
I killed a man. I killed 2 men.
Who? Who did you kill?
You remember that farmer who was murdered in the valley?
Jason Hadley? Yes.
Well, they executed a young man for his death. A boy named Larry Millard. But Millard didn't kill Hadley. I did.
You?
Tip and I knew about the government's reservoir project in advance. We'd been buying up the property that'll eventually be the shoreline of the lake. Do you know how much that'll be worth? The resorts, the beaches, the marinas. But Jason Hadley was stubborn, and I lost my temper.
And you let an innocent man take the blame.
I was just trying to get away from that farmhouse as fast as I could. I wasn't thinking. I saw Millard hitchhiking. I picked him up and slipped the gun into his pocket.
Oh, so the story he told the court was true.
What are you going to do, Judith? Are you going to go to the police?
No, that's up to you.
I'm not turning myself in. I just want to be rid of this affliction. I feel like I'm being pursued by the Furies, howling for revenge, and I've got no place to go.
Glenn, look. Across the street.
That's Tip's car. What did he come back for?
He told me that as long as you were acting strangely, he wasn't going to let you out of his sight.
Do you think he'll try to kill me?
I don't think he'd hesitate to do whatever is necessary to protect himself and that scheme of yours.
Yes. Maybe I should go to the police.
What for?
Protection.
How?
Well, if I filed a complaint saying that Tip's been threatening me, then if he tried anything, they'd know where to point the finger.
What if he reveals that you murdered Jason Hadley?
He can't. There weren't any witnesses. Hadley's wife didn't get a clear look at me. The only person who could identify me was Larry Millard. And he was executed last month. I'm the only person who can convict me now, Judith. And I'm not licked yet.
Yes, can I help you?
You're Lieutenant Rambo?
I am.
I'd like to file a statement with the police department.
What's the problem?
Well, there's been some trouble between my business partner and myself.
You want to press charges?
No, nothing's happened. I just want a complaint on file in case.
I understand. He's threatening you, huh?
Yeah, sort of. It's probably nothing, but it doesn't hurt to be cautious.
Okay. We'll just fill out a...
What's wrong? What are you looking at me like that for?
But haven't I seen you somewhere before?
What are you talking about?
You look familiar somehow.
I've never met you before in my life.
Well, I'm trained to remember faces, and I don't usually forget one. And there's something about yours, your eyes.
What's wrong with my eyes?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean any offense. Now, why don't you tell me the whole story, huh?
What?
What's the trouble between you and your partner?
What business is that of yours?
If you're going to file a complaint, we have to have the details.
Oh, yeah. Well, you see, no, forget it. Just forget it.
Glenn.
Huh?
What were you doing in there, Glenn?
Nothing.
I followed you down here to police headquarters. Now, you were in there long enough to dictate a full confession.
Confession?
It'd be in keeping with this newfound morality of yours now, wouldn't it?
You think I'm crazy, Tip? You think I want to go to the gas chamber? I came here to get protection from you.
Protection?
Yeah. So I'll know who to turn to if anything happens to me.
Well, now, that is very clever, but I don't believe you.
What?
I think you're bluffing. I don't think you filed a complaint at all. Did you?
No. What do you want, Tip? The business, you can have it. The whole thing. It's yours.
Are you serious?
Do you still have that paper on you?
The one giving temporary control of the company to me? Yeah, sure. Right here.
Make it permanent control. There. It's signed, okay? Now just leave me alone.
All right. Now, wait, there is just one more thing, Glenn.
What?
I can't afford to have you around town. You know too much. And given your compulsion to confess, that makes you dangerous. I'd hate to see all that beautiful land slip through my fingers because it became known we had illegally obtained information.
Where can I go?
I don't really care, Glenn. If you stick around here, I'll put a contract out on you.
Just a minute. Who is it?
Wonder if you have some water?
I can't see you. The porch light's busted. You'll have to step inside.
Thank you.
Oh, you look half frozen to death. What on earth are you doing out on a night like this?
My car broke down. If you just have a glass of water.
Oh, well, come on through here into the kitchen. I got a bit of soup still hot on the stove.
Oh, thank you.
Excuse the mess. Everything's in boxes because I'm getting ready to move. Sit down there at the table.
Well, it's very kind of you to allow a stranger in your house.
I'm probably foolish for not taking more precautions now that I'm alone here.
Your husband?
He's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's been over a year now. It's odd. Something about the way you knocked on the door brought the whole incident back. It was just about this time of night.
What happened?
He was shot.
Your husband was murdered?
Yes. They executed the fellow they say did it, but I took no joy in that. It doesn't bring Jason back to life. Jason Hadley? Why, yes. What's the matter?
I have to go.
Oh, but you're about to drop from exhaustion.
Please let me go.
There's a bed all made up in the back room here. Now, you really must get some rest.
I can't rest.
Here, let me help you. Come on.
Please don't.
Oh, you're half asleep already. There. Now, I'll just cover you. And in the morning, I'll make you a nice breakfast.
Why are you so kind to me?
Oh, we all deserve some kindness, Mr.
Johnson. James Johnson.
Mr. Johnson. Sleep well. Operator, would you give me 555-2030? It's Clara Hadley, phoning Lieutenant David Rambo.
It's fortunate that you called me when you did, Mrs. Hadley. I was just about to go off duty.
I'm glad.
You say there's a man asleep in that room, and you are certain he's your husband's murderer?
Yes.
If you're right, do you know what it means? We arrested, convicted, and executed an innocent man.
I never did truly believe Larry Millard was the man who killed Jason.
And yet you claim with this man you can make positive identification?
Yes.
How?
It's his eyes, Lieutenant. I know that's the man. I can see it in his eyes.
We have all heard the expression, going into a situation with one's eyes open. It means we proceed with no illusions. We're aware of the possible dangers to our souls as well as our own bodies. Glenn Plaxton didn't care about the danger to his soul, and he might never have considered the ethics of his actions at all had it not been for a most mysterious avenging force. They say justice is blind. In our story, just the opposite proved to be the case. I shall return in a moment.
flaws in character often reveal themselves in physical mannerisms. A hunch in the shoulders, a nervous tic, a look in the eyes. But why this is so is not always clear. In Glenn Claxton's case, could we attribute his downfall to a force beyond our comprehension, or simply to an overriding sense of guilt? This is the kind of question we often leave you with on Mystery Theater. Our cast included Court Benson, Earl Hammond, Bryna Rayburn, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
If the thing does turn up, you'll know I had nothing to do with it.
What's on the other side?
Just some wheat fields and quiet, rolling Wilshire country. Plus whatever else you might see. You're on your own.
The moonlight was bright, of course, but with that soft brightness that leaves everything just a little uncertain in outline. It was as if Bryce had walked away into water. One minute I saw him, and the next he was gone, as the night swallowed him up. I walked on up toward the top of the hill with the corona of moonlight outlining it, and as I came over the top, I witnessed something which in all my dreams I never could have imagined.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. But before you come in, stop a minute and look up at the night sky. Familiar? But there are those who will tell you that our sky is not all that familiar. That more and more it is filled with unidentified flying objects, and they will offer you stronger and stronger factual proof that they are there. Is it true? Are they really UFOs? Or to use a less scientific phrase, flying saucers?
Well, Pete, did I steer you wrong?
What do you mean, Bryce?
A spacecraft. You just sighted it, didn't you?
One way or another, I've seen quite a few stars tonight.
Including your first UFO.
Our mystery drama, A Message from Space, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Tony Roberts. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Buick has some good news for procrastinators. Even though you waited, you can still enjoy the comfort and luxury of a full-size Buick. Even better, your Buick dealer just might give you an irresistible deal on a 78 LeSabre right now. But do hurry, because a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for this kind of news, too. Buick LeSabre. Yes, you can at your Buick dealers.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can.
The term flying saucer was first used by a Texas farmer who saw one over his ranch in 1878. That's right, 100 years ago. For this information, I'm indebted to Arthur Shuttlewood, one of the foremost authorities in the world on UFOs. This is a story, set down in the most part exactly as it was related by another recognized authority in the field, Bryce Bond.
Of course, you must decide for yourself. The mystery, which ended in Warminster, England, began in the office of the features editor of one of America's largest newspapers.
It's open. Come on in.
You wanted to see me, Prez?
Come in. Come on in. Close the door. And don't call me Prez.
Do I have to be that formal and call you Mr. Riley? I am your nephew.
Well, you can call me by my initials like everyone else does.
Well, I do. RX. Prescription. Translation, Prez.
All right. Anyway, you're not my real nephew, except once removed.
You can't wriggle out of it, Uncle. They still grumble around the paper about nepotism because you had me promoted to your department.
I grabbed you off Hard News because you're a better feature writer. Now, I've got an assignment for you.
Shoot.
You ever hear of a place called Warminster, England?
It doesn't spring to mind.
That's in Wiltshire. It's one of the most ancient historical areas in Britain. Sitting right in the middle of burial mounds. They're called barrows. Some of them date back 45,000 years.
Oh, it's a cozy little spot. Has it got any other claim to fame?
Well, in this quiet little backwater country within the last 15 years, there have been hundreds of peculiar phenomena. Something cited, not by hysterics or nuts, reputable people, head postmaster, clerics, hospital matron, flyers, engineers, so on, you know. They all bear witness to their existence, to say nothing of many photographs which have been subjected to rigid spectrographic tests and others.
Yeah, to their existence. To what existence?
The objects that have been sighted. UFOs.
Flying saucers again? Visitors from outer space? Oh, you gotta be kidding.
You don't believe in them?
Of course not.
Good. That's exactly why I want you to go to Warminster.
Oh, wait a minute, RX. Look, I'm no scientist. What am I supposed to do? Take pictures?
No. I want a series of articles for the magazine section. You know, color stuff. Lay it on as thick as you like. Debunk the whole crazy business.
Well, that's okay by me. How do I go about it?
Well, I'll give you some contacts. The rest you make by yourself. You have to get enough facts to prove the whole thing is nuts.
It's duck soup. Thanks for the plum.
At that point, of course, I hadn't yet met Pete Heron. But our meeting was to come shortly, at the beginning of the experience which was to change his whole life and lead to a sudden and breathtaking climax. I was on my way to visit an old friend of mine in Warminster, England, but the nearer I got to the town, the traffic became unbelievable. Stop and go in this quiet English countryside. A few miles short of the little town, I abandoned my taxi and decided to walk it. A decision I applauded myself for because the traffic had ground to a total halt. I'm afraid that's not going to do you any good. There's a little bridge up ahead. That's a complete bottleneck. If anything's stalled there, you're going to be stuck for a while.
The ugly American. I should learn the virtue of patience.
Particularly the British variety. When they put up with things, they don't gripe, they grin.
Object lesson for this American. Noted. And we'll try to learn from example. So you're American too, aren't you?
Guilty as charged.
You're not guilty, you're just plain smart. I guess I should have had the courage and the good sense to hoof it, too.
I can't claim either, only some prior knowledge. I had a taxi, but I bailed out when I saw the jam. I realized from experience it was one of those hopeless evenings.
What do you mean?
Well, it looks like it's going to be a good night. The low cloud cover seems to be lifting. And if you're sensitive, you can just feel the magnetism bristling in the air. I think you'll see a UFO tonight.
What?
Isn't that what you're here for?
Yeah, in a sense. What are you, clairvoyant or something?
I have no need of ESP or extrasensory knowledge to deduce that. What do you think all the rest of these people are here for?
You mean all this traffic is just people who are screwy enough to think they might sight a flying saucer?
That's right. Oh, I don't mean they're screwy. Just that they expect a sighting. And probably will get their wish.
Who are you? Oh, excuse me. I didn't mean to be rude. I'm Pete Heron.
I'm Bryce Bond.
Well, I'm a newspaper man.
Yes, I know.
Hey, you made my day. I mean, I always hope somebody reads my articles, but I never expect them to remember the byline. What do you do, Mr. Bond?
Let's just say for the moment that I'm in communications, too. Radio and other media. You're here to do an article or a series on UFOs.
Yeah, that's right. That what brings you here?
In part. I have been here before.
Oh, well, then clue me in. You ever see any action?
Oh, yes. Many times.
Oh, you mean you actually believe you saw something from outer space around here?
I didn't say where they were from. Just that I've seen them. And so I'm sure have a good many of these other folks in the traffic tied up here.
Oh, come on. Look, what kind of people fall for this malarkey?
People just like us. You're staying at the inn when you get to Warminster.
Yes. You?
Yes.
Listen, you seem tuned in on this whole deal. Could we have dinner together? Or, on me, of course. I mean, on the paper.
Oh, we'll have dinner together, but I'll pay my own freight.
Oh, why? It's a justifiable expense.
Well, I really have to move on. I have an appointment to keep.
Can I say something? I don't know, maybe it's out of line, but...
Well, say whatever thing you want.
Well, you know, you're kind of an oddball, aren't you? I mean, look, just thinking back, things you said, they weren't questions. They were more statements, and I don't know, like my byline. You haven't really read any of my stuff, have you?
No.
Well, then, how do you know so much about me? Why I'm here and all that?
Right where you are, you're sitting in an electrical matrix of energy beyond belief, or most human conception. You'd be surprised to know how much knowledge and communication can be carried on its waves. Well, meet you at 6:30 in the common room at the inn. If you ever get out of the traffic jam.
How about a brandy, Bryce?
No, thank you, but don't let me stop you.
Oh, I'll pass that, too. Look, please go on. Look, you were telling me about the magic triangle.
Well, it's formed if you draw lines, say, from Glastonbury to Avebury to Salisbury and back to Glastonbury. Warminster lies right in the middle of it, at a point where all the ley lines intersect.
The what?
The ley lines. Invisible lines of electromagnetic energy.
How do you spell ley?
L-E-Y. It's an obsolete Old English word for a flame or a blaze or a fire. You can see the obvious derivation.
Ancient people knew about these ley lines?
It seems incontrovertible. This was a cradle of early English civilization. The burial mounds everywhere attest to that. King Arthur is supposed to be buried in Glastonbury. The Druids built their temple at Stonehenge. More than a temple as we know today, scientifically. Really a giant computer from which the date, star shifts, eclipses, equinoxes, and solstices can be reckoned. Heaven knows how many other universal discoveries that we consider modern discoveries were common knowledge to these people 2,000 years before the birth of Christ. There's an even bigger one at the north of the triangle, at Avebury. And right in the center is this matrix of energy.
But what is this energy?
Electromagnetic, psychic, spiritual. Each man may have his own explanation.
Well, why here? Why in this little dump?
I suppose the best answer to that is why not? You're skeptical.
Yeah, you're too darn right.
Then it's time to go up to Cradle Hill and see for yourself. By the time you come down tonight, or tomorrow morning, you may have changed your mind.
You want to bet?
Perhaps I can't guarantee you a UFO, but I think I can guarantee you that you will see something that will change your mind.
I went out into the soft but damp and chill English night with my new friend, Bryce Bond. Friend. There is something about him that's compelling. Some inner strength that kind of gets to you. We drove a few miles in my rented car and stopped beside a field. There was only one other car parked there.
You can cut the motor, Pete. We'll go by foot from here on.
Check. There's a flashlight in the glove compartment.
Okay. I have one, too, but I don't think we'll need them. The moon's pretty bright.
Shall I leave the parking lights on?
Better not. We might be all night, if you're up to it.
Oh, I'm up to it.
Good. Let's go.
Is there a gate or a road or something?
We duck through the fence and across the fields.
Well, the moonlight is pretty bright.
Get through all right?
Yeah. Where'd they all go, by the by?
The crowd is over on Cradle Hill. This is Star Hill.
Yeah, well, why'd you bring me here?
It's a good question for which I don't have a definitive answer. In terms we both understand, can I call it a gut hunch?
You got some antenna that sends you the message I might get to see something here?
Give your own antenna a chance, and maybe you will. I think I'll let you climb the rest of the hill yourself. Then if anything does turn up, you'll know I had nothing to do with it.
What's on the other side?
Just some wheat fields and quiet, rolling Wilshire country. Plus whatever else you might see. You're on your own.
The moonlight was bright, of course, but with that soft brightness that leaves everything just a little uncertain in outline. It was as if Bryce had walked away into water. One minute I saw him, and the next he was gone as the night swallowed him up. I walked on up toward the top of the hill with the corona of moonlight outlining it, and as I came over the top, I witnessed something which in all my dreams I could never have imagined.
Now, what do you suppose Pete Heron, success-oriented, skeptical, but otherwise completely normal and totally adjusted to life as we live it, saw on the other side of that hill? Well, you're an intelligent listener, and you have probably gone way ahead of me since we have been building to this moment. But don't be too sure. There is something unexpected beyond the supernatural, at least for Pete Heron. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Now let me see. Where were we? Oh, of course. Just coming over the brow of Star Hill in the moonlight, magically diffused through the damp, cool, early spring English weather. A healthy young skeptic, Pete Heron, sent by his newspaper to write a series of feature articles on the appearance of UFOs, seems about to meet the ultimate test, face to face. So, let's meet it with him.
As I came over the brow of the hill, I'd been looking beyond to some gently rolling wheat fields, fading away out of the bright forelight to murky moon shadows. But in the middle of this dreamy landscape, below me and to the right, a strange thing was happening to the swaying waist-high wheat. Something like a giant fan spinning counterclockwise was laying a mirror image on the wheat below, which was blown back flat to the ground, trembling as if some whirling saucer from outer space was settling to a landing. And then it was there, circular, perhaps 50 feet across. Light slits like portholes shimmering till the craft, or whatever it was, stopped spinning and came to rest. And suddenly it was glowing so brightly I had to shield my eyes and turn away. And when I turned back and opened them, there was still rings of overexposure exploding in front of my eyes. And the craft was gone. But something else was there.
Hello?
No.
Did you see it?
What?
The spacecraft. What would you like to call it? The UFO?
I thought I saw something, but... Hey, did you see it?
Of course I did.
Hey, where did you pop up from, anyway?
What do you mean? I came here just the same as you.
You did? Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, I parked my car right behind a little blue hatchback. That must be yours, huh? Excuse me, I'm sorry. I ought to introduce myself. I'm Pete Heron, World Features.
A reporter.
Yeah, right. Well, sort of. Feature writer, you know.
Human interest. Color stories. Tongue-in-cheek. Or exposés. Debunking the bunkum.
Yeah, something like that. You must be in the business too, huh?
Yes. You could call me a reporter. My name is Maru.
Uh-huh. Who are you with?
I don't think you'd ever heard of my outfit. Aren't you missing the real story?
What? The thing. It was so bright I couldn't look at it anymore. But hey, it's gone.
You mean you can't see it anymore?
Yeah, if I ever did see it. I mean, self-hypnosis, induced delusion. You sure you saw it?
Oh, yes.
What did it look like to you?
Just like all the others.
All the others, huh? Oh, you mean you've seen spacecraft before, huh?
Oh, yes.
How many?
I haven't bothered to keep a record. Too many to count, I should think.
Here?
Around here. And other places.
What other places?
Why should I tell you? You wouldn't believe me.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go.
Why not? There's nothing more for me here tonight. There won't be any more.
How do you know?
I know. If you really want to write a good story for your feature editor, you'd better do a little more legwork.
What do you mean?
Go down and examine the field more carefully.
Aren't you going down there, too?
No. You see, I don't have to be convinced. You're the one who has to be educated.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't go away sore.
I'm not sore, but I have to leave.
Well, I'll go with you.
I prefer to be alone.
But look, Maru, wasn't that it?
Maru was the name I gave you.
What's your other name?
Why do you ask?
Well, it would kind of help so I could get to see you again.
When you want to see me again, you won't need a name to find me.
Maru, wait a minute. I had started after Maru, but a root or a rock ledge tripped me, and I fell headlong. I suppose I must have hit my head on something and been out for a while, because when I became conscious again, the moon had climbed to its zenith in the sky. I scrambled to my feet. There was enough light to see all the way down the hill to my car. It was still there, but the other car, the little blue hatchback, was gone. I turned back to where the illusion of the UFO had been and saw someone down in that wheat field silently surveying it. In the moon brightness, I could see it was Bryce Bond. So I went down to join him.
Well, did I steer you wrong?
What do you mean?
The spacecraft. You sighted it, didn't you?
Well, one way or another, I've seen quite a few stars tonight.
Including your first UFO.
No, that was just some sort of a hallucination.
You still don't believe? Even with the evidence right here in front of you?
What evidence?
We're standing on the perimeter of a field of delicate wheat. From anywhere around the edge of it to the center, there is not one mark of passage. The wheat stands unbroken. But the center of it is one of a deep impression, with the wheat churned flat in a counterclockwise direction. The earth is scorched beneath it. If something didn't land there, how do you account for it?
Oh, a sudden squall, with the wind.
In an English summer? Even so, the edges would have been affected, too. Don't you believe the evidence of your own eyes?
I don't know. I mean, did you see the girl I was talking to?
What girl?
Well, she suddenly showed up on top of the hill there. She said her name was Maru.
I don't know anybody by that name.
It does sound like a phony, doesn't it? It's just as phony as all the rest.
Is that the way you really feel, Pete?
Now, look, I'm sorry, Bryce. I don't mean to be a dog in the manger. It's just that I feel like one. Hey, I took a fall up there. I gave my head a whack.
Oh, let's have a look. You feel dizzy?
No. Just, I don't know, a little woozy, I guess.
We'd better get you back to the car and home to bed.
Hey, look, I wouldn't kid you. I could use some shut-eye. I think I still have jet lag. I should have waited another day before I started out on my scientific explorations.
You mightn't have been so lucky another night.
Lucky?
Yes. Whether you want to admit it or not, you did have some visions.
I'm afraid in my book that's just what they were. My timing got out of sync. Maybe everything I saw was after I fell and hit my head.
Including the girl? What did she look like?
Oh, man. What a dream. Great violet eyes, skin like mother of pearl. Long, dark hair, and she smelled like
a mixture of roses and lily of the valley.
Yeah, something like that. Like a summer garden.
You have been fortunate.
Well, yeah. At least I dream in Technicolor.
You refuse to count your blessings.
If that girl were for real, I might. I'll look for her tomorrow, but I don't even know her second name or what town she lives in. She was out of this world.
Hasn't it occurred to you that is exactly what she must have been?
I was too beat and my head ached too much to bother to reply or think about anything more. I let Bryce drive the car back to the inn and I hit the sack. Some gung-ho rooster woke me up at sunrise. I looked at my watch. I'd had just about 5 hours rest, but I knew I couldn't get back to sleep. I was going looking for Maru. I didn't have any luck, which was why I was back in the car after dark and headed again for Star Hill. I'd avoided Bryce Bond all day, sneaked out of the hotel after dinner, afraid to admit that at least one thing he'd said had shaken me. Maru. Maybe he was right, and she was out of this world. But the drive, the need to see her again, was so strong, I was almost ready to become a believer. It was very peaceful on the top of the hill. The moon had risen earlier, and I could see the wheat field with the impression, that strange, inexplicable impression, still there. I had brought a sweater, and I was warm, and the last thing I remembered before I dozed off was Maru, and how much I wanted to believe I hadn't lost her forever.
Pete.
Oh. Maru. Where did you come from?
I told you. When you wanted to find me, you wouldn't need a name.
I've been hunting for you all day. Everywhere.
You must have been looking in the wrong places.
Well, at last I found the right one.
Where two worlds meet.
What does that mean?
Just what it says. A point in time where the lines cross.
What lines?
Force, energy, communication.
Maru, are you for real?
I'm just as real as you.
But you're not a reporter.
Oh, yes. I've already written my account. That's where I've been today. What about you?
I haven't had time. You were more important.
Why?
I don't know. Yes, I do. It's crazy. It doesn't make any sense, but I guess I'm in love with you.
It makes all kinds of sense, Pete.
What? You mean... You can't mean that you love me?
Well, of course I do. That's what it's all about.
Oh, I think you're putting me on again.
Oh, no. I have to go now.
No, wait. Where?
There.
The UFO. It's in the depression in the wheat field. But where did it come from?
It's been there all the time. If you only looked hard enough. You see, the portal is open. They're waiting for me.
Oh, no, but you can't go away.
I must. They're calling me.
What? What are you? What are you, some kind of a prisoner?
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, but who are they? What are they? What's inside that thing?
Knowledge. Peace. Love.
I don't believe it.
Come see for yourself. Take my hand.
I can't. I'm afraid.
When you're filled with love, there's no room for fear.
I can't, Maru. I'm still afraid.
You are not yet ready. I must go now.
Will I see you again?
That will be up to you, Pete. Up to you.
With lightning speed, Maru was suddenly through that strange portal that closed like a mouth and became an indistinguishable part of the hull. Immediately, the thing glowed with a light so intense I had to shield my eyes. I heard a great whoosh, and the hum like a dynamo drummed in my ears, spinning away like some giant top into the vastness of space. When I could look again, it was gone. There was nothing left but the depression in the field, and I started to run towards it like a madman. I've never felt so alone in all my life.
These words of Pete's, reported to me by Bryce Bond, still ring in my ears. The presence and reality of that strange UFO sends tingles up and down my spine. A reaction to the unknown. But nothing in this eerie otherworld tale could have prepared me for the astounding climax. I'll return with that shortly, and the rest of Act 3. An Englishman named Arthur Shuttlewood, in his book, Key to the New Age, has said, one must see one of these amazing phenomena to believe it, and there is no such thing as an expert in matters ufological. Individual experience is the key to all the answers. Well, now, I've never seen one, and I'm sure most of you haven't either, so we certainly can't qualify as experts. The only person I know who even comes near it is Bryce Bond. So, let's turn this account back to him.
I was concerned about young Pete Herron after that knock on the head. He had remained incommunicado all day, and I was busy myself. So when I returned to the inn and found he had gone out after dark, I suspected where he had left for. So I borrowed a car to drive out to Star Hill. I came over the brow of the hill by full moonlight to see Pete rush suddenly from the edge of the wheat field to that curious depression, only to stop suddenly, his shoulders drooping, forlorn. Pete!
Yeah? Oh, Bryce. How long have you been here?
I just arrived.
Then you didn't see it.
A UFO?
Yeah.
No.
Then you didn't see her either.
You mean the girl you met last night, Maru?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
I could have gone with her. Oh, what's the use? I didn't. I didn't have the guts.
Come on, Pete, take it easy. How's the head?
Solid bone, clean through. Why couldn't I have... Oh, you mean the bump last night? Oh, that's nothing. It's just a scrape.
Sure you're all right?
Yeah. I'm all right, except for...
For what happened tonight?
Yeah.
You want to talk about it?
Maybe I do. There's so much to sort out. Yeah, I do. But not here. I need a drink. Come on, I got a bottle in my room. Aren't you coming?
Right with you. Yes, they've been here. I can feel the warmth. The electricity still pulsating in the air. And that smell. That glorious scent. Roses and lily of the valley.
Yeah, that's her smell.
It's the way they all smell, Pete. Come on. Let's go talk.
What am I going to do, Bryce? I never should have come up here.
No, you could have stopped it.
Oh, sure I could. Sure, RX is a tough man to cross, but he's not wholly unreasonable.
I didn't mean because of your uncle.
Oh, now have a heart. I mean, you're not going to tell me it was my karma or my fate or something, are you?
Look, pick your own word. It all adds up to the same thing.
Look, Bryce, I can't believe any of this mumbo-jumbo. Come on, it's against everything I've ever been taught, I've ever learned, I've ever believed in for myself.
Then what are you so upset about?
Hang it, Bryce, I have been through a wild set of hallucinations or nightmares. Sure, I'm shook.
Why? If that's all they were, just write them off.
How can I do that? I'm beginning to think I've gone round the bend. That I'm a nut.
Then what do you think caused these hallucinations?
I don't know.
What are you going to write about in your article? You're going to poke fun at all us certifiable nuts who run around saying that we actually see just what you have?
I tell you what I want to do. I want to put my tail between my legs and run. I would. If it weren't for her.
Maybe that's why she was sent.
Sent?
To keep you from running. Obviously, they don't want you to.
Well, why would they care about me?
Hasn't it occurred to you that you may have been chosen?
The only person I want to choose me is Maru. I don't care about them. Who the devil are they, anyway?
People like you and me, a higher order, of course.
Yeah? Well, where do they come from?
From another planet. From another point in time. Perhaps they are right here with us. Living in a world alongside ours. In a time continuum with us.
But what do they want with us?
To help us. To guide us.
Why?
I believe because they are extensions of us. Another evolvement in the pattern of life. Another step upwards on the road to peace and perfect resolution.
Oh, not all this and reincarnation, too.
Why not?
Listen, I don't want to open that can of beans, huh? I have enough trouble swallowing the UFO business. Help me, Bryce.
If I can.
Well, all right, tell me, why now? Okay, why at this point in time do they suddenly start showing up?
Well, there are a lot of theories on that. I won't go into them because I don't believe it is only, as you say, at this point in time. What about Elijah's fiery chariot, or Moses' burning bush, or Ezekiel's wheel within a wheel, or even the Star of Bethlehem? We know that no star could come into our system without overturning the axial tilt of the Earth, even a comet. So why not a UFO? You have eventually to take it on faith. It's a matter of what you believe.
Well, I don't know what I believe anymore.
Then stay. Write your articles. Once you start to put your thoughts down in black and white, I think it'll all come clear.
So I stayed. Nights, I waited on the hill, but nothing happened. Days, I wrote my articles. And 3 days after I sent off the first one, another visitor from another world contacted me.
Pete? Are you Pete?
Okay, RX, you don't have to try to shout all the way across the Atlantic. I can
What's
hear
all this gibberish you mailed over here for the first article?
I'm only reporting the facts, RX.
What facts? Were you drunk or something? All this gobbledygook about seeing UFOs?
Well, that's what you sent me over here to report on, RX.
Well, you sound as if you believe this hogwash.
I just reported what I saw.
Well, you couldn't have seen what you said you did. There ain't any such thing as UFOs. There just ain't any such animal. And that girl business. Look, I didn't ask you for a comic strip. Violet eyes. Hooey. I want the truth on this story.
If you don't believe that's what I'm reporting, maybe you better come over here and see for yourself.
Well, I might just take you up on that. You just stay put at that end.
I suppose I should have waited for the old boy, but I didn't know what plane he was coming in on, or even perhaps if he mightn't have changed his mind. Besides, when darkness came that night, wild horses couldn't have dragged me away from Star Hill, and the off chance that this might be the night for Maru's return. I left word at the inn where I'd gone, and Bryce was nice enough to say he'd keep an eye out for my uncle. I almost turned back at one point, but some inner voice drove me on. It was chilly and dark on Star Hill, and this night watch seemed interminable. Then, shortly after midnight, the air was suddenly warm and balmy, and the field below the hill was bathed in golden light, and the sound of it came. The strange portal in the spacecraft gaped open like a mouth, and from it, Maru came straight to me.
We meet again, Pete.
I thought you might never come.
I hated to waste the time.
What time?
Till you believed. You believe now, don't you?
Yes. Yes. Of course I believe. don't understand.
You will. It will all be made clear to you. Shall we go?
Where?
To the craft. To meet the others. What do you feel?
I don't know. The air is warm. You could bask in it. Sunbathe in it. I feel alive. Liberated. And yet at peace.
Don't you understand? They're reaching out to you. Communicating. Telling you you are not alone in the universe. It's a message of love.
Oh, I don't need them. Only you, Maro. You're the one I love.
We'll have each other, my darling. But don't you see that is not enough? It's got to reach out. That love. And wash over everyone else. Till we are all one. As we are in our world. Perfect love.
Confound it, Mr. Bond. What's that reckless young fool doing up there on that Devil's Hill? What do you people try to do to him, anyhow? That's a sensitive boy for all he tries to act hard-boiled.
We, whoever we are, we're not trying to do anything to him. What's happening to him is within himself.
Ah, don't give me that double talk. How do I get to this witches' carnival?
If you like, I'll take you there myself.
I don't like any of it, but I'll make the best of it. Well, what are we waiting for?
The top of the hill wore a corona of light, which I thought was the rising moon, and never afterward could convince him was anything different. For as we breasted the rise, we saw totally different things.
There he is. Pete! Pete! Stop! What's that young fool doing? He's walking to the middle of that wheat field by moonlight by himself.
He's not by himself. Can't you see the girl with him?
I may be old, but there's nothing the matter with my eyes. There's no girl. He's alone. Where does he think he's going?
To the spacecraft that's waiting. The door is open for them.
What are you talking about? What spacecraft? Are you out of your mind? That's an empty field.
Don't be too sure. Watch. What I saw was Pete and Maru, hand in hand as they walked to that shining ship, outlined in the aura of golden light as they stepped through the portal. And suddenly...
Good Lord. He disappeared. Like that, into thin air.
Not into thin air, Mr. Riley. Listen.
Listen to what? I don't hear anything.
I suppose not. But then you didn't see either.
Well, there's nothing to see. An empty field and Pete just vanished. What kind of a trick is this?
No trick, sir. He just chose to go with a girl and love. Chose and was chosen.
There was no girl. He was alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Riley. He will never be alone again.
Impossible? Fantasy? If you wish. But within this same triangle, in a town named Shepton Mallet, with snow everywhere on the ground, a man once walked off his front porch and disappeared from the face of the earth, without, incidentally, leaving a single footprint. You see? Nothing is really impossible. I'll be back shortly. If it's a nice night tonight, wherever you are, or if not this one, the first one, when you can see the stars, step outside and look up. Is it the same familiar sky, or can you spot any unidentified flying objects wheeling with the stars? Perhaps you can't. But remember, you have many fellow human beings who think they can, and who are sure we are not alone. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Bryce Bond, Jana Rowland, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
And
And now, a preview of our next tale.
Something about his appearance may have buried itself in your subconscious, and now it's been released into your dreams.
Doc, he scares me.
Why should a man like this scare you?
Because he's going to kill me.
Now, how can you say that?
I know exactly where he's going to do it, when he's going to do it, and how he's going to do it.
How can you be so sure?
Because I already seen him do it. Every night for a week, I've been having the exact same dream, just me and him. He points his gun at me, and he kills me.
But why?
I don't know, and I don't care. All I know is he kills me. Now, you tell me. Am I or am I not crazy?
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every coffin asks us whither. And every cradle asks us whence. The poorest barbarian, weeping over his dead or marveling at his newborn, can answer these questions as intelligently as the highest robed priest of the most authentic creed. Whither? Whence?
I killed him.
Erica, you must control yourself.
I shot him and killed him.
No.
Don't tell me no. We have to call the police.
We'll call the police and tell them I did it.
But you didn't kill him, Alan. You didn't kill him.
I know. But I can only hope that I'll get away with it.
Our mystery drama, The Red Scarf, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Ralph Bell. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Basically, you're kind of a procrastinator, aren't you?
Can I get back to you later on that?
But you don't just put things off. No, sir, you put things off for a reason.
Say, when are these snow shovels go on sale? August. I'll wait.
But what about the 2 feet of snow in our driveway, Wally?
It'll melt.
Well, for you purposeful procrastinators, Buick has some very good news. At this time of year, your Buick dealer may get very accommodating when it comes to deals on compact, fun-to-drive Skylarks, roomy, comfortable Centuries, luxurious Regals, even full-size LeSabres and elegant Electras. Now, while we hate to hurry you, this is what a lot of other procrastinators have been waiting for, too. So stop dawdling, because you can afford a Buick. Yes, you can. Right now at your Buick dealers.
Am I too late?
No, sir. I'd say you're just in time.
In ancient Persia, people worshipped the stars. It's the same in modern America. Only our stars are not in the heavens. They walk among us. They are the singers of songs, the actors of plays, the tall, strong athletes, the beautiful, the rich, the powerful, and yes, even the criminal. Their life force consists of the bright but brittle light of publicity. They glow until that light goes out. And because they cannot live in the dark, they die.
Hello.
Hello.
My name's Tom Turner.
I know.
You recognize me, which means you must go to the movies.
I don't. But there's no escaping you. The fabulous Tom Turner. I see enough of you on the TV.
Enough? How much is enough, I wonder?
Do you?
It's a problem that has troubled philosophers through the ages.
Has it?
I know what you're thinking. You're saying to yourself, where does this collar ad, this matinee idol come off, babbling about philosophy?
Color ad. Matinee idol. I haven't heard those words used in years.
Naturally, they belong to another era.
My era, no doubt. And this was your way of telling me I'm an old lady.
But I really wasn't showing off. I am interested in things like philosophy.
Oh, in other words, you're more than just a handsome face.
Why do you disapprove of me?
Why do you say that?
You're giving me that same look of disapproval I used to get from my third-grade teacher.
Why should you worry what an old lady who runs a shop in the lobby of a resort hotel thinks of you?
Why do you disapprove of me?
And for one thing, you're having an affair with another man's wife.
Oh, that.
You mean it isn't true? It's just publicity?
No, it's true.
Are there no moral twinges?
I don't think so.
But this woman, she's the wife of your best friend.
Would it be better if she were a stranger?
Oh, you're incredible. He is Alan, and she is Erica Standish, America's favorite married couple. Young, beautiful, talented, on the surface so devoted to each other. And yet...
It's the oldest story in the world.
Erica Standish. She has breathtaking beauty.
Yes.
That brilliant, flaming red hair. It's the envy of millions of women. Why does she find it necessary to deceive her husband? And with you, his best friend.
You have such a refreshingly old-fashioned way of putting things, Miss,
Jerry.
Mrs. Jerry.
My name is Smith. The name of my shop, as you can see on the window, is Geraldine's. But everyone calls me Jerry. When I heard you were coming to the hotel here to do some... what was the word?
Shooting.
Shooting. Little did I believe that it might be literally true.
Literally?
Yes. You pretend to be such free thinkers, free livers, free lovers, but actually, it's a pose.
Oh, is it?
I've seen Alan Standish in the lobby. I've seen his face when he thinks no one is watching.
And?
He pretends to be quite sophisticated, civilized about his wife's conduct with you.
And he isn't?
I don't think so. No. I believe he resents it very deeply.
And you think he might shoot me?
The man who feels betrayed is capable of anything.
Well, I came in here to buy a gift. I must compliment you, Jerry. I've been to the most exclusive shops in New York, Paris, Rome. I must say, your merchandise compares favorably.
And what would you like?
A gift for a beautiful woman. The present love of my life.
Present?
The past is gone. The future may never come. All we have is the present.
I could show you something I really...
Don't bother. I see it. This beautiful scarf.
Yes. Yes, you do have good taste.
Thank you.
It's a special silk import from Paris and quite expensive.
How much?
$100.
Oh, I thought you said it was expensive. Please, wrap it up as a gift.
This one?
Of course.
But...
But what?
It's such a brilliant, flaming red color.
I know. What's the problem?
Well, if you know, I guess there isn't any problem.
How the dear girl will adore it.
I hope so.
Just let me place a little card in there. To my best beloved.
Alan?
Just a moment, then. I'm on the phone. Yes, Lou. I understand.
Lou, is that Lou Diamond?
It's not going to do that little black-eyed beauty of yours any harm, you know.
Linda Montez is
Star
agent.
billing with Tom Turner and Erica Standish.
Alan, I will not stand for it.
All right, Lou. I've got your word, and you have mine. We can put it down on paper later. Goodbye.
What does this mean, Alan?
It means we are writing Linda Montez into the picture.
Now, just a minute.
Yes?
You may be the writer, director, producer, but the film belongs to Tom Turner.
I know.
What will Tom have to say about that?
It was Tom's idea.
That's a lie.
Why don't you ask him?
Tom would never...
Never what?
Never put anybody else into a picture who would distract attention from me.
Yes, well, he's done it.
Well, that's ridiculous.
Why? It makes a great deal of sense.
How can you say that?
Dramatically. Visually, you're a redhead. She's a brunette.
Oh, stop that nonsense.
Your eyes are glowing amber. Hers are flashing black.
This is ridiculous. This is supposed to be a tender love story.
It is.
With Linda Montez?
It's a different kind of love story.
What kind?
A love story of today.
Today?
It's a ménage à trois.
Are you trying to tell me he's supposed to be in love with both of us?
In love with and living with.
I will not tolerate that.
No, why not?
My public. I have always projected a wholesome image.
Don't worry, my dear. No one takes that very seriously anymore.
But I
and
do.
you never took it very seriously either.
You didn't fight Tom at all?
Fight? How could I fight? You said it yourself just before. It's Tom's picture. He's the boss.
But you're my husband, or have you forgotten?
And you're my wife. Why have you forgotten?
Alan, you knew about Tom and me before we were married. I told you.
Yes, you told me.
And I also told you that I hadn't gotten over him.
You did.
And I said I might never get over him. You remember, I said that.
Yes.
So you knew everything.
Yes, but I thought...
What did you think?
Nothing.
I'll tell you what you thought. You were struggling. You were a nobody.
I was an established writer.
Established B Pictures low-budget writer. You thought you could use me.
And maybe you thought you could also use me.
What good could you possibly have done for me?
Tom was getting tired of you.
That's a lie.
And so you thought if you married somebody else, that would revive his interest. But you had to marry somebody harmless. Somebody like me, who couldn't give you any real trouble. And somebody he could buy off with assignments to do big and important pictures.
Then what are you complaining about?
Well, I thought that after a while, we would fall in love. I know that I did.
He can't do this to me.
Erica, walk away from him. We have 3 or 4 more days shooting here and then back to the studio. It'll be 2 or 3 weeks before it's announced that she's coming on the picture.
She is never coming on the picture.
You'll be the one to walk away from him. Do it now, before anyone knows about her.
Maybe he doesn't even mean it.
Oh, Erica.
Maybe it's just intended to be a publicity stunt.
Erica, it isn't too late for you and me.
He won't get away with this. I won't let him get away with it. May I help you?
I don't know. I'm just looking.
Oh, you go right ahead, Mr. Standish.
You know my name?
You're one of the famous film people.
Huh. Infamous would be more like it.
Oh, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, then you know very little about us.
I wouldn't say that either.
Well, what is it that you do know?
I have a very fine selection of pure silk scarves.
Oh, I see you know how to change the subject.
I would assume the merchandise in the shop is why you're here.
You're not very impressed with me, are you?
Should I be?
Oh, I've won an Academy Award, Best Director, Best Writer, last year. My name is almost a household word.
Really? I am impressed.
No, you're not. You're amused.
Am I?
There's something about you. I would say you can look straight through a person and see exactly what's inside.
You give me too much credit.
What do you see inside me? A somewhat ludicrous man?
What makes you say that?
Oh, it's true. I am ludicrous.
I didn't say that.
Huh. You're too well-mannered.
Why would I even wish to say it? Or think it?
It's in all the gossip columns.
Oh? What is?
The story of my wife, Erica Standish, and Tom Turner.
I never read the gossip columns.
Well, by this time, you must have seen them together in the hotel, in the lobby, in the dining room. Isn't there something in the way they walk together, talk together, sit together?
Why are you saying all these things to me, Mr. Standish?
I don't know.
These are personal, private things. And we don't even know each other.
Perhaps I do understand that amused look on your face.
I'm not aware of it.
Oh, it says, here is this extremely powerful, talented man. And see how shabbily he permits himself to be treated by his wife and his best friend. Oh, yes, I've seen that look on other faces, but it was tinged with contempt. I could armor myself against it, but the look on your face, that's touched with pity. It finds me helpless.
I'm sorry. You don't have to justify yourself to me.
Oh, but I do have to justify myself to me.
Well, may I show you something?
No. I'd say you've shown me enough. Good day.
There's a very, very complicated man.
You in the habit of talking to yourself, Jerry?
Oh, good morning, Sheriff. I didn't see you come in.
I'm just checking on security. Tell me there hasn't been this much excitement in town since Calvin Coolidge was nominated. What do you think of all these moving picture folk, Jerry?
Do you really want to know, Sheriff? It's my belief that one of them is going to kill somebody.
She's a most perceptive and unusual woman, Mrs. Geraldine Smith. But murder? Let's see. We do have a pretty well agreed on candidate for the victim. That would be Tom Turner, who forms the apex of the triangle. The other two sides are Erica and Alan Standish. Vote for your choice, and we'll check the results when I return with Act 2. The square of the hypotenuse of a right triangle is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides. However, Mr. Euclid and all other learned mathematicians and philosophers were dealing with triangles as a shape. We storytellers, however, are concerned with triangles as a force. Possibly the most explosive force in the world.
You say one of them's going to kill somebody, Jerry?
It's possible, Sheriff.
Well, who and why?
Why has to do with the oldest motive in the world. Love.
That's the second oldest. Now, who?
I really don't know.
That's what I like about you, Jerry. You're always so definite and specific.
Life itself is a very ambiguous affair, Sheriff.
But I couldn't enforce the law on that basis, could I? Well, let me know if you run into something, eh?
But I have run into something.
What?
That's just it, Sheriff. I don't know what. It's just a feeling.
What's a feeling?
I've already told you. Someone's going to kill somebody.
Ah, Erica.
Yes, it's Erica. Are you going to ask me in?
Well, of course. Now, may I offer you a drink?
That sounds rather formal, doesn't it?
All I'm asking
is... Is this how we talk to each other now? May I offer you a drink?
Well, it's just that
I'll tell you what you can offer me. An explanation?
Darling, what are you talking about?
Linda Montez.
Oh.
Yes. Oh.
It has to do with the money, people.
Yes.
Well, you know how it is today. Pictures are made by big business. They're a product, like any other piece of manufactured goods.
I don't believe I need a lecture on the finances of the movie industry.
But this is all background for the Linda Montez thing. Anyway, the money fellows believe they can make a lot more money if we did a new lifestyle type of picture.
I understand that, too.
Well, then you understand it all.
All except for Linda Montez. Why Linda? She's 10 years younger than I am.
Well, now she doesn't...
Is she the new girl, Tommy?
What new girl?
Your new girl.
What makes you think
A new ending will be written for the picture.
Well, it has to be. Alan has to work it out.
At the final curtain, which one of us gets you?
Which one of you?
Me or Linda?
Well...
Me or Linda? So that's how you intend to do it?
Do what?
Announce that it's off with the old and on with the new.
Now, listen, Erica...
Tom, I've been there before. That's how you got rid of Doris Leeds. Admit it.
All right, I admit it.
Then it is true.
Yes.
Tom, not us. It can't be over between us.
Erica, everything comes to an end.
We're supposed to be in love.
Oh, that's the trouble. We're supposed to be, but we're not.
Tom, I love you.
No, you don't. You love yourself.
How dare you preach to me?
I know better than you are. Neither of us is any good at all.
Speak for yourself.
We're both of us playthings for the public. It would be different if either of us knew how to act.
I am considered one of the finest
bodies. And so am I. You know what happens to toys? They get old, they get scuffed. Erica, the chin is just a little bit fuller, and some of those lines...
You're not getting any younger either.
No, of course not, but on me it isn't starting to show yet.
You can't just throw me over.
Darling, you could have found somebody else any time.
But I didn't. We have 6 years together. Don't they mean anything?
They're part of the past.
Tom, please, don't.
Why do you pretend,
I'm
Erica?
not pretending.
Yes, you are. You're pretending that you and I, that we're real people.
We are real people.
No. We're shadows on a screen, pictures on a tube, blocks of print and papers and magazines. What emotions do we have that belong to ourselves? It's all a pretense. Even our private lives. Even this is a pretense.
We are real. We bleed.
Oh, please, don't recite. Prick us, do we not bleed? That belongs to make-believe, too.
We bleed.
Erica, you're getting tiresome.
But we do bleed.
Very well. Have it your way.
Yes. We will have it my way.
Now, let's be civilized. We'll have a drink for old time's sake, and we'll work together and make lots more money together.
But we bleed.
Now, Erica, this isn't funny.
Of course not. It's very serious.
Erica.
Now, you see? Here is something real.
No, Erica.
Could anything be more real than this piece of steel? Blue steel? And from this comes the ultimate reality.
Erica.
Death. You're real, Tom. And I can prove it. I can make you bleed.
Erica, put that gun away.
Here's something real for you, Tom. Something real.
Eric.
Alan?
Erica? Erica? What is it? You're trembling.
Alan,
What's wrong? No, dear. You simply must get hold of yourself. Come here, sit down.
Tom.
Yes, what about Tom?
I just killed him.
You what?
I shot him.
Are you telling me that you just shot Tom?
I shot him and I killed him.
Oh.
I shot him with the little .32 caliber pistol you carry around in your case.
Eric.
See, it's your fault. Why did you have to carry a pistol? If you didn't have a pistol, I wouldn't have been able to kill him.
Erica, listen.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that.
Where is the pistol?
I'm so scared. I'll go to prison.
Where is the pistol?
After I shot him, I looked at the pistol in my hand. It was such a terrible, unclean thing, I threw it on the floor.
That it's on the floor, in the room, Tom's room?
Yes.
And it has your fingerprints on it?
Oh, Alan, I don't know why I did it. What are we going to do?
You killed him.
Oh, Alan, darling, I see it now that it's too late. I love you so much.
You love me?
When he fell to the ground, suddenly something just happened to me. I felt Free. Do you understand? Free. This power, this evil power he held over me, it suddenly just disappeared.
Erica.
And I realized how much I loved you. And now it's too late.
Too late?
I'll go to prison. Our lives will be broken, destroyed. Oh, what a fool I was.
Erica, do you love me?
Oh, yes. But now it's too late. Now that I know I love you.
You won't go to prison.
Well, how can you say that? I killed him.
No, you didn't.
But who did?
I did.
You?
Yes, dear, I killed him. I'll say I killed him.
But you'll go to jail.
No, I won't.
But the law?
There's a law that will set me free. It's called the unwritten law.
I don't believe that.
This man has been deceiving me. Finally, when I could stand it no longer, I faced him, and in a fit of passion, I shot him.
No, I can't let you do that.
Well, why not? I told you I loved you. Let me prove it.
But it isn't true.
Darling, we're all so far from the truth. What does it matter? We live in this tensely make-believe world.
No, I can't let you.
You can't stop me. It's the only way. You'd go to jail, but you see, I'll be acquitted. What jury would ever vote to convict me? Or I'll get a suspended sentence, but I'll be free. And we'll be free.
Free?
We've wasted so much time. Let so many years go by. We have no more left to spare. Each one has to count, my dear. We must spend every moment together.
But you'll be blamed for his death.
I've been a fool, a timid, spineless fool. It has to end. The way I'm telling you, I did it.
But how can...
Wait. Did anyone see you go into his room?
No.
Anyone see you come out?
No.
I know that little 32 doesn't make any noise to speak of. Let's just hope no one heard the shot. What did you do as soon as you...
I dropped the pistol and...
How long did you stay in the room?
Not long.
Think, please.
Just a few moments, and then I came right here.
That didn't have to take more than a minute. Now, you've been here 2 minutes, maybe 3, so less than 4 minutes have gone by. It'll take me another minute to get there.
You mean you're going back?
I have to wipe your fingerprints off the gun and put mine on it.
You do love me. I know that.
Yes, I love you.
Oh, darling. How I love you.
Wait here. Where's the... Oh, Tom. In a crazy way, I guess we knew it would have to end up like this, didn't we? What you did, Tom, wasn't right. So I guess this evens the score. Operator, please get in touch with the sheriff. There's been a murder.
Yes, there has been a murder. And usually murder is a very definite thing. It usually takes two, a killer and a victim. Well, as we return to the scene of the crime, there has been a strategic change. While the victim remains the same, we do seem to have a brand new killer. Will the cast of characters change further? That shall be revealed in Act 3 shortly. There is no cure for birth or death. So the thing to do is to enjoy the interval, or so says the philosopher. From this, then, we may deduce that the basic problem is neither being born nor dying, but quite simply one of enjoyment. In which case, we shall postulate a rule. Those who fail to enjoy life only have themselves to blame. Consider Mr. Alan Standish.
You say you came here to see Mr. Tom Turner.
Yes, Sheriff.
For what reason?
A highly personal reason.
Don't matter what you tell me, Mr. Standish. I got all I need. I come in here, I find a dead body, find you sitting there holding the pistol. I got your confession. I got enough.
Well, then why are you asking me all these questions?
Well, for the record, as I was saying, it don't matter what you tell me. If I was you, I'd be thinking about what I'd tell a jury.
It had to do with my wife.
And?
I found myself in an intolerable situation.
What you're saying is he was carrying on with your wife, and so you shot him.
Yes.
And you're going to plead the so-called unwritten law.
Yes.
Like you done in one of those moving pictures of yours a couple of years ago. Guy shoots his wife's lover, makes a great speech to the jury, he gets acquitted. You can never forget that picture, huh?
I'm flattered.
Because it was so, what word can I use? Unreal. Mr. Standish, you can't just kill a man because he's making time with your wife. If guys could get away with it, we'd have 1 million of those murders a year.
A man has a right to protect his honor.
In the movies. In real life, we have divorce courts.
I didn't realize what I was doing.
You killed him with a .32 caliber pistol. Do you, always carry one with you? Well, how did you happen to have it on you? So, you see, we have premeditation, which could make it murder 1.
But
Yes, Mr. Standish?
Well, maybe I didn't mean to kill him.
Then, why did you bring the gun?
To have it handy in case I would have to scare him.
Well, then what you intended to do was just say words to the effect of, you keep away from my wife or I'll kill you.
Yes, something like that.
And to emphasize the point, you took out the pistol.
Yes.
And it went off.
Yes.
And it was an accident.
Yes.
Well, I could understand an accident where the pistol would go off once, but twice?
Well,
Yeah. I'll have to ask you to come along.
Where?
Where do you think? Jail.
Jail?
You committed a murder, didn't you?
But
And jail's where you belong. Till a jury of 12 good men and true decide your case. Sheriff! I'm coming. No need to rattle them bars. I hear you, Mr. Standish.
Why am I not permitted visitors?
Oh, you can have visitors.
Well, then why are you keeping my wife away from me?
Nobody's stopping her from coming here.
Then why hasn't she? Didn't you tell her that she could come?
Yeah, I told her.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I went to see her. I said, Mrs. Standish, you're allowed to visit your husband.
And what did she say?
Nothing.
That's impossible.
Why is it impossible? She just doesn't want to see you, that's all.
How do you know?
I heard her say so.
She told you?
She told the whole world. Listen.
Turn that thing off.
The 12 o'clock news should be on in just a moment.
I don't care about the 12 o'clock
news. The whole
news.
gang of the media was down here to interview her. And she said... now, you're going to hear what she said.
12 noon and time for the top story. And, of course, the top story is the sensational murder of a movie star, Tom Turner, by Academy Award-winning writer-director Alan Standish. For years, there have been rumors of a torrid affair between Erica Standish and Tom Turner. And it was for this reason that Alan Standish claims he shot Turner. But at a press conference today, Erica Standish said,
I'm completely at a loss to understand what happened. There was never anything between Tom and me.
What?
It was all just rumor. Tom and Alan were the best of friends. I mean, they'd laugh about it.
Erica.
I simply can't imagine what happened to Alan. He has been so overworked lately, I guess it could have been temporary insanity.
Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. She knows what happened. What is she trying to do? Bring her down here, Sheriff. Let her say that to my face. Bring her here. I don't care if you have to drag her. Everybody knows you were having an affair with Tom.
Oh, you poor darling, you poor darling.
Sheriff, she's lying.
Now, Mr. Standish, I convinced Mrs. Standish to come down here because I promised her you'd behave yourself.
But she is lying.
But if you're trying to create a defense at the cost of your wife's honor and good name...
What honor? What good name?
I forgive you, darling. I forgive you.
Oh. I get it. You don't want to be stuck with me. So, you think you can put me away for a long time, huh?
Darling, I will stand by you.
You come out clean, your career rolls along in high. You never loved me. You used me.
Now, look, Mr. Standish, none of this helps.
I was always Mr. Fall Guy, Mr. Patsy.
Oh, darling, I know you're under a terrible strain.
And how cleverly you led me on so that I could take the blame for you. All right, it won't work.
All right, Mr. Standish, that's enough.
Oh, no. It's over. It's all over. Whatever hold you had over me is broken, Eric. It's finished. And we're going to change places. I'm getting out of this prison cell and you're getting in.
Now, what are you saying, Mr. Standish?
I didn't kill Tom Turner. She did.
Oh, he's gone mad. Oh, my poor Alex.
You killed him. You went there to his room. He was going to throw you over.
Darling, what are you saying?
You shot him.
Mr. Standish, now, if you don't calm down, you might have to be restrained.
And I did this to help you, but it's finished, Erica. Now, let me out of here. I'm innocent.
You'd better go, Mrs. Standish.
I'm innocent.
Sure. Now, just try to calm yourself. I'll get a doctor over here.
I want to thank you for coming, Jerry.
I couldn't imagine why you'd want to see me, Mr. Standish. What with all the famous people you know.
Of all the people I know, it happens you're the only one I want to see.
Well, you hardly know me.
I think you're the only one who'd believe my story.
Oh, your story.
My lawyer doesn't believe it.
A very famous and high-priced lawyer, too.
Yes, but he says, okay, stick to it and we get you off on temporary insanity. But I tell you, I am telling the truth. I didn't do it. She did.
But why did you arrange a thing like that?
Because I was in love with her.
Love? Love is a beautiful feeling. It's a wonderful state.
Oh, not all love, not mine. My love was a terrible, ravaging illness. It was destroying me. It had already killed my self-respect.
Oh, why did you put up with it?
Oh, no. Please, you mustn't ask that question. People like you who are strong, who are wise, who are sure of themselves, you don't really understand the rest of us.
But to agree to take the blame...
It was part of a dream. No, feverish fantasy. One day she would suddenly realize that I was the one.
Oh, those are the stories you write for the films.
Yes.
But what made you believe a jury would acquit you? Oh, surely the sheriff explained to you there's no such defense as the unwritten law.
Yes, he explained it afterward.
You would have to explain why you tolerated that relationship for 6 years, was it? Why suddenly you found it unbearable? A clever prosecutor could have a lot of fun with you.
I didn't kill him. I know I said I did. I know it looks bad for me, but I didn't kill him. She did.
Well... What do you want of me?
I want you to believe me.
It would be better if a jury believed you.
I don't think they will. But I'll feel better if I know that a person like you believes that I'm telling the truth. And I am. She killed him.
Why?
The oldest reason in the world, he was getting rid of her.
Was he?
Yes. He had a new girl, Linda Montez.
Oh, well, could you prove it?
He was having me rewrite the picture to create a part for Linda.
But how does this prove she was going to be his new girl?
Well...
In a court of law.
Well, Linda knew it, and her agent, Lou Diamond, knew it.
Well, will they testify?
In a murder trial, they want to keep far away from it.
So how can you prove Tom Turner was through with Erica, and that she knew it, and therefore she shot him?
I can't... But it's true. Please, believe me.
Oh, I'd like to believe you. Wait. Does this Linda Montez have the black hair?
Oh, yes.
And black eyes?
Black, flashing.
Well, maybe I do believe you.
I'm telling the truth.
Yes, it's quite possible you are.
Yes?
Oh, may I come in for a moment, Mrs. Standish?
Oh, are you a reporter?
Hardly. I'm Jerry, from the boutique in the lobby.
Oh, yes, I thought you looked familiar.
Well, I have a little package for you.
For me?
Yes. Tom Turner had bought this, and he evidently neglected to give it to you.
Oh, well, what is it?
Why don't you open it and find out?
Thank you. Red scarf?
Read the card.
To my best beloved, your Tom. He bought this red scarf for me? Oh, he couldn't have. He couldn't have with my red hair, my amber eyes, my complexion. How can I wear red? And flaming red? Well, you don't know the hassles he would have with clothes designers and set decorators.
But you were his best beloved. Or you thought you were. Despite that line you tried to feed to the press.
What are you trying to say?
Well, you and Tom Turner have been, as they say, an item for years.
That isn't true.
It isn't? Oh, there must be people who know, who can be subpoenaed. Think of how often you and Tom were together since the day you met.
What is this to you?
You killed Tom Turner.
You're crazy. Why would I want to kill Tom, especially if it's the way you say, if it's true I was in love with him?
Because he was getting ready to take a new girlfriend.
That isn't true. Who told you?
Alan.
Well, don't you see, Alan has to lie to save himself.
Oh, no. No, Alan is telling the truth. Tom's new lady love was to be Linda Montez.
He's lying.
I believe him. Because Tom did not buy that red scarf for you. He bought it for Linda. With her black hair, her black eyes, and here in his own handwriting, to my best beloved, your Tom.
Give me that card.
Now, just a minute.
That card is all there is. It's the only proof. Now, give it to me.
I'm sorry. It's a piece of evidence.
I'm rich. All right? I can pay you.
Are you asking me to...
What do you care? Alan's a chump. He was meant to be a natural-born fall guy.
Are you saying he took the blame for you?
Believe me, the Alan Standishes of this world are born to take the blame for other people. It's their fate. Now, let me have the card.
But it's wrong to make him pay for something.
He loves it. He has to be a martyr. He thrives on self-inflicted sorrows. He's eating it up, enjoying every minute of it. Don't deprive him of his chance to suffer. Now, name your price for that card.
I'm sorry.
Not as sorry as you're going to be. Now, look. I am younger than you, and I'm stronger. I can take that card away from you, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. Hand it over!
Hold it. Just hold it. Now, Mrs. Standish, none of this is going to do you any good. You okay, Jerry?
Yeah, just fine.
All right, Sheriff. Let the whole world know. I did it. Let them know I was not just something Tom Turner could use and throw away. Yes, I killed him. I killed him because he broke my heart. Destroyed me.
Would you believe that when she went to trial, Alan Standish stood by her and gave her all the tender and loving support in the world? After she was judged to be insane, Alan would visit her every day and spend hours walking and talking with her and nursing her back to health. And when she was finally cured and restored to society, would you believe she promptly divorced him and married an up-and-coming pop singer, half her age? Is there anything on our Mystery Theater more mysterious than life itself? I'll be back shortly. A red scarf, a casual gift, a hastily scrawled inscription, to my best beloved. That's all it took to change the fate of 3 people. It caused the death of one, the criminal trial and conviction of another, and it should have brought the third to his senses. But there it failed. And What does it prove? Something you already know. Love can open the doors to heaven or the gates of hell. Step carefully. Our cast included Ralph Bell, Terry Keane, Bryna Rayburn, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What are your chances of being struck by lightning? Well, here's a happier thought. What are your chances of winning the sweepstakes? Actually, in what is called the game of life, the odds are about the same that either event will come to pass. That is, assuming that the game of life is on the level and that the big wheel isn't fixed.
What may I do for you, my son?
Where am I?
This is the place where spins the wheel of life.
The wheel of life?
Where each man's fate is cast and may be changed.
Oh.
What is it you wish, my son?
Oh, nothing.
Are you sure you want nothing?
Well, now that you ask, I'd like to be the President of the United States.
Very well, my son. You shall become President of the United States.
Our mystery drama, The Wheel of Life, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Russell Horton and Lloyd Battista. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Why are so many of the good things in life a matter of chance? Why should chance decide whether we're born rich or poor, handsome or ugly, wise or dull? We meet and marry, or do not meet and marry, by chance. Are we not saved or doomed by chance? Doesn't the fate of the entire world depend on chance? Why? Well, an hour from now, we may know the answer. Then again, we may not. That's the chance we take. It is the night of April 4th, 1968. We are somewhere in Vietnam.
Louis?
Yeah.
Where are the rest of the guys?
Well, they should be right behind us.
Yeah. Now what?
Look. Just off to the left.
What about it?
I see something.
What?
Maybe nothing. We gotta find out. You stay here.
You mean that you're gonna go by yourself?
It only needs one man.
So why should it be you?
Because I thought of it. Now, cover me.
Rudy!
I'm going.
Down, Rudy! Get down!
Joe! I'm hit!
I'm coming for you, Rudy! I'm coming!
And now for the news. On this 4th day of April, 1978, from Washington, D.C., comes information that...
April the 4th. I forgot about that. Funny. I used to think I could never forget that day. But I did. 10 years. Rudy would have been what? He'd have been 33. What's the use thinking about that?
I'll try for another couple of more fares, then get something to eat.
Taxi!
Sorry, pal. I'm off duty. Gotta eat. Plenty other cabs around, pal.
Well, I don't want another one. I want yours, Joe.
Well, what's so special about... Hey, how'd you know my name?
I've been looking all over for you, Joe.
Who?
Oh, am I? Come inside. I'll buy you a drink.
Just hold it there. What's your name?
My name?
Yeah, you seem to know mine. What's yours?
Rudy.
Yeah? Rudy who?
Well, how many people did you ever know named Rudy?
Well, I got an Uncle Rudy, who you ain't. A cousin Rudy, you ain't him neither. I have a sister who went with a guy Rudy, but he was a bald little fat guy. That about winds it up with the Rudies.
Well, how about Rudy Kastner?
Rudy Kastner? Which Rudy Kastner?
Well, how many Rudy Kastners did you know?
My buddy in Vietnam?
That was me.
That was you? You don't look like Rudy Kastner.
Well, people change in 10 years, Joe.
You don't sound like Rudy. You talk like a college professor.
Well, I spent 4 of the past 10 years in school.
Sure. Well, even if we didn't have the first 2, we still got the last reason.
Yes?
Yeah, Rudy Kastner is dead.
He is?
Yeah, pal, so that knocks you right out of the box.
The fact still remains, however. I'm Rudy Kastner.
You're trying to tell me you come back from the dead?
No.
No?
Well, how could I come back if I was never dead to begin with?
Pal, I'm trying to tell you, you struck out. Rudy Kastner is dead.
You're positive Rudy is dead?
Rudy Kastner was killed April the 4th, 1968, in Vietnam. I was there. I seen him get hit. I seen him go down.
But Rudy Kastner did not die.
Yeah, okay, pal, that's your story. Now, if you'll just be good enough to get out of my way, I gotta chow down.
Hey, aren't you even the slightest bit curious, Joe?
No, pal, I ain't curious, not at all.
Now, look, just listen to me.
Ah, here it comes, the pitch. Yeah, I knew you was working a racket.
A racket?
Well, what else? Yours has got to be spiritualism, am I right?
Wrong.
Don't waste your sales pitch on me, pal. I'm lucky if I take home $100 and a half a week. I pay the rent, I have a couple of beers, lose a couple of bets. There ain't nothing left for you to swindle.
Joseph, you and I have got to sit down for a long talk.
Hey, you see that guy standing over there by the bookstore? His name's Polanski. He's a plainclothes cop. You want me to call him over and introduce you?
Joe.
He's got that lean and hungry look, which means he ain't had a collar in maybe a week. A confidence operator would just about make his day.
You'd actually turn me over to the police?
I've never been a squealer in my life, but a guy like you, a guy who tries to trade in on the dead, cash in on the memory of a buddy. Get out of my way.
Joe.
I ought to punch you in the nose.
But, Joe...
Say that...
You want another drink, Joe?
No, I'm fine, Jenny.
The game will be on in a couple of minutes.
Yeah.
What do you like, Joe?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, Eddie's been in. He says you can have the Giants. Joe?
What?
Something the matter?
No, nothing's the matter.
Are you sure?
I think I need another drink, Jenny.
Oh, no. A drink's the last thing you need when you got the blues.
Who says I got the blues?
What's bothering you?
Nothing.
Tell me.
I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
Well, talk about what?
The war.
Oh.
See what I mean? You just gave it away.
Oh, no, Joey, I'm interested. Really?
I don't know. You think about the guys you were with? Good guys who never came back.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me a minute, Joe. I got that party of 4 down the other end.
Yeah, sure.
You know who she resembles, Joe?
Hey, who?
That girl, Sheila.
Sheila?
You remember when we were sent back for 10 days, R&R in Australia?
Hey, wait a minute.
And we ran into her in a bar?
Now, just hold there.
That was the first time you and I ever got into a fight.
Just a second.
Each of us claimed to have seen her first.
How would you know?
I was there. And when she heard my name was Rudy, she called me Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. And she called you Jojo.
And then she called over her girlfriend, Marcella.
No, Melissa.
Right.
And then we got into a fight over which one of us would get her.
And I won.
No, we both lost.
That's right. While we were busy knocking each other around, a couple of Marines walked out of the joint with both of them.
You do remember, don't you, Joe?
But how would you know?
That was the first day of April. And we looked at each other and we said,
April Fool.
And on the second day of April, we flew back to Vietnam.
And on the third day of April, we were in combat.
And on the fourth day...
Yeah, I remember.
We were on patrol.
That's right.
It was very dark and so quiet. And I thought I saw something over to the left.
How do you know this?
I said, cover me.
Yeah, you were hit.
Yes, I was hit.
I ran out to get you.
Did you?
But I got hit in the leg.
Oh?
Yeah. Here, I'll show you the scar.
No, I believe you.
I must have passed out. The medics came and got me. They said they couldn't find you. Where you fell, it was a swamp.
Yes.
And they figured you must have sunk down out of sight. How come you didn't drown?
I thought I did.
You thought?
I just quit fighting it. You know, that struggling to keep alive. And then I just didn't know anything or feel anything.
That's how it feels to be dead, huh?
Yeah, but I wasn't dead. Because I opened my eyes and... Well, I was lying on a mat made out of straw. And an elderly Vietnamese woman, you know, one of those old mama-sans.
Yeah.
A million wrinkles on her face and not one tooth in her head, but the kindest eyes. Well, she was putting a pad of something on my shoulder. It felt good, and I became aware of a humming sound.
Humming? Like bees?
Like voices. And then I heard clicking sounds.
Clicking?
Yeah, nothing was loud. Everything seemed so subdued. Now, the old mama-san saw me trying to sit up, so she helped me. And then I saw the whole thing.
What whole thing?
The room. Well, it wasn't a room exactly, but a huge circular space. It seemed to be underground. There were men with shaved heads. They wore long red robes. They sat on the floor, and each man held an abacus.
A what?
A square wooden frame with strings running horizontally across it, and on the strings were beads.
Oh, yeah. I seen a guy with one in a Chinese laundry. They use it to add and subtract.
And the click, click I'd been hearing was the sound of the beads being moved on the abacus. And I looked up. On the ceiling, I could see a painted wheel, an enormous ceiling in the shape of a wheel, filled with pictures of men and women and animals. It was turning slowly. I heard a voice.
It is the wheel of life.
He was a very old man in a long red robe. He had skin like fine parchment and deep black eyes. Oh, you could lose yourself in those eyes.
Yes, my son. It is the wheel of life.
Yeah, but what is the wheel of life?
It is the prism that binds us to earthly things. We go from one incarnation to another. Foolishly we seek glory, fame, wealth. Do you follow?
I think so.
But when we acquire true wisdom, we realize that our quest should be to achieve freedom from the wheel.
Freedom?
Freedom to become one with the great harmony of the universe.
Oh, what does that mean?
We are no longer concerned with earthly striving.
Well, what are we concerned with?
Nothing.
Nothing, sir?
The nothing which is everything. So, are you ready for the great peace, the all-consuming happiness, my son?
Frankly, I don't think so.
Then you shall die and be born again, still a prisoner, bound to the wheel.
When will I die?
Within the hour. You shall be born again for another weary turn of the wheel, another life spent in useless striving.
But I don't want to die.
You have gone from existence to existence since time began. And here you are now, killed in some nameless skirmish, in an incomprehensible war.
I had such dreams.
Vanity, my son. You find the word in every creed.
I wanted to do great things. I wanted to make the world a better place. And I know how to do it. The only...
Yes?
Well, if only I could become the President of the United States.
You wish to become President of the United States?
I know how stupid that sounds. I must be delirious.
If you wish to become President of the United States, perhaps we shall change your fate.
What are you saying?
And you shall become President of the United States.
Just like that, huh? Well, stranger things have been known to happen. All kinds of people have become president. And when they were in their early 20s, who and what were they? Peanut farmers, haberdashery clerks, laborers, just about anybody. This develops further in Act 2. How do we account for things? Is it all a matter of luck or fate or chance? And in a way, don't all those words really mean the same thing? Since the dawn of time, man has always asked why, and he has waited for the answer. Is it possible that Rudy Kastner is finding the answer?
You shall become President of the United States.
I will?
Yes. In 27 years, on your 50th birthday.
My 50th birthday? How can I live to be 50? How can I even live another hour? I got this bullet inside me.
It need not kill you if your fate has been changed.
But how can my fate be changed?
You see these people? These devout priests, these disciples of Karma. Karma, the sum total of all the deeds and acts that make up fate. And every act and every deed is recorded and added. One gives rise to another, and thus we have the pattern of fate.
But how is my fate going to be changed?
All the acts, the deeds, the desires, see how they are being added and subtracted and multiplied.
Oh, those things.
I know that in the part of the world you come from, they have huge, gleaming machines called computers. The abacus has served the purpose since the beginning of all things.
But how am I going to become president?
Even as we talk, someone's fingers will move faster or slower. The piece of metal within you shrinks away from the heart. Other thoughts, ideas are being created within your brain and in the minds and hearts of countless other human beings. And in 27 years, they shall come together to make you President of the United States.
But why? Why are you doing this for me?
Why? Because you asked me to.
I don't understand.
And perhaps to teach you that whatever you shall become in this existence, this false and vain existence, makes no difference. Mighty president or lowly peasant, you shall still be a slave to the wheel.
And that's what happened.
That's what happened.
17 years to go.
17 years to go to what?
Haven't you been listening? Till I become president.
Oh, that.
You don't believe it happened, do you, Joe?
Well, I believe you believe it happened, Rudy.
Now, Joe.
It was kind of dark. The swamp was pretty overgrown. Okay, they couldn't find you, so You were laying there unconscious. This old Mama San come along. She saved your life.
It happened, Joe. It happened.
Sure.
I know it sounds far out.
Look, Rudy, I'm sure it's real as far as you're concerned.
No matter how far-fetched it seems.
Far-fetched? Hey, what you told me is nothing. I'm a cab driver. You should hear the stories people tell me.
Is that what this is to you? Just another story a cab driver gets to listen to?
Oh, I didn't mean it that way, Rudy. Exactly.
You did. But I expected that. I'll convince you because it's happening already.
Yeah?
There's been a change in me over these past 10 years.
What kind of change?
Joe, I feel power. When we first met, I was just one of millions. I felt no different than anyone else. In this world, there's a we and a they. We is most people. They are the ones with power. Do you understand?
So?
They run business, the government, everything. They have power. It's as if they're an entirely different race of men. But can you follow this?
So
I'm one of the they now, Joe.
Oh, yeah. How do you know?
I just know it, Joe.
Okay, if you say so.
You don't know what to make of it all, do you? I know you don't believe it. You'd be crazy if you did, without proof, on just my word. But as time goes on, things will happen.
Things?
Things are happening already.
Like what?
A new political movement. It's called Forward America.
Forward America?
Have you heard of it?
No, but I don't mix much in politics.
But you should, Joe. Politics is the lifeblood of our system.
Well, what is this Forward America about?
Well, it's a way of looking at things. I wrote an essay that's attracted considerable attention among many people.
Well, what kind of people?
All kinds. Business, labor, young folks, senior citizens.
Say, you want another drink?
Are you changing the subject, Joe?
I'll tell you what I'll do, Rudy. If you run for president...
Not if I run. When I run.
Yeah, okay. When you run, I'll vote for you. How's that?
I want more, Joe.
More?
Yes. Much more.
Well, what more can I give you? I don't have any money worth talking about. I got no education.
Do you know what I want?
I can't begin to imagine.
I want you.
Me?
Yes, Joe. You.
Well, I don't know what...
When you're up there, Joe, you have to have someone you can trust. Every day I attract new friends, associates, allies. They all want to be part of this crusade.
Crusade?
And the symbolic sense that we're trying to find a new spirit for America. And do you know how we're going to find it?
Not exactly.
By revitalizing the old one.
Oh.
And I've known only one person I can trust. Completely. That I could trust my life to. As a matter of fact, I've already done so on more than one occasion. And that person's you.
Yeah, but that's when we were in combat.
We're in combat now. We have to save this country.
Yeah, okay. Well, what do you want me to do?
I want you to come with me.
Where?
On the Forward America crusade.
And do what?
Be my right-hand man. My adjutant.
Well, I still have to work for a living.
Yeah, do you?
I still get 24 payments to make on that cab of mine.
The crusade now has money.
Money?
I told you. We're attracting attention. Support. Contributions are coming in. For the first time, my staff and I are able to devote our full time to the crusade.
Rudy, everything is happening a little too fast for me.
Yeah, I can understand. But remember, we have time. We still have 17 years. There'll be 17 years of working, of victories and defeats. We shall go stronger and stronger and finally prevail.
Yeah.
I don't expect you to join me tonight. You need time to think and to put things together in your mind.
This Forward America thing of yours, Rudy.
Yeah?
Just what does it stand for?
Well, it stands for Forward America.
Sure, but what does it mean?
Well, what do you think it means?
Well, like justice for everybody, everything? Is that what it stands for?
Certainly. If that's what you think it stands for, that's what it stands for.
But aren't you saying what it stands for?
Oh, no. Not yet.
I don't understand. Since it's your baby, why shouldn't you tell people what it's all about?
Oh, no. Never.
Well, why not?
The way to attract people is not to tell them what you want.
No?
But to let them think they're telling you what they want.
I don't think I follow all that.
Well, right now, Forward America is many things to many people. Everyone interprets it his own way, according to his own ideas, his own needs.
But you have to say something definite.
It doesn't have to be definite, as long as it sounds definite.
Yeah, I guess that's the way politics is.
Look, Joe, I'm going to leave you alone for a little while. We'll talk again soon. I need you, Joe.
Rudy.
I know where to find you. Good night, Joe. And just be thinking about it.
Hey, wait a minute.
I'll be seeing you.
Who is your friend?
my friend?
Yeah, the guy you were talking to.
Then it's true.
What's true?
I mean, there was a guy standing here. I was talking to him.
Joe, are you all right?
Just give me a refill, Jenny.
No, I ain't so sure that's a good idea.
I was just hoping it was a dream.
What was a dream?
That I was standing here talking to a guy, but... Wait, it's true. He was here.
And the two of you were chewing the fat for the better part of an hour. Very, hush-hush it was, too. What was it about?
Nothing at all.
I was right. It's something shady.
Jenny...
I seen that guy come in here, and I said to myself, this is a wrong bird.
What do you mean?
Listen, is there a better judge of character than me?
Well...
And when I see the two of you with your heads together, I say to myself, what kind of phony merchandise is that one trying to sell my boy, Joe?
No, it's nothing like that.
Oh, come on. Level with me, Joe. What's his racket?
Well, it's not a racket, Jenny. It's only politics.
You see? I was right the first time.
Actually, the guy was an old army buddy of mine. I thought he was dead.
Yeah?
Yeah, his name is Rudy Kastner.
Rudy Kastner, huh? Well, one day I know I'll see it in the paper. You'll read where he's been sent to jail.
To jail?
Yeah, for some kind of swindle. Oh, Joe, keep away from him, huh? You're an honest, hard-working guy. He's bad medicine.
Jenny, what would you say if I told you that this guy is going to be president of the U.S. one day?
Yeah? Well, the day that happens, I'd move to Canada. No, Canada ain't far enough away. How about one of them countries like, Afghanistan or someplace?
One thing we find out as we drift through life, not everybody likes everybody else, which is why we have horse racing, among other things. However, the stakes in our story are infinitely greater. We're talking about what could quite possibly be the fate of the nation. We'll learn more when I return with Act 3 shortly. There is, as they say, a time and a place for everything. Agreed. However, who controls the bringing together of the time and the place? When John says to Mary, meet me in the lobby of the Waldorf at noon on Thursday, when was that appointment really made? At the point where the idea in John's brain activated John's voice? Or was that appointment foreordained, perhaps, at the very beginning of time? It's all a very tricky business.
Look, Jenny, Rudy Kastner was my old army buddy. He was a great guy.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was one of the best.
What did you know about him?
Everything.
Well, what's everything? You guys who are such great buddies in the Army, how long does it last after you get out?
Well...
You go your own way, and all you had was the couple of years you knew each other in the service.
That's life, I guess.
What did this Rudy do before he joined up?
We went to school, then he had a job.
Doing what?
Well, I don't know, this and that. Look, both of us, we weren't hardly more than kids. What did we ever have a chance to do?
Well, what's he been doing since?
I told you, he's been in politics. He's got this Forward America thing.
Yeah. Well, Joe, you just watch your step here.
Why? What can happen? Hello?
Hey, Joe, will you sleep?
Well, I don't have to stay up till 3 in the morning.
Listen, Joe, tune in the TV.
What for?
That guy, this old army buddy of yours,
Rudy?
he's on the show.
What show?
This dame who talks to all kinds of nutty people.
Rudy's on the TV?
What do you think I'm trying to tell you?
And what is Forward America, Mr. Kastner?
Well, what do you think it is?
I would assume it's a movement designed to forward the American way of life. Am I right?
I couldn't have said it better myself. And I'll tell you where it all came to me. It was the night of April the 4th, 1968. I was lying in a swamp in Vietnam. I'd been wounded in an ambush and left for dead. There was a bullet in my heart.
A bullet in your heart?
An enemy bullet. This has since been certified medically. Proof in signed and attested copies is available to all who write to ask.
But a bullet
I
in your
lay there
heart?
dying. My life ebbing away quickly. And I prayed. Oh, till that night I had never been a religious person. But suddenly, I was praying.
Yes?
I said, please spare me. Not for myself, but for my country. My great and glorious country. Let me come back to live for my country, to work for my country. Oh, I want to die for my country, but not yet. Not before my work is done.
And what work is this?
The work of Forward America.
Oh.
And the miracle came to pass.
The miracle?
Yes, the miracle. My life was spared. The bullet did not kill me. But it is lodged there. And it shall remain there always to remind me of my mission. To remind me in the world that heaven has smiled upon my mission, has blessed me, so that I may work night and day to Forward America.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid our time is just about up.
Hello, Joe.
Rudy!
May I come in? Thank you.
I was on my way out. I was headed for Jenny's. Hey, come on, I'll buy you a couple.
No, thank you, Joe. That's why I came here. I can't go to Jenny's.
What's the matter with Jenny's?
Or any saloon, for that matter.
Well, why not?
My image. I must begin to create the image of an abstainer. No alcohol, tobacco.
Hey, this don't sound like the old Rudy.
Yeah, but I'm not the old Rudy.
Look, I don't know much about it, but I figure people like a president who's a regular guy. You know what I mean?
Precisely. But not if I'm going to be a master.
A who?
A master.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means, Joseph?
Well, if it means what I think it means, I'm not so sure I like the idea.
Joe, don't you see how everything's out of control?
Well...
And why? People are unable to decide their own destiny. People don't care.
I wouldn't say that.
People don't want to run their own lives. They want all the hard decisions to be made by others. All the responsibility to rest on others.
Yeah, but people don't want somebody telling them what to do.
You're wrong, Joe. They do.
And you're going to be that someone?
Why not? I'll be good for the people. I'll see that all are treated fairly.
It just don't sound right.
Oh, why not?
Well, it's like one of them dictatorships.
Joe, don't be afraid of that word. People want to be dictated to.
And this is what Forward America's all about.
Essentially, yes.
Well, then why don't you say so?
I will say so.
When?
At the proper time.
And when will that be?
When I think people are ready for it.
Rudy, I don't know if I like the idea.
It has to come, Joe. If I don't take power at the proper time, someone else will. I'm doing this for all of us. That's why you have to help me. You're the one person in the whole world I can trust.
Yeah, but
you're the only person I've ever said these things to.
I don't like the whole idea.
It's because you don't understand it yet. But you will. We have time. Plenty of time.
Your pal Rudy, he's a phony.
No, Jan.
Oh, look, I've seen his type before. The country's full of these two-bit politicians who got all kinds of big ideas.
He's different, Jenny.
How is he different? Why Why is he different?
He is going to be president 17 years from today.
Joe, you know what I think?
Yeah, I should see a doctor.
All these phony organizations, all these clowns running around.
He ain't a clown, Jenny. People thought Hitler was a clown and Mussolini. They even looked like clowns. I know about this guy, Jen. He is going to make it.
Oh, why are you so sure?
If I told you, you'd get on the phone right now and send the guys with the white coats. Hello?
Joe?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, were you sleeping?
No.
Look, Joe, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay.
It's just, you got such a funny look in your eyes these days.
Funny?
It scares me. And the way you talk.
About what?
About who? About this Rudy Kastner.
Oh.
I'm scared, Joe.
Yeah. I'm scared of him, too.
No, not of him. I'm scared of what the idea of him is doing to you. Joe, he's just one of 1,000 nuts running around the country.
Okay, Jenny.
So, why don't you just forget about him, huh?
Sure. Sure thing, Jen.
Night, Joe.
Good night, Jenny. Yeah. Maybe I should forget about him. That crazy story about all them bald-headed guys in long red robes. And the things, them abacuses or whatever. Why can't I forget? Why?
Yes, my son?
What do you wish? I'm here. It's the place Rudy told me about.
Rudy?
This room, this big round room. And all those bald-headed guys. Excuse me.
What is it you wish, my son? We so rarely receive visitors.
And those things, those abacuses or whatever.
Why have you come here?
I'm dreaming.
Of course. But why have you come here?
How can I be here if it's only a dream?
Does it matter how you come? In what state? All is illusion. Awake or asleep, we are a dream. A dream of the great and holy conscious one, whose light fills the universe.
Yeah, well, whatever you say. But the fact is, I'm dreaming.
It doesn't matter. You are here. Why have you come?
A guy named Rudy Kastner was here 10 years ago. You remember?
I do.
He said you promised things would be arranged so that in 17 years, he'll be the president of the United States.
Yes?
Well, that mustn't happen.
No?
No, it'll be bad for the country. Why do you grant a wish like that anyhow?
Because he asked it.
Yeah, I realize.
We spin out the fates. We begin in the eternity of yesterday. In the beginning, which has no beginning. We shall continue till the eternity of tomorrow. Till the ending, which has no ending. Does it matter in the sum of things which has no total? Who owns what office?
Yes, it does.
No, my son. It only matters to be freed from the wheel of life.
Yeah, Rudy told me about that. I know how that works.
And have you come here to be set free?
Well, no, not at this time. I just don't want Rudy to become president 17 years from now.
Very well.
Are you saying okay?
As I have said, it does not matter in the scheme of things.
Then he won't become president?
If you don't want him to.
But that's... Why are you doing this for me?
Because you asked for it.
Well, what's going to happen?
Even now, someone's fingers on the abacus will move faster or slower. Even now, the deeds, the acts, the dreams, the desires are changing. Fate, destiny is being changed.
Who's going to become president 17 years from now?
As I have already told you, It doesn't matter.
But it does matter.
Very well, my son. Whom do you wish?
Who do I wish?
Yes. Who should be entrusted with that office?
You want to know something? The only person I can think of offhand right now who could be trusted to do the right thing by everybody is me.
How much better it would have been had you chosen to be rid of the wheel. But if that is your wish, then even now, fate is being recast.
What's the matter, Joe?
I didn't sleep all last night. Just put 16 hours behind the wheel.
Why don't you go home and get some shut-eye?
I just want to hear the news on the TV. Turn up the sound on the set, will you?
Yeah, sure.
The other night, we interviewed Rudy Kastner, aspiring and attractive political leader. He spoke of the miracle that had taken place to preserve him to carry out his great mission. But it was not to be. For the past 10 years, Rudy Kastner has walked around with a bullet in his heart. Suddenly, last night, the miracle was over. Rudy Kastner died. And we will never know what forward America would have become.
Turn it off.
Imagine a thing like that.
I'm scared, Jenny.
Oh, what have you got to be scared about?
Jenny, am I good enough?
Oh, you're good enough for me, Joe.
Am I good enough to be president?
Oh, sure. And what's more, you're going to be president, too.
Jenny, how did you know?
All the guys come in here, Joe. Everybody says you should run for president.
They do?
For sure. Who would make a better president of the cab drivers union than you?
Oh, that. But Jenny, how good would I be as president of the United States?
Oh, Joe, you'd be great as president of anything.
Yeah. Well, hey, how'd you like to be first lady?
And so now, I suppose you want to know what happened. Did he? Obviously, we won't know until 17 years have gone by. However, if he does, then, remember, you heard about it first right here on our program. And if you want some more first-hand information, I'll be back shortly. How it turns steadily from one existence to another. And each turn does not bring us freedom, but more striving. Are we doomed to ride on it forever? Or does that day come when finally we have acquired the wisdom to abandon all vanity and become part of the harmony of the universe? Until that moment comes, you'd better stay with us. Our cast included Lloyd Bautista, Russell Horton, and Lionel Rayburn. The entire production was under the direction. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever been in the cockpit of a jet plane? Faced that amazing array of instruments, row on row? Everything that science and mathematics can do to make man safe. And yet, when the elements choose to outwit them, the pilots still have to answer the challenge. And of all nature's challenges in the air, the most dreaded is the one known as CAT, clear air turbulence.
I don't like the way the temperature's dropping, Jake. I smell trouble.
We're cleared at this altitude, Chad. No wind shear.
What about clear air turbulence? There have been reports. I knew it. May the good Lord help us. The cat's got us by the tail.
Our mystery drama, The Time Fold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they built, the ones that work, how can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
In the field of private executive airplanes, number one is the Silver Streak, a twin-engine jet designed to seat 12 in the utmost luxury, capable of flying 3,000 miles without refueling, fully automatic, a jewel. Feed its computer the size of a small camera, and except for takeoff and landing, you could rely on automatic pilot. The Barracuda, as this plane is named, is a corporate plane, but no one ever uses it except J. Bruce Proctor. He is the only passenger, with the exception of Meg Chatham, his secretary. Flying the plane are number one and two boys, pilot Chad Stevens, co-pilot Jake Slade.
How's the weather, Jake?
Wild, Chad, wild.
What?
We got a front eating up the sky. 6-0. It's the big mother.
Well, not so long as we stay clear. This doesn't bother me. It's the other.
Huh? What?
Hold it a minute. XN 743 to Little Rock, VOR. Do you have a weather update, my flight path?
Roger, XN 743. Stand by.
What's a good word?
Well, he put in his nickel. Now we wait for Charlie Computer to answer. Is that possible? CAT canceled?
What do you have to ask for? You can see what's up front.
Well, it isn't always what's up front that counts. Like who's going through that?
Oh, like you said, we bypass.
Yeah, only which way?
VOR, this is 2743.
I read you.
Cancel the CAT.
Well, what about those pilot reports?
No sweat. Light turbulence, 1900 hours, central. Commercial 747 to 350, this side of Kansas City. Ditto corporate pilot flying jet over Shreveport at 280-2010 central. All other flights report no turbulence. Will you follow machine plan or file new flight plan? Notify.
I'll get back to you, VOR.
Chad, what's eating you?
Anytime I hear anything about clear air turbulence, I get goosebumps. You ever ridden any out?
Nope.
Well, me neither. I'm not anxious to try.
So why play Lone Ranger? You got a clean bill of health if you pick up the new MFP.
Yeah, which will bring us into New York pretty near an hour late.
I'll be later if you try to go around the front the other way.
I guess. Okay, I'll swallow my hunches and follow the rest of the sheep. You better tell our boss, the great shepherd, that his little sheep are going to be late tonight.
Yeah, look, why don't you tell Proctor? You handle him better than me.
Not anymore, I don't. Not after the last few flights and the way he's handled Meg.
Hey, hold up, lover boy. Anybody got an eye for that lady, it's got to be me. You're married up and all.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Gone sour again?
Still.
You think Proctor's really making out with Meg?
Proctor doesn't make out with anyone. He just issues a requisition. He owns us all, body and soul.
Oh, he doesn't own me.
Okay, free spirit. Then what are you wasting your life up here in this old cockpit playing second fiddle to Mr. Proctor's uniformed air chauffeur?
Hey, you can't knock the pay, and I like to hang loose. There's too much red tape with the airlines.
Well, you could call your life your own.
You don't like it? Why don't you check out?
Don't knock your elders. I'm too old to go into commercial flying.
At 35?
37. It'd take too long to get seniority and haul down that captain's pay. I have a wife keeps me in debt, remember? All right, go back and tell the boss man we're going to be behind schedule.
He'll blow his stack.
Money can't buy everything.
Yeah, just try to tell him that.
You're the diplomat. Besides, I want some privacy.
For what?
I want to call the wife.
Meg, build me another scotch.
Yes, J.B.
How about one for you?
Oh, no, not while I'm working. I mean, as a secretary.
1 hour out of Houston, and we're still working on these merger papers.
Oh, why bother with New York Steel and casing? That's small potatoes.
Because once I get that pokey little firm in my hip pocket, then International's got to come to me on its knees. And once I get them, I'm pretty near as big as I want to be.
And how big is big?
The most. Number one. I got a hind end don't fit too comfortable in anything short of the catbird seat.
I guess we all ought to know that by now. Here's your drink.
A little short on scotch and long on ice.
Oh, I thought you might like to try something in moderation. Tell me, what are you going to do when you die, J.B.?
What the devil are you talking about? I'm not planning to die.
Oh, I don't mean right away, but that's one deal you can't buy yourself out of, as it must to all men.
You know, I don't know what the Sam Hill's got into you lately, Meg, but I'll tell you one thing. I don't lay out all I do on you to get sniped at. If you think you can... Yes, Slade, what do you want?
Excuse me, sir, but Skipper asked me to tell you we've got some weather we got to go around. We're going to get into New York about an hour late.
No, that's no good. I got a meeting with my lawyer as soon as the plane lands. Can't we climb over the stuff?
It's too high, Mr. Proctor. This is a 60,000-foot front.
Then go through it.
You're in that much hurry to mount the throne?
Forget it, Meg. This is business. Business is time, and time is money. Slade, no way we can beat it?
When the man upstairs makes the deal, no, sir.
No shortcuts.
Well, you'd have to talk that over with the skipper.
I might just do that right now.
Give him a couple of minutes, sir. He's just busy realigning the course.
Where are you calling from, Chad?
What do you mean, where am I calling from, Alice? Isn't that obvious? 33,000 feet over Shreveport. And would you mind telling me where you were when I called before you left Houston?
Minding my own business, I expect.
Yeah, you were so tied up you couldn't answer the phone, huh?
Maybe I wasn't home.
Look, let's not play games. Just wanted to let you know we should be at LaGuardia around 11 and to ask you to please pick me up at the usual place.
Oh, just like that. I expected you home for dinner.
Did you? Then why didn't you answer the phone when I tried to call you to tell you I wouldn't make it?
I went down to the store for cigarettes or something.
Or something, Alice, huh? You're not drinking again, hmm?
Same old thing. You can't trust me.
Alice, are you going to meet me at the field?
Maybe. I've nothing better to do.
Never mind. I'll grab the limo or a cab, but I'll be home in a few hours. And then we can...
Well, don't hurry on my account. Maybe I'll be around, maybe not. What difference does it make anymore? We got nothing left.
Oh, we back to that again.
We never left it.
Well, why don't you come right out and say it? You want a divorce.
Only on my terms, lover.
You can't expect me to sit back and let you take me 6 ways from nowhere.
Why not? Didn't you me?
Alice, come on. Just because we've lost whatever we once had, we don't have to fight dirty, do we? Not us.
Then cut me loose.
On your terms.
Only on my terms. I want it all, lover. Now, why don't you find your own way home?
Alice? Alice? It's kicking up. Whew. Look at that.
Hey, Jake. Yes, Skip, right there. Hey, how's it going?
I don't know.
Maybe we're kicking around quite a bit on my way up for it.
Now, that's just loose turbulence around the edge of the front. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, so what does?
I don't know. Get your phones on. Pull in Kansas City and get me a weather update.
Roger. Look, what's got you so steamy?
Hunch. The wrong vibes. Look at that outside temperature, how it's dropping.
So what? Why should
No, forget it. Just get me that weather report.
Roger. This is XN743 to Flight Service Station. Request weather information on our new heading. We are at 330, bearing 320. Repeat, That is 320. Are we still at same segment? Bed aboard.
Hey, Meg, how'd you like to build me another scotch?
To stoke you so you can keep knocking out enough ideas to gobble up the world? Or to relax?
Oh, we sifted through all the papers. It's time for fun games.
In that case, you got your scotch.
You'll join me?
I just might.
Sometimes you even like me, don't you?
That's a fine question to ask a woman who...
I want you to be different. Now, I can buy all of that.
I know. You bought me.
Now, don't say that, Meg.
No, it's true. Well, I didn't think so at first. But then the sun was in my eyes.
Huh?
There's a wild glory in absolute power, J.B. It dazzles the subjects. Like Louis XIV did.
You're trying to make fun of me again.
No, not really. Here. Want to drink a toast?
Sure. To what?
To thanks. So many thanks. And farewell.
To
me.
No way.
Oh, why not, J.B.? We're at a dead end. It didn't work for us.
It works for me as long as I say it does. No one walks out on me.
Well, I'm not walking out. I just want to shake hands and agree to end a bargain.
Not until I'm ready. You know too much about me, lover. You're too dangerous to let go.
How can you stop me if I want to?
You'd be surprised how many ways, if I ever made up my mind to use them.
I don't believe it. Hey, what is it, Skipper?
The temperature, it's dropped again.
We've left the front behind. There's only light turbulence.
I know, but something's out there.
Hey, what are you doing?
Cutting airspeed. What do you read?
Mach 8, 245. But with all the hurry, what?
Did you press the call button, Chad?
Yeah, Meg, I want you to secure everything back in the cabin and the galley. Belt yourself in with the big boss.
Oh, I just mixed a drink.
Well, dump it. Get rid of the glasses and do as I say.
But we just passed the front. The sky's as blue as the 4th of July.
Let's not mess around, Meg. I'm preparing for severe air turbulence, and you'd better get back inside pronto.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Hey, come on, Chad. What's eating you?
It's a hunch. You know where I got my schooling? Barnstorming, stunt flying, ever since I came out of Korea and went civilian. I love all these instruments. And for all they feed into my brain, I still fly by what's at the other end of my spine. And when that aches, when I feel my backside's in a bucket, I'll fly by that every time. Holy cow! Yeah, I smelled it. Severe air turbulence. Hang in with me, Jake. It's trying to take the stick out of my hands.
We must have shot up 1,000 feet. The updraft's wild. Watch your trim.
I'm holding.
Oh, no, you're not. You're upside down. We're in a dive.
You're disoriented, Jake. We're climbing.
You've got to be crazy.
Check your instruments. Come on, help me bring her nose down.
Roger. Holy mother, will you look at the wings shake? They'll throw the engines right out of their mount. Oh, there goes one of them, I think.
Jake, help me get her nose down. She stalled out. Now we dive. Hang in there. We're going into a spin.
Four people in a modern aircraft, equipped with every safety device and instrument to protect lives, caught in the pilot's dread, the phenomenon known as clear air turbulence, or more simply, CAT, spinning as helplessly as a bullet, but without any destination or target, and doomed to end up in a world beyond our own. I shall return shortly with Act 2.
This year, cut down on your yard work as you cut your lawn. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you True Value Hardware stores offer the Jacobson self-propelled 20-inch twin-blade mulching mower. It makes yard work easier by turning grass clippings into lawn food and by eliminating bagging and raking. The twin blades cut and recut your grass into tiny pieces that disappear into your lawn, decompose quickly, and become vital nutrients for the soil. So as you cut your grass, you're helping fertilize the lawn as well as eliminating bagging and raking problems. And the Jacobson 20-inch mulcher from True Value Hardware Stores comes with another exclusive feature to make your yard work easier. Its power burst handle gives extra engine power to help cut through long, tough, or wet grass quickly and easily and without stalling. So cut down on yard work as you cut your grass with the Jacobson 28 self-propelled twin-blade mulcher. It's just $269.95 at participating True Value Hardware Stores.
Now that the cat's out of the bag, I think I should say a few words about this acronym. The 3 letters that spell out clear air turbulence. It's a very rare phenomenon, and every commercial pilot is trained to react instinctively to its unexpected appearance. But like every other cataclysm in nature, sometimes it's beyond mechanical or human control. The air shock has sent the plane into a high-speed stall. As it whirls and falls, the instruments vibrate violently. Impossible to read.
Skipper, what can we do?
Hit left rather hard as you can. Nose up.
She's lead. Oh, manual.
Bust the gun. It's the only chance we have.
What damn briefcase hit me right on the head?
Never mind your head. What you're trying to say right now is your...
What was that?
I don't know.
We're not in a dive anymore.
And we're out of the spin.
Look out for the briefcase.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. It's just hanging there in midair.
Hey, look outside. It's bright sunlight.
Well, it can't be. We were coming up on 2100 hours. It was night.
Well, it isn't anymore. Hey, look at the controls. They're slack.
Well, maybe the cable snapped if we're out of electric power.
No, I don't think so. Have a gander at the instruments.
Holy God. They're crazy. They just don't read. How come? Did every system, all the backups blew?
I don't know. I don't think so. But what I guess is... I'm afraid to say.
What, Chad?
We're in free flight. I don't know how. But somewhere we spun right through a hole out of the atmosphere and ended up in space.
Are you nuts?
If you had just one point of reference after a blind flight, what would you guess the only land mass we could see might be?
Where?
About 10 o'clock, right off to the left.
Well, we were only at 33,000. That couldn't beat
the Earth? No. No way. Ah, but you know what it is just as well as I do.
The moon.
Yeah, that's just what I read. Look at the configuration.
But that's crazy, Chad. What are we, dreaming or dead or what?
I think we're in free orbit around the moon.
Come on, how? From 33,000 feet to nearly 90 million miles in 1 second, how?
Maybe it wasn't CAT after all. Maybe we just fell through a hole in space, got folded up in the time warp. Whatever's happened, we gotta get busy. First, there's too much pressure in this cabin. We gotta release it before we just plain disintegrate.
Okay, Ken.
Why not take it easy, real slow.
Roger.
And not too much. We have to hang on to all the oxygen we have.
What for, if you're right? All we're with now is the insurance.
We can try to get the engines turning over.
But no atmosphere? Well, for what?
We're yawing pretty badly. We could get her on an even keel. I'm going to try to fire them. Meanwhile, you better check aft and see what happened to Meg and the big wheel.
JB?
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah, certainly. Hey, there was some kicking around. I'm going to have a few words with Chad Stevens.
Oh, why do you have to automatically blame Chad?
He's flying the plane, isn't he? Who else would I blame?
Well, it seems to me, thanks to Chad's foresight in belting us in, that we're lucky to be alive.
Yeah, it's what I pay him for. And I pay him enough so he doesn't have to get caught in them.
Well, you were the one who didn't want him to go around.
I'm not going to argue with you. Let's get out of our seatbelts.
Well, don't you think we should wait till we're released?
I don't have to take orders from anyone. And I'm getting a little tired of...
JB, what is it?
What the devil?
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's like I'm floating. Don't unbuckle your belt.
Why not?
I can't tell you, except move your arm. Maybe you'll see. It's as if we didn't have any weight at all anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But what... Jake, what's the matter?
Look, I'll try to explain that in a moment best I can. I don't really understand myself, but until we all get belted down, nothing's going to make much sense.
When I belt myself down again, it's going to be beside the so-called pilot of this plane. Now, I want to know what's going on straight from the horse's mouth. I demand to know what's happening.
Just take up on your belt and sit back, Mr. Proctor. Hollering isn't going to help.
Where are we? How late are we going to be into New York?
All right, first questions first. Where are we, sir? Just an educated guess? In orbit around the moon.
Are you out of your mind?
I don't know. What I suspect is, I'm out of our world.
Now, what the deuce does that mean?
Well, at the least, I don't think we're on our way to LaGuardia Airport, New York.
Then where are we on our way to?
Infinity. You know, Mr. Proctor, if I were a deeply religious man, I would say that all four of us on this plane were on the way to meet our Maker.
No, there's no question, Meg. We're in free flight somehow.
How, Jake?
Search me. Chad says we fell through a hole in the time warp.
What?
But I don't even know what that means. All I do know is where we are right now.
Where?
In orbit about the moon.
Well, can we land there?
And this craft, forget it.
Well, then what's going to happen to us?
That's the question none of us should ask, honey. Because I'm sure none of us wants the answer.
How long?
48, 72 hours, as long as the oxygen lasts.
We can't get back to Earth?
How? If we really are in moon orbit, no way. No way we can get this crate back home.
I'd like to talk to Chad.
He won't tell you any different.
Well, that's not what I'd like to talk to him about.
Where are you going, Mike?
That's a good question, J.B., since I have to float and bump. I don't seem to have much control.
None of us do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Who does? Oh, where are you going?
Back for a drink. If I can ever make the galley. Why don't you build one for me?
Build your own, J.B. I've got other fish to fry.
Just relax. Let yourself go, Meg.
It's so long since I could do that, I've forgotten how.
Well, it's never too late to learn.
Except now.
Relaxing is a full-time job. There we are. You're almost in Jake's chair. Here. Let me help you with a seatbelt.
No, I don't need a seatbelt. This flight's smooth as honey.
Oh, well, you'll need it to hold you down.
Oh,
won't you? There you are. Now, what can I do for you?
You can level with me, Chad. It's that important.
Okay.
What's happened to us?
I don't know.
Jake said something about a hole in the sky.
And the fourth dimension has to be involved somehow. By our standards, you don't travel 90 million miles in a second or two.
You think we did?
I don't have any other explanation.
And what happens now?
We're drifting in orbit. And even if I had the kind of engines I need in this aircraft under normal conditions, we couldn't re-enter the Earth's atmosphere or even the moon.
What?
Well, we'll last as long as the oxygen lasts.
How long?
I honestly don't know, Meg. 24 hours, maybe. Not more than 48.
Then we're going to die?
You don't expect me to answer that.
Except you did. It was something I had to know. Chad?
Yeah?
We could have fussed around, as we have. And nothing would ever have happened because neither of us could make it happen. Chad?
Yeah?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I couldn't start it.
Oh, you had to wait for me.
I guess maybe I just prayed.
It wasn't because I was scared of him.
And what?
You and your conscience. What you were married to.
Well, she is my wife.
Oh, in name. What do you owe her?
Everything I own.
Oh, well, give it to her. What does it matter? Do you own yourself?
What?
I didn't. I sold myself. And I want to buy it back. My self-respect.
Is that all?
Oh, no. My whole soul. Just what you ought to do, Chad. So we can be together for good. I'm not ashamed. If there ever was a time and a place to say it, it's now. I love you. And in whatever time is left, I wish to heaven you could say it back to me that you love me.
I never thought I'd have the chance, but... Yes, now I have.
Major Alexander.
Hold it. Hold it a minute. What? What is that?
What is it?
I've raised something on the radio. Yes? Yes, would you repeat, please?
This is Major Alexander speaking. Goodspeed 1, Moon Constellation. Welcome.
Acknowledge. We welcome contact. We thought we'd bought it.
Could you repeat that, please?
Yeah, we thought we were out of touch with anyone. We have oxygen supply for less than 2 days. You are our only hope of survival.
What are you, military, pro-craft, commercial flight?
No, none of these. We've had an accident. A private flight, lost in unaccountable weather conditions.
As we know, we have suspected that you were sucked in through the horn.
What? Repeat, please.
The horn. We will not explain now. We must make preparations for your landing.
Where? On the moon?
You could not maintain life there. Besides, you will need some approximation of Earth's atmosphere to land your obsolete craft.
Obsolete?
That's something else we can discuss later. Do you have reserve fuel?
Well, enough for, say, 1.5 hours of normal flying under conditions as I understand them.
Then you have more than enough to land at Goodspeed 1.
I am not familiar with that airport.
Not surprising.
Where is it located? The Earth? The Moon?
Neither. It is a self-contained space station, one of the worlds of the future.
I don't understand.
We don't expect you to. Just put yourselves in our hands, and you will be safe.
You realize that I am apparently in space in an aircraft not equipped to handle this medium.
That is no problem for us. Let us bring you in by electric magnetic force field controls.
Hey, Chad, did you see it? There's some great big UFO right off the starboard. It's spinning like a top.
Well, I not only see it, I'm talking with it. How do I identify you?
Goodspeed 1. Release all your controls, and we will bring you home. Stand by your radio to start engines once we are inside of the envelope.
The envelope?
Certainly. You need air to land just as much as you need it to breathe. So do we. Keep this channel open.
Suspended in space, one of our most sophisticated airplanes hangs out of its element on the edge of death. 4 people inside it rely on the atmosphere to remain alive. Suddenly, a voice from space is more than disembodied. It extends a helping hand. Who of us would not choose it, but at the same time, fear the consequences? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off?
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right. And more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
Can you imagine the terror of having been catapulted into an accident in the air, only to find that instead of crashing to earth in flames and disaster, you are somehow suspended in space, in a vehicle not suited for this element, and with a rapidly diminishing supply of the air you need to breathe? Small wonder that you would grasp at any hope of staying alive.
Now you are inside the envelope, XN743. You are now in normal flight posture. Activate your engines.
Roger. How about that?
Very good. Now take your normal declination and follow the tower's instructions in.
Where am I landing?
As I told you before, station Goodspeed 1. And have no fears. We may be new to you in space, but believe me, we are very little different once you bring your spacecraft to our land. If you want it, you are coming home.
This is XN 743.
We have you, XN 743. You are 1,500 feet from threshold, 50 feet high, and hot.
Chad, the airspeed is 17 knots too high.
Oh, let's hope there's plenty of concrete.
Well, maybe we should go around.
We're out of fuel. This is it.
You better pull back on the thrust.
You touch those, I'll break your arm. Now, just hold on to your hat.
Welcome to Goodspeed 1. I am Major Alexander.
And I'm J. Bruce Proctor, and I can't waste any time. How soon can we get a connecting flight?
Oh, I don't think you quite realize where you are, Mr. Proctor.
So tell me.
You are now on Space Station Number 1, named at its inception as Goodspeed 1. From here, the only connecting flights are to the moon and such other stopovers as you might select in our area.
What are you talking about? I want to get home to Earth.
Many other people in your position have.
I don't think you quite understand. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with my lawyers and all the other people from International Ore and Carbide. My deal has to be firmed up by the end of May. And that's the day after tomorrow.
Oh, what year is that?
Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. This year, 1978.
Oh, then I think you can stop worrying about the whole deal. It's ancient history. You see, this is 2978.
What? But last night before our flight, what did you say? 2978.
I don't blame you for being surprised, sir. It's the consequence of falling through a time fold. The older we get, we do nod now and then and lose a few precious moments, huh? It must be catastrophic to wake up suddenly and realize that somewhere we've lost 1,000 years. I'd like to have a few words with you, Captain, if I may.
Well, that suits me, Major Alexander. I'd like to have a couple with you. Where's Mr. Proctor?
I'm afraid I had to have him temporarily restrained. One of our doctors is treating him now.
Restrained?
For his own good. He has a heart condition, or did you know?
Well, I knew he was hypertense.
He's had at least one coronary. He should be more careful. Well, the man has no control.
What's bugging him now?
His belief that we are making a prisoner out of him, that is not true. I hope you understand that.
Well, we are confined to the plane.
You are quarantined, Captain Stevens, that is all. You must understand that this is a controlled environment. After nearly 1,000 years, we have finally managed to make our population almost 100% disease-free. We have no infectious or contagious disorders and have made gigantic strides against the normal systemic ravages of old age. This is a far different world from yours, with its poisons, its savage wear and tear, its bent for destruction.
What is your world like out there, Major?
Let's see. You are from the 20th century, 1978, correct?
Yes.
Then you know nothing, of course, of the history of space stations like this, or colony orbits, as we call them.
No. There's been talk and speculation about establishing them, but, of course, none have ever been started. Hadn't been before.
I can understand your problem with time folds. Even we are just getting used to them.
I beg your pardon?
Intergalactic flights are just moving out of the experimental stage now. It's possible to go to Centauri 4 now, for example. But the time lag there is really a bummer. Knocks you out. It's approximately another 1,000 years.
You're kidding.
Not at all.
Well, you were going to tell me something about the history of, what do you call this?
Goodspeed 1.
Yeah.
We were the first station, you see.
When was that?
Oh, back in your millennium, around 1990, I think. Maybe a couple of years later. Of course, it was nothing like it is now. Then it was just an experiment to collect and store solar power to bring cheap energy to Earth.
You deliver energy to Earth now?
Earth? that burnt-out cinder for what?
Burnt-out cinder?
Well, I'm afraid Earth moved too late to develop energy. By the middle of the 21st century, it choked itself to death on ecological poison.
Well, how did you and the other colonies you mentioned grow so large?
Well, what would your choice have been? Our colonies grew by leaps and bounds. The waiting lists grew longer and longer. Here on Goodspeed, we rotate at such a controlled speed that gravity is reproduced within the envelope that encloses us. Our grass is always green. We live in a temperature like that of Hawaii, and the air we breathe is pure. We are, insofar as it is possible, all of one class. We are as close to utopia, I suppose, as man can come.
And we can be part of this?
Once you are decontaminated, I would think so. Oh, our immigration laws are necessarily strict, but yours is an unusual case. However, the question may be academic.
Oh, why?
Because your employer is adamant that he must return to Earth.
The burnt-out cinder?
Not that Earth, no. The one you left.
Yes, but that's impossible.
Not if you move quickly. I won't go into scientific details, but that is why I wanted to talk to you. If we are to take advantage of the time fold that brought you here to return you, there is no time to lose. Now, as captain of the ship, it is entirely up to you. I can give you 1 hour to talk it over with the others, but no more.
You're not going to try to get back, Chad?
The big man's orders, Meg. He pays my salary. What else can I do?
Well, stay here. Don't you know what it could mean?
Yes. I know.
We'd all be free. We could live our own lives. It'd be like a second chance, a chance to live down the mistakes.
I understand.
Well, isn't that what you want?
It's not what I want. It's what Mr. Proctor wants.
Oh, you can't be serious. What about what I want? What Jake wants?
Jake doesn't care where he lives.
And me?
You could be your own woman anywhere.
Well, I'm not now.
Bought and paid for. Maybe it'd be the same here.
No. Oh, Chad, don't you see? I'd be free here. He can't control me. And you're not free if you go back. You're only going back to her.
To Alice? Oh, no. No, never. That's over.
Well, she'll take you for everything you have.
Okay, let her. We could manage somehow.
If you stole me from J.B., he'd break us both, grind us to powder.
We can still take the chance.
Why, Chad? Why?
Because if you and I are going anywhere, Meg, it has to be because we fought for it, not ran away from it. It has to be a matter of conscience. I have to go back. I have to live with myself. Maybe you should stay.
No. No, darling. You're right. I have a conscience, too, that needs quite a bit of polishing. No, we'll go back together and face whatever has to be. God willing, it'll work out for us.
We are circling you now, Captain Stevens, and drawing you by magnetic field toward the time fold.
Roger, I read you.
Now, we cannot guarantee your safe re-entry back to the last century. So, if you, or any of you, wish to change your mind, this is it.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
He's giving us a last chance to back out, sir.
Tell him absolutely not. We don't belong in this Jim Crack fantasy world. We belong in the real one.
Well, that's your decision, J.B. The others are entitled to theirs. Meg?
Are you going back, Chad?
Yes, I am.
Then so am I.
Okay. Jake?
How can you fly a plane through all that flak without me, old buddy? Besides, I either want to be best man or give away the bride.
Did you read me, Captain Stevens? I said this was your last chance to stay.
I read you, sir. And our thanks for all you have done. But our decision is to return.
Very well. Fire up your engines.
Roger. Engine start completed.
We'll start the countdown at 30. Bon voyage and good luck. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Synchronize. Coming up 30 on zip.
Read 30.
29. 28.
Get back and get belted in. JB, Meg?
Go ahead, Meg. I heard what your co-pilot buddy said, Stevens. I just want you to know, if we get back, I'll break you in two before I ever let you take Meg away from me.
Wow. I hope I never have to sweat anything like that out again.
Me too. But we lived through it.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah?
Did I go off on some sort of a crazy trip or...
The Major? Good speed one? I don't know. Doesn't seem very real now, does it?
Oh, hazy, man, hazy. Only, what about you and Meg?
Oh, that? That's for real.
How are you going to handle the heavyweight?
I don't know. Take over. I'd better check back in the cabin.
Okay, take your time. I feel 1,000 years younger and ready for anything.
Chad, quick.
What is it, Meg?
JB, I think it was his heart. It was just too much.
What? Is he dead?
Well, right after we hit the turbulence, he just sort of hunched over. He made this terrible sound and slumped. The way we were being thrown around, I couldn't get to him. Oh, Chad.
Yes, dear.
I feel terrible. I wished him dead so often.
No, Meg, he wished this on himself.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
It's like a gift from God. For us.
Yeah. Or the answer to a prayer. You know, you said, God willing, it'll work out for us. Meg, it seems like 1,000 years, but we finally found our way home.
There's quite a little tale to muse over. The fact of CAT is real enough, but what was all the rest? Real or imagined? Does that really matter in the larger sense? All of our travelers returned safely from beyond whatever veil they penetrated, except one. And there will be few to measure the death of such a selfish man. I'll be back shortly. By the time you hear this program, or shortly after, the first experimental space station should have been placed in orbit. Of course, it'll be small, but it's a beginning. With the Earth's desperate need for new sources of energy, it doesn't stretch the imagination to think that within 1,000 years, colonies like Godspeed 1 will not only exist, but will proliferate. Unfortunately, neither you nor I will be there to check the statement. But wouldn't you consider it a good bet? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, Evie Juster, and Fred Gwynn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I have a close friend who says he has nothing against ghosts as long as they mind their own business. The question then arises, what is their business? No one has ever really supplied a satisfactory answer to this, but almost all spiritualists and believers in the spirit world agree that most of the earthbound spirits have some sort of feeling of unfinished business, or a wrong to be righted, a case to be pled. Now we go back to the year 1800 to tell a tale of today that's supposed to be true.
Young man, listen to me. I wish to talk with you. I mean you no harm. I ask only for you to listen.
Oh, I've got to get a hold of myself. This is crazy. I'm not really hearing her voice.
Yes, you are. You are hearing my voice. Juliana Sands, the girl you're painting. Only if you look closely, you will see that my eyes are rarely hazel, not green.
That does it. I had better get out of this studio before I find myself carrying on conversations with my canvases.
Come back. Come back. Come back.
Our mystery drama, The Ghost in the Well, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The description of the artist as an individual with more than usual sensitivity has been drawn for us often. It should therefore come as no shock for a painter to realize that his artistic vision has penetrated into a world only dimly perceived by the rest of us. Nevertheless, when this happened to painter James Taxon, it was to prove a serious obstacle to what promised to be a flourishing career.
I can't believe it, Jim. I just can't believe what I'm seeing. Oh, come off it, Lee. It's no big deal. No big deal. Here I am representing one of New York City's most talented and promising young artists, and I find 5, not 1, but 5 canvases, all of some frail, loony-looking dame wearing a dress which looks like she's been attending some masquerade party, and all done in a diaphanous... No, it's translucent, I think. Oh, what's the difference? Why? That's what I'm asking you, Jim. Why? When we started our association, Lee, you agreed you wouldn't try to influence my work. I'd paint what I see. Well, that agreement still holds, but it doesn't mean I have to keep my mouth shut when I think you're going off the rails. Oh, you're overreacting. And you're obsessed. What's so important about this woman? So all-consuming that it's... In the past 3 months, you've done nothing but paint the same picture over and over again. I want to get it right. The quality, the feeling, what I see. I'm just repeating myself. Not only in words, but in your work. When are you going to go back to being the painter I know you are? When I get this portrait right. I hated to admit it, but Lee was right. I'd allowed myself to become, I suppose there's no other word, obsessed with this portrait. I'd better explain how it happened. Like so many other young artists, I live and work in a part of New York called Soho. Well, one night I couldn't sleep. I was sitting at one of the windows of my loft overlooking a small 3-story building when I had what only can be described as a vision. A figure of a young woman, dressed in 19th century clothes, seemed to rise from out of the ground in the air. Up and up until her eyes were level with mine. She gazed at me, imploringly. I felt compelled to paint her, to capture that look. For the next few months, I worked furiously, always on the same painting, and always I failed to capture that look in the eyes that had burned itself into my brain.
Why do you frown so? The gentlemen I knew were always laughing.
Because I can't get your eyes right.
That's because you don't know anything about me. You don't listen. I'm a very fascinating person.
Well, I suppose you must be. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so interested in doing your portrait.
I was murdered, you know.
Don't try to... Murdered?
Thrown down a well by a villain named Levi Weeks. more than 100 years ago.
That's it, Jim. What you need is a breath of fresh air. You're working too hard. You're hearing voices.
Of course you hear me. I'm Juliana Sands. If you look closely, you'll see my eyes are really hazel, not green the way you're trying to make them.
That does it.
Come back. Please, come back.
I had to get out and walk, just to think out what was happening to me. Either I was up at the edge and hearing voices, or this vision I'd seen outside my window was really a ghost, or a spirit, or whatever. She'd given me a name, Juliana Sands. I headed for the library, and a researcher I knew there gave her the name, and she told me to come back in an hour. I did, and got a real shock. I apologize. I am not crazy. I'm not hearing voices. Well, aren't you going to say anything? Won't you accept my apology? Aren't you even curious about how I found out? Look, you, Juliana Sands, I'm talking to you. Now, you answer me. I know all about Juliana. You fell into a well in December of 1799. You weren't murdered.
You believe those lies they told in court. You're just like all men, ready to believe the worst.
You're a strange ghost.
I am not a ghost. I am a lingerer.
You're argumentative. I'll say that for you.
I've been wronged, and no one will listen.
Well, what's the difference between a lingerer and a ghost?
Ghosts are namby-pamby. Lingerers choose to stay on.
Oh, you choose to stay?
I just told you, silly.
Why?
To clear my name. You said you found out all about me, but you really don't know anything.
Well, it's a matter of court record. Your boyfriend was Levi Weeks. He was accused of pushing you into the well. He was tried and acquitted.
Because the stupid judge believed the lies that were told about me.
Yeah, he had a pair of pretty good lawyers.
Oh, Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
The only time in history they were known to be on the same side.
You did take the trouble to look me up.
Yes, I did.
And you find me fascinating. Most men do.
You're also conceited. I looked you up because I wanted to find out if I was losing my mind, not because I find you fascinating.
Then why are you painting me?
Because I'm a painter.
Also a fibber. You know, you're entranced with the idea that you're actually talking to an alluring woman who lived a century ago.
What do you want of me, Juliana?
There. You see? You've used my name. And it's just delightful to be asked what I want of someone. Usually I ask gentlemen what they want of me. Although, of course, I know perfectly well.
I get the feeling you were a terrible flirt.
Flirt, perhaps. But I'm afraid you'll turn out to be just like all the other men, all the men I knew who thought the worst of me. And, Jim, I hope to get better treatment from you.
What difference does it make to you now?
I want you to paint me for the world to see me as I really was and am. A woman slandered and wronged. I want my name cleared.
Cleared of what? From what I've been able to find out, you fell into a well.
I was murdered. Cruelly and foully.
Well, now the judge found...
Levi Weeks? Come here this instant.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
I said come here.
Oh, what are you going to do? Are you going to bring someone else in on this? It's you I'm interested in.
You're going to hear the truth. Right from the lips of this murderer.
You have no right to name me murderer. The court...
You know very well what happened in the court, Levi. I insist that this gentleman hear it. I insist. Do you understand?
I will clear the courtroom if we have any more disturbances. Pray continue, Colonel Burr.
Thank you, Your Honor. As my learned colleague, General Hamilton, has already pointed out, the state is building its case against the accused on the question of motive. We will deal with that cloudy issue presently, but at the moment I should like to continue with my examination of the accused. Now, Levi Weeks, remember you're under oath. When did you last see Juliana Sands?
On December 22nd.
Afternoon or evening?
The evening. I worked during the day.
Exactly. And I'd like to point out to the members of the jury that your employer testified as to your character.
If the prosecutor doesn't object, I must, Colonel Burr. You will kindly confine yourself to questions.
Yes, Your Honor. How did you spend the evening of the 22nd, Mr. Weeks?
I called for Juliana at her residence on Greenwich Street about 7 o'clock, and we proceeded to the Francis Tavern.
As was customary, was it not, Mr. Weeks?
We ate there quite frequently, yes.
And drank also, Mr. Weeks?
We had wine, yes.
Only wine? Or did not Mistress Sands have something stronger?
I must say, Colonel, I fail to follow the reason for this line of questioning.
Well, Your Honor, the doctors have been unable to ascertain exactly the cause of death. Part of our defense will be that the lady in question was in the habit of imbibing freely of spirits, and it could well be that in a state of drunkenness she fell into the well and was drowned. And now, Mr. Weeks, after you wined and dined, how did you spend the remainder of the evening?
Well, you know we were, after a fashion, betrothed.
Would you kindly clarify that for the jury? How does one become betrothed after a fashion?
We had an understanding.
Had you spoken to the lady's father?
Well, there was some talk about it.
I see. And now, sir, after having heard the testimony of several young men in this courtroom, that they had also escorted Mistress Sands at various times and to various places, I put it to you, did you know about her dalliance with these other men?
Not all of them.
And you made no objection?
We had words once or twice.
Words? Quarrels? Or violent altercations?
Just lost words.
Exactly. And now, Mr. Weeks, I ask you, if you had known about all these other men in the life of Miss Juliana Sands, would you have made violent objections?
I am not a violent man.
I think it most fitting for the jury and the judge to know exactly how you felt about your betrothed's amorous behavior with other men.
Well, I knew that Juliana was headstrong and she was flirtatious, liked a good time, liked parties and dancing. But your question is difficult for me.
Well, let me then put it another way, Mr. Weeks. The prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates you are not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. And even if you knew of the others, you would hardly have taken the violent course of homicide. Is that not a just statement of your feelings?
I didn't kill her, if that's what you mean.
That is exactly what I mean. And although we cannot say for certain that she was murdered at all, we can say with a great deal of assurance that Juliana Sands was a loose, wanton woman who might very well have jeopardized her life.
You have no right to make such foul accusations about my daughter. Every word you've uttered is a lie. And I, who knew and loved my Juliana since she was a little girl, will see to it that these jurymen are not deceived by your abominations.
An impossible scene? A wild creation in imagination of some fiction writer? Not at all. In the spring of the year 1800, in New York City, a man named Levi Weeks was tried for the murder of a young woman named Juliana Sands, and his defense attorneys were Aaron Burr and Alexander Hamilton. And the testimony went very much as you heard it. We'll continue with Act 2 shortly. Courtroom drama is always composed of the stuff of life. But when you find yourself a spectator at a trial that took place in 1800, and you are there by courtesy of the ghost of the alleged victim, that drama takes on overtones of spiritualism and undertones of science fiction and the time machine. That's precisely the situation in which our talented painter James Taxon finds himself.
I attributed my comparative calm to the fact that I had been reassured I wasn't losing my mind. My library researcher friend had dug further and come up with more information on the trial of Levi Weeks. There was absolutely no doubt that such a trial with such characters had actually taken place. I didn't think I was hallucinating. Now the question remained how best to rid myself of my obsession with the portrait of Juliana Sands. I decided that getting the whole story might be the answer. Therefore, I looked hard at my last unfinished canvas. Nothing happened. I closed my eyes.
You look silly with your eyes closed.
Oh, I'm glad you're back. I want to talk to you.
Naturally. I've always been very popular with members of the opposite sex.
I want to know more about what happened at the trial.
Just a lot more nastiness.
Well, those are words, and I want the truth.
And that's what you shall have, but we need Levi for that.
Oh, no, Juliana, not again.
Now, Levi, you know very well that we haven't come anywhere near telling the whole story.
Must we?
I insist. And you may as well begin by saying that you were too much a gentleman or too frightened to tell the court. After we supped that night at Francis Tavern, what did we do?
You always could shock me, Juliana.
I fail to see what's shocking about the idea of a betrothed couple anticipating their wedding night.
The sins that you do by two and two, you must pay for one by one.
Do you hear that, Levi?
I was just quoting from a great English poet named Rudyard Kipling.
Levi, you might tell the gentleman how an ordinary carpenter came to be represented by two such distinguished attorneys as Mr. Alexander Hamilton and Mr. Aaron Burr.
Purely a matter of politics.
Does that explanation satisfy you, sir?
No way. I'd like it a little more in detail.
Well, I first met Colonel Burr and I did some carpentry work for him. The colonel was much interested in the details, and we fell to talking.
At which Levi is very good.
I cannot tell this gentleman what he wants to know if you're going to interrupt continually.
Do forgive me, Levi.
I've always been interested in politics, and you may not be aware of it, but Colonel Burr was consumed by the ambition to be president. When I'd stop for lunch, the colonel would sit with me, and we'd talk. The colonel was much impressed because I spent 3 or 4 evenings a week at the Tammany Society, which did me the honor to elect me leader. We were also in touch with other like-minded clubs throughout the state. And so a relationship developed.
Relationship, indeed. You promised that conniving little colonel to deliver the Tammany Society votes, which would enable him to gain control of the New York state legislature.
Oh, women don't understand politics.
Now, neither do I. What did gaining control of the state legislature accomplish for Aaron Burr?
The legislature named the presidential electors to the Electoral College, and New York was a pivotal state. I believe that has since been changed.
Oh, yes, it has. And now you're explaining how it happened that Aaron Burr was willing to undertake your defense. But what about Alexander Hamilton?
Have you never heard, sir, that politics makes strange bedfellows?
Now, wait a minute. Now, I know a little about American history, and Hamilton was a Federalist, while Burr was a Jeffersonian Democrat, so...
Politics also make hypocrites. Tell him, Levi.
Oh, please shut up, Juliana. Although it was quite true that there was antagonism between Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, nevertheless, they both found it politic to present the outward appearance of friendliness. And this was just such an opportunity.
Yes, but I don't understand why your case presented such a great opportunity.
Because of me, sir. Because of my beauty. And because of the loathsome, lewd curiosity of men who delighted in hearing my name bandied about in the court. The judge permitted the wildest and most lascivious speculations about my private life. I assure you, it was a sensation.
Oh, as usual, Juliana exaggerates. She took courtroom rhetoric for statements of fact when it was only designed to prove
prove me a woman of low character and loose morals. And as for more courtroom rhetoric, why don't we go back and let this artist hear for himself what your fine Colonel Burr had to say.
Gentlemen of the jury, we come to the character of this woman. I remind you once again of the evening of the 3rd of December when she and her intended, Levi Weeks, were at the Tammany Society Ball. You have the sworn testimony that she entertained not one, not two, but 3 young men on the upper floors of the Society's building. And all this, mind you, while her fiancé, this hard-working young man, was downstairs searching everywhere for the lady who had plighted her troth to him.
Levi, you heard those disgusting insinuations he made to the jury. How I raged when I heard those words.
And how bored I get when I hear you bring them up year after year, century after century, will it never end?
Only when I'm satisfied that my name has been cleared. You knew I was upstairs. You knew exactly where I was and with whom and what I was doing.
Colonel Burr never said...
Colonel Burr never said the truth. I thought it would be a lark to go upstairs and peep into the gaming rooms where you gentlemen spend so much of your time.
I told you that this was explained to both Colonel Burr and General Hamilton, and they both felt it would injure my defense.
By branding me harlot, or worse.
Juliana, you were dead.
And the dead can be slandered. But not with impunity. Oh, you found that out, didn't you, Levi?
Oh, hold on, you two, hold on. Now, Juliana...
Yes, Jim?
You told me you wanted me to paint you as you really are. And if you and Levi just continue to squabble, I'm beginning to see you as a shrew. You promised me the truth.
And I'm trying to get it for you. But this wretched excuse for a man persists in hiding the truth from you, and even after all these years deludes himself.
About what? Name one thing that has been said here that is not true.
Oh, do you recall these words?
Levi, the prosecution contends that you killed Juliana Sands in a fit of jealousy. Yet your sworn testimony indicates that you are not of a jealous disposition. You knew of some of her liaison with other men, yet you only had words. Is that not a just statement of your feelings?
But remember my answer to Colonel Burr. I didn't say I wasn't jealous. I said I didn't kill you.
You left the impression that you were a gentle man, when really, Jim, the reverse is true. And I will prove it. Do you remember the night of the Federalist Ball?
Who was that young popinjay you were dancing with?
His name is William Gates.
Any relation to the general?
His nephew.
How did you meet him? Were you properly introduced?
Of course. He saw me standing at the punch table, introduced himself in a most genteel fashion, and asked me to dance.
And it never entered your head to refuse?
Why should I? With you off talking politics with some of your playfellows.
You know I don't like you dancing with other men.
Oh? Does that include Colonel Burr?
Well, of course not. The colonel is different.
Pray, tell me how.
Well, he's older. He knows me, and he... Well, you know what I mean.
Of course, dear heart. If you feel it's to your advantage for me to dance with a man when it's permissible. But if I should find it entertaining to dance with someone, it is forbidden.
I tell you flatly, I don't want you dancing with other men.
And I tell you that until I am your wife, I shall dance with whom I please, unless you're at my side.
You'll do nothing of the kind. You'll behave like a proper lady, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life.
Well, Levi, aren't you going to tell this delightful young artist the rest of the story? Or have you forgotten what happened later?
I lost my temper again.
It was more than that.
Well, I had warned you not to dance with anyone else, and when I saw you on the floor with that insufferable gait...
You rushed out, snatched me from his arms, and would have struck him and challenged him to a duel if you hadn't been forcibly restrained.
While you're at it, don't neglect to tell him that you enjoyed every minute of it.
Oh, it was exciting. And romantic.
There, you see, sir, you hear? Well, I hear everything except the one thing I want to hear, and that is, did you kill her or didn't you?
You did.
I did not. Oh, come on now. What difference does it make at this time? How can it matter to either of you?
Levi, I think I've made a mistake.
Not for the first time, Juliana.
Oh, but he seemed so sensitive. And he was trying to paint the real me. I could feel it. Oh, I'm sorry, Jim. I thought I'd finally found someone who understood.
Well, I've been trying, but you're not only unsubstantial, you've got a wildly mercurial personality.
Thank you. I shall always remember that. If you decide to continue with my portrait, I do hope you get my eyes right.
You're leaving?
I'm afraid so.
Yeah, and what about your crusade to clear your name? Have the world see you as you really are. Or were.
It will have to wait. But I have plenty of time.
Yes, but what about me? I mean, I must finish your portrait.
That will pass when we're no longer in contact.
Oh, no. Don't go.
You'd better talk into that talk thing.
Just hold on until I answer this call.
I hate waiting.
Oh, it won't take a minute. Hello.
Jim, this is Lee. Remember me?
Yes, Lee. Look, I'm busy right now. Can I call you back?
No way. I've been trying to reach you for days. Where have you been?
Well, I've been right here. I've been working.
You took the phone off the hook, didn't you?
Lee, I'm sorry, but I really can't talk to you now.
Either talk to me or talk to a doctor.
What? You haven't.
I haven't, but Janice has. Remember Janice?
Oh, yes, of course. I remember Janice.
Janice? Should I be jealous?
Hey, quiet, will you?
What? Is there someone there with you?
No one. But what has Janice done?
She's spoken to her brother, the one who's a big shot psychiatrist, and...
Oh, she had no right to do that.
She loves you, Jim. She's worried, and I agree she's got a right to be worried.
Goodbye. I told you I dislike waiting.
Hold on a second, Lee. Please be patient. Just a minute. You owe me a favor.
I owe you nothing. But I'll stay for a little.
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Look, Lee, what's gotten into you and Janice?
I ask what's gotten into you. You shut yourself up. You turn off the phone. You hung up on doing the portrait of some strange dame, which isn't your style at all, and Janice and I are worried. We think you need help.
I really refuse to wait and listen to any more of this silly talk.
Please, it's my agent and best friend. Look, he's worried about me.
As am I.
I'm sorry, Lee. I just thought I heard someone at the door.
Oh, it's obvious, Jim. There's somebody there with you. Do you want to tell me who it is, or did Janice and her brother and I come up there?
No. Look, just give me... How long, Juliana? For the truth, how long?
The trial lasted a week.
Excuse me, please.
How fast can you work?
When I know the truth, I'll have you on canvas in a day.
Tell him the day after tomorrow.
Hello, Jim.
Hello, Lee. Just leave me alone till the day after tomorrow, and you and Janice and the whole world can come and see me then.
The whole world. At last, the whole world will see Juliana as she truly is.
Perhaps our charming ghost is putting too much trust in a painting. After all, a painting, no matter how great a work of art, can present many faces to different people. But more importantly, can Jim Taxon find out where the truth lies in this tangled skein that hasn't been unraveled in more than a century? We'll be back with Act 3 shortly. I think I can qualify as somewhat of an authority on ghosts and ghost lore, and I've never heard of a ghost being reported in a spanking new high-rise office building or a condominium. No, the habitat of ghosts is almost always in the ancient relics or ruins that have stood for centuries. Today, in New York City's Soho district, there is an ancient well with a history, and, some say, with a ghost. Which brings us to the horns of the dilemma on which Jim Taxon is impaled.
I'd made a commitment, and I intended to keep it. I dismissed the notion that there was anything wrong with my mind because I had accepted the fact that somehow I'd made contacts with a ghost, a specter, or whatever you care to call it, of a woman who'd died in 1799. I realized, however, that painting her had become almost an obsession with me, and I was forced to face the possibility that she might be playing some devilish game that was robbing me of my creativity as an artist. I determined to find this out, so I picked up my brushes and turned to the latest canvas I'd started.
Oh, you poor dear mortal. You mustn't let me frighten you. All I want is to make myself whole.
Yes, that's what you've been telling me, but there seems to be some questions about your truthfulness. You must admit that at times you're mischievous.
I am what I am. But I'm also a woman wronged. And today, I promise you the absolute proof.
Does that mean another argument between you and Levi?
We will need Levi. But there'll be no argument about this. Will there, Levi? Levi?
I'm here, Juliana.
I want you to tell this gentleman quite calmly and without any evasion that you were the father of my unborn child.
I will tell him the facts. If it is true that you were pregnant at the time of your death, it's probable that
You're still trying to wriggle out of accepting responsibility. Tell him you fathered my child.
All right, cool it, Juliana. All I'm getting is more complications and further arguments.
You have every right to be annoyed. But it would be taken care of if this colonial clod would admit that he not only murdered me, but also my child when he threw me down that well.
It's indescribably frightening to witness an argument between apparitions. But that's exactly what Juliana's accusation touched off. The only way I could bring some semblance of order out of this eerie chaos was to threaten to leave. Neither of them seemed to want that.
I bring this matter of the child up now because it was a most important point at the trial. The prosecution claimed I was pregnant, which immediately labeled me wanton.
But I don't understand. If you were pregnant with Levi's child and you were going to be married...
Why can't you understand? You're sensitive enough to have made contact, but you cannot see how scandalous it was to be in my situation without being a respectable wife. I was an outcast. That was the main reason that my reputation had to be blackened still further.
No, you've lost me again.
The prosecution said that Levi had killed me because he had discovered he wasn't the father of my child and he didn't want to marry me.
That certainly was not true. I desperately wanted to marry you.
You did. But you killed me for quite another reason. But the defense attorneys easily persuaded Levi to allow them to make me out to be a wanton.
Did I ever actually deny the possibility I was the father?
Not you, Levi. You played the noble, put-upon gentleman.
Were you the father?
I'm pretty sure I was.
Pretty sure?
He was.
Well, now, Juliana, what about that all-day excursion you took to Harlem with General Gates' nephew?
Most of it was spent in the coach with 4 other people present.
All right, now, let's stop it right here. No more arguments between you two. I must hear about the night of the murder.
There was no murder.
I want to know what happened that night.
Tell him, Levi. Tell him about your first lie, your sworn testimony in the courtroom.
Oh, you've told me so much and argued so much. I don't remember what he said.
He said the last time he saw me was December 22nd. Isn't that what you told the court, Levi?
Yes.
And that was a lie, wasn't it?
Yes.
You really saw me Christmas Eve, didn't you?
I did.
And that was the night you killed me, wasn't it?
I did not kill you.
Oh, why don't you stop the accusations and the denials, get to what happened, and let me decide?
Levi's already admitted that he lied about the last time he saw me.
What happened that night?
Oh, it was a beautiful night. Clear, with just a sliver of a moon, and all the stars winking like candles on a Christmas tree. We strolled along Green Street, holding hands. Remember, Levi?
Not likely I'll be allowed to forget, Juliana.
We were on our way to my house, and I said, Levi, we must set a date for our wedding.
You never cease to amaze me, my love. Your father won't even permit us to announce our engagement, and here you are talking about setting a date for our marriage.
You would not like your child to be born without a name, would you, Levi?
What are you saying?
I'm with child, Levi.
Are you sure?
Certain.
Oh, it's another one of your jests. A poor one, I must say.
I mean it. It's true.
How can it? We haven't...
I am 2 months pregnant, dear heart.
2 months?
Yes. But what does that matter? What matters is that tomorrow, on Christmas Day, when you join us for our celebration, you tell my father that there will be no more shilly-shallying, that we love each other deeply, and we wish to be married as soon as possible.
You think he won't question his sudden, unseemly haste?
We are young and ardent. We've waited long enough. There's no more to be said.
Your father may have something to add.
I do believe you're afraid of him, Levi.
Nonsense.
Come. Let's continue on our way. Ah, it's a lovely night. But I begin to feel chill when we're not moving.
2 months. Were you not on that outing with young Gates about 2 months ago?
I thought we already had our quarrel about that.
Well, I think this news you've given me makes a difference.
I've always been honest with you, Levi. As with everyone.
Have you?
When have I not?
I cannot tell. And that's what eats at me.
You're thinking about my Harlem excursion with that silly young Gates, aren't you?
Yes.
And I used to be so proud of your jealousy.
Proud?
Well, perhaps not proud, but secretly I enjoyed it. It tickled my fancy that I should get you so annoyed and angry over trifles. I was wrong.
Yes.
And so were you, to take my little flirtation seriously.
And now you tell me you're with child.
Levi, suppose... Well, just suppose... Well, you see this well?
Yes.
Just suppose it were a wishing well. Do you know what I would wish?
What?
That you knew me well enough to know that I truly love only you. You have no cause for jealousy. That would be my wish.
I would wish that you were more like the other ladies in deportment.
You wouldn't love me if I were all languishment and easy to tears. Levi, only you alone can be the father of the child I carry. But did you hear me?
I heard you. I wish I could believe you.
All right. You wish to believe the worst? Then you may as well hear it. You want to believe it, so I'll tell you what you want to hear. Not the truth, but what you're determined to have for heaven only knows what reason.
Oh, Juliana, stop.
Oh, it's too late, Levi. Yes, we did. We went to Harlem, the Gates boy and I. We walked along the riverbank away from the other people and found...
Oh, you...
Levi, you're hurting. Let go of me.
You to play with me? I'll scrap you till you beg for mercy.
Oh, Levi, the well. It's pressing against my back.
Don't know what's true or false when you...
Levi, careful, I'm falling here.
Juliana, I didn't mean for you to fall.
Well, Mr. Portrait Painter, now you know the truth you've been seeking. Tell me, is he not a murderer?
I don't know.
Not know? How can you not know?
You see, Juliana, it's all for naught. He's heard everything, and he's...
No, not everything. He hasn't heard the verdict, nor what my father said in the court. He must hear that.
Oh, it's useless. It's a waste of time.
And what else do we have but time, Levi Weeks? What else?
Gentlemen of the jury, you have reached the verdict of not guilty. A verdict in which I heartily concur. The jury is dismissed with the thanks of the court, and the defendant, Levi Weeks, is freed.
Now you will hear me, and I shall not remain silent. The defendant may go free, but you, Alexander Hamilton, and you, Aaron Burr, will be forever accursed for besmirching the name of my lovely daughter, for destroying the name and character of a sinless young woman. You are damned. I call upon the higher court, the just God in heaven, to see that you are punished for this affront to all virtue.
Remove this man from the court. Take him, I say.
And you, a judge who judges not, you, sir, will also feel the weight of my curse. Now and forever.
And now, Painter, you have the truth. All of it. How will you paint me?
Truly, as I saw you and see you clearly. A lovely, laughing, hazel-eyed girl with glints of mischief dancing in them.
And it will be seen by the world?
Yes, I hope so. I think it will, because I feel it will be the best work I've ever done.
Bravo. At last the world will see me as a woman wronged, not as I was portrayed in the court. I will be free.
And I, Juliana? Will I be left to bear the guilt? Unjustly also, as you know, Painter. I never meant to harm her. I don't know, Levi. I'm an artist. I don't stand in judgment. But tell me, tell us, what do you truly think is right? The same as before, Levi. The sins that you do 2 by 2, you pay for 1 by 1.
Most people today don't believe in the power of curses. But let's look at what we know. We know there was such a trial. We also know there was such a curse pronounced. We also know that Aaron Burr killed Alexander Hamilton in a duel on the heights of Weehawken, New Jersey. We know, too, that Burr was later accused of treason and forced to flee the country. I'll be back shortly to tell you what happened to the judge. We come to the judge who presided over the trial of Levi Weeks, accused of the murder of Juliana Sands. The trial took place in 1800. 29 years later, on a December evening in 1829, the judge walked out of his hotel on Lower Broadway and was never seen again. Something to think about until we meet again. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Court Benson, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many of us in our work reach out for the unknown. A scientist involved in research is sometimes astounded by the results of his experiments. They turn out in ways he would never have predicted. Likewise, a detective looking for clues in an unsolved crime must be prepared for any development, even the most unexpected.
These, Lieutenant, are the people whose backgrounds our organization was asked to investigate.
The names of the 4 murdered men are all on this list.
Yes, it would appear, then, that the person who requested us to investigate is behind the killings.
Do you have his name?
Yeah, it is right here.
Hey, there must be some mistake. This name isn't possible.
I can assure you that this is the person. Why? Do you know him?
Our mystery drama, Delusion of Reprieve, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act 1. A detective deals in that most elusive of all areas, human motivation. How easy it can be to conceal the desires that motivate us, to tell a lie, to cover up our true thoughts and feelings, to hide, in fact, who we really are, and how difficult that can make the detective's job of ferreting out criminals. We're in the locker room of a police station in a suburb of a large industrial city.
Hey, good morning, Lieutenant Bernstein. Welcome back.
Oh, Peter, thank you.
How
How is your father now?
Well, the operation was a success, but his heart is still weak.
You look pretty tired.
Yeah, I was at his bedside the whole time. The doctor said it was only my being there that kept Dad's morale up.
Oh, wasn't your mother there?
No, she's been dead for many years, Peter. She died before we left Europe during the war.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Well, how you been?
Oh, my arthritis keeps getting worse. Makes it harder all the time to tend to my custodial duties around the station house.
Haven't you ever thought about retiring?
Oh, what good would that do? Now I've got my arthritis and my job. If I retired, I'd just have my arthritis.
Yeah, that's true. Captain Nolan in yet?
Oh, yeah, he's already in his office.
Any action around the precinct while I was gone?
Oh, he didn't hear.
Well, I haven't seen a newspaper since I left.
There's been another murder 2 days ago.
Another one? Like the others?
Well, seems to be. But, judging from the expression on Captain Nolan's face, there still aren't any real leads.
Yeah, well, excuse me, Peter. I'd better get down to his office.
Captain, the lab reports just came in on that latest murder.
Thanks, Florence.
Mm-hmm.
Mike said he'd be back today. Have you seen him yet?
I think he's in the locker room.
Hello, Tony. Oh, hiya, Florence.
Well, speak of the devil.
Mike, how's your father?
Well, it's still touch and go, but he's okay for now.
Did you hear we've been visited by the phantom murderer again?
Yeah, Peter Fleming told me.
If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'd better get back to the front desk. I'm glad you're back, Mike.
Thanks, Flo. Well, what's the story on this one, Tony?
Well, the guy's name was Thomas Heinrich. Florence just brought in the lab reports.
Anything that links this killing to the others?
Same method. Shot from the front at close range.
Yeah, like the killer might have known him.
Or wanted to confront him for some reason before pulling the trigger.
Yeah, what does ballistics say?
Well, the bullet that killed Heinrich came from the same kind of semi-automatic pistol that was used on the others.
4 murders in less than 2 months in a town that normally has 1 or 2 murders a year tops.
Yeah, but what's behind it? These 4 men had nothing in common. They didn't even know each other, so far as we can tell. Now, the FBI has checked for possible interstate activity, mob connections. Nothing comes up.
Yeah, I don't suppose Heinrich was robbed.
No, neither were the others.
Well, it is possible that the murderer is picking victims at random.
Yes, but not likely. Mass killers generally follow 1 or 2 patterns. Either they hold themselves up somewhere and start blasting away at everything that moves, or they choose their victims because of something they all have in common and kill them one at a time over a period of months or even years.
Well, following that prescription, we seem to have a representative of the second variety on our hands.
Yeah, but what is the link? 3 of the victims were married. 1 wasn't. 2 owned their own small businesses. The other 2 worked in factories. Now, if the murderer is picking his victims at random, it means we're helpless until he makes a mistake.
And what was Heinrich's profile?
Oh, here, look for yourself. He seems to have led a simple enough life. A hard-working, middle-class guy. Owned his own paint store. Nothing out of the ordinary.
Yeah, it says here he was a naturalized citizen.
Oh, yeah. He and his wife immigrated here from Germany.
Weren't the other 3 victims also immigrants?
Mike, that profile fits 80% of the people in this town. Why, your own father was an immigrant.
Hey, look. Look, here's something else.
What?
Heinrich had a police record.
Yeah, that. He was booked once for a brawl in a bar over on the south side. I checked it out. It was, 15 years ago. The bar isn't even there anymore.
Well, it is interesting, though.
Why?
As I recall, the others all had police records, too.
Well, they'd all been arrested once on various minor charges, so what? I've already considered that possibility. Heinrich was arrested in 1963 for brawling. Schulman was arrested in 1958, and Blotz in 1972, both for drunken driving. Let's see, the first victim, Gregor Wyszynski, was booked in 1958 in connection with some labor dispute at the factory where he worked. That's a 14-year spread, and the offenses are totally unrelated. What can you possibly make out of that?
Nothing. Nothing yet, anyway. But anything these men had in common ought to be kept in mind.
Obviously, we're up against a very clever person.
I don't know, Tony. I almost think the guy's a lucky amateur.
Why? He hasn't left a single clue, and there's yet to be a single witness.
We're looking for patterns, right? Well, we'll look at this one. The first murder was 2 months ago. Then for 4 weeks, nothing. Then the second murder. And this time, in less than 2 weeks, the third, and a week later, the fourth. It's almost as if he were gathering courage.
But what is it this guy's after? What's driving him to kill? He doesn't like immigrants from Central Europe? Oh, terrific. There are 40,000 of them in this town. Is he planning to kill them all?
Yeah. Have you interrogated Heinrich's widow yet?
No. Get your hat. That's where we're going now.
Yeah? Who is it?
Mrs. Heinrich, it's Captain Nolan from the police department.
Oh, yeah. I have been waiting for you. Come in.
This is my associate, Lieutenant Bernstein.
Bernstein?
Yeah, I'm sorry about your husband, Mrs. Heinrich.
Oh, well, please, have a seat.
Thank you. That shouldn't take long.
Would you like some coffee?
No, thank you. We'd just like to ask a few questions, and then we'll go.
Oh, please, ask as many as you like. Oh, can I get you a more comfortable chair?
Mrs. Heinrich.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. But since Thomas died, I have felt I must keep busy. I am afraid to stop.
Yeah, we understand. Now, first of all, is there anyone you can think of who, might have had a reason to kill your husband?
That is a question I have asked myself 100 times. And every time the answer is no. I can think of no one.
Did he have any outstanding debts?
None. Our mortgage, insurance policies, they're all paid up. Everything we own is paid for.
We are certain that he owed money to no one.
I was the bookkeeper for our household and the store captain. No, I am certain.
Miss Heinrich, did your husband have any habits?
Habits?
I mean, did he play the horses? Did he gamble in any way?
Well, he bet sometimes on sports events, but never more than a few dollars. And only with friends, people he knew. Oh, he fancied himself an expert on American football.
Mrs. Heinrich, in the few days before he was shot, was his behavior any different?
How do you mean?
Or did he seem in any way upset? Or...
What do you mean? Did he act as if he expected to be killed? Oh, no, Lieutenant.
He never expressed any fears or doubts to you about his safety?
No, why should he? Thomas lived an open, honest life. He worked hard. He had nothing to fear.
Do the names Hans Schulman, Henry Blotz, or Gregor Spasinski mean anything to you?
They do not sound familiar. Why?
Those are the other three men who have been murdered.
Oh, yeah. We read about them in the papers. No, Thomas did not know them.
Are you aware that your husband was arrested once?
He was?
Yeah, he got into a fight in a bar.
Oh, that. Yes, I remember. But that was years ago.
Well, we have to follow all leads, Mrs. Heinrich.
Did he ever tell you what the quarrel was about?
Yeah. It was because of a disagreement about a football game. He still did not know the rules so well then.
I see. Well, I think that's all we have to ask you.
Oh, must you go? Wouldn't you like to stay for some coffee? It would be no
Mrs.
trouble.
Heinrich, let me ask you one more question.
Huh?
Do you think that your husband was deliberately murdered for a reason or shot down at random?
A friend of Thomas once said he had a genius for living an ordinary life. He read the newspaper and never held a grudge. His ambitions were modest, and he knew how to be happy. Now, why should anyone want to kill such a man?
I don't know, Mrs. Heinrich. That's what we hope to find out. Good day.
Good day, Captain. Thank you for coming to see me.
Well, still nothing. Yeah. Nothing concrete to go on. Let's go.
Just a minute, Tony. Something's trying to click.
What?
Did you notice the way she looked at me? And when you introduced me, her eyes dropped to my nameplate. For just a split second, a look came into her eyes.
Yeah?
I've seen that look before, Tony. I was a small kid in Europe.
What look? What are you getting at?
My name. My name, Tony. Bernstein.
Oh, since when did you become so sensitive?
I don't care what she thinks of me, Tony. That's not the point. The point is Europe.
What do you mean?
The link that we're looking for. We've only gone into the murdered man's backgrounds in this country, but what if they knew each other before? Yeah, there's a whole possibility we've been overlooking.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing?
A couple more questions for Mrs. Heinrich.
Oh, you are still here.
Mrs. Heinrich, what nationality are you and your husband?
Why, American.
But before you came to this country?
German.
And what business was your husband in?
He had his own paint store.
And before you immigrated?
Before? Well, I'm not sure. I think we worked for a factory.
You don't know?
We didn't meet until 1946, just a few months before we sailed for America.
Excuse me, Mrs. Heinrich, but that's not true. Your records from the Department of Immigration indicate that you were married in 1941.
Yeah, we were.
Okay, I'll ask you again. What did your husband do?
He was in the German army. But he never was an officer, just a sergeant, a common soldier. I'm sorry I lied, but it is a habit. Such feelings can still be aroused, even after all these years. That it is here, this way.
Where was he stationed?
The Eastern Front, Russia. It was horrible. Thomas never believed we would win.
Thank you, Mrs. Heinrich. Thank you very much.
Florence couldn't leave the front desk, Lieutenant. She asked me to bring you the files on those 4 murdered men.
Oh, thanks, Peter.
Peter, would you stop by my office tomorrow morning before work? I've got to speak to you about something.
Oh, certainly, Captain.
Thanks. Mike, I've got those files memorized, and I can tell you right now that you're not going to find anything that matches. Heinrich and Schulman were German, okay? Blotz was Romanian, and Wyszynski was Czechoslovakian. And look, they immigrated as early as 1946 and as late as 1962.
But all after the war. I think it's a lead worth following up, Tony. I'd like to contact Interpol headquarters in Paris and see if they can come up with more information on these men.
Go ahead, but don't hold your breath. If these 4 had anything in their past they didn't want known, they'd probably change their names long before they left Europe.
A lot of people did that, I know. But if my hunch is correct, these men didn't. And that's why they're dead.
Millions of people have come to this country in search of a new life. Most have found it, and in the process have left their old lives behind forever. Now today, we're hearing a great deal of talk about people who would like to go back and rediscover their roots. Would our 4 murder victims have been amongst those people, or would they have preferred the earlier chapters of their lives to have remained a closed book? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Unsolved murders. 4 men who apparently did not know each other, who apparently had nothing in common except the manner in which they died, all killed by bullets from the same gun. But was there another link between them, a link somewhere in their pasts? And more importantly, will such a link, if it exists, lead the police to the murderer before he strikes again?
Oh, Mike.
Oh, hi, Florence.
There's a rather large envelope here that's got your name on it.
Oh, thanks. Hey, it's from Interpol. Gee, that was quick. I only made the request 4 days ago.
What else in there?
Oh, 4 complete dossiers on the 4 men who were murdered. And every one of them contains photostated copies of old records. Hey, I think I found what I'm looking for, Florence. Is the captain back from lunch yet?
He's in his office.
Tony, we've got our answer from Interpol.
Already?
And I think I found the connection we've been looking for. It seems Maria Heinrich didn't quite tell us the whole truth. Her husband was in uniform, all right, but not in the regular German army. He was a member of the Schutzstaffel.
What's that?
Hitler's elite guard, otherwise known as the SS. But more than that, he was in a branch of the SS known as the Death's Head Battalion.
Or didn't they have something to do with the concentration camps?
Yeah, they ran them.
Ah, so that's what Thomas Heinrich, the genius at ordinary living, had in his past. What about the others?
That's it. That's the link. It's the same story on every one of them. It's all here in these dossiers. All were in the SS, and all were guards at concentration camps.
And 30 years later, someone's caught up with them.
Well, that's the way it looks.
Well, it could be just a coincidence.
Or it could be the first real lead we've had.
All right, let's go with this assumption for just a moment. Right away, it raises questions.
How so?
Well, look here. In the first place, no two of the dead men served in the same camp. Heinrich was at Treblinka in Poland. Blotz was at Dumanovka in Romania. Wyszynski was at Dachau. And Schulman was stationed at a labor camp in France.
Yeah, but people were transferred from one camp to another.
Yeah, but 4 times?
Yeah, very few would have survived that long.
So, it's unlikely the murderer would have known his 4 victims personally.
And he could be working for a larger organization.
Perhaps. But that brings up another problem. All the Nazi hunting outfits we know about only go after high-ranking fugitives, the men who were behind the whole machine. Heinrich and the rest, they were all common soldiers. According to these dossiers, none of them attained any rank higher than sergeant.
But there would almost have to be an organization behind this, Tony. I mean, how else could you get this kind of information on people? Look at the resources you need, the hours of research, the amount of traveling, the credentials to gain access to confiscated Nazi files. No one person could do all that by himself.
So, either we've stumbled onto a new organization whose very existence hasn't even been known until now, or one of the older groups is broadening its sights. There's a big difference between hunting down a handful of top Nazis and going wholesale after the hundreds of rank and file.
Yeah, well, they were all part of it, weren't they?
Yeah, I suppose they were. Well, even if we are on the right track, none of this helps us answer the question, where do we go from here? Who do we protect? No one's going to admit that he was a member of the SS, and asking Interpol to research the background of every person who's immigrated here since the war is hopeless.
Yeah, 30 years later. And now the hunters are the hunted.
Mike, how do you feel about this?
What? Well, what do you mean?
Well, you do agree, don't you, that these killings have to be stopped?
Tony, what are you trying to say?
Mike, I know you lost your mother and most of your family in those camps. If you feel that you can't pursue this case in good conscience...
I'm a police officer, Tony. That's my job.
Hey, afternoon, Lieutenant Bernstein.
Hi, Peter.
Do you mind if I go ahead with my cleaning up?
No, go ahead.
Is, something the matter? You're usually gone by now.
It looks like we've come onto our first real lead on those murders.
Well, isn't that good?
Well, if our assumption is correct, there's a part of me that isn't sorry those men are dead.
Does it surprise you to have such feelings?
I was brought up to respect the law, Peter. Religious and secular.
And now you're afraid, huh?
Afraid?
Well, inside the man you've been taught to believe you are, there lingers the shadow of a primitive ancestor.
Yeah. The one who said an eye for an eye.
Well, there are always 2 possibilities to everything, aren't there?
Maybe. But I don't see how it helps.
Well, the lead you've discovered, either it's correct or it's incorrect, right?
Right.
Now, if it's incorrect, you've nothing to worry about.
And if it's correct?
You have no way of knowing that for certain until you caught your criminal, right?
Right.
So why worry about it now?
You know, Peter, I had a great-grandfather who reasoned the way you do.
Well, you see, it helped him to live to be a great-grandfather.
He died in a concentration camp. His reasoning did him no good there.
How do you know? The mind is a wonderful thing. It can lift us out of the heaviest chains. Of course, the mind can also be unbelievably stupid and decide quite arbitrarily that a person is unfit to work because of his age.
What?
Oh, that talk I had with Captain Nolan this morning. Apparently there's a new law that makes it mandatory for certain state employees to retire at 65.
Oh, gee, I'm sorry to hear that.
I told the captain the law didn't apply to me. I'm not 65. I said I'm 73. You know, the silliest thing is, if you applied that law to the judge who upheld it, he'd have to retire too.
Yeah. Well, there must be other things you could do, Peter. You're obviously an educated man.
Oh, in my native Holland, I was a doctor of jurisprudence. But when I came to this country, I was too old and too lazy to set about learning a whole new legal code.
Yeah, this job means a lot to you, doesn't it?
When you leave here at night, you go home, don't you? But I have no home to go to. Just a hotel room I rent by the month.
Hey, I never knew that, Peter.
Oh, it's not so bad. See, I've come to consider the police station like a home. The various rooms are like parts of a house, and you and the others, well, you're just like my family.
You don't have any family of your own?
No, they're back in the old country.
Well, don't you keep in touch with them?
If you'll excuse me, Lieutenant, I'd better get on with my work.
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to pry.
Oh, that's all right.
Yes, it's late. I should be getting home. I should be going, too. Good night, Peter.
Hello.
Tony, it's Mike. I have to see you right away.
Mike? But it's 4:30 in the morning. Where are you?
I'm at Kermit's Diner on Parsons Boulevard.
Are you all right? What's happened?
Well, just meet me here as soon as you can, okay?
Tony, I haven't been able to sleep all night.
All right, Mike. Now, what's up? Huh?
How was Interpol able to respond so quickly, huh?
What?
On Monday, I telexed to them the names of 4 men and asked them to develop whatever information they could. That's a process that should have taken 2 weeks minimum. And yet we heard back from them within 4 days. Now, why?
So they're efficient. You woke me up for that?
Don't you see what I'm getting at? I think there's only one way they could have responded that fast. If they already had dossiers on those 4 men in their files. And if that is so, there must be a reason why Interpol has dossiers on them. And someone at Interpol headquarters must know what that reason is. All right, it's now 5 a.m.
Don't remind me.
That means it's noontime in Paris. Now, if we get a wire off now, we should have a response later today.
Mike, you don't have to prove anything to me.
What do you mean? We're after a killer, aren't we? So what if the men he's killing were the cogs in the machine that destroyed 6 million people? He still has to be stopped. Now, that's the law. That's our job.
Mike, calm down, huh?
All right, I'm sorry. My mind's been on fire all night. I feel like I'm racing with myself. Yeah, you know, there's part of me that just wants to sit back and wait until the murderer strikes again so we can double-check our theory.
Mike, go by the station and send the wire to Interpol. And then go lie down on the couch in my office and try to get some sleep. This case, Mike, well, it could go on for a long time. Don't let it get to you.
Anything yet, Forrest?
Oh, relax, Mike. Look, it could be hours before you get a response from Paris.
I'll wait.
What time did you send the wire?
6 a.m.
You look like you haven't gotten any sleep at all. Now, why don't you go back into Captain Nolan's office and try to rest?
Hey, look. Look, something's coming in over the telex. What is it?
Is this what you've been waiting for?
What does it say?
Major Baki, Interpol officer, flying to San Francisco for International Conference on Crime. Now,
What?
Just a minute, there's more. He'll be laying over for 2 hours at O'Hare Airport, and you'll have the information with him that you requested.
Does it say when he's coming through?
October 14th. Hey, that's tomorrow.
What time?
2 p.m. Here's the flight information.
Thanks, Flo. Oh, one other thing. Get me the number of the Records Bureau at the U.S. Department of Immigration, will you? There's something else I want to check out as well.
Lieutenant Bernstein?
Yes, Major Baki.
How do you do? I'm sorry my flight was late.
Yeah, I appreciate your cooperation, Major. Shall we have a seat over there?
If it is all the same to you, I prefer to stay on my feet. I have been sitting on a plane for 8 hours.
Yes, of course.
The information you desire does not come from my department, but I have been briefed, and I hope I can answer all your questions. Now, you wish to know about certain Interpol dossiers.
Yes, I do. Tell me, did they exist prior to our department's request for them?
Yes, he did.
And why?
Why? Oh, that is very simple. Because we had already been asked to investigate these men some months before. But, in fact, we were asked for information on many more men than just these 4.
You were?
Yeah.
I have brought a copy of the list with me. Here it is.
Oh, thanks. Why are some of these names crossed out?
Those are the persons we could not trace, for whom no records could be found. In the war, Lieutenant, many things were lost.
Yeah. Why do some of these names have another name beside them?
Some of these people changed not only their country, but their identity.
And how were you able to trace them?
So their fingerprints. The original request was accompanied by certain information on the persons, including their fingerprints.
Yeah, of course. That's why only people who'd been arrested have been killed.
Pardon?
The person who requested these investigations. Do you have his name?
I should have the order here somewhere. Did you say these men are being killed?
4 of them are now dead.
So the others, they are in danger too.
Possibly.
I see. And you think that the person who made the request... here's the order. Why, this is most strange.
What?
The person who asked for the investigations is from your own police department.
What's his name?
Nolan. Captain Tony Nolan.
A policeman's lot is not a happy one, opined Gilbert and Sullivan. That is surely true for Lieutenant Mike Bernstein at this moment. The long and winding search for a murderer has taken him across 8,000 miles of continent and ocean, back through 30 years in time, and led him right into the office of the man with whom he works. I shall return in a moment with our final act. Circumstantial evidence is a curious thing. It can point overwhelmingly to a certain conclusion, yet, by definition, circumstantial evidence is always incomplete. It offers no smoking gun. And mystery fans know that many a story turns on the old adage, things are often not as they seem. The only problem is, just as often, things are exactly as they seem. So, which is it to be in our story? Well, that would seem to turn on what Lieutenant Bernstein decides to do next. But unfortunately, we won't find out just yet what that is. For when he returns to the police station, another shock awaits him.
Mike?
Hi, Florence. Is the captain in?
He's waiting for you.
Thanks.
Well, was your trip to the airport successful?
Yeah, I missed the rush hour traffic.
Oh? The fellow from Interpol wasn't any help, huh?
He gave me some information that's wrong. That has to be wrong.
Well, I hope you don't mind the drive, because you're going back out to the airport in the morning.
Oh, no. What for?
You remember that officers' exchange program you applied for several months ago? Well, it's come through.
Exchange program?
You're going to New York City for 6 months.
Nah. I'm in the middle of a case. I can't go now. Whose idea was this?
Yours.
No, Florence. No, this timing is just a little too neat. It's too convenient.
Mike, it's an honor to be selected for this program.
Someone must have pulled some strings.
Well, I'm just the desk sergeant on the day shift.
Yeah. Was it Tony, Florence?
What?
Was it Captain Nolan? I mean, is he behind this?
Oh, Mike, no matter how it came about, you know you deserve it.
Is he?
Well, just between us, Mike, I think the captain did make a few calls on your behalf. He knows how much you wanted it.
I'll bet. Thanks, Flo.
Oh, Mike, wait a minute. Something came for you while you were out.
Oh, what?
A wire from the Department of Immigration.
Oh, thanks.
Well, aren't you going to open it?
Later. I have a couple of things to discuss with the captain first. Tony?
Oh, Mike, how is your...
Why am I being sent to New York?
What?
Florence says I'm going to New York tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, congratulations. It's that exchange program you applied for.
Yeah, I know what it is, Tony. What I want to know is why now?
Well, you've been on the waiting list for months.
Why are you trying to get rid of me?
What?
Florence says you made some calls. Now, is that right?
Well, yes.
Why? Why, Tony?
Okay, Mike, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm wrong, but I had to use my best judgment.
What are you talking about?
Have you looked at yourself in the mirror today?
Don't change the subject.
I'm not. Mike, you are a mess. You're unshaven. You look like you haven't slept.
I haven't.
All right, then. That's my point. Your wife called me today to find out if I knew what was happening to you.
And what did you tell her?
This case is putting too much stress on you.
That's not true.
Isn't it? Ever since we discovered the truth about those murder victims, you've been half crazy.
Tony, am I doing my job or not?
Mike, you are trying too hard, and sooner or later it's going to catch up with you.
I am a police officer. I am trained, and I am in control of myself.
You also lost your entire family except for your father in the concentration camps. Oh, Mike, I'm sorry, but I really don't want to watch you going through this. Your orders are being completed for the exchange program. You and Betty will leave as soon as all the arrangements are settled. Now, what about your meeting with Major Baca? Did you find him?
Yeah.
Well, what were you able to learn?
Nothing.
Evening, Lieutenant.
Oh, evening, Peter.
Why are you cleaning out your locker? It isn't Friday already, is it?
No, I'm being sent to New York on an officers exchange program.
Oh, I see. I'd like to say congratulations, but I can tell by the tone in your voice that's not what you want to hear.
Look, we're sitting on top of 4 unsolved murders, Peter. It isn't the best timing in the world.
Well, you know what they say about bureaucracies. They were invented by people who had nothing better to do than to frustrate those who did, eh? How long will he be gone?
About 6 months.
6 months, huh? Well, then, I guess we'd better say goodbye.
What?
Goodbye. See, I'll be retired by the time you return.
Oh. Well, I'll miss you, Peter. I've enjoyed our talks.
I enjoyed them, too. Sorry you had to put up with so much from an old man.
Peter, do you have a minute?
Sure. All the time in the world. The dust will wait.
Now, Peter, suppose I had proof on a guy that he was guilty of a crime I was convinced he hadn't committed.
Well, and I'd say that either there's something wrong with your proof, or you're a bad judge of human nature.
But I have the evidence. I got it in black and white.
But you don't believe.
I don't know. I was convinced of his innocence. That is, until I talked to him.
Well, you confronted him?
No.
Oh, maybe you should. That might be your answer.
He'd never confess.
He may not be guilty.
How could I be sure?
Well, now, is this person a friend?
Yeah.
Close friend?
Yeah.
Then it seems you must confront him. Otherwise, for sure, the only thing you'll ever be certain of are your suspicions.
Yeah. Thanks, Peter.
Oh, that's all right. Oh, you dropped something, Lieutenant.
What? Oh, yeah. Oh, that telegram Florence handed me. I'd almost forgotten about it.
What is it? More bad news?
I'm afraid so. It's a wire that confirms something I'd almost forgotten about. You're right, Peter. A direct confrontation is going to be the only way to deal with this.
Oh, Mike, I'm glad I caught you before you left.
Are you?
Now, look, you're going to be gone for 6 months. We aren't going to see each other. And I don't want you leaving under a cloud.
Who says I'm under a cloud?
Perhaps I ought to go clean up some...
No, Peter. No, I want you to stay. I'll need a witness.
A witness for what?
Why are you getting rid of me, Tony?
What?
What's the real reason?
Well, I've explained...
No, Tony, I don't think you have.
What are you getting at?
You want me out of the way because I'm getting too close to the truth.
Which is?
Which is that you killed Heinrich and the others.
What?
Major Baca gave me the whole story. Now, you sent a list of names to Interpol and asked for investigations into their pasts. The 4 slain men all appear on that list.
I sent a list. Well, this is crazy.
Is it? Now, here are some photostats the Major left with me. And there's the list, and there's a copy of the order with your name on it.
Mike, I swear to you I don't know anything about this.
That's not a very viable defense.
I didn't even know those men. Why would I want to kill them?
Yeah, that's what a jury is going to want to know, Tony. I'm arresting you for the murders of Thomas Heinrich, Hans Schulman, Henry Blotz, and Gregor Zbazinski.
Mike, come off.
I've had my eye on you for a long time, Tony.
Why?
You got a gun collection at home, don't you?
You know I do. You've seen it.
And in that collection, you got a semi-automatic like the one used in the killings.
No, I don't.
A Croydon Spitz 38. You weren't very smart to use it, Tony. There's not many of those around anymore.
What are you talking about?
You thought you could get me off your back, didn't you? Well, I got an airtight case that's going to send you to the chair for the murders of 4 men.
Lieutenant, you're making a mistake.
I don't think so, Peter. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Captain Nolan didn't kill those men. I did.
I know. I know you did, Peter.
You killed those men, Peter?
Yes, Captain. How did you know, Lieutenant?
Well, you told me yourself. You said if I was certain my friend was innocent, then there must be something wrong with my evidence. If Tony didn't send that list to Interpol, then it had to be someone with access to Tony's identity, his badge number, and the police department telex code.
Let me take a look at that list.
They're all from our files. I first began to suspect Peter yesterday when he was reluctant to talk about his family. I called the Records Bureau of the Immigration Department in Washington. This telegram here is their response.
What does it say?
It says they have no record of a Peter Fleming who immigrated from Holland. What's your real name?
Obradovich. Piotr Obradovich. I'm from Poland.
And your family?
My family? Lost in the camps during the war. My wife, my 4 children, my mother and father. Even my brothers.
And you were the only survivor?
Yes.
But, Peter, the men you killed weren't responsible. They were from the very lowest echelons of the SS.
The camps couldn't have been run without them, could they, Captain? Every person is responsible for his actions. Taking orders can be as much a crime as giving them.
Mike, what was all this nonsense about my owning a gun like the murder weapon?
I knew Peter would never just confess. But I didn't think he'd be able to stand by in silence while an innocent person was accused of his crime. I was right, Peter. Your sense of justice did run deeper than your thirst for revenge.
The 4 men I killed lived for 30 years under the delusion that they had escaped all culpability for their crimes. And I disabused them of their delusions of reprieve. I have no right to expect to escape the same fate myself.
Past lives half erased in the smoky tumult of war. The innocent are slain, the guilty live on. The temptation for retribution is strong within us, and indeed no person ought to be allowed to go free from his crimes. But in Peter's case, the men he killed will not return his family to him. He would have done better to heed Longfellow's dictum. Let the past bury its dead. I shall return in a moment with a final word. Many of us live more than one life during our time on Earth. Conversions can change the man into a beast and the beast into a man. But we are wrong to lay the praise or blame at the doorstep of circumstance. For each of us carries within himself the whole range of possibilities of the race. And therefore we must, as Pyotr Obradovich said, assume the responsibility for our own actions. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Norman Rose, Evie Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Hypnosis has fascinated mankind for centuries, particularly since the 1700s, when Franz Mesmer, a Viennese physician, used his hypnotic talents to heal the sick. There are more disagreements, both scientific and unscientific, over what hypnosis can or cannot do than there are agreements. For instance, can a mesmerized subject commit a crime against his will? In theory, no. In practice, who can tell?
Professor Gilroy, I hope because I am rather younger than you won't take this unkindly. But were I you, I would not see Miss Penclosa anymore.
What do you find objectionable? That she has psychic powers?
I beg you. She is dangerous. For your own safety, stop seeing Miss Penclosa before it is too late.
Our mystery drama, The Parasite, was adapted from the novel by A. Conan Doyle, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Who hasn't heard of Arthur Conan Doyle, creator of the unflappable, imperturbable Sherlock Holmes? However, Detective Holmes, who solves the unknown, was only one of the author's creations. His other interest was in the unsolvable unknown, the world of the spirit, hypnosis, the psychic, the supernatural. It is that side of Arthur Conan Doyle we bring you today, as told by a character of his invention, Gilbert Gilroy.
Professor Gilroy, if you please. It's taken me 43 years to obtain that distinction. I teach physiology at a London university, and my classes are always filled to capacity, if I do say so myself. I have only one or two special friends, the closest being Colin Wilson. In fact, I'm going there tonight. Wilson has invited Agatha, whom I'm rather keen on. His evenings are always good for light conversations and frequently the dark arts.
My dear Gilroy, you're terribly late. What kept you?
One of these days, someone will invent a better way to propel a tram car than a horse.
Come in. Come inside. I want you to meet a very special new guest of mine.
Another refugee from the world of make-believe?
My dear fellow, I have a phenomenon. I can't wait for you two to get together.
Oh, no. I was hoping to concentrate on Agatha.
She is on her way. She'll be here. This person I shall introduce you to is quite extraordinary.
My dear Wilson, you are so gone on the pseudo-semi-science, it's laughable.
What is laughable is a scientist with a closed mind. As you know, I make a study of mediumship, psychomancy, and so on. Keep an open mind. That is all I ask.
A young woman?
Ah, he has other interests besides Agatha. No, my friend, I'm afraid Miss Penclosa is probably closer to 50 than 40.
But she is startlingly beautiful.
No, I would not say that at all. In fact, poor thing, she's rather plain.
Verging on the ugly?
Oh, but there's no question about the bona fides this time. My wife has known of her for many years. They're both from the West Indies, you know, from Trinidad.
Where she practices the dark arts. Do you think that she'll do well here in London? Our weather is a bit chilly and damp, not too conducive for evoking spooks, the rattling of skeletons, or calling up one's dear departed great-great-grandfather.
Gilroy, you're impossible. I tell you, this Miss Penclosa proved to me without a shadow of doubt there is a scientific basis to clairvoyance. Here we are. Helen, Miss Penclosa, I'd like you to meet a very dear friend of mine, an associate at university, Professor Gilbert Gilroy.
Pleased, I'm sure. So, how did your lecture on the functions of the red corpuscles go this morning, Mr. Gilroy?
Oh, of course. You were at the back of the room. I didn't see you.
No, I wasn't there. But I also enjoyed your afternoon lecture. That was quite a point you made concerning striped muscular fiber, especially when you drew the picture on the blackboard as you had seen it under a 300 diameter lens.
Wilson, I think you've confused Miss Penclosa with technical talk she doesn't quite understand.
You're right, Mr. Gilroy. I don't understand physiology.
Gilroy, I have not mentioned one word to Miss Penclosa of what goes on in your classrooms. I don't know myself. She happens to be a highly sensitive person, and I'm sure she knows a great deal more about you than even I do, if I could be bothered to tell her.
Of course. A mind reader. How stupid of me. Well, we all have our little strengths, Miss Penclosa.
I have an idea that you yourself would be an excellent subject.
For what, may I ask?
For mesmerism, for example.
My experience has been that hypnotists go for their subjects to those who are mentally unsound.
Which of the ladies in this room would you say has the most balanced mind? Suppose I take anyone at random. For example, the girl in red looking up at the tapestry. I shall will that she comes across to us.
And with that, Miss Penclosa just happened to drop her handkerchief upon the floor. The girl in red whisked round and came straight toward us, as if someone had called her. To me, it was the most bare-faced kind of trick I'd ever seen. The handkerchief was obviously a signal.
Well, what do you think of that, Gilroy?
The professor is not satisfied. My poor handkerchief is getting the credit for that experiment. Oh, we shall have to try something else.
Gilbert, oh, there you are.
If you'll excuse me. Enjoyed our meeting. See you later, Wilson.
Helen, what can I say?
Nothing at all, Colin. I meet that kind of man every day in the week. A scientific mind who believes he has catalogued every human endeavor.
He'll come round, you'll see. Damn shame. He actually believes he knows everything.
You wish your friend were more open-minded. Perhaps something will happen to him within the next 12 hours that will convince him he does not know all the answers.
Agatha, darling, Wilson cornered me to meet some dreadful woman who pretends to do mental magic tricks. I apologize.
Of course, Gilbert. He was telling me yesterday, this Miss Penclosa, is that her name? What she does, I understand, is incredible.
Really? What does she do?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but I'm certainly going to find out.
Agatha, it's all a hoax. Not worth your time. Or mine either, for that matter.
Or Professor Wilson's, too, I suppose.
Agatha, I have no wish to quarrel with you. I suppose it's feminine to be attracted to whatever is vague and mystical and indefinite. But believe me, when we are married, I shan't put up with any such nonsense in my house.
When we're married, indeed. If we are married is more like it. I am not even certain I wish to be engaged to you. Now, if you wish to follow me, I am going over to meet Miss Penclosa and learn something.
Helen, This is Agatha Marden, daughter of our dean, Miss Penclosa.
I'm thrilled. I've heard so much about you. Miss Marden, would you have any objection to my putting you in a trance? Oh, I should love it.
Agatha.
Oh, sit yourself then in this armchair. No, my dear, you don't have to close your eyes. Colin, would you be good enough to help me up?
I was surprised to see Miss Penclosa arise with some difficulty, using a crutch. I had no idea she was lame. A strange uneasiness stole over me as I watched this frail creature with a pale, peaky face bending over my Agatha. Suddenly, 20 years fell away from the lady. Her eyes shone. Color came into her sallow cheeks. Slowly, she passed her hands across Agatha's face. 10 times.
She is in a trance.
Oh, nonsense. She's asleep.
Wake her, then.
Agatha. Agatha, wake up.
Here now. You're not going to hurt the poor girl.
Wake up, Agatha.
She's not going to wake up for all your shouting, girl.
All right. You've done something. I can see that.
So much for the mesmeric sleep. Now, as for suggestion, whatever I may propose to Miss Marden, she will infallibly do, now or whatever time I designate.
What?
Do you demand proof?
Oh, certainly.
You shall have it. Cullen, take Professor Gilroy aside while I whisper instructions to Miss Marden.
Over here, Gilroy. Well, what do you think now?
I admit I thought Agatha harder to hypnotize than that.
I wonder why Miss Penclosa thought you'd make an excellent subject.
I should like to see her try.
Let's go back. Miss Penclosa is signaling us.
Awake, Miss Marden. Wake up.
What is it? Gilbert, what's the matter? When's Miss Penclosa going to begin? Well, why are you looking at me so strangely?
What bothered me the most, I guess, was how easily Agatha seemed to lose control over herself. For some reason, I could not look directly at Miss Penclosa, as if there were some kind of electric vibrations there. Agatha and I decided to leave shortly afterwards and have coffee somewhere. I bid Wilson good night, and as I went to Miss Penclosa to do the polite thing, she handed me something.
Pray forgive me if I have taken certain means to overcome your skepticism, Professor Gilroy. Take this note. But I ask you not to open it until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's a little private test of mine.
Agatha, what are you doing here this early in the morning? Well, I'm not even dressed yet. Forgive me. Do come in. What time is it?
9:30.
Oh, as late as that? I must have overslept. I'll put some coffee on. May I make you a cup?
That won't be necessary, Gilbert. I shall be going shortly. What I have to say won't take much time.
Oh, my goodness, you sound most ominous.
Gilbert, I've come to tell you that we cannot be engaged, and we shall never marry.
Well, Agatha, why?
It's all over, Gilbert.
But why? Why? Can't you tell me what it is? Well, whatever it is, I'm sure that I could put it right.
We must consider our relationship at an end.
Oh, you're angry at me because I poked fun at Miss Penclosa. I admit she does have some powers.
It's useless, Gilbert. It's all over.
For heaven's sakes, Agatha, tell me what I've done. Agatha, come back. Agatha! I dressed as quickly as I could. I had to go after her. I was almost out of the house, pulling on my overcoat, when the clock struck 10. 10 o'clock. What was I supposed to do at 10 o'clock? The note. The note from Miss Penclosa. Dear Professor Gilroy, it strikes me that nothing could convince you more than if I were to suggest to Miss Marden that she call on you at 9:30 tomorrow morning and tell you your relationship was at an end. I feel this is an action she would be most unlikely to do of her own free will. Forget whatever she has just told you. She had really nothing to do with it, and will certainly not recollect a word of it. I write this note to shorten your anxiety and to beg you to forgive me for the momentary unhappiness which my hypnotic suggestion must have caused you. Yours faithfully, Helen Penclosa.
Gilbert Gilroy had thrown down the gauntlet, and Helen Penclosa had taken up the challenge. The battle between the conscious and the unconscious will begin shortly when I return with Act Two. The science of unconscious awareness is even today, almost a century since Conan Doyle wrote this story, far from exact. There are as many contradictions as there are qualified practitioners. And even though the British and American medical associations have approved the medical use of hypnosis, there will never be a 2 × 2 = 4 explanation. Not so long as man can dream and hope and love.
Why Agatha had become such a willing victim, I had no idea. How Miss Penclosa could have reduced this sensible girl to an automaton was beyond me. Good Lord, I thought. In this state, could she make her way home safely through the crowded London streets? I dashed after her, and in half an hour found her seated quietly in her own drawing room, reading.
Gilbert, you're an early visitor.
Yes, and you've been an even earlier one.
What do you mean?
Well, haven't you been out today?
Certainly not.
Agatha, would you mind very much telling me exactly how you have spent the morning?
Gilbert, that's your very professional, very scientific tone of voice, isn't it? I can tell.
Darling, I am not playing games. It's important.
Very well. I got up at 8. Had breakfast at 8:30. Let me see. 10 minutes past 9, I came in here and started to read this book, Memoirs of Madame de Remusat. I'm ashamed to say, in a few minutes, even though I had just gotten up, I did that French lady the bad compliment of dozing off while I was reading.
You went to sleep?
I'm ashamed to say I did. Anyway, I had a very nice dream about you. In fact, I confess, I hadn't been awake long before you walked in the door.
So, when you woke up, you were sitting right here?
Why, where else would I be?
Would you mind telling me what it was you dreamed about me?
It seems to have gone. The details, I mean. But I do know you came into it. I did see you in my dream.
Agatha, if you haven't been out today, why are your shoes so dusty?
Really, Gilbert, you're becoming as tedious as you were yesterday at Colin Wilson.
I'm sorry. I've already apologized for last night.
You have? I didn't hear you.
Well, don't you remember? This morning when... Well, forget what I said. Never mind, dear.
I do mind, Gilbert. I put last night to the fact that you're a sweet, muddle-headed, devoted scientist who only believes in what he sees and not what he doesn't see. If I say I've been on the moon all morning, I expect you to believe me. But I was right here. What earthly reason would there be for going out?
Agatha had hit upon it. There was no earthly reason. No. The whole episode was quite unearthly. Miss Penclosa had made her point and won it, and I was extremely impressed. Now I understood old Wilson's enthusiasms, his diligent cataloging of psychic manifestations. There was something to it after all.
Gilroy, old chap, I'm absolutely delighted you agree.
Wilson, I want to learn more, much more. Now, I'm going to seek out Miss Penclosa and beg her to experiment in my presence so that I can make, detailed observations.
Knowing you, Gilroy, if there's a scientific formula in all this, you'll find it.
Yes, I plan to call on her as soon as I leave here. Wilson, would you be good enough to give me her address?
No, Professor Gilroy. I had no direct influence on Miss Marden the morning she came around to you. I wasn't even thinking of her that morning. What I did was to set her mind, as I might set an alarm clock, so it would go off at a certain time. If I had set it to go off in 6 months instead of in 12 hours, it still would have been the same.
To the minute? Well, that's hard to believe.
Oh, don't put this power of mine on a pedestal, Professor. Autosuggestion. Believe me, it's only the fringe of what the mind can do.
Well, supposing you had suggested that, she killed me.
There, no one knows for certain. It is said no one can be forced to do something against their moral convictions. But very often you don't even know what your moral convictions are. You hide them.
Do you have such a power?
To incite to kill? I believe I do, although I have never exercised it.
Oh, that's a terrible power.
If I have a good subject, then I do have complete and total control over his will.
And you have done this?
Several times.
Is your own will so strong?
I was born with it. I have the gift of projecting into another being.
Well, when you do this, what happens to you?
I become weakened, lethargic.
Always?
It depends. Sometimes I know I'm flirting with death. One has to be extremely careful never to let your own consciousness absolutely go. Otherwise, you might not find your way back.
Yes. Oh, yes, that's fascinating.
You must always keep a connection, a lifeline between yourself and your subject.
Oh, shall we start?
You mean you wish me to place you in a trance?
Well, I've left my notebook open, the date on the page, pencil. Oh, Miss Penclosa, I'm quite in earnest.
Oh, sit where you are. Lean your head back, and we shall begin. Oh, by the way, if I'm to call you Gilbert, you must call me Helen. I am passing my hands in front of your face. Long waves of thought. What do you feel, Gilbert?
Well, it's as if... Yes. Every time your hands sweep in front of me, a warm current of air comes at me.
Just a warm current of air. Nothing more.
No. More. Much more. It's entering into me. Way inside. Inside, I'm shaking, shivering with cold and heat. Now it's like... Oh, I'm being ignited, glowing, hotter and hotter. I'm on fire.
Good, good. Can you still see me?
Your face, it's getting blurred. The mouth, your hair, all fading away.
The eyes?
No, not the eyes. They are clear, brilliant.
Awake. Gilbert, wake up.
Incredible. It's absolutely incredible. As long as I live, I shall never forget this. I began to read up on Franz Mesmer and his work. What strange deep waters these are. I met with Helen 3 evenings a week, and then every evening. I had no time for Agatha, but I told myself that I would explain it to her later.
Professor Gilroy.
What? Oh, yes, Sadler, come in. I'm just packing up.
I hope to catch you after class, Professor Gilroy. I wanted to return to you that book you loaned me.
Oh, yes, Sadler. Good. Just lay it on the desk over there. You'll excuse me, but I'm late already for an appointment. Let's talk tomorrow during the day, all right?
I understand you're being experimented upon by Miss Penclosa.
Huh? Well, how did you know?
Professor Gilroy, may I speak frankly?
I cannot imagine how you learned about it.
I would not see Miss Penclosa anymore if I were you.
Oh, you would not, would you? I infer that you know the lady?
At one time, I knew her very well. Very well indeed.
Just what is it you found objectionable?
Someone very close to me allowed himself to enter her peculiar world, and as a result, he was fortunate to be able to cut off the friendship.
Ah, there was a friendship.
I'd rather not say anymore, but, sir, my kinship to you, as well as Professor Wilson and the other teachers here at the university, goes much deeper. So it is out of true regard and allegiance to the profession we serve that I beg you...
You begged me?
For your own peace of mind and safety, stop seeing Miss Penclosa before it is too late.
Of course, John Sadler was jealous. This sweet professor of anatomy. I had displaced him in Helen's eyes. Wait. What am I talking about? Myself and Helen Penclosa? I realized immediately I should spend an evening with Agatha Martin.
Well. To what do I owe the pleasure, Professor?
Agatha,
Where have you been keeping yourself? No, don't tell me. Charles Sadler has already informed me.
Sadler? What business is it of his?
Oh, Gilbert, we must stop this immediately, please.
Yes, I don't want to quarrel either. Agatha, I have missed you.
The moment I saw you, I was so happy. It's been weeks. I know you're busy. I'm not going to ask for any explanation.
I don't know that I could give them.
You look so haggard and drawn. It suddenly made me furious.
I thought it's all her doing.
I don't like the idea of Charles Sadler speaking to you.
Gilbert, he worships the ground you walk on. He doesn't want anything to harm you.
Yes, he came to me with dire warnings.
You will admit you've been overworking. Just look at yourself in the mirror. Anyway, it wasn't about her he came to see me. It was rather sweet, really. He said, why didn't you and I get married? Forget the engagement.
Why the meddling matchmaker?
Now, wait. Charles is very concerned. He said he'd heard that you were so overtired that several times you had to stop one of your lectures and leave the classroom.
It was a nerve.
It was obvious you needed taking care of. And if I truly loved you, I wouldn't hesitate.
Oh, I see. This fledgling Professor Charles Sadler gossips and you listen.
Well, Gilbert, be reasonable.
So I'm fumbling about in my classes, looking poorly, sleeping badly, and need to be nursed.
I suppose so, in a way. But he meant it from the heart.
Agatha, I do love you. Whether we are engaged or not, or whatever the date we choose for our wedding, has nothing to do with the investigation that I am conducting. You must realize the importance of this experiment with Miss Penclosa. And no matter what anybody says or thinks, I am not going to be deflected from completing it.
A warning from a fellow teacher, a plea from the girl he wishes to marry. But it falls on deaf ears. How deeply is Gilbert Gilroy already enmeshed? Is he more mesmerized than he knows? Is his heart also being hypnotized? As Charles Darwin once said, science can only remain scientific if it is unemotional. We shall see when I return shortly with Act 3. Back in the 1890s, it was Conan Doyle's flight of imagination that made him predict post-hypnotic suggestion and behavior. Today, it is a scientific fact. For example, a pregnant patient today may be instructed post-hypnotically to develop at some future time when labor begins an obstetrical anesthesia to meet the needs of childbirth. But to Gilbert Gilroy, what started out as a hope and a dream is fast becoming a nightmare.
All this concern about my well-being that Charles Sadler expressed to Agatha was only a blind, and I knew it. Sadler was jealous. Was there cause for jealousy? I had to admit I was beginning to see Helen differently. During our sessions, she was vital and vibrant, and I must admit, appealing. It came to a head on Tuesday. I awoke from a trance and found my hand in hers, her eyes looking at me with such tenderness and longing. I could not mistake what was happening. Helen Penclosa was in love with me.
How do you feel, Gilbert?
Well, I don't know what to say.
Is what is happening that strange?
Do you mind? I think I'd better jot down my impressions of this experiment.
Oh, Gilbert, you're so transparent. The way you quickly disengaged your hand from mine.
What? I don't know what you're talking about. No, I should be leaving. I have some term papers to correct.
Gilbert, sometimes there is a force generated between two people which has a life of its own. It is born, it breathes, and nothing can stop it.
Actually, I'm more exhausted than I thought. I suppose that's why I'm not able to understand you.
Oh, Gilbert, that force is called love.
Are you saying...
I am saying we have become very close in the past month.
No, you're quite mistaken. I've given my heart to Agatha. There's no room for anyone else.
Oh, yes, she's a nice, ordinary girl, but not for you.
If you will forgive me, Miss Penclosa, I must leave. I let myself out.
Gilbert, you cannot escape the truth. Don't try to. I have opened my heart to you. I don't take well to being rejected.
Helen Penclosa thinks she is in love with me. It's monstrous, but it is true. When I am away from her influence, this poor, crippled creature possesses not the slightest charm for me. But when I am near her, I seem to be blinded. She arouses something in me, something evil, something I'd rather not think about. I must put an end to our experiments into the psychic and never see her again.
You asked me to stop by, Professor Gilroy?
I did. Charles, sit down. Do you remember coming to see me some weeks ago and warning me that for my own good I should not see any more of Miss Penclosa? Now, I appeal to you now to tell me what you know.
I see. You too, huh?
Yes.
I didn't say anything.
I know you didn't, Charles, but I want you to.
There's nothing to say.
Help me. Do you remember telling me of someone close who'd had an unhappy experience with Helen Penclosa? Well, you see, the identical thing has happened to someone I know very well. This man is about to become engaged to one of the sweetest girls in England. Yet he finds himself completely influenced by this woman. He has tried not to see her, but at night there is this gnawing at him that won't let him alone. She is not an attractive woman, in fact, crippled, but
I know the lady.
This power emanating from her, well, he is like a puppet.
I see.
You don't see. This man, this friend of mine, what can he do? You have had experience, you said.
I've told you all I could. Your friend must break with her. There is no other way.
What? Is that all that you can tell me?
Professor Gilroy, what I know is so painful to me. I have had to remove it completely from my memory. I wish you the same luck, sir.
I know very well that about 8 o'clock tonight, the craving to see her will come upon me. By 10 o'clock, it will be torture. And tonight, I will make it impossible for me to leave my rooms. I shall lock my door from the inside, go to the window, and throw the key into the garden below. The next morning, I was lucky that Colin Wilson happened to be passing by, and I asked him to throw the key up so I could get out.
What is the meaning of all this, Gilroy? You locked in the key down in the garden?
Oh, Collins, it would take too long to explain.
We've become very worried about you. Some of your students...
Yes, don't remind me. But from now on, things will be different. I think that I have found the key to peace of mind.
Well, if your way to finding a key is to drop it out the window, I'll leave it at that. By the way, how are your experiments with Miss Penclosa progressing? I meant to tell you, I have discovered a new man, a sensation in his field. He's an Indian, heads their psychical society. He's coming to the house tonight. I've asked Helen as well, naturally. It should be an interesting evening. Will you join us?
No, thank you.
Oh, Agatha's coming. Does that tempt you?
What? Agatha is going to be there with Helen Penclosa. Oh, Colin, you mustn't.
Whatever's come over you, Gilroy? Have you taken leave of your senses?
I'm afraid so. I think I have.
Not go tonight to Colin Wilson's party? But why ever not, Gilbert?
Because I can't be there.
I'm sorry about that, but we don't always have to make public appearances together.
Agatha, I want you to do one thing for me. When you see Helen Penclosa, you must promise me never again to allow her to hypnotize you.
But just the other day you told me how important what you were doing with her was, and how nothing would stand in your way.
I know, but I have changed my mind since.
You stopped the experiments? For good?
Yes, I have.
Oh, I'm so glad. You cannot imagine how pale and worn you've been lately, and so strange. I'm convinced these sessions, this hypnosis or whatever it is, has been very bad for your nerves.
Darling, I couldn't agree with you more. No problems last night at all. No locking myself in, because I knew Helen was at Colin Wilson's. But tonight, there may be trouble. For one thing, I ran into Wilson on the campus, and he told me Helen had fallen suddenly faint and had to be taken home. A coldness gripped me from head to toe as he talked. That same freezing fear is at me now. 1 o'clock in the morning. I shall go mad. I'm not far from it now. My head throbs. I'm shaking as though in the throes of a fever. The key. Where is the key? I must lock myself in. There is no key. Let go of me. Let go. Oh, my feet
are taking me to the door. No. Who am I? Why am I doing this? I'm two people. An alien will forcing me out the door, and my other self trying to hold back. It's no use. I'm lost. No.
I knew you would come, Gilbert.
I heard that you were ill. I had to see you.
You came because you love me.
Yes.
Say you love me, Gilbert.
I love you, Helen.
Oh, that is good. So good.
What is it, darling?
Okay. Carry me to the sofa. I'm so weak. So much of me has gone out to you, is in you. I'm trying hard to come back, but it is hard. So hard.
Her face, which had been pale before, was now ghastly. As I watched, my own spirit struggled to free itself from her will. As she lay there, somehow, I was able to regain my soul. I felt free of her.
I have tried to do too much. Your absence. I couldn't live without seeing you.
Stop it.
Brandy. Give me some brandy. Over there, the decanter. Hurry.
You want brandy, do you? I'll give you brandy, a whole decanter full. Put your head on the floor. Perhaps there are a few drops there. Save you. You are a frightful woman, bleeding my soul, feeding on me like a parasite.
Gilbert, I love you.
Love? You were a human spider. How many others were there? Charles Sadler, remember him?
What's happened? Why are you turning
The
on
very
me?
sight of you, the sound of your voice fills me with horror. That's the only feeling I have towards you. I left her, fainting, or for all I knew, pretending to faint. The next day, Wilson told me that Helen was seriously ill. A weakness no one could explain. Slowly, I began to regain my strength, my peace of mind. My lectures went well, or so I thought. I did detect a little uneasiness among my students, but I put their restlessness down to spring fever. On Wednesday, it seemed to me a number of them must have been drunk. They were laughing outright for absolutely no reason.
Gilroy, good of you to see me.
What are you talking about, Wilson? Good of me?
May I sit down?
You sound so serious. If it's about the Penclosa woman, well, that's all over. My little foray into psychic experimentation, nothing to it. I leave the field to you. I'll stick to mine, physiology.
It's about your lecture.
Oh, then you've heard I seem to have got myself quite an irrepressible bunch this semester, just the past month.
The dean has asked me to tell you you are to be relieved of further lectures.
What?
It's only temporary.
But why?
The dean thought it best to give you the opportunity to regain your health.
I'm not to give any more lectures. I'm not Professor Gilroy anymore.
Oh, but the laboratory is still in your charge.
She has won. She has discredited me, fought back at me, and won.
What are you saying?
I feel her presence, her influence. I struggle against it. Words don't come out as I intend. The students, they see me struggling physically. That's why they laugh at the faces that I'm making. And then I would win, and I'd go on, and suddenly out of my throat would come her voice, saying outrageous things. I even sang a song one time. Yes, I did that. Me, a professor. And then my brain clears again, and I finish my lecture as calmly as I began it.
What you've told me, Gilroy, I'll regard in strictest confidence. You will get well, I'm sure of it.
Does the dean think so?
He doesn't doubt it.
And his daughter, Agatha, what will she think when she learns that I've been fired?
You haven't been fired. Agatha is all for you getting a rest. Until I introduced you to Helen Penclosa, you were on your way to a brilliant career. It will continue.
No, not while that parasite soul is alive. I'll tell you something strange, Wilson. for no reason in the world. Suddenly, at 10 o'clock this morning, I felt as though a great weight had been lifted from my shoulders. I thought that I could start anew. I could face anything. Well, now I know that I was mistaken. It's her life or mine.
Didn't you know? No, of course not. How could you? This morning, Helen Penclosa passed away.
Oh, no. Is that true?
Yes. This morning, at 10 o'clock.
It has not to this day been proven that a person hypnotized could not commit some fatal act. Numerous scientific studies say it is impossible, but not all. Each study discredits the other. None is definitive. But what if the hypnotist dies? Has the process been reversed? Is that murder? Suicide? Accidental death? Think about that until I return shortly. Hypnosis is as ancient as sorcery. It became a science when Franz Mesmer, the Viennese physician, used it to heal his patients. After him, the word mesmerism was coined. He has written, "There is an occult force that binds doctor to patient, a chain of many links that is broken only by death." Mesmer actually in his day had no knowledge of the psychological, yet he opened a door to treatment, the threshold of which is still uncrossed. Our cast included Norman Rose, Bob Caliban, Bryna Rayburn, and Hetty Galen. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
I'm E.G. Marshall. The mandrake is a plant with a darkly colorful history. In ancient times, it was used as a narcotic for healing bones and as an anesthetic. It was also considered to form the basis for an excellent love potion. But there was just one problem. When torn from the ground, so folklore has it, it would emit such a piercing scream that any living mortal hearing it went mad or died.
What was that?
Inspector, we must go to the manor at once.
I'm afraid we may be too late.
You think someone else has been lured to his death?
Yes.
That's just an old wives' tale, Inspector. I say those people are being murdered.
Our mystery drama, The Shriek of the Mandrake, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Ann Williams. There is no remedy for love but to love more, said Thoreau. It's a pretty sentiment.
but hardly helpful to the person who finds himself or herself ensnared in a destructive affair in which the only possible happiness can be escape. But how does one escape from the headstrong and irrational demands of the heart? New relationships? Travel? Work? Our story is about a prominent young woman who would seem to have all these distractions going for her.
Good evening. I'm Virginia Stewart.
Yes, I recognize you from your films. Come right in.
Oh, thank you. You must be Mr. Coombs. Oh, what a lovely, quaint little inn this is. You know, this is my first trip to England.
Your room is upstairs. That's all the baggage you have?
Yes.
Well, I never thought a film star would travel so light. All right, follow me.
I suppose the rest of the cast and crew has already arrived.
They've gone to dinner in the village, all except that William Boyer all the women drool over. He ain't arrived yet.
Well, we drove up together from London.
Oh. So where is he then?
He's gone to have a look at the old manor where we'll be making the film.
By himself?
Yes.
Oh. If he knows what's good for him, he won't stay there long.
Why?
Here's your room, the bath's at the end of the hall, and sorry for the inconvenience.
Oh, you're not happy we're here, are you?
No, I'm not. This was a peaceable place before you and your film crew showed up. Now we'll be overrun by all manner of curiosity seekers.
Well, it should be good for business, at least.
There's more to life than business.
Hello. May I come in?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to startle you. I'm Denton Norris.
Oh, the author of our marvelous script.
And the marvelous book from which the marvelous script was made.
You'll excuse me.
He's a charming fellow. Who is he?
Mr. Coombs. He runs the inn. Aren't you staying here?
No, I guard my solitude. I've taken a room in the village. I was just driving about, and I stopped here in hopes of meeting you.
Oh, will you forgive me if I unpack?
Oh, should I go?
No. Please stay. I'd rather not be left alone.
This English countryside can be pretty gloomy. I promise to set my next script on the French Riviera.
Mr. Norris, is there something the matter with the house where we're filming?
Wicklow Manor?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. Thanks to our director, Jake Weller's grim sense of humor, we are shooting in a house that apparently is possessed.
You mean haunted?
It seems the original resident, a Thomas Foxgrove, was jilted by his mistress some 4 centuries ago. In revenge, he tricked the lady into plucking a mandrake root to make a love potion for her new beau. The mandrake shrieked, as mandrakes are reported to do, and the poor lady went dutifully mad. Thomas Foxgrove, in remorse, threw himself to his death from the tower which is attached to the house.
Oh, dear.
Anyway, ever since then it's been claimed that Thomas's ghost haunts the place, enticing poor souls to their deaths in the same grisly manner.
And people have actually died?
Oh, yes, about half a dozen all told, I believe. And always, so the legend goes, the mandrake's shriek is heard to echo across the moors. If you ask me, I'd say the stories have been exploited by persons looking for a convenient way to do in their enemies. You were seeing a lot of William Boyer in London, weren't you?
What? Yes, he likes to be on intimate terms with all his leading ladies.
Oh, and you?
I made it clear to him I'm here to work. The last thing I want now is an emotional attachment.
In that case, you have nothing to fear from the legend of Wicklow Manor.
Why?
Well, apparently the only people vulnerable to the ghost's suicidal invitation are those unhappy in love.
Oh.
Something wrong?
No, nothing.
Oh, but something in your suitcase there, that photograph.
It's only... I didn't know it was there. It's just the sort of thing he would do.
That's a handsome man.
No, I'm afraid the photograph doesn't tell the full story.
He's your boyfriend?
was.
You sound very convinced.
Well, Larry is the kind of person one can't easily forget. He was demanding, self-centered, ruthless.
But utterly charming.
Yes.
I think I know the type. Impossible, but irresistible.
Worst of all, he was impossibly jealous. Oh, please, let's talk of something else. Oh, I am so nervous about starting this new film. I've never worked with Jake Weller before. Is he anything like his reputation?
Well, if you like to play poker and shoot pool, the two of you will get on just fine.
Oh, Mr. Norris, I think you've written a beautiful script. It's rare, even in this day and age, to find a story in which the heroine controls her own destiny.
Well, thanks. I try to keep up.
Well, I'm the one who owes you thanks. It was your script that finally gave me the courage to confront Larry. I guess I'd known all along it could never work out between us. His kind is incapable of forming genuine attachments. But he's so passionate and persuasive.
Miss Stewart, are you in there?
Who's that?
Sounds like Jake Weller, our director. I'll get it. Hello, Jake.
Denton, what are you doing here?
Oh, I came by to introduce myself to Miss Stewart.
Inspector, come on up. I've got two of them.
Inspector?
Jake, what's wrong?
It looks like we're going to have a delay in our shooting schedule. Oh, in here, Inspector. This is Denton Norris. He wrote the script, and that's Virginia Stewart. She's an actress. This is Inspector Havisham. He's the local constabulary.
Well, is something wrong?
William Boyer is dead.
What? What happened?
It appears to have been a suicide, Miss Stewart.
Suicide? William Boyer?
He was found at the base of Wicklow Tower.
He fell?
So it seems. Miss Stewart, Mr. Weller says that you and Mr. Boyer drove up together from London.
Yes.
You were probably the last person to see him alive. What sort of spirits was he in?
Oh, he was very excited about starting work tomorrow.
What about his personal life?
His personal life?
Well, anything that might possibly have been a source of frustration?
No.
I'll tell you exactly what happened, Inspector. He was murdered. An athletic guy like Boyer wouldn't slip. And he was too healthy-minded to take his own life.
Murder is, of course, a possibility. Mr. Norris, did you know the deceased?
Well, Boyer starred in my last script, but I don't kill people for failing to understand my characters, Inspector.
Can you account for your whereabouts in the past 2 hours, Mr. Norris?
I've been with Miss Stewart for perhaps 15 minutes.
And before that?
I was driving about the countryside.
Alone?
Yes.
Did you stop anywhere? Is there anyone who might be able to verify your movements?
Why, no, Inspector. There isn't.
Mr. Weller, is there anyone else connected with your company?
No, the rest of the cast and crew were all with me at dinner in the village.
Inspector, who found William's body?
Mr. Perkins. He's a retired ornithologist. He was in the woods near the manor, making tape recordings of the birds there when he heard a piercing shriek from the direction of Wicklow Manor. Went to investigate and found the body.
Well, did Mr. Perkins get a recording of this shriek?
He did. He gave it to me here in his tape machine.
Could we hear it?
Certainly.
That's the most awful sound I ever heard.
There is, of course, not a possible explanation for Mr. Boyer's death.
Well, now, you don't take that legend seriously, do you, Inspector?
No, I don't, Mr. Norris. Mr. Weller, if you'd be so kind as to furnish me with a tape of Mr. Boyer's voice, I'll run a voice scan of his voice to compare it to the scream. If the scream came from the deceased's throat, I'll presume suicide. If not, I'll presume murder. Yeah. Good evening.
Now what are we going to do, Jake?
Well, we'll hold a memorial service tomorrow morning and begin shooting in the afternoon.
Begin shooting? How can you?
Simple. We'll film around Boyer's scenes until we come up with a replacement. I believe you would have preferred James Caddell in the role all along, wouldn't you, Denton? See you in the morning.
How can he be so callous?
Oh, he's covering Virginia. Jake liked Bill Boyer a lot. He wasn't much of an actor. Oh, forgive my saying so at a time like this. But he was one heck of a man. Jake sometimes gets the two confused.
What do you suppose could have happened?
I don't know. But I sure am glad the script I wrote only calls for daytime shooting.
Cut! Oh, finally, we got a take we can print. It's a wrap.
I'm sorry, Mr. Weller. I found it very hard to concentrate today.
It's okay. I understand. Go back to the inn and get a good night's sleep. Well, as a wandering screenwriter, I wonder what local phenomena he's been observing today.
Jake, Virginia, I've just been to the police station. They ran a test of that tape. It wasn't Boyer's voice.
So I was right. He was murdered. Unless you want to believe that legend.
Virginia, could I speak to you for a moment?
I'll see you two later.
Virginia, there's something I think you ought to know.
What is it?
It was publicized that you were seeing a lot of Boyer last week in London, wasn't it?
Of course. There are always photographers around. Why?
Well, I was having lunch today in one of the pubs in the village. I noticed a man talking to the bartender, and I knew at once that I'd seen his face before.
Where?
In that photograph you found in your suitcase.
Larry?
If Virginia Stewart had come to England hoping to close the book on the previous chapter of her life, it would appear she has not been successful. One of the main characters, it seems, has no intentions of retiring quietly from the scene. Yet Virginia is determined to have him out of her life once and for all. At least, that's what she says. I shall return shortly with Act 2. Manor house with its very own ghost, a ghost reputed to have the ultimate persuasive power, that of enticing certain suggestible persons to their deaths. A young woman attempting to put behind her an unhappy love affair, one man dead in the precise manner prescribed by legend, another man fleetingly glimpsed who might be the woman's estranged lover. We enter Act 2 with a number of possibilities.
Mr. Norris, you have to be mistaken. It couldn't have been Larry you saw.
Virginia, I don't forget faces. Observing people is second nature to me.
But Larry is in California. Besides, you only saw his photograph.
Look, be honest with me. Is the photograph a good likeness?
Well, yes.
And is this the sort of thing he would do, follow you like this?
Well, he's not the kind to give up easily, Mr. Norris. He's very proud. When I told him our relationship was over, he reacted as if I'd insulted him. Then he tried to ply me with doubts. He told me he was in my blood, that I might hate him, but I would never stop loving him.
And?
I don't know. It was never easy with Larry, but it was never boring either. If he really is here, Mr. Norris, I don't know what I'm going to do. I never thought he'd go so far as to follow me to England.
Would he go so far as to commit murder?
You think he might have had something to do with William's death?
Virginia, you told me yourself he was insanely possessive.
I didn't say insanely.
And it was in the society pages of all the London papers that you and Boyer were seeing each other.
Yes, but there was nothing romantic about it.
Larry wouldn't have had any way of knowing that. I even remember reading an interview you did in the Morning Telegraph, in which you stated you thought your working relationship with William Boyer was going to be better than any of your previous male co-stars. Now, what kind of effect would a statement like that have had on Larry?
But the inspector said it was suicide.
The scream on that tape recorder didn't come from Boyer, remember? That means it had to come from someone else.
Or something else.
Now, you don't believe Thomas Foxgrove's ghost really inhabits that tower, do you?
I went up there today.
Virginia, Jake gave specific orders that no one was to go into that tower until we had the film.
I know, but I couldn't resist. Something seemed to draw me there. There is something up there. I felt it.
Well, you were foolish to go.
I stood there in front of the French windows where William must have stood just before. I felt my gaze being pulled down.
Oh, you were just dizzy, that's all. That tower's 5 stories high.
I kept thinking of the legend. That only those who were unhappy in love were vulnerable to the spirit's influence.
I see. Part of you is sorry that you left Larry.
The man you saw in the pub. But did you speak to him?
No.
Well, I want to know if it was Larry.
Virginia, let's go back to your room and get that photograph. Then I'll drive us into the village and we can show it to that bartender.
Evening.
Oh, good evening. I wonder if we could have a word with you.
Oh, you'll have to make it a quick one, Gov. You can see my trade is heavy tonight.
Well, I had lunch here this afternoon, and I noticed you talking to a gentleman. He was about my height, but very swarthy.
Oh, I talked to a lot of people.
We have his photograph here.
You recognize him?
Hmm.
He was wearing a tweed blazer with a dark turtleneck.
Yes, the well-dressed chap. Had on a fancy cologne, too.
It was the same man as in the picture?
Yeah, I'd say so. Not likely to forget those eyes.
And do you remember what you were talking about?
Well, he just dropped round to thank me. He'd been asking me about places of interest here in the Shire.
Oh, this wasn't the first time you'd seen him then.
Oh, no. He'd been in a couple of days ago, making all manner of inquiry.
But he's not from these parts.
No, I'd say he was an American.
Are you certain of that?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Mr.
Peaser.
Yes, Mr. Peaser. What kind of inquiries was he making?
Well, mostly about various buildings of interest in the area. The 8th century abbey down the road, the Blanchard House.
And Wicklow Manor?
Oh, yes. Oh, he seemed particularly interested in that one, especially the legend. He quizzed me real close as to the particulars of that bit of superstition. Sure. I say, ain't it awful what happened to that actor?
But did he mention his name?
The gentleman? No.
Did he happen to mention where he was staying?
No, I'm afraid not. Should I tell him you were looking for him if he comes in again?
Oh, no. That's all right. Thanks, Mr. Peaser. You've been very helpful.
Yeah, you'd be surprised how often this happens.
What's that?
Oh, folks traveling abroad and seeing someone they know from back home. And you know, the funny thing is, most of the time you can tell that they'd rather not have run into each other at all.
You want me to take you back to the inn?
In a minute. I need some air. Oh, it's cold.
Virginia, what do you think?
Well, did you tell Inspector Havisham about this?
No. I thought I should tell you first.
What do we do now?
Well, I think you know the answer to that as well as I do. Turn this photograph over to Inspector Havisham and tell him everything.
And just what is everything?
If what you've told me about Larry is true, he has not only the motive, but the temperament to have killed William Boyer.
Well, that's a lie. Now, Larry would never do such a thing.
Look, Virginia, I know
But how can you possibly think you know him on the basis of a few words I spoke in anger?
It seemed to me you were anything but angry, that you weighed your words pretty carefully.
Oh, it's my fault we broke up. I should have been willing to give it another chance. Larry knows that. He knows I'll be back. So why should he want to kill anyone, even if he were capable of it?
Nevertheless, if he's here, we have an obligation to inform the police.
Yes. Well, now that's the key word, isn't it, Mr. Norris? If.
You showed the photograph to Mr. Peaser yourself. You saw his reaction.
Yes, I did. Didn't I? That was very nicely executed.
What?
Well, how do I know you didn't just plan this all out in advance?
Now, why would I want to do a thing like that?
Well, all my life, everyone has always thought they knew what was best for me. Every man I dated wanted to improve my mind. You know why I love Larry? Because at least he accepted me for who I am.
Sometimes that's not enough.
Even my closest friends never understood. I was always having to justify and apologize. Well, I am tired of doing that. And I won't listen to you, a perfect stranger, stand there and presume to tell me my own mind. I want to go back to the inn. I haven't had anything to eat.
Miss Stewart.
Oh, Mr. Coombs, you frightened me.
That's obvious, all right. Well, what did you think of Wicklow Manor?
I don't think I'm any happier about us being here than you are. Good night, Mr. Coombs.
Well, I've got a note for you.
Who is it from?
Mr. Weller. I was on my way to put it under your door.
Oh, he wants to see me.
That's right, his room's down the hall. Number 11.
Come on.
Mr. Weller?
Ah, come in, Miss Stewart. Close the door.
Mr. Coombs gave me a note. Is something the matter?
He's a character, isn't he?
Oh, he obviously despises every one of us.
Well, at least you know where you stand with someone like that, don't you?
What do you mean?
You don't think a great deal of me, do you?
Well, I've always admired your work as a director.
But as a person?
I don't think I've met you yet as a person.
I see things that perhaps you wouldn't give me credit for noticing, Miss Stewart.
Mr. Weller, I'm very tired.
And I could see that you didn't think much of the way I reacted to the news of Bill's death.
Well, Mr. Norris enlightened me.
Norris? Mm-hmm. What did he say?
You're just not the type given to displays of sentiment.
That's true. I don't wear my heart on my sleeve. No, excuse me. Would you care for a drink?
Oh, no. No, thank you. I don't drink while I'm working.
Yes. You have that reputation.
What?
Of turning into something of a cold fish when you're involved in a film.
I have that reputation.
You save all that famous Virginia Stewart appealing innocence for the cameras, don't you? You're pretty cold-blooded, Miss Stewart. In fact, I'd say we're two fish from the same pond. I think we understand each other, and I think we'll get along just fine.
Is that all?
There's something else we have in common.
What?
We're both responsible for Bill's death.
What?
Me, because I chose Wicklow Manor, knowing full well the truth about the place, and you, because Bill was in love with you, wasn't he?
You don't really believe that legend, do you?
I'm a romantic at heart, Miss Stewart. Much as that may surprise you. I believe in a great many things. Will you come with me to the tower?
When?
Now. Two cold-blooded fish like us shouldn't be frightened, should we?
Why?
I have to, Miss Stewart. I have to find out for myself if there really is a ghost there. If I really am partly to blame for Bill's death.
I think you've had too much to drink.
There's another reason, too.
Well, what's that?
I'm very attracted to you, Miss Stewart.
I'd better go.
No, Virginia, wait. Look, I'm a very lonely man.
Good night, Mr. Weller.
Inspector Havisham.
Oh, just a moment. It's almost midnight, Inspector. What do you want?
You didn't hear anything?
Well, I'm a very sound sleeper. Hear what?
The Mandrake shriek.
What?
Mr. Jake Weller is dead. He was found at the base of Wicklow Tower.
No!
I'm afraid I have to ask you to come down to police headquarters.
Me? Why?
Mr. Coombs says that you went to see Mr. Weller in his room earlier this evening.
Yes?
In the span of barely 24 hours, 2 men have died identical deaths. In both instances, you were the last person to see them alive.
Someone once said that we are fascinated by the mystery of a detective story because we are all full of crime, only we don't dare. Could it be that we're fascinated by the ghost story for a similar reason? That no matter what the scientific bent of our minds, in our inmost souls, we're all as full of superstition as our primitive ancestors. Of course, at this point, we still don't know which kind of story we're dealing with, detective or ghost. We shall find out when I return shortly with our final act. Be kind to the people you meet on the way up, because you never know who you might meet on the way down. That's an old show business maxim. We have no way of knowing if Jake Weller's and William Boyer's conduct during their rise to fame was exemplary, but more to the point, we don't know who they met on the way down, or rather, who or what they encountered at Wicklow Tower that precipitated their untimely falls. Inspector Havisham has taken Virginia to police headquarters and has sent for Denton Norris.
Inspector, I came as quickly as I could. Your man told me what happened.
Sorry to have to arouse you at such an unseemly hour, Mr. Norris.
Well, Virginia, what are you doing here?
The inspector thinks I'm the murderess.
I didn't say that, Miss Stewart. But you were the last person to see them alive, so far as we know.
You saw Jake after I left you out?
He asked me to come to his room. He wanted to talk.
About what?
A number of things. I can't remember. He was drunk.
Drunk?
Well, just a little, I think.
There's your explanation, Inspector. If Jake was drunk, he probably lost his balance and fell.
Perhaps. But we aren't dealing with one murder. We're dealing with 2. Miss Stewart, forgive my having to ask this, but was Mr. Weller interested in you romantically?
No, of course not.
You're absolutely certain of that?
Well, he did say he was lonely.
I see.
Oh, now, Inspector, you're not trying to manufacture another disillusioned lover for the tower's ghost, are you?
Legends do have a way of being self-fulfilling, Mr. Norris. Especially if the person involved is susceptible.
Virginia, forgive me, but I'm afraid the time has come.
What for?
I'm going to have to tell him.
Oh, no, you're wrong.
Oh, tell me what?
I think we may know the man you're looking for.
You don't know the man you saw was Larry?
Larry?
Oh, he's an acquaintance of Miss Stewart's. I saw a man very much resembling him at the Quail and Raven pub at noon today.
And can you describe him to me?
Virginia, is that photograph still in your purse?
Oh, yes. Here it is, Inspector.
What motive could this person have for murdering the 2 men?
Jealousy?
Miss Stewart, is that true?
Larry? I don't know. I don't know what to think anymore.
Well, I'll have my men familiarize themselves with this snapshot. If he's anywhere in the area, he'll be picked up soon enough. I suppose that's all for now, though I would like both of you to keep yourselves available for further questioning.
Virginia, I'll drive you back to the inn if you like.
Thank you. Oh, Inspector?
Yes, Miss Stewart?
When you're finished with that photograph, Could I have it back?
Well, I guess they'll have to cancel the film now.
I don't care. I just want to get away from this place.
I'm sorry, Virginia. I had to tell him.
Oh, it's okay. You did what you thought was right.
I couldn't bear to have you mad at me.
If Larry is here, he could be questioned. And if he's innocent, he has nothing to fear.
You are upset.
Oh, of course I'm upset. To think the man I love might be capable of murder.
Well, under the right circumstances, I think all of us are capable.
Do you?
Oh, yes.
But if Larry did kill them because he was jealous, I don't understand it.
What?
Well, I've spent as much time with you as anyone. If Larry is watching me, why hasn't he tried to kill you?
I haven't gone to the tower.
Still, it's almost enough to make one believe the legend.
Oh, why?
William and Mr. Weller both wanted something from me. But you don't. Mr. Norris, I want to apologize for my outburst this afternoon. I had no right to lose my temper.
It's all right. I should have been more tactful.
No, your suspicions are very honest. You've been kind to me. I need that just now. Oh, what's the matter?
Darn, I meant to take that turnoff we just passed.
Why?
To approach you in from the other direction. Well, I mean, this way we'll go right past Wicklow Manor, and I shouldn't think you'd want to see it now in the middle of the night. I'll just back up.
No, don't. Look, you can see it from here.
Now, Virginia, you're only going to scare yourself.
Mr. Norris, I want to climb that tower.
Oh, don't be silly.
Well, I couldn't get back to sleep now. Not after what's happened.
Why?
I can't stand this uncertainty. I think I'm being driven mad. If it is Larry, I want to know.
There is one way we could find that out.
How?
If I went up that tower alone.
No.
I have a revolver back in my room.
No, Mr. Norris, it's too dangerous. I wouldn't think of letting you risk that. Please. Now, you must get me back to the inn right away.
All right. But I'll call on you first thing in the morning to make sure you're okay.
No, now, you mustn't see me anymore.
Why not?
Look, if Larry is here, if he is watching me, he could draw the wrong conclusion. He might think you've taken a romantic interest in me as well. I couldn't ever forgive myself if anything should happen to you.
Virginia...
Now, please, start the car. Don't you realize that your life is in danger?
No, please, Virginia, I started to tell you yesterday that I was grateful for what you said about my script. I've been going through a rather difficult period recently, a condition known to the outside world as writer's block. It's a crisis far more awful than you might imagine. A fear that the very talent by which one makes his living might just simply have vanished.
I'm sorry to hear that. But what does that have to do with me?
You see, from the moment we met, I've begun to feel better about myself. I can't explain why, except to say that I know it's a feeling necessary to my work.
Oh, Mr. Norris, please stop. Every word you're saying could be putting your life in greater jeopardy.
No, it's not, Virginia.
What?
You think I'm too old for you, don't you? That's the real problem, isn't it?
Mr. Norris.
But I'm not. I'm intelligent, I'm sophisticated, and Virginia, I need you.
Mr. Norris, please start the car. Where's my key?
Miss Stewart, finally you're back.
Thank you, Mr. Coombs. I must have left my outside key upstairs.
I suppose you people will have to stop making that film now, won't you? Now that you lost your leading men and your director.
Well, that should make you very happy, shouldn't it?
Does indeed, Jim.
I'm sorry if I woke you up.
Oh, that's all right. I've been waiting for you.
You have?
You had a caller.
A caller? At this hour?
That's right. He came by to see you shortly after you left with the inspector.
It was a man?
Yes.
What was his name?
Well, he wouldn't say, but he left a message. He said he wanted to speak to you, and that he would be waiting in the room at the top of Wicklow Tower.
Hello? Is anyone here? Hello?
Hi, sweetheart.
Who's that?
Don't be afraid, Ginny. It's only me.
Larry? Oh, Larry, it is you.
Why, did you expect it to be someone else?
No, it's just... Well, so it is true. You did follow me all the way from California.
Well, don't let it go to your head, Ginny. I wasn't going to let you leave me like that. Since when did I ever let you have the last word?
Oh, Larry, it's been so awful here.
Hey, come here. Hey, you know what we're going to do as soon as you finish this picture? We are going to take off through Europe just like gypsies, huh? Just the two of us. What do you say to that, huh?
Larry, I told you it was over.
But why?
Now, don't use that tone of voice on me. I mean it.
Like you meant it all those other times? Hey, I don't blame you. It was my fault. I was behaving like a madman. I'd have left, too, but that's all over now.
Is it, Larry? Well, for how long? I mean, we just go round in circles. We exhaust ourselves getting nowhere.
But we live, don't we? I'll tell you what you want, sweetheart, and I'll tell you why you want it. You want a nice, stable, and predictable relationship so you can devote all your energies to your career.
What do you mean?
Because deep down, you don't like people. They frighten you. You prefer to deal with them as professionals, not as human beings.
I don't think that's true.
Of course it's true. You know it is. And that's what attracts you to me and repels you. Because I won't let you get away with that. I'll make you look me in the eye.
Larry, why did you have to come here?
Just tell me how much longer you'll be here so I can make our plans.
The film will probably be canceled.
What?
Or at least delayed.
Why?
2 people have been killed.
Killed? What happened?
They fell to their deaths from this room, from those French windows over there.
Oh, no wonder you're so scared.
Larry? Why did you ask me to meet you here?
This place is supposed to be haunted, huh?
You know about that?
Sure, I've been here for 3 days. I got the whole story from a bartender in town.
Oh, but why?
It was a test. 2 weeks ago, you swore you never wanted to see me again, yet now you're willing to come to me in a supposedly haunted tower at midnight.
Larry, do you know anything about those murders?
Of course not.
No, I want the truth.
Angel, why should I kill anyone? If I did, I'd have to go to jail, and then we really would be separated.
We're separated now, Larry.
Say that again.
What?
Say that again. If you really mean that, repeat it.
Don't look at me like that.
Come on, Jenny, let's go down, huh? Let's get out of here. You'll feel better once we're out of this room. I mean, if your film has been canceled, we can leave for Europe in the morning.
No, we can't.
Why not?
Well, the police don't want me to leave yet, and they want to speak to you, too.
To me? What for?
Oh, Mr. Norris, the screenwriter, saw you in a pub this afternoon.
The police know I'm here?
I gave them the photo you put in my suitcase. But it'll just be a routine...
That was foolish. I mean, don't you see what this means? They'll ask me to account for my movements, and how can I do that? And of course, they'll think I killed Boyer and Weller.
How did you know who was killed? I didn't mention their names.
Look, don't start playing detective with me, sweetheart. We're getting out of here tonight.
You did kill them, didn't you?
Come on, let's go.
No.
Jenny.
Don't come any closer.
You know that if I can't have you, then no one will. But I can't spend the rest of my life doing away with every man you give the green light to.
What's that in your hand?
Just a tape recorder. I'm afraid we're going to have to wake up the good inspector one more time.
No.
All right, Larry.
Larry, hold it right there.
What?
Mr. Norris!
I've got news for you, sir. The good inspector is already awake. Be careful. The good inspector is also armed.
Inspector, how did you know that?
You have Mr. Norris to thank for saving your life, Miss Stewart.
Mr. Norris?
I went back to your inn, Virginia. Mr. Coombs told me about the message and said you'd come here, so I called the inspector at once.
What made you go back?
Well, as I was driving back to the village, I began to think about my outburst, and I realized if my feelings for you could make me act foolishly, your feelings for Larry could do the same. And I had a feeling that the night was not over yet.
Now it is.
Yes. Now it is.
Denton Norris was a writer, and writers, like actors, rely on their powers of empathy to put them in touch with their fellow man, the better to create the characters they write about or portray. In this case, empathy was also responsible for saving Virginia Stewart's life. But what about her almost fatal attraction to Larry? A final word on that in a moment. What is it that sometimes attracts us to the sinister in people? Excitement? Danger? I'm not sure. But even so great a poet as John Milton, it is said, was irresistibly drawn to the character of Lucifer when he wrote Paradise Lost. Was Freud right then, that there is a bit of the outlaw in each of us? If so, it behooves us never to forget the ancient warning, know thyself. Our cast included Ann Williams, Ian Martin, Paul Hecht, and Ray Owens. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Most of us move through familiar surroundings each day. Our lives involve a certain amount of routine. We see the same faces and hear the same voices. But there are lines of work that require daily confrontations with the new and the unknown. Such a job is journalism. It is said that a reporter never covers the same story twice. There are some stories he might wish he never covered once.
I think you're just imagining things, Mr. Leach.
If that's so, then why am I in jail?
How should I know?
I was only doing my job.
I'm sorry,
Darrell, no one knows I'm here. You're the only one who can help me.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leach, but I've got my job, too.
Our mystery drama, The Grandee of TERRA, LOCO, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Percy Granger and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One. In journalism, truth is held up as a standard. But truth is a slippery word. Presumably, all reporters try to be truthful in everything they write. But the word itself is often taken for granted, unless the story is unusually controversial. Covering a social tea or a local fundraising drive, for example, reporters are likely to think of themselves striving more for accuracy than truth. What is the difference? We could say accuracy means getting the facts straight, but truth means getting the facts. We are in the newsroom of a paper in a large Texas city.
Rich. Hey, Richie. Come here.
Yes, Mr. Hankey.
Shut the door behind you.
Yes, sir.
Bridget tells me you're onto a hot story.
Well, sir,
And you want permission to go to Ryland, Texas to cover it?
Yes, sir.
Now, first of all, where is Ryland?
Well, it's in the western part of the state, about 5 miles from the Mexican border.
Uh-huh. What is it, another smuggling story?
No. The mayor of Ryland, a man named Elisha Stevens, just died.
He was assassinated?
No. He seems to have died of natural causes.
Well, so what's the angle?
Well, apparently he cut quite a figure. He ruled the community virtually unchallenged for over 40 years.
Oh, now I get it. We're talking about graft here, political corruption.
No, we're talking about a man who knew everyone in town by his first name.
He knew everyone in town by his first name. Richie, so far you're not making me want to rush out and buy a newspaper.
Oh, look, I'm tired of covering nothing but murder trials and rising taxes. I want to do a feature article on this man. I think it's time we paid tribute to an honest politician. The last of a vanishing breed, the local folk hero, an elder statesman in small-town America.
Elder statesman, small-town USA. Not bad. Still not page 1, but it's not classified ads either.
Look, just give me 3 days to go out there, and I'll prove to you news doesn't have to be bad to be interesting.
I'll bet. How long do you say this guy Stevens was the local kingpin?
40 years.
I have yet to hear of anyone who can survive in public life that long without getting some mud on his boots.
Well, who knows? It may start a trend.
No. I bet you at dinner at the Cattlemen's Club, the guy was a tarnished angel just like all the rest of them.
Come in.
Hi. Are you Mr. Fred Perkins?
Oh, that's right.
Oh, you're the new mayor of Ryland?
Well, I'm a city manager. I'm just filling in here till the new election's organized. Our former mayor died rather unexpected last week.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm here.
Oh?
I wanted to speak with you about him. I gather he was a very popular man.
Yeah, that's right, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Richard Leach.
All right. Well, Elisha Stevens was beloved by every person in his town. May I ask what your interest is?
I'm with the Dallas Sentinel.
You are a reporter?
Yeah. I'm planning to do a story, an in-depth profile on Mr. Stevens' life.
Well, I'd certainly be glad to help you out if I can.
Thanks. You mind if I turn on my tape recorder?
No, not at all. Help yourself.
Thank you. They do make some people nervous.
Well, you'll find Ryland a real friendly place. I ought to start off by telling you as a matter of local pride that we are the home of the world's largest tumbleweed.
Yes, I noticed that in the town square.
Yeah.
Now, about Mr. Stevens.
Well, Elisha Stevens, Mr. Leach, was Ryland. Now, most Texans, dream of building empires, but Elisha dreamed of building a community. Now, this county was desert when he and Lucy arrived in 1925. Terra LOCO, they called it. It's a crazy land, that's what that means. Because so many folks went mad from the heat and lack of water. Now, Elisha set out to change all that. Now, he built an agricultural station that reclaimed half the county from the desert. Now, he is responsible for the finest public school system in West Texas. Why, the story goes he's even the one who roped that big tumbleweed out in the town square. Someone once called him Grandee of Terra LOCO. One name stuck ever since.
What would you say was his single most important contribution?
A personal example he set by his strength of character.
He entered public life as a reform candidate, didn't he?
In 1936, ran for county judge. We was having real border problems then. Smuggling was real bad. Local officials was involved, and organized crime had their eyes on making Ryland a major crossing for all kinds of things. But, Elisha put
put on the robe, and, well, he put a stop to that, I mean, now, real quick.
Is Mrs. Stevens still alive?
Oh, yeah.
Where does she live?
Huh? Oh, well, hey, listen, I wouldn't go see if I was you.
Oh? Why not?
Well, I just wouldn't think she'd want to be disturbed right now. You know how it is.
Now, how did Stevens die?
I beg your pardon?
How did he die?
Huh? Oh, yeah, it was coronary.
Heart attack?
Yeah. In layman's terms, that'd be what happened.
It wasn't expected.
Well, why do you say that?
Well, I'm just repeating what you said a few moments ago, that his death was sudden.
Oh, well, I see. Well, yeah.
Did Stevens have a record of a heart condition?
No. Oh, of course, he worked hard right up to including the day it happened. In fact, he died right in this chair where I am sitting.
Was an autopsy performed?
No, I don't know.
Well, who was the attending physician?
Dr. Jonas Green.
Uh-huh. And who discovered the body?
I did.
Oh. And from here he was taken
to the Memorial Hospital. Hey, you turned off the tape machine. Something wrong?
No, could you give me directions to the hospital?
Well, what's the matter?
Mr. Perkins, is there any possibility in your mind of foul play?
Oh, that's ridiculous.
I'd like to double-check the medical report on his death.
Well, you have your own car?
Oh, yeah, sure.
All right, then. And you go right back up Selms Avenue here to Main Street.
Yeah.
Then you turn left and go on straight about half a mile.
Uh-huh.
The hospital's right there. You can't miss it.
I'm out in the country. Gone over 2 miles, no sign of a hospital anywhere. Oh, good. There's someone. Excuse me.
Yeah?
I'm looking for Memorial Hospital.
Well, mister, I hope it ain't an emergency, 'cause you're going plumb in the wrong direction. Hospital's back that way nearly 3 miles.
I could have sworn he told me to turn left. Well, thanks. Thanks very much.
Memorial Hospital. Yeah, Dr. Banfield is in consultation, Mr. Slocum. Now, I'll have him call you. No, Mr. Slocum, I wouldn't worry. It's probably just your hives again. Goodbye.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'd like to speak to Dr. Jonas Green.
Yes? What is your name?
Richard Leach.
No, I'm sorry, but Dr. Green's on vacation.
I beg your pardon?
He's on vacation. He won't be back for 3 weeks.
Well, perhaps there's someone else I could speak to. I'm a reporter with the Dallas Sentinel. I'm doing a feature article on the life of Elisha Stevens.
Yes?
Well, I'd like some information.
I'm sorry, but all our files are private.
Oh, yes, I understand that, of course. But isn't there anyone I could talk to who was on duty at the time Mr. Stevens' body was brought in?
No?
No?
I don't know, sir. You'll have to excuse me. I'm quite busy.
I spoke with the undertaker who prepared Mr. Stevens' body for burial, Mr.
Oh, Terry Vernon?
Yeah. That's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir? Sir, come back. Oh, dear. It's switchboard? He just left. I think he's going over to Terry Vernon's place.
Well, hello, Mr. Leach.
Mr. Perkins.
Hey, you were right. We have met again.
Well, according to the phone book, this is a Mr. Vernon's address.
Well, it is. Oh, I'm afraid you just missed him.
Where is he?
He's gone on vacation.
I see. Along with Dr. Green.
Well, now, that is possible. They both like to fish.
You know, Mr. Perkins, I have a feeling you're lying.
Well, it's a free country, son.
What are you doing here?
I'm minding the store.
I don't believe you.
Now, look, we are a small town, Mr. Leach. Now, we try to help each other out. Now, what can I do for you? You have a body you want buried?
Why did you give me the wrong directions to the hospital?
Well, I told you to go down Sims and turn right on Main Street, didn't I?
No. You said turn left.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, maybe I did. Or maybe there's something wrong with your hearing.
I can assure you there is nothing wrong with the way I hear.
Well, then, good. Because then there'll be no mistake when I tell you to forget the story you wanted to write on Elisha Stevens.
What?
That's right, Mr. Leach. Forget it. And leave Ryland now. For good.
Every young reporter dreams of the big scoop, the big story that will bump the planned headlines off the front page. Many reporters willingly take assignments they know might involve danger. But what about the reporter who goes out to cover a harmless story, only to discover there is far more there than meets the eye? I shall return shortly with Act 2. All the news that's fit to print is a motto any newspaper would agree with. But sometimes those they write about might take exception. Beneath the respectful calm of a small town in mourning for its leading citizen, darker currents are beginning to surface. Elisha Stevens, the departed mayor, was ostensibly liked by one and all, but was there an unknown skeleton in his closet? Or is it the townspeople themselves who have something to hide? Our correspondent has been told in no uncertain terms to leave at once. Now, if you were an enterprising and curious young reporter, what would you do?
Yes?
Mrs. Stevens?
Yes?
Hi, my name is Richard Leach. I'm a reporter with the Dallas Sentinel.
Why, how do you do?
Well, frankly, I'm not sure. I came out here to do an article on your late husband.
You travel all this way?
Yeah.
Why, how nice. Oh, please, do come in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
We can sit here in the front parlor.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure this is a difficult time for you.
Yes. Yes, it is, but I don't mind. Oh, Elisha would be so surprised to think someone from a big city like Dallas wanted to do a story on him.
Well, evidently, so are some other people.
Oh?
I seem to be encountering some opposition.
Oh?
Not to mention some downright hostility.
Why, that's most surprising. But why?
I don't know, ma'am. I went to see the acting mayor, Fred Perkins.
Oh, yes.
Well, I don't wish to alarm you unduly, Mrs. Stevens, but Mr. Perkins was clearly disturbed when I told him the purpose of my visit. And he seemed particularly reluctant to discuss the details of your husband's death.
Oh, Fred Perkins loved Elisha like his own father, Mr. Leach. Well, I should think that naturally he'd be reluctant to want to talk about his passing. Oh, would you like some elderberry wine?
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I could understand that, Mrs. Stevens, but, would this reluctance extend to lying to me?
You mean telling an untruth?
And physically threatening me?
Oh, my.
I asked Mr. Perkins for direction to your local hospital. I wanted to speak with the attending physician at the time of your husband's death.
Oh, yes, that would be Jonas Green. He's a very nice man.
Yeah, Perkins deliberately misled me. And by the time I finally did reach the hospital, I was stonewalled by a nurse who sounded very much like she'd been coached on what to say.
And what did she say?
Well, she gave me a song and dance about Dr. Green being on vacation.
Oh, but I believe he is.
Is the Undertaker on vacation, too?
You mean Terry Vernon? Well, I don't know about that.
I went to Vernon's from the hospital, and I never got past the front door. I was met on the porch by Mr. Perkins, who was obviously tipped off by the nurse, who was obviously coached by Mr. Perkins. He made it quite clear that he wanted me to drop the story on your husband and get out of town.
Oh, my, that doesn't sound like Fred at all. He's such a nice man.
Mrs. Stevens, tell me, are you satisfied that your husband's death was a natural one?
What?
Why, yes.
I mean, Ryland is only 5 miles from the border. There must be highly vested interests with good reason to want a man like your husband out of the way.
But who?
Yes, who indeed? So far, I've got an acting mayor, a nurse, a doctor, and an undertaker as prime candidates.
Oh, Elisha hadn't an enemy in this town.
Perhaps. What started out as a feature story in his honor is running up against something that's taking on all the symptoms of a cover-up.
Oh, well, what you told me is distressing, Mr. Leach. And I can understand how you feel. But all I can say is, to the best of my knowledge, your suspicions are groundless.
I came here for a very special reason, Mrs. Stevens. Your husband represents something decent in political life. He was an inspiration. Something we're very much in need of at the moment.
Oh, Elisha was by no means impossibly perfect. Now, do you intend to go ahead with your article? I wonder who that could be.
Just a moment, Mrs. Stevens. But before you answer that, just let me have a look out the window.
Well, what do you see?
There's a police car in the driveway.
Why, it's Joe Pickard's car. He's our sheriff. I wonder what he could want.
Yeah, and there's Fred Perkins with him.
I'm sorry, Mr. Leach. I'm going to have to answer the door.
No, wait, Mrs. Stevens. Look, I don't know what's going on, but I got a very strong suspicion they're here to get me.
Oh, now, Mr. Leach, I'm sure you're wrong.
Will you do something for me? Here, this is the phone number of my editor in Dallas. His name is Ed Hankey. Now, if anything happens to me, I want you to call him.
Mr. Leach.
Stevens? It's Joe Pickard.
Please, Mrs. Stevens, I'm beginning to think you may be the only person in this town I can trust.
Well, all right. I'll just hide this slip of paper where they won't find it. Now, are you ready?
Yeah, okay.
Why, Sheriff, how are you?
I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Stevens.
And Fred. Oh, what a surprise.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for a young fellow by the name of Richard Leach.
Well, he is here. Would you like to come on in?
Actually, we'd just as soon speak with him out here on the porch.
Is something the matter?
Nothing you need to be concerned about, Miss Stevens. I just happened to notice that the inspection sticker on his car is expired.
Well, that's not true, Sheriff.
You, Mr. Richard Leach?
That's him.
If we could just have a word with you outside.
Excuse me, Mrs. Stevens. I'll be right back.
Of course.
Well, now, young fella, Mr. Perkins here says he asked you to leave town. That right?
I am here to write an article on the late Elisha Stevens, Sheriff.
That doesn't answer my question.
Okay, yes, he did. But there's no law I know of.
Mr. Leach, you're looking at the law. The law in Ryland, anyway. Miss Perkins asked you to leave. I'm ordering you to.
Sure. I'll be only too glad to go, Sheriff, after I've got my story.
Then I've got no choice but to put you under arrest.
What for?
Let's go, Mr. Leach.
Now, you're in cahoots with the rest of them, eh? Just what is it you're covering up, Sheriff? Huh? Mr. Perkins?
Do you intend to come under your own steam?
I want to know how and why Elisha Stevens really died.
Okay, Fred.
What? Oh!
Let's get him away from here quick.
We'll just let you cool off in this cell for a bit, Mr. Leach.
Sheriff, I am legally entitled to make a phone call.
Mm-hmm. Go right ahead if you can find a phone in here.
I want an explanation, Sheriff. I want an explanation of what is going on.
Doesn't everybody?
I am legally entitled to hear the charges against me.
You had your chance to leave peaceably, boy.
You know, you're not going to get away with this. I am a reporter, Sheriff. I am here on assignment. If I'm not back in Dallas in 3 days, my boss is going to start making inquiries.
Well, you can go right ahead and do that. He won't find a single person in this town who'll admit that you was ever here.
Yeah, here you go, fella. It's time for supper. I just slide it to you under the bars here.
Thanks.
Well, I'm afraid it's only franks and beans. Sorry, I can only cook what they give me money for.
You the jailer?
Yeah, that's right. My name is Darrell. How long are you in here for?
I don't know.
Well, what did you do?
I don't know that either. Do you?
Huh? No, nobody ever tells me nothing.
My name is Richard Leach. Has there been any activity on my behalf?
Leach? Not that I've overheard.
You haven't heard? No phone calls? No inquiries?
No, and you're the onlyest prisoner, and there hasn't been a peep all day.
I hope Mrs. Stevens made that call.
Hey, you a friend of Mrs. Stevens?
Yeah.
Oh, I think Mrs. Stevens is just about the greatest lady in the world. I'm a friend of hers, too.
You are?
Mm-hmm. I do things for her she wouldn't think of entrusted to nobody else. I take care of that lawn of theirs, and I do all the fix-it work on their house.
Darrell, would you do me a favor? Would you go over to Mrs. Stevens' house and tell her that I am here?
Oh, no, I couldn't do that. Sheriff Pickard wouldn't like it.
Please, Darrell. She may not realize that I've been arrested.
Well, if you was really a friend of hers, what are you doing here in the jail?
Well, that's just it. See, there's been a mistake.
Well, I'd like to, Mr. Leach, but if Mrs. Stevens was to come over here and raise Cain, well, I'd lose my job.
Darrell, you don't understand. Mrs. Stevens is in danger.
Danger?
Yeah.
From who?
I am a newspaper reporter. I came out here to do a story on her husband, and somebody doesn't want that story told.
Oh, mister, you're imagining things. The story of Elisha Stevens ought to be in the school books. He looked out after the poorer people in this town like they was his own brother. Saw to it no one went hungry, and if necessary, out of his own pocket, too.
Was he wealthy?
Oh, sure. He owns that farmland between here and the Mexican border.
I see.
So you're saying somebody don't want this story told? It just don't make sense.
Obviously. Then why am I in jail?
Oh. Well, you'd be surprised how many prisoners ask the same thing. They all swear up and down they're innocent.
Darrell, wait. Darrell. Nobody knows I'm here.
Mr. Leach? Mr. Leach, wake up. Here's your breakfast.
I'm not hungry.
I talked to Mrs. Stevens.
Huh? What?
Yeah, after I got off work last night, I kept thinking about what you said, that she might be in danger. I figured I just owed her too much to take that chance. Job or no job.
You told her I was here.
Damn.
What did she say?
Well, you was right. Sheriff Pickard had told her you just decided to leave town. She had no idea you was in jail. And she told me to tell you not to worry about a thing. She still had that phone number you give her, and she was going to call your boss in Dallas first thing this morning.
Those were her exact words?
Yes, sir. She told me to tell you that she'd take care of everything. Now, Mr. Pickard.
What are you doing?
Huh? Oh, I was just bringing the prisoner his breakfast.
Where'd you go last night after you got off work?
Oh, I went home.
Now, Darrell, you're not telling me the truth.
No, sir. It's true.
I know you're lying, Darrell, because I got a witness. And she can dispute every word you're saying.
Mrs. Stevens.
Richard Leach, I am shocked. Shame on you for trying to smuggle illegal messages out from the Ryland City Jail.
There is
is a caution in the Old Testament amongst Solomon's Proverbs, which Richard Leach would have done well to heed. It warns the wise man to beware to whom he speaks, for his words are like a weapon, and any weapon in the hands of the wrong person can be deadly. I shall return shortly with our third act.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
Hey, Jim, that's a fantastic wool shirt. Oh, thanks. It's an Arrow. An Arrow?
Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
I love that turtleneck Hank's wearing. I bought it for him. It's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow.
When it comes to shirts, things are changing, but men are still changing into Arrow. Arrow gives you every style and all the confidence you expect from an Arrow.
That shirt looks great with your suit. Sure, it's an Arrow.
Whatever kind of shirt you're into, get into an Arrow. Whatever kind of shirt you want, Arrow's got it.
Arrow makes all kinds of shirts for all kinds of men. That's why we're known as America's shirt maker.
We were speaking of truth, which unfortunately seems to be in very short supply around the town of Ryland at the moment. We know that the ways of a small and isolated community can sometimes seem strange to the outsider. But consider the extremity of Richard Leach's plight. In jail for reasons unknown, unable to call for help, and unable to find a single sympathetic ear.
Mrs. Stevens.
Sheriff, here's that piece of paper I told you about. The one on which Mr. Leach wrote the phone number he wanted me to call.
Oh, thank you, Miss Stevens. I'm sorry you had to get involved in this at all.
Oh, I don't mind. You have an unpleasant job, and I wouldn't want to make it any harder.
Mrs. Stevens, did the sheriff force you to do this?
Not at all. I'm here of my own free will.
I have a right to know the charges against me. And I have a right to make a phone call. Mrs. Stevens, both of these things have been denied me.
What? Is this true?
Why, of course it isn't. Mr. Leach, you know that's a downright lie.
What?
You know we let you make not one but 2 phone calls, and the charges against you have been clearly stated.
Well, I'm glad to hear that.
Mrs. Stevens, the sheriff isn't telling you the truth. I haven't been allowed to call anyone. Nobody knows I'm here. Look, you must help me. There's a conspiracy here that involves a great number of people in this town. Something is being hidden. And if you don't help me, I'm afraid. Mrs. Stevens, I'm afraid.
Young man, I do have a certain amount of influence, that is true, and I trust a small measure of respect. It would be both foolish and wrong of me to presume upon either by telling Mr. Pickard here how to do his job.
You're all in this together, aren't you?
Good day, Mr. Leach. And may God bless you.
Well, now, Mr. Leach, if you have no more tricks up your sleeve, I think we can get on to the next order of business.
What's that?
Darrell.
Yes, sir?
Go across the street and fetch Fred Perkins here, will you?
Packard? Darrell said come on over.
I think the coast is all clear now. Miss Stevens is gone.
You mean she's not involved in this?
No, not at all.
Look, I just don't understand what's happening. I mean, this is like a nightmare. For all I know, I did make 2 phone calls.
Now, Mr. Leach, just calm down.
All right, just do it. Just do whatever you're going to do to me and just get it over with.
Hey, Pickard, didn't you tell him anything?
Oh, I waited for you.
Mr. Leach, I am sorry. Now, I know we've gone about this all wrong, and it's just that, you coming out here just took us by surprise.
What?
Well, what Fred is trying to say is we've been a little rough on you, and we want to apologize.
Well, wait. What are you doing? No, get away. Stay away from me.
Mr. Leach, you're free to go.
I'm free?
That's right.
What's the trick?
Now, there is no trick, son.
Oh, no. I'm sorry, fellas. No, I'm not going to make it that easy for you. Yeah. Prisoner shot while trying to escape.
Here's your billfold and your car keys and everything else we took off you downstairs.
No.
Go ahead, take them. It's all right.
Now, listen, we just had to keep you here until we found out whether or not you'd aroused Mrs. Stevens' suspicions when you went by her place yesterday.
I don't get it.
Yeah, well, Elisha Stevens didn't die of a heart attack, son. He took his own life.
He committed suicide?
That's correct. And that's your conspiracy, Mr. Leach. That's what me and Fred and the folks at the hospital and Terry Vernon and every other citizen in this town is conspiring to keep secret from Miss Stevens.
Yeah, unfortunately, no one thought to tell Darrell. No, well, that was a close call when you persuaded him to go see her.
It was fortunate she came to see us. You see, the fella you picked to be your messenger, well, Darrell's not all there, if you know what I mean.
Anyway, I apologize for the crude way I handled the whole affair.
Look, are you two under the assumption that I am buying all this?
What?
I mean, you think I believe what you're telling me?
Well, it's the truth.
Now, listen, you have seen Mrs. Stevens. She is no longer a strong person. Now, protecting her from the truth about her husband's death is, well, let's just say it's something we want to do for her. And for him, too, his memory. How he died wasn't an honest reflection of his life.
But why would the legendary grandee of TERRA LOCO want to take his own life? The way you've talked about him, he sounds too good to be true.
No, now you have got to understand, son, that Elisha served this town selflessly and tirelessly for 40 years. And he was never anything less than shrewd and honest. Well, maybe it was our fault. You know, we got so used to having him in the mayor's chair, we just didn't want to let him go. He was 81 years old 2 years ago when election time came around. He wanted to retire, but just the thought of it sent folks into kind of a panic. Maybe it wasn't a healthy situation, but that's how it was.
So you're protecting yourselves, too, with all of this?
Yeah, I suppose we are.
You still haven't told me why he killed himself.
Well, he had allowed himself to be swindled. It was all in a note he left.
Was it a large sum?
Well, for these parts, yeah.
I think the worst of it for him, though, was that it was public money. Municipal funds.
How did he kill himself?
He took an overdose of the various medications he was on.
How was he swindled?
And apparently some fella impersonating a Texas Ranger came into his office. He claimed he was trailing some art smugglers and needed instant cash to make a purchase so he could arrest them in the act.
And Elisha personally took him to the bank. Sam Merrill, the teller. He told us Elisha wouldn't even let him check the Ranger's credentials. You just give this boy what he needs. That's the way Elisha did things. He took a man at his word.
Yeah, and naturally the man didn't return.
No.
And this is what Stephen's suicide note said, and you believed it.
Well, of course we believed it.
I mean, that is the most fantastic story I've ever heard. Well, I'd say Stevens was in cahoots with this guy, and the fellow double-crossed him.
Oh, no, I don't think so, Mr. Leach. Elisha never would have done anything like that. Well, in any case, I've never met the person yet who, if given a choice, wouldn't prefer to be known as a villain rather than a sucker. No, I don't think Elisha would have made up that story.
But how could any man in possession of his senses fall... Oh, I see.
Elisha's only sin was struggling to keep up appearances. It's not a very pretty thought, the spectacle of that old man being conned by a charlatan. In the old days, there wasn't a shrewder customer around than Elisha. No one ever put a thing over on him.
Well, sure isn't the story I expected to get when I came here.
You ain't planning to print this now, are you?
Oh, yeah, of course I am.
Well, then you missed the point, son. We don't want it printed. Think of Mrs. Stevens.
Look, I don't owe anyone in this town a thing, at least of all her. And she walked out of here content to leave me in this cell to rot.
You ain't out of here yet, boy.
Are you threatening me now?
I'll thrash you within an inch of your life before I let you humiliate Miss Stevens or the town of Ryland.
Now. Hold off, Packard. Now, you're just going to make it worse. Sooner or later, someone be bound to find out anyway, so let him go. Let him print the story.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Perkins. That's exactly what I intend to do. The quicker I'm out of this town, the better I'm going to feel.
Mr. Leach?
Mrs. Stevens.
I've been waiting out here to speak to you.
Oh, you could have been waiting a long time, couldn't you?
Oh, I knew they'd let you go. I'm sorry about how I had to act in there. But if they suspected I knew the truth, they might have taken it out on you.
You mean you know?
How Elisha died? Oh, yes.
But that's supposed to be Ryland's big state secret. How do you know?
The day he died, I stopped by his office. There's a back door, a private entrance I often used. No one saw me. He was lying there, his head on the desk. I thought he was asleep. Then I saw the note.
And you read it?
All I could think of was, what a silly, sad way for it to end.
But you didn't tell anyone.
I wanted to be alone for a while. Then, when Fred Perkins and Dr. Green came by with the story of the heart attack, I realized what they were up to. So I just kept my mouth shut.
Well, I'm glad to hear that, Mrs. Stevens. I mean, if you know the truth anyway, there's no reason the story can't be printed in its entirety, including this final chapter.
Oh, no. No, you mustn't. That's what I've been waiting here to make sure you understood. It means so much for these people to feel they are protecting me. You mustn't take that away from them.
Oh, you don't know the newspaper business, Mrs. Stevens. This story is sensational. I mean, an entire town conspiring to shield an old woman from the truth about her husband's death.
Yes, and by printing it, you destroy it.
But so what? I mean, I've been beat up and terrorized for 24 hours by a lot of ignorant country people. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mrs. Stevens. I didn't mean that. Excuse me.
Well, goodbye then. You're wrong about one thing, though.
Oh?
I do know the newspaper business. Elisha and I founded the Culpeper County Courier together back in 1928. Now, you've heard a lot of facts about Elisha's life. But maybe you've wondered what it was about the man himself that made him the kind of person people are willing to go to such lengths for.
Yeah?
Let me tell you a little story. In 1929, there was a sensational murder. A wife killed her husband. Now, Elisha could have gained national recognition by publishing the story. And not only that, but the father of the murderess was a bitter enemy of Elisha's. And this was a chance to publicly humiliate him. But Elisha voluntarily withheld the story until after the trial to avoid prejudicing the jurors.
And then he published it.
Well, I thought he was going to. But he looked at me and said, "The trial's over. What's the point of publishing it now?"
If the girl's father was his enemy.
Well, that's what my reaction, too. Elisha shook his head and said, Lucy, I hate that fella because he's a crook, he's a coward, and he's an atheist. But not because his daughter killed her husband.
Was the man grateful?
No. He's the one that gave Elisha the nickname the Grandee of TERRA, LOCO. He meant it as an insult. But it stuck as a title.
Richie, you're back.
Good morning, Mr. Hankey.
Come on in, come on in. So, how was the name of that place?
Ryland?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a better story than I expected.
Oh. Did your homespun hero turn out to have feet of clay after all?
Mr. Hankey, I don't know if you're going to believe this. It's really pretty amazing.
Well, I'm waiting.
Did you know that Ryland is the home of the world's largest tumbleweed?
We're familiar with the phrase, it will all work out in the end. There are times, however, when we might wonder plaintively why just once things couldn't work out before the end. But then, who's to say when the end is? Does it ever really come for anything or anyone as long as memory keeps them alive? I shall be back shortly with a final word.
Hi, Pat Summerall. True Value hardware stores are offering their fall shopper circular you can't do without, because it's full of values you'll probably be needing soon for do-it-yourself projects. Like the Stanley Surform Plane. It can give you a smooth finish on wood, plastic, tile, or soft metal. And the handle is shaped to give you a comfortable grip for sure, even control. The Stanley Regular Cut Surform Plane is $4.75 in the fall shopper circular from True Value hardware stores. And for just $4.99, you can invest in a tool you'll find hundreds of uses for. The USM Electric Glue Gun dispenses hot melted glue that bonds in 60 seconds without clamping or waiting. See the Stanley Surform Plane and the USM Electric Glue Gun in the fall shopper circular from participating True Value hardware stores and home centers.
True Value Hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
Elisha Stevens served his community selflessly for 40 years, but at the end made a single mistake. Was he then a tarnished angel? A cynic might say yes, but it was H.L. Mencken who pointed out that a cynic is a man who, when he smells flowers, looks around for a coffin. I'll leave the decision up to you. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.